On an unremarkable day, a young man named Ji Jun was blessed by fate. A path opened to the legendary tower, a place others only dream of. A colossal gate crackled with lightning, materializing right before his eyes. He roared in excitement. This was the gate that pulled in the first awakened. His eyes shine with pure, unadulterated joy. Spreading his arms wide, he declared, "I, Ji Jun, will climb this tower. Black hole, take me." But the gate remained still, leaving him frozen in an awkward pose. As if sensing his questionable sanity, the portal began to shrink back. Jun panicked. "Hey, why are you getting smaller? Pull me in already." While most were dragged in against their will, this one was practically begging to leap inside. Just as the gate was about to vanish, Jun dove headfirst. He landed face first on the ground, letting out a sharp cry of pain. Dazed, he wondered, "Am I inside the tower?" Realizing his success, he cheered, "Yes, the first floor, full of gear and potions." But when he finally looked around, he found himself in a vast, empty cave, utterly devoid of life. Let's go back 10 years. On a perfectly normal day, a 99-story black tower pierced the sky, right in the heart of Gangnam. It wasn't just Gangnam. A total of 100 towers had appeared at once across the globe, including one in South Korea. Nations investigated the monoliths. The towers were 990 meters tall, made of an impossibly durable material. Not even a nuke could scratch its surface. Then, one day, people started walking out from the tower walls themselves. Reporters swarmed them instantly. Everyone was desperate to learn one thing: how to get inside. But the survivors could only offer a baffling explanation. A black hole just appeared. When I came to, I was on the tower's first floor. The story exploded across every front page. A press conference was held, revealing all 100 towers were somehow interconnected. Once inside, you awaken on floor 1. You're forced to choose a class, like a mage or a warrior, and from the second floor onwards, there are monsters. Clearing a floor grants various rewards, including a special kind of ticket. This glowing gold ticket allows the awakened to come and go freely. Normal people need a ticket just to get in, but only the awakened can actually climb the floors. A reporter immediately asked, "Why would anyone risk their lives against monsters just to enter this tower? Do you even know its purpose?" The speaker replied, "No one knows yet, but there is a very compelling reason to go inside." The man gave a nod to his assistant. On cue, the woman opened the case she was holding. Gold, silver, and jewels cascaded out like a waterfall. The entire room gasped, their jaws dropping at the dazzling sight. The speaker stated with confidence, "We can promise you one thing: the tower can make you incredibly wealthy." Just like that, ticket prices skyrocketed from 150 million to 200 million won. Yet, hundreds still lined up, desperate to buy one. Even the local shopkeeper couldn't believe it. The world's gone mad, risking their lives for money. But 200 million for a ticket? "What do you think?" she asked. Jun, now 26 years old, could only offer a shy agreement. "I guess so." He was a broke student, pinching every penny. After tuition, loans, and rent, he'd only saved 12 million. He sighed, wondering how he'd ever afford that ticket. Another heavy sigh escaped Jun. Glancing at the massive tower, he thought, "It's not if, but how." Shaking off his doubt, he resolved himself. There had to be a way. He stared at the green onions in his hand. Maybe I should plant these. I heard their value might go up. If he followed his idol's tips, maybe he could strike it rich. And with that, Jun resolved to save every last one he could to buy that ticket. He dreamed of clearing the tower and proposing to his favorite K-pop idol. But as he was lost in his fantasy, a black hole tore open right behind him. And that is how Jun entered the tower. Back in the present, trapped in the empty cave, Jun stared blankly toward the sky. He made it inside, but this wasn't right. The realization crushed him. He screamed in despair, "Where in the world am I?" He was in a desolate forest, stuck at the bottom of a massive pit carved out of its center. Meanwhile, at the tower's peak, a glowing orb pulsed in a pitch-black room. A strange being approached it, muttering, "The crystal has detected an anomaly." It ground its teeth in frustration. As the tower manager, I must investigate. Back online, the interviews with survivors continued to spread. One person claimed, "The tower is like a polished, sprawling palace. You can buy all sorts of items inside. The training ground on the first floor is crucial. If you want to survive, you need to be strong enough to face the monsters." That was the story. But his reality was completely different. There was a small pool of water and a giant hole high above the cave's only exit. Jun sat there, gaunt and lifeless. It seemed the stories of the awakened were a lie, or maybe he was just incredibly unlucky. He'd been wandering for a full day with no sign of an exit. He'd screamed for help until his voice was raw, but no one answered. Alone in the vast cave, he screamed internally, "Am I completely lost?" The mental strain nearly broke him, a crazed laugh bubbling up. Suddenly, a beeping sound echoed from his pocket. It was his daily alarm, proof he'd been stranded for exactly 1 day. There was no signal, but he knew the alarm was accurate. A fierce growl from his stomach reminded him he hadn't eaten in a day. Luckily, Soon still had the provisions he'd bought the day before. He laid everything out on a rock, a water bottle, 27 cherry tomatoes, 10 green onions, 7 pumpkins, sweet potatoes, and 1 apple. Soon devoured the apple first, savoring the taste. An apple in the morning is the best, but in moments, only the core was left, his hunger barely touched. 1 apple wasn't enough, so he moved on to a sweet potato. It was raw, but he ate it with surprising satisfaction. Soon thought happily, this crisp, sweet flavor was far better than he'd expected. Sweet potatoes are usually cooked, he mused, but raw isn't so bad. Eating too fast, he nearly choked. A quick gulp of water saved him. After the pathetic meal, he sprawled out. That was actually pretty good, he admitted. He stared at the sky, despair setting in. How long am I trapped here? I have to escape before my food runs out. With so little food left, Soon wasn't sure how many more days he could last. He sighed. If no one comes, I'll just become a corpse. But then, his will flared. No, I refuse to die like this. This is the tower. My life's dream. I can't just lie down and let it end here. Just then, Soon's gaze fell on the leftover apple seed. An idea struck. He dug into a patch of earth and planted it, then snapped a green onion in half. I have 10 green onions. I can eat the leaves and plant the bulbs. Soon decided to plant 3 tomatoes and 2 sweet potatoes. The rest would be his food. With his plan set, he declared, I will do whatever it takes to survive. I'll live and wait for you to grow, my vegetables. He yelled with renewed hope, You are my future. Suddenly, a massive sound erupted, and his heart hammered in his chest. As the tremors grew, he screamed, What is happening? A monster? That's a monster's roar, isn't it? But they said the first floor had no monsters. The scene before him made his jaw drop. In the dark sky, a blue moon was forming. Its eerie light flooded the cave as the moon turned completely black. At that moment, the roars of hundreds of beasts echoed from the outside. The horrifying sound sent a spike of pain through his skull. He clutched his head, his body collapsing in a fit of uncontrollable trembling. A colossal shadow suddenly fell over Soon. He looked up in utter shock to see a black dragon circling the sky, unaware of his tiny presence below. Seeing the colossal monster, his terror faded into awe as he stammered, The black dragon is beautiful. A second later, the fear crashed back in, and he fainted. Just then, the green onions he planted began to glow, absorbing an unseen energy. The next day, his alarm clock rang again. Soon reached out to shut it off. Still dazed, he mumbled, My head, how long was I unconscious? After seeing the date on his phone, Soon was paralyzed with shock. 2 days. I was out for 2 entire days. But he shot up too fast, a sharp pain lancing his back. My back. He struggled to sit up, his body screaming in protest, completely drained of energy. Something behind him felt wrong. Soon turned and gasped, What the hell? A tree? But it wasn't a tree. They were the green onions he had planted 2 days ago, now grown to an unbelievable size. He looked around, completely stunned. Aren't these green onions? When did they get so big? Is this kind of growth possible in just 2 days? He paused, thinking, No, it must be because I'm inside the tower. I saw a documentary once about how a plant's environment affects its size. Some kind of power must have caused this. After a moment, he placed his hand on the ground. If that's true, then the others too. A few seconds later, he peered closer at the soil and saw that new onion shoots were already sprouting. Soon counted 52 sprouts, but the young shoots were stuck in the shade. He worried they wouldn't get enough sunlight, so he began cutting down the taller stalks. But the stalks were incredibly thick. With no tools, Soon had to use his bare hands, struggling to break through the massive green. After a long and tiring struggle, he finally finished the harvest and decided to taste one. He took a bite without hesitation. An explosive spiciness immediately shot to his brain. It was so spicy he felt like he was breathing fire. He scrambled to the nearby water, cursing, So damn spicy. It's much hotter than before, but my stomach seems okay. I guess I'll just eat this when I crave something spicy. I'll get used to it. Time to dry the rest. Then Soon turned back to his cherry tomatoes, eating a few while admiring his new crop of giant onions. He held a cherry tomato up. Sunlight shone through it, he thought to himself. The sun never sets inside the tower. However, an eclipse can occur on each floor. This phenomenon is commonly known as the blue moon. Chewing on a potato, he thought. But doesn't the blue moon only happen on the 10th floor? I thought I was somewhere below the 1st floor. Recalling the dragon from that night, Soon tried to dismiss it as a mere hallucination. 10 years ago, when the tower first appeared, one of the main guilds, the Phoenix Guild, successfully cleared up to the 37th floor. Information from floor 30 to floor 37 is top secret, but plenty of information about the lower floors can be found on YouTube. Floors 2 to 10 have kobolds, floors 11 to 20 have goblins, floors 21 to 30 have orcs, and there are even rumors of spider monsters on the 31st floor. But dragons were never mentioned. Not even lizards or anything similar. Racking his brain, Soon still couldn't figure out which floor he was on. Staring at the shimmering light above, he muttered that he might be on a floor even top-rank hunters haven't reached. Suddenly, a few drops of water hit his face. Soon shot up, asking, "Rain?" But the tower's weather is supposed to be perfect. Then he spotted a white figure above the cave entrance. What was that? A monster? Just then, a rabbit appeared, peering down at him. The liquid that hit his face was its drool. He was stunned, wondering if this was even a monster. Suddenly, the rabbit leaped down. Worried, Soon rushed forward and yelled, "Watch out!" But Soon's worry was needless. The rabbit used his head as a springboard to jump down again, landing perfectly. Seeing it land so easily, he was shocked. "That's no ordinary rabbit." The rabbit hopped over to his green onions and pointed. Soon, surprised, asked, "You want to eat this?" The rabbit squeaked, as if in agreement. Without hesitation, he snapped off a stalk for it. Receiving the leaf, the rabbit let out a happy cry. It happily nibbled the stalk beside Soon. Seeing its delight, he said, "Is it good? Eat up, I have plenty." That's when Soon noticed his morning's planting had grown incredibly fast. It looked like he would have to harvest twice a day. After eating, the rabbit stood up, excitedly chirping pie. He thought it wanted more, but it turned to the cave mouth and called out. Suddenly, another rabbit jumped down, carrying a small hat and a watering can. Before him stood two rabbits dressed like farmers, constantly chirping pie with delight. Soon exclaimed, "Another rabbit?" He somehow knew they were a couple. This was Soon's log of being trapped in the tower. Starting today, a rabbit couple had joined him in the cave. Bright light from the tower streamed down onto the green onions. The rabbits produced scissors, snipping the stalks with one clean cut, unlike Soon, who struggled to pull them. They then watered the freshly sprouted shoots, and the rabbits did all of this work. They moved with cheerful purpose, as if they were the true masters of this place. Meanwhile, Soon sat with his arms crossed, muttering, "They're an amazing team." Back to yesterday, he'd been shocked when they seemed to want to live here. But the rabbits were clever, putting on their most adorable faces. Their sparkling eyes and soft pie cries struck him right in the heart. Their cuteness took him down in an instant. Though he'd already folded, Soon tried to bargain. "Fine, but nothing's free. I'll consider it if you help me with the farm." All they had to do was cut the green onions. But once he agreed, they ignored the rest and swarmed him. The soft little furballs snuggled against him, making resistance impossible. Thinking back, Soon realized he'd been played. But he no longer cared. Looking at the rabbits with their farm tools, he wondered, "Are those items you're carrying actual equipment?" The husband rabbit's watering can pour an endless stream of water. The wife rabbit seemed to have a magic pouch, constantly pulling out the needed tools. The wife's pouch was like a magic bag, making Soon look even more destitute. He muttered, "I'm so jealous. I wish I had gear like that." Just then, the rabbits finished their work. He stood up to inspect their work. The cut green onions were drying nicely, and there was no change in the sweet potatoes. The tomato sprouts are bigger, they grow so fast. Was it because of the rabbit's hard work? The pair watched him anxiously, worried he wouldn't be satisfied with them. Seeing his silence, the rabbit couple grew restless. Noticing their anxiety, Soon grinned and gave them a thumbs up, happily saying, "You're hired." At that, the pair leaped for joy to celebrate. They chattered about something Soon couldn't understand, then suddenly bounded away. Their powerful leap left him startled in their dust. He watched them run to a corner, confused about what was happening. The wife rabbit directed her husband to dig in a specific spot. He dug energetically while she cheered him on with loud pies. A moment later, she began weaving a flower wreath, humming a happy tune. She hung the wreath on a wooden plank, and just like that, their house was finished. The wife proudly showed her handiwork to him. Meanwhile, the exhausted husband collapsed, panting on the ground. Soon praised them in surprise. "Amazing, you built a house so fast." Or rather, he did. He turned to praise the husband, who puffed up with pride. Suddenly, a paw rested on his shoulder. It was his wife, looking bashful. Soon knew exactly what she wanted. She shyly pointed at the new house, ready for their housewarming. The husband rabbit hugged himself in terror, his face turning pale. He desperately pleaded to Soon for help, but there was nothing he could do. Exhausted from building, now he was being dragged off for a second workout. No one could endure that. The husband's mournful cries were cut off as the door shut. Only his wife's enthusiastic sounds could be heard from inside. Soon was speechless, silently wishing the husband luck. He couldn't believe he was losing to two rabbits. He already eats green onions all day. Now he had to watch this. What has his life become? but he quickly shook it off and headed for the large rock. He flopped onto the onion pile. It was lonely in this cave, but thanks to them, I have help and some entertainment. But just as he relaxed, black smoke began to rise from underneath him. Had being in the tower made his armpits so bad they could set onions on fire? A second later, Soon shot up, screaming, "It's so hot." He rolled on the ground in pain, clutching his back. So hot. What the heck was that? Thankfully, his armpits were completely unharmed. Then, Soon spotted a tiny, bright point in the onion pile. The tower's light was hitting a plastic bottle, focusing a beam on the stalks. An idea sparked in his mind. A wicked grin spread across Soon's face. The tower's environment is harsh, but I haven't lost hope. Luckily, I have green onions and a water bottle. He was just like one of those vloggers filming survival videos on a deserted island. Remembering his physics class, he tried using the plastic bottle as a lens to spark a flame, but theory and reality were worlds apart. In despair, Soon punched the ground. There was only smoke, no fire. Why wasn't it working? Staring at the pile of onions, he sighed. He was sure this was the right method, but what went wrong? Suddenly, he noticed black smoke rising from the onions. Soon stared in shock. A glimmer of light appeared, like the last trace of hope within him. Just then, the male rabbit emerged from the house. Utterly drained by his wife, she followed behind him, wearing a look of pure satisfaction. Seeing Soon blowing desperately, the male rabbit wondered what he was doing. Soon was giving it his all, puffing into the onion pile. "Please, just light." The rabbit couple curiously ran over to watch. Seeing two new helpers, he immediately put them to use. "Perfect. Could you two blow on this?" The rabbits then began puffing on the scallions. Soon pleaded desperately, "Please, please, just catch fire." He focused the beam of light through the water bottle onto the onions. After a grueling effort, they finally succeeded in making a fire. Soon shouted with joy, "We did it. It's really burning." He turned to the onions behind him, broke off a few stalks, and tossed them into the fire. Soon hummed happily as he roasted them. The rabbit couple watched intently. Once the onions were cooked, he stopped. Soon peeled off the burnt outer layer, opened his mouth wide, and took a bite. His entire body trembled, making the rabbits think he'd been poisoned. "It's so sweet." A sugary flavor exploded in his mind. Soon's eyes blazed like headlights. For those of you who hate onions like me, you're probably getting goosebumps. If you're Team Onion or Team No Onion, comment below and let's see who wins. He felt reborn after days in the tower. The delicious taste made Soon feel like a wild horse galloping across a vast meadow. Chewing hungrily, he started roasting more onions. Seeing his enthusiasm, the rabbit couple grew intensely curious. The male rabbit copied him, roasting a stalk for himself. He split it with his wife, and they both took a bite. The flavor burst in their mouths, making them squeal with delight, their eyes shining just like Soon's. Soon happily told the rabbits to make themselves at home. "Eat your fill." He finally filled his stomach with cooked food and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, Soon stretched and sat up. He went to the lake to wash his face as usual. Soon looked over at his growing garden. The onions were harvested and the cherry tomatoes watered. Watering the sweet potatoes was also complete. Soon praised his work, looking good. A lot has happened. After making fire, we use scallions to wrap torches all around the cave. It helps me move around the cave much more easily. Approaching the lake, he said, "It's dark around here, a torch should be placed here." Suddenly, bubbles rose from the lake. An instant later, a massive fish leaped out, lunging for Soon's torch. Luckily, he managed to dodge just in time. Soon screamed in shock. A fish! The fish was flopping on the ground. Soon said, "I've never seen a fish like this. Was it drawn to the light? And that's how I got fish in this cave." Of course, with fish came a feast, and the creature died soon after. Soon happily roasted the fish, exclaiming, "Bon appetit." After one bite, he praised it happily. "So delicious." The rabbit couple stared, drooling with hunger. Soon asked in surprise, "You guys eat meat too? I guess that shouldn't be a problem, right? You're monsters after all." The rabbit couple nodded eagerly. A few days later, Blue Moon appeared again. From this, Soon learned that Blue Moon occurred in a 30-day cycle on this floor. He'd used a laptop and a power bank to track the days, but even that had reached its limit. After his phone died for good, Soon resorted to carving marks on a stone to keep track of time. 61 days had passed since he entered the tower. Fortunately, the rabbit couple always slept at 7 p.m. and woke at 5 a.m. So if Soon followed their rhythm, he would never miscount the days. A few days ago, something wonderful happened. Early one morning, the male rabbit tiredly opened the door. A second later, a whole litter of baby rabbits rushed out. Seeing the cute little fluff balls, he couldn't help but reach out for them. The 5 newborn bunnies immediately jumped on Soon, knocking him over. But their cuteness made him forget everything. He asked happily, "Do my little nieces and nephews like their uncle?" He was overjoyed to be an uncle. The soft babies snuggled up against him, nibbling playfully. Understanding the parent's exhaustion, he said, "You look like you haven't slept. Being a parent is hard work. I'll watch the kids, so you two rest and eat." Soon then happily carried the 5 bunnies to see the cherry tomato flowers, giving the couple some space. His tomato plants were now thriving. The baby rabbits played everywhere. Soon watched them with a foolish grin. This must be the joy of an uncle watching his cute nieces and nephews. Back at the cherry tomatoes, he observed them and concluded the flowers had begun to bloom. This place is a flower garden now. To bear fruit, they need to be pollinated, so we'll do it by hand. Soon then took a small branch and poked the pistil of the flowers. A full day of hard work made Soon's back ache like an old man's. He sighed. It would be great if there were bees, but that's probably too greedy. Suddenly, a baby rabbit approached and buried its face in a flower, as if trying to help. When it pulled its head out, its nose was covered in pollen. Its nose tickled, and it couldn't help but sneeze. Seeing this, Soon, the proud uncle, burst out laughing. After his laughter died down, he helped the bunny up, reminding it, "You shouldn't do that." Suddenly, Soon noticed something. He was shocked to see small, green cherry tomatoes on the vine. After all our hard work, we finally have our first fruit. Soon jumped and danced with joy. We did it. That was the day before Blue Moon was set to appear again. Early in the morning, Soon began preparing for the night. He extinguished the fire in the onion pile, leaving only a small ember in a rock crevice for light. He then covered it with another rock to avoid attracting other monsters. At the same time, he covered himself in scallions for camouflage and warmth. The mother rabbit began leading her babies into their home. Looking at the sky, he mumbled, "It must be time." Soon turned to the father rabbit. "See you on the other side." The father rabbit cheerfully waved goodbye. Soon smirked, saying the blood moon would be a piece of cake. Then it began, and the forest filled with endless monster roars. He instantly ate his words. The monstrous roars made sleep impossible. Huddled in a corner of the cave, Soon sighed wearily. "I'm so tired. When will this nightmare ever end? I took precautions, hiding anything with a scent to wait it out. But I've lost track of time. Every minute feels like an hour. Those chilling sounds, even from afar, made me tremble. I just hope this one ends peacefully." But as he finished the thought, a massive roar erupted, shaking his entire body. Stunned, he looked towards the cave entrance. What was that? Outside, a giant foot slammed into the ground, shattering the earth around it. A colossal red monster advanced, its every step an earthquake that toppled trees in its path. The ground shook violently, dust and debris filling the air. The next moment, the giant bear stopped directly in front of his cave. Moonlight cast a dark silhouette of the red bear. Its colossal frame was hundreds of times larger than the tiny cave entrance. Soon was nothing but an ant before it. Seeing this, he scrambled backward in terror. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered out a curse. Damn it. The giant bear's face was a mask of cold killing intent, drool dripping from its maw. Soon trembled uncontrollably, his mind racing. It hasn't noticed me yet. I need to find a better hiding spot. At the same time, Soon slowly reached for the bag behind him. Sweat poured from his body like a waterfall. He prayed, trying to be as slow and quiet as possible, but fate wasn't on his side. He'd forgotten to zip his bag. Cherry tomatoes and a water bottle clattered onto the ground, making a loud noise. Seeing the spilled items, Soon froze in absolute terror. His heart pounded so loudly he could hear it. This is it. I'm a dead man. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he slowly lifted his head. Boom! He had caught the giant bear's attention. It peered into the cave. Their eyes met, Soon froze for 5 seconds. Then his pent-up terror erupted from his lips. Soon let out a blood-curdling scream of pure terror. The giant bear, seemingly startled, roared right back at him. The colossal sound shook the tiny cave to its core. The next day, the sun was already high, but Soon hadn't woken up. Little Rabbits pinched his cheek. Soon mumbled, "Mom, just a little longer." Seeing he still wasn't waking, the father rabbit slapped him into the next week. At that moment, Soon immediately shot upright. He looked around, bewildered, as the rabbits circled him, enjoying the show. Realizing he was completely unharmed, he asked blankly, "What in the world just happened? What about the blood moon?" The father rabbit squeaked, pointing to the cave entrance. Soon followed his gaze to see a clear sky and calm breeze. The blood moon was over. Soon let out a long sigh. "So, I fainted. My whole body aches." After calming himself, he began to recall the events of last night. After he locked eyes with the monster, the giant red bear had let out an earth-shattering roar, scaring him half to death. He remembered cowering, clutching his head in fear. The memory ended there, because that's when he fainted. A cold shiver ran down his spine. I was almost devoured by that monster. The more he thought about it, the more he shivered. The father rabbit watched him with concern, but the mother rabbit astutely realized he was shivering violently because he'd caught a cold. She went to the embers he'd hidden, rekindled the flame, and added more spring onion leaves to build a large fire. Soon warmed himself wearing a cloak made of spring onions. A moment later, the mother rabbit brought him a grilled fish. Being waited on like this felt like heaven, and he took a big bite of the hot fish. The baby rabbits played around him, their fluffy bodies like cotton balls. The exhaustion from the blood moon simply melted away. As he ate, he thought, "That monster knows I'm here. Are there others? It probably gave up because the cave was too small, but there's no guarantee it won't happen again." He looked at the fish in his hand and muttered, "I got lucky this time, but I came way too close to kicking the bucket. Damn it. I fought so hard just to make it this far. For now, all I can do is eat well and recover my strength to survive." To punctuate his thought, Soon took another large bite of fish. His determination to survive this tower was absolute. Suddenly, the father rabbit ran over, squeaking urgently. Soon looked over in surprise. Among his patch of cherry tomatoes was a strange, blue fruit. What's more, a unique, shimmering light emanated from it. Soon couldn't help but be amazed. "Whoa, a special tomato. It's as big as a golf ball." He leaned in, wondering. "It's beautiful, but why is it blue? This looks amazing." Without a second thought, he plucked the tomato from the vine. Suddenly, a system window materialized before his eyes. "You have successfully completed the mission. Harvest a fruit containing the blood moon's energy." Seeing this, Soon yelled in shock. "Wait, is this a notification window?" But there was more. "Your incredible achievement has drawn the attention of the tower administrator. The tower administrator is observing you. The tower administrator is displeased." Reading this, Soon was completely baffled. What? Why is he displeased? "The tower administrator has discovered that you are an illegal intruder. The tower administrator wishes to hide their mistake." At that moment, it dawned on him. His being here was all just a mistake. Refusing to accept it, Soon furiously shook the system window. "I've been stuck here for 61 days, and now you're telling me it was all a mistake? Then just let me out of here. I want to go home." The system coldly continued its report. "The tower administrator is considering whether to execute you to eliminate the evidence." This message made Soon completely snap. He roared with fury. "What? I even unlocked an achievement. Instead of a reward, you're just going to eliminate me. This is completely unreasonable." Faced with his outburst, the system simply went silent. Seeing its sudden silence, Soon calmed down, wondering, have I completely lost this battle? A moment later, a new message appeared. "The tower administrator is awakening you." A stream of brilliant light, pulsing with immense energy, enveloped Soon's body. He was still reeling in disbelief. An awakening? Does this mean I'm officially one of the towers awakened? What's my class going to be? A swordsman? But I'm pretty smart. A mage would be a much better fit. Faced with his barrage of questions, the system continued to process. "What's my job?" Sejun asked anxiously. A moment later, a notification appeared. "You have become a tower farmer, complete with a flashy firework effect." Seeing this, Sejun was completely floored, his high hopes utterly crushed by reality. He stared, unable to believe this ridiculous truth. The system added more. "Thanks to your job, you won't get sick, and you will become one with nature. You'll also gain experience for harvesting crops." But he still didn't get it and asked, "Wait, a farmer? What do you mean, a farmer?" Stunned, Sejun shouted, "Status window." Instantly, his information appeared. Sejun, level 1, all stats, 1, job, tower farmer. The truth was right there, but he still asked, "Is this really my status window?" His face paled. Talent, normal. A vision of a future interview flashed through his mind. The MC announced, "Today we have a special guest, someone who cleared the tower with only a normal talent." Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Mr. Sejun. He was then asked, "So, Mr. Sejun, what is your class?" He'd coolly reply, "I am the tower farmer." Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Sejun cried out in absolute despair. "No, a farmer!" In a rage, he gripped a cherry tomato to throw it, but a family of rabbits suddenly appeared, stopping him cold. The rabbits stared at him, terrified, the little ones hiding behind their parents. Sejun finally calmed down, taking deep breaths to compose himself. He looked at the rabbit's den and the distant crackling fire. Lush green onions grew steadily nearby. Glancing at the tomato in his hand, he fell into deep thought. "He worked so hard to grow this," Sejun thought. Then, with a smile of acceptance, he clutched the tomato and said, "Maybe I'll just keep farming." His decision seemed to make the rabbits happy. A strange, small circle appeared on the tomato, and then the system window flashed before him. Magic cherry tomato, infused with blue moon energy. Grown in the tower, it's highly nutritious and delicious. Now, with the blue moon's power, its flavor is enhanced. Sejun's jaw dropped as he read, "What? This tomato is an item?" The stat increases. Watching Sejun dance happily inside the glass sphere, a mysterious figure angrily gritted his teeth. Sejun had no idea he was already being watched. He joyfully scooped up the rabbits. Thank you, guys. I couldn't have harvested this without you. In his moment of triumph, the system window appeared again. A related quest has begun. You must provide a blue moon tomato to the tower administrator. Reading the fine print, Sejun realized failure meant instant death. A chill ran down his spine as sweat beaded on his forehead. Another quest? This was less of a quest and more of a threat. He asked, trembling. You've got to be kidding me. Pointing at the quest window, he yelled, You call this a quest? It's blackmail. Just ask for one. Don't act like you're giving me a choice. But with no way to refuse, Sejun could only sigh. Seriously, is this how I die? How could his life be this cheap? The word death made him break out in a cold sweat. He finally bowed, offering the blue moon tomato. Please, spare my life. Sejun could only watch as the blue moon tomato vanished. The quest window announced, Quest complete, and naturally, a reward followed. At this, Sejun's spirits instantly lifted. A reward? That's right, a job skill. I was so focused on the death penalty, I forgot the reward. Sejun's tone changed completely. Tower Administrator, you're pretty generous. Haha. He excitedly opened his reward. The reward was a job skill, seed sowing, level 1. It slightly increases germination rate when a seed is planted. Seeing this reward, Sejun's excitement faded, but he quickly came to his senses. Right, my job as a tower farmer. That night, Sejun went fishing with a torch. The torch in one hand and a weapon in the other, he struck the fish. He flicked the stunned creature onto the bank. It was a piranha. The system notified Sejun, You have defeated a piranha and earned 2 experience points. He looked at the fish on the bank, happy he'd caught 5. This one gave him 10 points total. Sejun realized that since his awakening, he could gain EXP. After a few days of catching piranhas to survive, he could probably reach level 2. Holding 2 heavy skewers of fish, he wanted to catch more. But killing needlessly didn't feel right at all. They're a great source of protein, I shouldn't wipe them out. After grilling the fish, Sejun called out excitedly, Everyone, let's eat. Hearing his voice, the baby rabbits scampered over. Seeing them squabble, Sejun spoke up. Slow down. You've been eating a lot lately. You need to save some for your parents too. The rabbits were another source of food for him. Sejun handed 2 delicious fish to the mother and father rabbit. The 2 rabbits were also thrilled. They were farming white rabbits. That was their identity. A type of monster he'd never heard of outside the tower. Perhaps this species specialized in farming, not combat. That must be why they were unknown to the world. Watching the affectionate rabbit parents, he wondered. He didn't know what happened, but they probably lost their farm, wandered off, and ended up here by chance. Sejun wished they could understand each other, but he couldn't speak rabbit. Beside him, the father rabbit looked up with sparkling eyes. After they finished eating, Sejun stood up. Anyway, shouldn't we head to the farm? Today's a big day for everyone. The excited mother and father rabbits chirped in agreement. Arriving at the farm, they saw ripe cherry tomatoes. Sejun and the rabbits gasped in amazement. He was so happy he could cry. The time has finally come to harvest what we've grown, because the ones from after the blue moon didn't count toward his progress. I'll start harvesting now, he declared, reaching out. His hand trembled as it touched the cherry tomato. The rabbits were sweating with anticipation, just like him. The first cherry tomato was picked. He held it up to the sun, overjoyed by their very first real harvest. The rabbit kid looked impressed. They were perfectly ripe. The quest log updated instantly. You've obtained a ripe cherry tomato. Your profession EXP has slightly increased. You have gained 10 experience points. Soon stared, surprised. Experience points? From a magical cherry tomato? Are these like the items from before? The system quickly provided details. A magical cherry tomato from the tower is delicious and nutritious when eaten. It provides 10 grams of fat and grows 0.1 meters for 10 minutes. It can stack up to 10 effects for a maximum of 1 hour. When eaten, it releases 10 grams of fat for energy. Harvester, Tower Farmer's Son, expiration, 30 days. The more he read, the wider his eyes grew. The effect only lasts for 10 minutes, but if I eat 10 at once, I could gain 1 mana point. Are the other tomatoes like this too? He tried picking another one. A notification appeared. You have obtained a ripe cherry tomato. He picked one more. The system notified him again. Suddenly, a new message. You have obtained an unripe cherry tomato. Your profession EXP will not increase. You have gained 7 experience points. Soon jolted. Damn it, I picked the wrong one. He was stunned again. Huh? The EXP is lower, and I got no profession points. Soon realized with a shock, this isn't an item. It's just a normal tomato, isn't it? But he held a ripe one in his hand. Then he finally understood the problem. That's it. I have to harvest a perfectly ripe one for it to count as an item. He stopped picking randomly and chose carefully. It was harder than he thought. After gathering a perfect batch, the system announced, you have leveled up. You've received 1 bonus stat point. Soon was thrilled. I'm already level 4. This should be enough, right? With that, he moved to eat a tomato. The little rabbits became furious. The mother and father rabbit stomped and glared fiercely at him. Soon offered them some with a nervous laugh. "Ha ha, my apologies. We did this together. We should all share, shouldn't we?" The father rabbit took a tomato but still fumed angrily. Soon quickly backed down. "Please don't be mad." Soon, everyone held a cherry tomato. "Let's celebrate a successful harvest. Thanks for the meal." The baby rabbits nibbled happily. Soon popped the whole tomato into his mouth. The moment he bit down, his eyes flew open. He was lying on the grass at night, surrounded by the rabbits. A shooting star streaked across the sky, bursting into fireworks. He and the little ones were captivated by the beautiful night. Soon smelled the fresh scent of grass as sweet and sour flavors melted together, just like a summer fireworks festival. They all enjoyed the firework-filled sky together. A single tear fell from Soon's eye. Summer, he thought. It was all just a hallucination from the tomato. But Soon's tear astonished the parent rabbits. They chattered to each other about something he couldn't understand. Afterwards, the rabbit family moved the cherry tomatoes to their den. They stored them in a dry well and covered it with leaves. Meanwhile, Soon lazed about, watching them work. He smiled at the little ones. They're big enough to help their parents now. True children of farming rabbits. A full stomach makes for heavy eyelids. Soon lay on his bed and put on a leaf eye mask. Ah, so sleepy. I should probably get some rest for another great day tomorrow. You did a good job today, Soon. Soon, he was drooling and snoring. A quest window appeared before him, but he was fast asleep and completely unaware. He suddenly shot up with a scream, forcing his eyes open to read the alert. You have completed the trial. The tower manager is very satisfied and offers a reward. A groggy Soon reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll go get it. He pressed the accept button. Damn it, they just keep making me do things. Please, give me something useful this time. The reward is a profession skill. You've acquired Harvest Level 1. Harvested fruits will be in their optimal state, even if slightly overripe or unripe. Soon could barely contain his frustration. He complained, why would I need a harvesting skill? That's what I thought. Anyway, but the next day, he found the skill more useful than he expected. It activated whenever he picked an overripe or unripe fruit, slightly increasing its points until it gained EXP and became a magical cherry tomato. Thanks to this, he could gain experience even from imperfect tomatoes. He realized he didn't have to wait for them to be perfectly ripe anymore. This means I can work easier and faster. He turned to the father rabbit. Should we take a little break? Seeing the notification board appear again, he scowled. I knew this time would come. No reward at all? This is just blatant robbery. But he still had to offer the magical cherry tomatoes, with both hands, muttering, well, your last trial helped me a bit, so this is fine. Take it. But that was only the beginning. He stared at the new mission in despair. Again? Their greed has no limits. Soon growled, why does the amount keep going up? The new trial was to offer 500 magical cherry tomatoes to the tower manager. No reward. Refusal means death. Looking at that number, he uttered 2 words. I refuse. The notification promptly replied, the tower manager is very surprised. Log of the lost days in the tower. This marks the first rebellion against the tower manager. Soon's blood boiled as he shouted, what, again? Hey, you guys just took 100 of them. We need to eat to live, too. What do you even do with so many? The system then relayed the manager's thoughts. That sounds like the farmer's problem. It has nothing to do with him, so stop complaining and hand over the tomatoes. Soon smirked mockingly, gripping the green onion in his hand. I have to trade my sweat and tears every single day for this small harvest. Then the system added that the tower manager said he only needed to give up 2 seeds. He told you not to make a mountain out of a molehill. Those words made the final thread of Soon's patience snap. He narrowed his eyes, seething with rage as he refused. Not happening, I won't give them to you. A moment later, the system showed the tower manager's confusion, but Soon ignored it. He turned and walked away, then went to help the father rabbit harvest onions. Nearby, the system continued to flash threats for refusing the mission. A moment later, the system warned him, refuse the quest and die. But Sejun was busy grilling fish, while the rabbits arranged cherry tomatoes on a large leaf. Ignored, the system prodded Sejun again. It threatened death, but his face hardened. I will not hand over my hard work to someone who says I only planted seeds. Hearing this, the tower manager argued back. Isn't that all a farmer does? I am the manager here. Your job is just to follow instructions. Those words made Sejun sigh. And that is precisely why I will not give it to you, he said grimly. You force all this on me, yet you won't even acknowledge my efforts. Your rewards are just scraps of the value I create. You call yourself a tower manager? Sejun scowled in anger. You are a terrible manager. On the other end, she was thunderstruck, gritting her teeth before muttering, I am sorry. But her anger flared right back up when she saw Sejun nonchalantly munching on a cherry tomato. The system then announced the manager's rage for eating the magic tomato alone, threatening execution if he failed the quest. Sejin just covered his ears, tuning it out. Still, his heart softened, and he offered 5 tomatoes. I'm taking a break now. Seeing 2 baby rabbits fighting over one, he added, I also need to feed the kids. The tomatoes in Sejin's hand vanished instantly. A message from the manager appeared. You were forgiven, just this once. In a flash, it was gone. Sejin smirked, thinking. That must have been their attempt at an apology. He chuckled in his cave. This tower manager is simpler than I thought. Day 91 since Sejin was pulled in during the 4th lunar eclipse. That night, he huddled deep in the cave, unhappily eating cherry tomatoes in a cloak made of leaves. While eating, he mumbled, I heard that players with high mana can withstand a monster's scream to a certain degree. That is why I have to eat so many of these. But my life would be better if things like this just stopped happening. Later, Sejun wrapped a leaf blanket around himself, wishing, I hope time passes quickly. Outside, moonlight shone on the tomato plant's green fruits and flowers. Suddenly, the plant began to change under the eclipse's light. It shimmered brightly, leaving Sejun astonished. He gaped, unable to believe his eyes. A green tomato slowly turned yellow, then its skin became a deep blue. He knelt in the cave, questioning reality, whispering, I have to pick it right now. Then, the sweet potato plants also began to sparkle. Sejun was even more stunned. Even the sweet potato leaves are glowing in that blue moonlight. Impossible, sweating, he knew he had to check. Sejun got up and ran outside, rushing toward the plants and digging with his bare hands. A moment later, he had dug up a large mound of earth. What he saw made him gasp with joy. Sejun held up a purple sweet potato. A system notification popped up. The sweet potato has absorbed energy from the blue moonlight. It is now even more delicious. A series of messages followed. You have harvested a sweet potato under the blue moonlight. Farming experience has greatly increased. Your harvesting skill is maxed out. You have leveled up, gaining 50 experience points. Sejun looked at the blue tomato, then plucked it from the vine. Holding the potato and tomato, Sejun was ecstatic. My God, it is like I am holding the whole world in my hands. At the same time, the system announced a new side quest, much to Sejun's irritation. It announced the quest, deliver the blue moon sweet potato and the blue moon magic tomato to the tower manager. Refuse and die. He was suspicious. 2 quests at the same time? They are getting better at this. They will kill me if I refuse. Afterwards, Sejun took out a basket of cherry tomatoes to offer. I will complete the last quest. Here is the right amount of magic tomatoes. The manager was satisfied, the quest was done. But quickly, a new message appeared. What are you doing? Startled, Sejun, who was hiding the blue moon crops, replied, To put it simply, I will give it to you next time. Today, it stays here. Hearing this, the tower manager warned him not to try any tricks. Sejun then looked at the potato and tomato, wondering, what should I do with this? Then, he naturally tossed the tomato into his mouth. Sejun closed his eyes and chewed carefully. A second later, his whole body trembled. Sejun was ecstatic, like fireworks going off. Oh my God, this is so delicious and fresh. I feel like my tongue is throwing a party. The system reported, your mana has permanently increased by 0.5. Overjoyed, Sejun shouted, I cannot wait any longer. He then started a fire with leaves and threw in the leaf-wrapped potato. Sitting cross-legged roasting the potato, Sejun grinned happily. It is a shame there is no foil here. But at least I have these purple onions. There is no greater happiness than waiting for delicious food. After a long while, the eclipse faded, returning the sun to this place. Just then, the rabbit's den opened, and the whole family came out looking dazed. They approached Sejun curiously. He cheerfully lifted the hot potato with a leaf and announced, I introduce to you the blue moon-bathed sweet potato. Seeing the rabbits drool, Sejun said, There is not much, so please share. Suddenly, the father rabbit jumped out, blocking Sejun and his children. He pointed at Sejun and said something to his family, making his wife and kids look sad. After hearing him, Sejun pointed to himself and asked, You want me to eat it alone? Because there is only one? The father rabbit nodded. Moved, Sejun's eyes filled with tears. He patted its head and praised, You are the only one who cares about me. He was moved to tears, but inside, Sejun was laughing nervously. I will not tell him, I already ate one by myself earlier. He picked up the potato, peeled it, and said, Then I will eat. Sejun took a large bite, and a second later, he was screaming from the heat, dropping the sweet potato. Immediately, the rabbit couple stared at the potato, which had broken into pieces on the ground, ignoring Sejun's cries. My tongue is burning my throat. A spark of genius then flashed in the father rabbit's mind. The whole family pounced, each grabbing a piece of potato. But the father rabbit was not fast enough and could only watch as his children put the sweet potato in their mouths. It quickly felt the heat of the potato and started to sweat, panting with open mouths, before spitting out the pieces all at once. As the baby rabbits cried, Sejin finally screamed, "My sweet potato." The diary of someone lost in the tower. Sejin had a scorching hot meal today. Sejin seriously crossed his arms and instructed, "From now on, we will plant the sprouts of the sweet potato." This confused the baby rabbits, so he told them it was the thing they had just eaten. Sejin pointed with authority. "All right, listen up. From now on, the sweet potato sprouts are officially off limits." The rabbits' jaws dropped in unison, their world utterly shattered. The sprouts had become their favorite new snack. They immediately swarmed Sejin, crying and pleading, but he was unmoved. "Your protests are useless," he declared, knowing they'd devour everything. Then, an idea sparked. "But we'll have even tastier sweet potatoes for dinner, and if you help me plant these sprouts, I'll give you a special snack." How about it? Sejin planned to expand the farm. He teased them with a sly grin. A very special snack. Their mouths began to water with anticipation. Satisfied, Sejun clapped his hands. "All right, get to work." At his command, each baby rabbit grabbed a sweet potato stem to plant. Sejun then turned to the mother rabbit. "Can you leave one green onion? If we let it flower, I can get seeds from it." He stood, hands on his hips, muttering, "I should probably plant the seeds first to register them as an item." Elsewhere, a baby rabbit dug diligently with its paws. Another cheerfully carried a stem to the freshly dug hole. It carefully placed the stem inside. After filling the hole, it packed the soil tightly with its feet, while the father rabbit handled watering duty. But one rabbit, holding a stem, suddenly froze, drooling. It quickly took a sneaky, delicious bite, earning a swift bonk on the head from its dad. Sejun, oblivious, was busy harvesting tomatoes. A system window popped up. "You have harvested a ripe, magical cherry tomato. Harvesting proficiency, level 2, has increased slightly. Experience points increased slightly. You have gained 10 experience points and leveled up. Receive 1 bonus stat." Sejun read the new alert. "Tower farmer rank has risen from F class to E class. Your job class has been promoted, and your job trait will be strengthened. Level 8, and my job class ranked up 2, he exclaimed. "Now I can finally harvest them all." He sat by the fire, skewering cherry tomatoes for a quick snack. Suddenly, a message appeared. "The tower administrator is watching with keen interest, curious about today's menu." Sejun glanced around in confusion, but the text vanished. He pouted, annoyed. "Watching me?" A moment later, Sejun waved to the rabbits, "Snack time." They rushed over, their excitement palpable. He proudly presented the sizzling skewers as the system named the dish. Special grilled cherry tomato skewers. The clean piranha bones make the tomatoes sweeter and softer. The happy rabbit family each received a skewer. Sejun held one too, noting how easy they were to carry and eat. "But they're hot, so remember to blow on them first," he warned. He then crouched down to check the newly planted area. "Should we dig up some sweet potatoes for tonight?" With a skewer in his mouth, Sejun dug with his bare hands. He pulled out a plant with 4 tubers attached, gasping in awe. The system provided a description. "Power sweet potato, grown inside the tower. Nutritious and delicious. Consumption reduces body fat by 10 grams and increases strength by 0.1 for 10 minutes. Sejun counted his haul with satisfaction. 15 potatoes in total. That's about 5 tubers per plant. A great first harvest. But then he noticed a few lone leaves lying on the ground. Sejun picked one up and planted it himself. As he patted the soil, he muttered, "Not a single one should go to waste." A sudden system notification took him by surprise. "You have planted a sweet potato sprout. Sowing proficiency, level 1, has increased slightly." Sejun's face went pale. "Does that mean I have to plant everything myself to level up the skill?" He immediately threw up his hands to stop the rabbits. "Wait, everyone, stop. I'll do it myself." Meanwhile, on her island, a certain being was busy. Island was mimicking Sejun, skewering tomatoes and roasting them over a fire. But when she took a bite, she spat it out immediately. Bitter, she flicked her long tail, confused. What went wrong? The human ate it so happily, sweet on the inside. Is this how it's supposed to taste? It's actually pretty good. After finishing, Island wiped her mouth and placed a hand on a pink orb. Now then, let's see what that human is up to. She saw Sejun feeding a baby rabbit on his lap, her face flushed with rage, and she gritted her teeth. "How dare they roast sweet potatoes without me?" The great black dragon Island. Back with Sejun, he and the rabbit family were joyfully eating potatoes. Suddenly, a quest notification appeared. An additional quest has been triggered. Offer 1 roasted power sweet potato to the tower administrator. Reward, none. Refusal, death. Sejun stared blankly, then turned away to keep eating. "I'll postpone it," he said dismissively. But Island's voice echoed, "I won't let you rest until you offer me a roasted potato." Seeing this, Sejun tried to bargain. "I only have 1 left. Is there any kind of reward you can offer? The system paused before updating. The tower administrator has revised the quest. Offer 1 roasted power sweet potato. Reward: 1 job-related skill. Refusal: death. Now Sejin was interested. Another job skill? All right, here's your sweet potato. The words quest complete appeared, and he tapped the open button. Reward: you have received the Seed Shop, level 1, skill. When the skill is activated, you can purchase 1 item from the Seed Shop once every 30 days. Sejin was ecstatic. I can actually buy things? Inside the tower? Awesome, Mr. Administrator. Why didn't you give me this sooner? Without hesitation, Sejin raised his hand. Activate Seed Shop skill. The system confirmed, command executed. Checking customer Sejin's transaction history, no records found. That didn't surprise him, but another worry surfaced. By the way, how do I even pay for anything? I don't have any money. Can I trade goods instead? A friendly system message appeared. We will provide our new customer with a one-time service. We will grant you 1 tower coin. A square notification popped into view, leaving Sejin completely and utterly stunned. He cheered. This seed shop is a lifesaver. You're the best. Seeing a tower coin, he eagerly opened the shop's interface. This coin has to be worth 1 million, right? What can I buy with this? The system replied that for a novice, 3 random seeds would be displayed. You can only purchase 1 type at your current level. 3 options appeared: red chili, cabbage, and carrot seeds. Each offered 1,000 seeds. Soon stroked his chin, thinking, just like the name implies, only seeds are sold here. So 1 tower coin for 1,000 seeds is about 100,000? They're so expensive. He analyzed his choices. Red chili and cabbage are too unstable. It's not like I can make kimchi here. Soon stared at the last option, then exclaimed, carrots. The rabbit family behind him immediately turned to look. Their odd behavior made Soon curious, as Father Rabbit explained. His eyes widened. You guys want to eat carrots? Instantly, the rabbit's eyes sparkled as they drooled, confirming his guess. Soon leaned down and repeated the word, watching the rabbit's thrilled reactions. Every time he yelled carrots, they responded with a cheer. Suddenly, Father Rabbit leaped forward, kicking Soon in the face. A system notification announced he had bought 1,000 carrot seeds and gained 1 seed shop point. He needed 100 points to level up. A red pouch containing the seeds appeared. Holding it, Soon noted that the bag itself looked more expensive than the seeds. At that moment, Soon noticed a message. The tower's administrator was pleased with his transaction, causing him to question reality. Soon's diary of being lost in the tower. He raised his hands joyfully. All right, let's start planting some carrots. Soon had acquired carrot seeds from his first purchase at the seed shop. High above, a bee watched them curiously. The wiggling tails of the 2 rabbit couples showed their happiness. They watched intently as the seeds were sown. The rabbit husband and wife didn't forget to show off their love, especially to the single viewers. From a distance, Soon watched the affectionate couple and sighed helplessly. It's been days since I planted the carrots. Though they haven't sprouted, the rabbits just lie there by the patch. Do they really love carrots that much? He then lay down to rest, ignoring everything. Suddenly, a mysterious creature buzzed past Soon's face. He waved it away dismissively, but it kept flying back and forth, annoying Soon until he shot up. So annoying. Where did this bug come from? But when he saw the creature clearly, he was stunned. The bee stared at him with an incredibly cute face. Soon's jaw dropped. He pushed a baby rabbit aside and moved closer to the bee, marveling. This monster is so cute. Where did something this adorable come from? Let's see. What's your name? The system window displayed its identity. Poison bee. Realizing the name, Soon screamed in terror. A poison bee. He frantically asked the rabbits, Hey, is it dangerous? Before he could finish, the 2 rabbit couples had grabbed their children and fled. Seeing this, Soon fell into a panic. He cried without tears. You damned rabbits, how could you leave me alone like this? The system then displayed the poison bee's information. It was a carnivorous bee species that hunts with venom and devours its prey. The system then warned him to stay away from its stinger. Soon read it and gasped. What? A meat-eating bug? How can you even call that a bee? He then tried to get as far away from it as possible. Don't come near me. Go away. Shoo. But the more he fled, the closer the bee got. I'm not tasty. I'm all skin and bones. Spare me. While trying to escape, he accidentally grabbed a flower stalk. He desperately held it out towards the poison bee. It stared intently at the flower he presented. The poison bee moved closer and sniffed it a few times. Hearing no sound, Soon peeked open his eyes. He was surprised to see the bee happily pollinating his flower, looking incredibly joyful. Witnessing this, Soon started to doubt the system's information. Didn't it say this thing was a carnivore? Then he remembered something. Oh, right, pollination. He turned to the poison bee. Pointing to a garden behind him, he enticed it. If you're hungry, Feel free to drink the nectar from here." The poison bee heard him and happily zipped over. Soon let out a wicked laugh. Hey, if this works, I won't have to pollinate them myself anymore." After solving the tricky problem, he criticized the rabbits for their cowardly behavior. Despite them gathering around to soothe him, he ignored them and turned away. "I don't want to. I'm mad, so don't touch me." After the poison bee finished pollinating, it approached him. Soon asked, "Are you done drinking the nectar?" But it kept getting closer, making him terrified. "Are you full? Don't get too close to me." The poison bee suddenly landed on his shirt, stretched out, and fell asleep comfortably on him. Just then, Soon realized he had gained a new family member. At the tomato garden, a stone marked the time they had been there. Day 120 after getting lost, Soon and the rabbits diligently tended to their garden, but some mischievous baby rabbits annoyed him, forcing him to scold them. "Hey, I'm working here, go play somewhere else." But as Soon watched the happy bunnies play, he felt a bit of their joy himself. They must be having fun. Of course they are. Kids are meant to play. When he saw the poison bee had returned, he smiled and said, "Oh, you finished all the nectar?" Several weeks had passed since the poison bee arrived. He reminded it that it was almost time to eat. Then, Soon called everyone over for lunch. After living together, Soon realized the poison bee wasn't going to return to its hive. A few days ago, he saw it producing honey. The poison bee drizzled sweet honey onto a leek, making it even sweeter. Soon and the rabbits savored the heavenly taste, praising it endlessly. "So sweet. This is delicious." Soon finally saw the poison bee in a new light. "At first, I thought you were a deadly monster, but thanks to you, I've expanded the garden and can now harvest honey." He ate while imagining the future ahead. "In a few months, I'll have so much honey that even bears would be jealous of me." The system suddenly congratulated him, but it vanished when he turned his head. Soon looked at the stone marking the date and guessed, thinking about it, the blood moon is coming soon, isn't it? He had a bad feeling about what was to come, but could only pray for the best. On day 121, after getting stuck here, he harvested some ripe, plump tomatoes. Zoom carefully stored it away. This should be enough food. He wondered why the poison bees vanished, but wasn't worried. They were likely preparing for the blue moon. Zune watched the huddle of rabbits with a growing sense of dread. They seemed especially anxious today. He checked the time, planning to call them inside soon. He turned to see them all hugging each other, as if it were a final goodbye. It was a strangely heartwarming sight. Zune stared at them, completely stunned. Before he could speak, the two rabbit couples bolted. They vanished into the house, leaving him bewildered. The husband rabbit even waved goodbye before firmly shutting the door. Zune couldn't believe it, shouting, "Are you two abandoning your kids? How could they be so heartless? The blue moon is coming." Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black. Zune froze, looking up as the bunnies started to mutate. They grew more fearsome with each passing moment. Zune watched the scene unfold, completely shocked. What in the world is happening right now? The adorable rabbits were gone, replaced by terrifying versions of themselves. They shrieked wildly, and a strange light suddenly erupted from their bodies, blinding Zune. A pair of rabbit ears popped out, followed by a cute, wagging white tail. The rabbit's transformation was complete. Zune was utterly speechless. "You guys," he gasped in awe. "Have you all grown up? Your fur color changed, too." Zune finally realized today was the rabbit's 5th birthday. He covered his face, moved, and here I thought something terrible was happening. The baby bunnies panicked, thinking he was crying. The black rabbit tried to comfort him, but they were immediately showered with Zune's frantic kisses. Not a single one of them could escape. A while later, the sun reappeared, and the two rabbit parents emerged. Zune saw them and waved enthusiastically. He watched the happy reunion and wondered if he should throw them a birthday party. Suddenly, one of the bunnies squeaked. A shovel materialized in its paws. Zune stared in absolute amazement. "Whoa, what are these things?" Right after, the other rabbits began receiving their own tools. A white rabbit farmer with a scythe, one with a wheelbarrow, one with a watering can, and another with a shovel. Zune was stunned they could summon items. He finally understood that becoming adult farmer rabbits meant they get their own unique items, and he couldn't just borrow them, either. He suddenly turned to the black rabbit, asking curiously, "What about you?" The black rabbit proudly summoned its item, a large hammer. Zune was puzzled since a hammer wasn't a gardening tool. The black rabbit then struck a heroic pose. That's when he noticed its name. The system now called it Black Rabbit Warrior. In the following days, the rabbits worked diligently with their new tools. They used their new equipment to finally chop the green onions. The wheelbarrow and shovel rabbits were busy harvesting tomatoes. Zune saw the pile of tomatoes and said, "Thanks a lot, just leave them here." He watched them working, feeling emotional. Just days ago, they were running around playing. Now they were helping their parents. Time really does fly. After calming himself, he glanced at the black rabbit lazing about. It was busy enjoying the tomatoes its siblings had gathered. Zune sighed, thinking it was totally useless. He spoke seriously. If you're a warrior, your job is to fight, right? We're in a cave, so there aren't any monsters. What are you supposed to fight? A hammer is no good for farming, so what should we do? Hearing this, the black rabbit had an idea. It excitedly pointed toward the lake on the other side. Zune's face lit up with joy. Oh, right, you can catch fish in the pond. Hunting is a form of combat, isn't it? Great, you're finally being useful. With that, they began their plan. Zune instructed the black rabbit. I'll use a torch to lure the fish, then you catch them. Show me that warrior strength. He splashed the water's surface with the torch. A fish, drawn by the light, leaped from the lake. Zune gave the signal, now. It instantly smashed the fish, sending it flying into a wall. Zune was horrified. The fish was completely pulverized. The black rabbit turned and gave him a thumbs up. Zune just froze on the spot. Later, the fish was reluctantly cooked into a meal. Nobody dared to touch the food. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Zune tried to comfort the black rabbit. You'll get better with practice. And so, the rabbits got used to their jobs. On day 125, the seed system reopened. Zune eagerly waited to see what the shop offered this time. The system offered him 10 watermelon seeds, 50 sweet pumpkin seeds, and 200 waxy corn seeds. Zune was shocked that the prices were different than before. He looked at his meager funds with a worried expression. I only have 0.9 their coins. I can only afford the waxy corn seeds. What am I supposed to do? If the prices keep rising like this, I won't be able to buy anything next time. He worried, since there was no way to earn currency here. The first method was rewards for clearing a tower floor. The second was hunting monsters. The third was completing quests for rewards. Zune analyzed each method for earning money. He realized the only quests he could do were from the system or the tower administrator. After thinking it over, he called out to the tower administrator. Can you hear me? Can you give me rewards in tower coins if I complete a quest right now? The system replied that it would give him rewards when he grew up. Zune was confused. When I grow up, how old do you think I am? The administrator said that was a secret, Zune asked. So how many more years until I'm considered grown up? When the administrator said 300 years, Zune absolutely lost it. He grit his teeth, trying to suppress his rage. Ignoring the system, he focused on the immediate problem. Zune decided to choose the corn seeds. As he chose, he imagined all the dishes he could make. It would be delicious, boiled, or grilled. I could even grind it into flour and make something like bread. The system presented him with the waxy corn seeds. Zune poured them out into his palm. He showed them to the rabbits. They look pretty sturdy, right? After receiving the seeds, the diligent farmers started their work again. But their enthusiasm didn't last long, as Zune clutched his rumbling stomach. Okay, but first, we need to eat something. And with that, the pulverized fish were put on the grill. After their meal, the farmers sprawled out, resting with their bellies full. Seijun was glad to see the honeybee appear after days in hiding. Welcome back, honeybee. You spent a lot of time in this cave lately, haven't you? Is it all right if you don't return? The honeybee drew close, nuzzling him. Seijun gave in to its overwhelming cuteness. Fine, if you don't go home, you're always welcome here. So adorable. Suddenly, the honeybee froze. It and the black rabbit sensed another presence was near. Seijun asked with concern, is it a monster? Above the cave, two feline paws appeared, followed by a reassuring voice. Don't misunderstand. I'm not some shameless cat here to steal your food, Seijun shouted. Then why are you here? The cat then leaped from the bushes. It landed gracefully before Seijun. The cat extended a paw to greet him. It smiled warmly and asked, You must be the client, Seijun. Then, the cat introduced himself. I am Theo, a wandering merchant. That moment marked the first meeting of Seijun and Theo in his tower diary. I met a wandering merchant cat. He greeted me with a professional air. Are you the client, Seijun? Hello, I am Theo, a traveling merchant. Seijun was astonished. He had heard of wandering merchants, but he never thought one would be a cat. But what really stood out were its sparkling eyes and soft, adorable cheeks. Even more lethal were those squishy toe beans he desperately wanted to touch. This extreme level of cuteness defeated Seijun in an instant. He screamed inside his head. This is totally cheating. But he forced a cough and pretended to be calm. That's right, I'm Seijun. What is it you need? Theo immediately bowed before him. I heard that a rookie traded with the seed shop, so I came to greet you and propose a few deals. As he spoke, he rummaged in his bag, boasting about an excellent item that made Seijun curious. But before he could retrieve it, Theo's stomach roared fiercely. The young cat scratched his head, embarrassed, and apologized. I haven't eaten anything at all today. It seems I've made a poor impression on a client. Seijun was surprised, looking at the cat's shy smile. An idea suddenly sparked in Seijun's mind. A sly grin spread across his face that could give anyone chills. Your name is Theo, right? The young cat looked up at him. As he did, a massive fish appeared right before his eyes. Sejun gave the little guy a gentle smile. Would you like some grilled fish? He even pleaded softly, please, don't refuse. The delicious fish made the cat drool a river, ruining his cool merchant image. But Theo tried to maintain his composure. He wiped away his drool and held up a paw to decline. It's quite all right, sir. I cannot accept food from a client. But the sly Sejun wouldn't let it go that easily. He put an arm around the cat, tempting him. You don't want any? This is the irresistible aroma of tender meat grilled over a fire. A perfect fish flavor that no cat should ever miss. You want it, don't you? Here, take it. Just have a little bite. What a cruel temptation. Theo was drooling waterfalls now. With Sejun holding the fish right under his nose, who could possibly resist? Finally, a faint meow was heard. A moment later, Theo lay with a full belly, licking his lips in satisfaction. I'm so full. Of course he was, since he devoured 5 of Sejun's fish. After the satisfying meal, Theo bowed in gratitude. Thank you very much, sir. You've been too kind to me. I don't know how I can ever thank you enough. But Sejun just smiled. Not at all. I should be thanking you. You came all this long way just to meet me. After the feast, the cat decided to get back to business. I came here to make a trade, but Sejun just smiled sweetly, holding out his hand. Tower coins, please. You have to pay for those grilled fish, right? Theo shouted in anger. Weren't they free? He retorted, nothing in this world is free. You said you came here to make a deal, didn't you? He threatened in a low voice. You weren't planning to eat a client's fish and then just run off, were you? That's when Theo realized he was trapped, surrounded by rabbits wielding weapons. Heartbroken, Theo was forced to transfer him 0.5 tower coins and immediately collapsed in despair. Unlike the cat, Sejun was thrilled to have a tower coin in his hand. Theo screamed in his heart, I came here to get money from a client, but now I'm the one paying? I'm already at a loss before even starting business. No, I can't be defeated like this. I will definitely sell my items. With that thought, the cat shot up, pulling out his bag and shouting, Now it is my turn, please look over my items. Theo yanked his bag open, making a small mat. Ta-da, what do you think, sir? These are all popular items from the other floors. A water bottle, a mini fan, a handheld warmer, all for just 5 tower coins each. Looking at these familiar things, he realized they were items from outside the tower. The rabbits all gathered around to curiously inspect the 3 items. The cat proudly held up the water bottle. This cup has preservation magic. If you put something hot or cold in it, it will maintain the temperature. Truly an amazing item. And this mini fan has a wind magic charm. Whenever you need it, you just need to press this switch. Sejun stared blankly at the cat, then cut him off. He pointed to the goods on display, saying coldly, The items you brought are all garbage. Theo shrieked in outrage. What? What do you mean they're garbage? What are you talking about? These are items from outside the tower. How can you not recognize their value? At the same time, he gathered up all his things, refusing to sell to someone so ignorant. But Sejun just pointed back to himself. I'm also from outside the tower. This revelation terrified Theo. The little cat's face immediately went deathly pale. Sejun picked up the bottle to explain, This thing doesn't have any magic. This bottle insulates through a vacuum seal, which blocks the outside temperature. And if you use the mini fan or hand warmer, they'll only work for a few hours. They stop when the battery runs out. But the cat refused to believe him, shouting, That's not true. Kagem definitely told me they had magic. But then the mini fan began to slow down, proving Sejun's point. See, the battery really is dead. Theo furiously slapped the fan, screaming, No way, why isn't it moving anymore? Move, darn it, Sejun replied. I think that Kagem fellow tricked you into buying this stuff. Theo then realized he'd been duped a second time, collapsing in despair. It can't be. He was so kind to me. He sobbed, pounding his fists on the ground. Kazam is a wicked goblin. Why am I always fooled? Seeing this, Sejun simply patted Theo's back. If you don't mind, could you tell me everything? While the rabbits inspected the junk, Theo spoke between tears. I came from the 75th floor. It's one of the tower's neutral zones. For the longest time, I admired Maine, the most beautiful girl in Ganat village. The others in town kept pushing me to confess, so I listened, presenting her with a bouquet of dried fish. But Maine was a gorgeous, arrogant cat, clearly a noble lady. Seeing the dried fish, her face twisted in disgust. How awful. Maine tossed the fish to the ground, yelling with contempt, the horrid smell of cheap anchovies. Theo was stunned. What are you doing? I worked so hard to buy those grilled anchovies for you. But she just scoffed coldly and turned away. Suddenly, a voice rang out, You should know your place. How dare you try to woo Maine? It was Eisen, son of the richest cat in the village. He wore a dapper suit, holding a huge fish with a fancy bow. He captured everyone's gaze, including Maine's. Eisen sneered. How could you offer cheap anchovies to a lady? You should at least bring quality salmon like this. But the hopelessly devoted Theo shouted back. But Maine hates oily food because she's afraid of gaining weight. Contrary to his words, Maine's eyes sparkled at the salmon. It's so beautiful. Those words shattered his world, and his perfect image of her vanished. Ozen proudly escorted her away, laughing smugly. Let's go, Maine. We'll have salmon steak at my place. But Theo, still a fool for love, hadn't given up yet and desperately tried to hold on. Wait, the scene looked like a cheesy romance drama. Everything we went through, our memories, did they mean nothing at all? The poor cat tried to deceive himself. This is all a lie, right? At that moment, Maine's body trembled with overwhelming emotion. Theo looked at her firmly. I can see your tears. Can you swear on them? He remembered the days they'd spent playing together. But now, Maine only felt disdain for him. Unable to listen anymore, she snapped angrily. What are you even talking about? Stop making things up. I only smiled at you a few times. And you created this whole fantasy. You pursued me even when I said I wasn't interested. Honestly, you're just so annoying. It turned out the image of them running in a field was all in his head. The reality was a stormy, thunderous day. He had relentlessly chased Maine, scaring the poor cat half to death. She pointed right at him. I hate poor cats who reek of cheap anchovies like you. Her words crushed Theo's heart, plunging him into despair. The world had one more heartbroken cat. After that, he left to become a traveling merchant, determined to get rich and seek revenge. The story made Sejun and the rabbits break into a cold sweat. Theo added sadly, I even used my life savings for a license and equipment. It cost 50 tower coins. I plan to use my last 5 tower coins to buy something to resell for profit. That was when a goblin approached Theo at a stall. Hello, are you a new traveling merchant? It was Kazam. If you need anything, just ask me. So they went to a nearby tavern. Kazam spoke mysteriously of items from outside the tower. They look very precious. If you take these to the upper floors, you'll make a fortune. The people up there absolutely love to collect these things. Theo wondered why he would sell such great items so cheaply. Kazam's voice turned syrupy sweet. Because I like you think of it as a gift from a senior merchant. Seeing Theo hesitate, he feigned annoyance, waving his hand. If you don't want it, that's fine by me. I'll just give it to another merchant. Theo immediately fell for the trap, sealing the deal. Having fooled the rookie, Kazam pulled out a piece of paper. This is a map to the seed store's new clients. Since you're new, you might get lucky and earn a fortune. Since he provided useful info, he asked Theo to pay for the drinks. The cat, tricked twice, naively thanked his scammer profusely. So I gave all my money to Kazam for these items. Hoping to resell them, I starved on my way here. Theo thrashed on the ground, wailing in agony. But it was all just junk. Worse, the client took the rest of my money. I'm not good at anything. I'm so stupid. Sejun couldn't help but think, this cat is incredibly gullible. Then, an idea on how to earn coins struck him. Sejun put on a concerned face again. Calm down, Theo. Why not have some more grilled fish? But the cat was a bit wiser now. You'll feed me and then ask for money, right? I'm not that dumb. But Sejun reassured him, no, this is on the house. Even what you ate before is my treat. Hearing this, the cat stared in shock, his eyes shimmering. In return, Sejun made a request. How about you work with us? And so, in his tower diary, Sejun found a sucker. I mean, a new partner. Theo asked in disbelief if Sejun really wanted to work with him. He replied that he needed a skilled merchant to sell some items. He cautiously asked if Sejun thought he was good enough. Then Theo asked dejectedly, didn't you hear my story just now? I'm just an amateur merchant. Sejun encouraged him, saying he had potential despite a few mistakes. Besides, after all that, you've definitely found a business partner. Theo was stunned by his words. Sejun then shouted, right, and called the rabbits. Instantly, 2 resting spots, prepared by the bunnies, appeared before them. Sejun lounged leisurely, sipping a drink as the rabbits diligently cared for him. Don't tell Pi all of this is made from green onions. Oh, heavens save me. He then turned to Theo, asking, you realize you were scammed into buying useless junk, right? And now you're too broke to trade. Hearing this, Theo hesitantly admitted it was true. Sejun then cheerfully proposed a business deal that would benefit them both. Theo would sell items for him, and in return, he would earn a commission. Theo was surprised by the offer. Sejun added that he must sell the items for more than the set price. He insisted Theo had the skill for it, and would get 3 to 5% of the item's sale value. Theo's face went pale at those conditions. This deal seemed incredibly unfair. He feigned anger, thinking, does he really think I'm that easy to fool? Just then, Sejun mentioned he hadn't revealed the most important part yet. He then waved his hand, signaling the rabbits to bring something over. Sejun then announced he'd pay Theo 10 grilled fish a week, or its cash equivalent. Theo was so stunned he couldn't even speak. Staring at the grilled piranhas, Theo couldn't stop drooling. Beside him, Sejun asked if he wanted to sign a contract. Theo immediately shook his head. Had he already forgotten being scammed? He couldn't fall for it again, but he kept drooling as he hesitated. Wiping his mouth, he started to negotiate. Make it 20 fish, and I'll consider it. A sly grin spread across Sejun's face. He stood up and happily declared he was in a good mood, so he'd make it 25. Theo sat there, his mouth wide open in shock. He couldn't hide his delight as his ears twitched nonstop. Sejun then added that besides the weekly salary, Theo could eat as much grilled fish as he wanted. Really? Theo yelled, and Sejun nodded. He then emphasized every word to lure Theo in, who was too overjoyed to notice his intentions. Then Sejun asked, "Do you have any paper?" Theo immediately said yes. Theo quickly produced a piece of paper and a quill. Sejun took the quill and made a masterful stroke. Then, they both pressed their thumbprints on the contract. Sejun cheerfully put an arm around Theo and said, "It's done." But Theo just stared blankly, as if reality was just sinking in. Suddenly, Theo screamed, realizing he'd signed in his excitement without thinking. But it was too late. The contract flew high into the air, far from his desperate grasp. Immediately, all the terms and conditions appeared before them. Sejun said excitedly that contracts in the tower are absolute and can't be destroyed. Beside him, Theo collapsed in despair, cursing himself. At the same time, Sejun remarked that he now understood why the contracts were made so hard to void. This system makes them more valuable and effective. Truly brilliant. Suddenly, Theo sat up and asked if Special Clause 4 meant he had to use his Gannett dialect, which was quite embarrassing. Sejun just laughed, saying Theo would understand when the time came. For now, they should just try their best. Theo frowned, pulling his hand away and replying that there's no way to know if he'll do well. The first special clause even says so. The contract states that if his performance is poor, it will be terminated. Sejun confidently patted his head, telling him not to worry, that the items would sell well. "I have faith in you, Theo," the resourceful merchant meowed. Puffed up with pride from the compliment, Theo beamed, while Sejun whispered how simple-minded he was. Theo then looked up and asked what he was supposed to sell. Sejun simply replied, "Just cherry tomatoes." Theo tilted his head in confusion. Sejun then went to the garden, picked a tomato, and handed it to him. Looking at the tomato in his hand, Theo thought to himself that it increases mana by 0.1 for 10 minutes. He then asked what the selling price would be. In his head, Theo calculated he might earn 0.01 tower coins from rookies if he was lucky. Sejun confidently said 0.05 tower coins each. Theo was shocked. What kind of fool would buy this? But then he figured this might be good. The contract would end if his sales were under 5 tower coins. Plus, he'd get to eat grilled fish during that time. He then asked aloud, since it was his first time selling, how many he should take. 1,000, Sejun replied instantly. He continued, saying he'd also prepared 25 grilled fish, but how would Theo carry it all? Theo said he would put it in his magic bundle cloth. It can preserve items, expand space, and even reduce weight, so he can carry everything and keep it all fresh for a while. After speaking, he tossed the cloth at the cherry tomatoes and fish. Instantly, everything was sucked inside neatly. Sejun remarked on how convenient it was as Theo slung the bag onto his back. He told Sejun he'd be back soon, and after saying their goodbyes, Theo set off. A few days later, on the 38th floor, Dong-sik's party was fighting a crimson monster. It lunged at Dong-sik to attack, but luckily, he managed to block it. His 2 party members supported him with a counterattack. Dong-sik seized the chance to land a clean strike, defeating the creature. Everyone applauded Dong-sik, saying he was truly worthy of being the Phoenix Guild's leader. He frowned and told them to stop the flattery and finish up, especially Jessica. Dong-sik wasn't going to let her slack off again. Jessica just innocently continued to flirt with him. Hearing that, Dong-sik just folded his arms and chuckled lightly. Just then, a sound came from the nearby bushes. He spun around in surprise as Dong-sik shouted, "Who's there?" Theo emerged from the bushes with a smile, waving them over. He then asked if they wanted to browse some goods. Dong-sik looked at him, surprised. Everyone else immediately gathered around, saying it was a traveling merchant meow. Theo cheerfully replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you all." The long-haired girl gushed over how cute he was. The pink-haired girl beside her added to look at his adorable paws. Suddenly, Theo remembered Sejun's advice to use his local dialect to grab their attention. He instantly understood the reason for that clause. Theo quickly took out a basket of cherry tomatoes and said, "Have a look at this." Everyone stared blankly, asking what it was. Dong-sik glanced at it and turned away. He said to at least sell something like meat buns, as cherry tomatoes would be a tough sell. Hearing this, Theo crossed his arms and laughed loudly, saying he knew they'd say that. These weren't your average cherry tomatoes. One of them looked intrigued. He replied, "Pretty up stats." One of them looked and hesitated. saying it's a magical cherry tomato. It increases mana by 0.01 for 10 minutes. That seems pretty low. And so, he asked for the price. Theo calmly replied, 0.05 tower coins. The man erupted, yelling he'd rather buy gear than waste money on this. With a dismissive wave, he told them to leave. But a pink-haired girl hesitantly stopped them. She explained it could help lose 10 grams of fat. Hearing that, they all froze in place. Everyone immediately spun back around. They rushed Theo, asking about the tomato's amazing effect. Instantly, they started screaming for Theo to sell them the tomatoes. The four even began fighting over the tiny fruits. Everyone else just stared, completely bewildered. Theo shouted for them to form a line. Dong Shich even wondered if he should buy some. Meanwhile, with Sejun, the system announced constant level-ups. He glanced at the mother rabbit, thinking Theo must be doing fine. By now, he's probably met the other hunters. Next, Sejun examined a cherry tomato. It seemed to only boost magic stats, but it also helps reduce fat. This is a diet item you won't find anywhere else. He popped one into his mouth, noting its delicious taste. No side effects, and they're amazing, he thought. Sejun was certain they would sell like crazy. Clenching his fist, he felt confident in Earth's diet knowledge. Back with Theo, the boy panted, stammering, "They're completely sold out." In Sejun's cave, the carrot patch was thriving. Father Rabbit squealed pie in excitement, but Sejun was troubled. Out of 1,000 seeds he'd bought, only 700 had sprouted. And of the 1,200 magic tomato seeds he harvested, only 732 had sprouted and were now growing. The corn and sweet potatoes he planted also had a germination rate of about 60 to 70%. The carrots and tomatoes seemed to have a similar rate. Staring at a tiny sprout, he wished for more to grow. Maybe his farming level was too low, or perhaps the cave soil just wasn't fertile enough. "Let's try again. I'll figure it out soon," Sejun said, regaining his spirit. "We need Theo to earn tower coins, so we have to harvest as much as we can." Suddenly, a loud noise from behind caught their attention. What they saw was a torch flipping high into the air, and the one responsible was the black rabbit. It held a hammer in its paws, eyeing the piranhas in the pond. As the torch reached its peak, a school of piranhas leaped from the water, drawn to the light. This was the moment. The black rabbit shot forward. Mega kill! In a flash, all 5 fish had their heads crushed. It caught the falling torch perfectly in its paw. Without a single glance back, the fish dropped to the ground. The black rabbit looked absolutely epic. Sejun approached, amazed. "Black rabbit, you're a pretty good hunter." Just then, its body began to glow. Sejun realized the little guy was leveling up. He happily patted its head. "Congrats on leveling up. I've seen the white rabbits level up from farming before. This is the first time I've seen you level up, black rabbit. You're becoming a real hunter." It proudly turned to the white rabbits, puffing out its chest. Though they clearly didn't want to, they had to applaud. To celebrate the black rabbit's level up, Sejun gave them all a break. Sejun pulled out a thermos, happily announcing it was coffee time. Inside, he found several coffee packets. He eagerly grabbed one. It seemed neither Theo nor Kazam had ever opened it. If Theo ever sold this coffee, he'd probably have to sell a fortune just to buy it. But luckily, since they were clueless, he got it for free. Even without hot water, he could just add ice for an Americano. Having coffee here is the best. Sejun sighed happily. Next, Sejun added a bit of honey from the baby bee to finish it. And just like that, the honey Americano was complete. The mix of instant coffee, cold cave water, and rich poison honey created a perfect balance of bitter and sweet. Just one sip could wash away all fatigue and hunger. Sejun downed half the bottle, sighing in satisfaction. Noticing the rabbits staring at him, he offered them a taste. The black rabbit took a huge sip, just like Sejun, but its face instantly went pale, shocking the others. The curious rabbits also tried, but all of them frantically spit it out, making Sejun laugh loudly. It seems a rabbit's tongue is more sensitive to bitterness. Suddenly, Sejun saw the poison bee at the cave entrance and waved hello. Seeing him, the bee buzzed and pointed to its brand new hive. Sejun and the rabbits were all completely stunned, so the poison bee had moved in with them. Sejun had been sad that it had to leave every evening. Now, they were like a real family. He happily declared they should have a party. Just then, a new quest popped up. Give 10 tomatoes to the tower administrator. The reward was nothing, but the penalty was my disappointment. Sejun smirked. By constantly delaying quests, the administrator must have noticed his deal with Theo. The usual threats were gone, replaced with his polite request. "Hey, I'm starting to like this guy as much as I hate him." So, he decided to send a few over. The moment the tomatoes vanished, a message appeared. "Thank you." Sejun chuckled, feeling incredibly satisfied. Then, a sudden realization hit him. Sejun slumped against the wall, dejected. Wait, was I just easily manipulated? In a tavern somewhere in the tower, a green fist slammed a mug down. Kazim roared, "That damn cat, why hasn't he returned?" Two other goblins sat with him. They wondered why he was waiting for the cat. "He spent all his money on my items," Kazam explained. "But he still hasn't reported his failure to the Merchants Guild." One of them asked, "Are you worried? What if he actually comes back?" "Putting on a benevolent act," he replied. "Then I can't just pretend I didn't see him. I'm thinking I'll buy him a glass of milk, introduce him to a huge opportunity, and even lend him money. The goal is to bury that fool in debt, so he'll be stuck paying off the insane interest." Kazim let out a sinister chuckle, "And eventually, he'll become my slave for the rest of his life." A lifelong slave. They were amazed by his wicked scheme. One asked, "Why not just find him now? A fool that gullible is hard to come by." But he wasn't worried, choosing to wait for Theo to come to him. Kazam's calm demeanor only made his underlings admire him more. Model. He then checked the wandering merchant list, which had just been updated. Checking his rank, he smirked, finally cracking the top 1,000 at number 999, while a lackey sulked about being unranked. Kazam's ego swelled from the praise, selling that junk was worth it. He scanned the names he was about to surpass, but his face paled, not understanding what he was seeing. Kazam couldn't believe Theo was ranked 982, far above him. His lackeys instantly recognized the cat Kazam had swindled. His fists clenched in rage, his body trembling, before he slammed the table, startling his underlings. He gritted his teeth in fury. There's no way he sold that stuff. What are you doing, Theo? Meanwhile, our hero was happily returning to the cave. His greeting left the whole group stunned for 5 seconds. Sejun turned in surprise. "Where have you been?" Theo covered his head in fear. "Sorry. I'll come right back after selling everything next time." This left Sejun speechless for a second time. The little cat meekly confessed he'd been playing for 4 days. "You said a trip to the 30th floor and back would take at least 10 days, yet you had 4 days to spare after selling everything?" But Sejun wasn't angry, just completely shocked. "I thought it'd take him days to sell it all. But he came back in 14 days. Did he sell out instantly?" He then placed a hand on the small cat's shoulder. Sejun put on a cunning expression and used a threatening tone. "If you don't want to see my scary side, why don't you tell me all the details?" The little guy shivered and agreed, and the group gathered to hear Theo's story. Theo sat slumped over. And that's what happened. Sejun was still processing everything. "So you're saying you just said a few words and the hunters bought everything?" Theo happily took out 50 tower coins to prove his words. Sejun stared at the coins, then handed 2 to his employee, Theo, as a morale boost. The little cat asked in surprise, "Huh, but aren't I Theo, the resourceful merchant cat?" "You've been demoted," he explained. "No merchant cat comes back after playing for 4 days. If you work hard next time, I'll restore your title and raise your commission to 5%. And so, the little guy went back to setting traps, happily dedicating himself to capitalism. Only then did Sejun ask, "Oh, what about your dialect?" The little cat replied proudly, "I've decided to live like this. It seems humans prefer it this way, you know?" Imagining a bright future, Sejun couldn't stop smiling. Everyone would soon know his name. Theo didn't understand what he meant. Sejun explained that the grower's name appears on the cherry tomatoes stats. "That's why everyone will soon know that I'm the one who grew these cherry tomatoes." Hearing this, Theo leaped up in absolute terror. "I'm so screwed. There's a system for apprentice wandering merchants that forces them to hide their goods' origin. A rule to stop rich merchants from stealing their sources." Because Theo was still an apprentice wandering merchant, Sejun's name was forced to be hidden, not displayed as the grower. Theo's face turned pale with fear. If he finds out the truth, he'll be so mad. "Will I be demoted from employee to intern? I'll become a part-timer." Noticing his sudden change in expression, Sejun curiously leaned in. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just give me the miracle cherry tomatoes, I'll leave right away." But Sejun said, "So soon. Rest for a few days, you still need to get this week's pay." But the little cat ignored him and ran to the fat rabbit nearby, tossing cherry tomatoes into a bag. "Let's work. We're super busy today." Theo thought frantically, "I need to remove the restriction and display the grower's name. The only way is to earn 1,000 tower coins and become an intermediate wandering merchant." Seeing Theo's urgent demeanor, Sejun could only guess. Is he finally starting to trust me? The black rabbit beside him chirped in agreement. Outside the tower, one man insisted he was telling the truth, but the others just laughed, disbelieving. The man in gray chuckled and started to gossip. Suddenly, Dong Shik's phone rang. It was a message from his daughter. She wanted Dong Shik to buy more cherry tomatoes. After reading it, he quietly shed a tear. The man in pink noticed and asked what was wrong. Dong Shik cried, saying his daughter was trying to diet and that she loved him. He then looked up, saying he only bought 20 last time to leave some for everyone else. He didn't know his daughter liked them so much. He should have bought them all. The man in gray overheard, "Are you talking about the tomatoes Theo sold?" And why are women so into dieting? At the same time, the last man excitedly held up his phone. Thanks to those cherry tomatoes, we're dating now. And then the man in pink admitted he still had some. The other two immediately clamored to buy them from him. Suddenly, Dongshik seriously told them to stop. He continued, "Gather everyone. We're going to the 38th floor." The man in pink was shocked, saying they just met and everyone would surely object. Just then, a voice rang out, "I'm ready." They all turned to see Jessica and the others. The short-haired brunette said confidently, "We've prepared the tower coins to buy tomatoes," then corrected herself, "for the expedition." Jessica chimed in that they were ready to defeat the spider monster. Seeing this, Dongshik shouted for them to follow. As he walked, he thought, "I will gather the miracle cherry tomatoes and become a great father." Dongshik then declared, "At any cost." The scene shifts inside the tower, where a sigh echoes. Theo walked along, moaning, "When will I ever get 1,000 tower coins?" He then looked back, noting the bag's max capacity was 1,500 tomatoes. At that rate, he'd have to make over 10 trips, but he pushed that aside. He had to focus on earning money now. Theo looked around. This is where everyone gathered before. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Found you!" A young man called Theo, a wandering merchant. At the same time, Jessica cheerfully called everyone over. Theo asked in surprise, "You were looking for me?" The man smiled. "We didn't know when you'd show up, so we've been waiting here for 3 days." He was stunned, thinking, "They waited here for 3 days just to buy cherry tomatoes?" The young man then looked at Theo and asked, "One tomato is 0.05 tower coins, right?" Theo told the man to wait. With a frown, he announced the price had increased. The young man was completely stunned. Just then, Dongshik walked over, asking what the matter was. The man explained the tomato price went up. "How much?" Theo proudly stated, 0.07 dongthap. Sweat beaded on Theo's brow. Had he pushed it too far? But Dongshik simply dropped a money bag, ordering 200. Theo was in total shock. Instantly, the crowd began to whisper. A rare item like this couldn't possibly be so cheap. They knew they would regret not buying now. Then, everyone scrambled to buy Theo's tomatoes. He looked at his empty basket. Sold out again? Even with the price hike, all 1,500 were gone. Dongshik then approached, asking when Theo would return. Theo replied, "In about 10 days. The man smiled, saying that was perfect for his team to regroup. They would be back in 10 days. With that, Dongshik issued an order. Take down the spider monster swiftly and leave the tower. Theo smirked to himself, knowing he'd secured a loyal customer. At this rate, earning 1,000 dongthap would be simple. He resolved to become a mid-tier merchant quickly. Then he could restore his agency and be a shop owner again. Suddenly, a clear voice called out to him. It was Suha. "Hey, Mr. Kitty?" she asked. Her friend added he looked like a house cat. "He really does," Suha said. Theo scowled. "Don't call me a cat. My name is Theo." Suha quickly apologized and introduced herself. He looked at her, asking, "What do you mean I look like one?" Suha explained he resembled a cat she once knew. Theo turned away, declaring he was the only handsome cat there is. Saying he was busy, he tried to leave. "Wait," she suddenly shouted. And then Suha held out a cat soup stick. She smiled, offering him a taste. Theo crossed his arms, saying he only ate grilled fish. Before he could finish, Suha shoved the soup stick into his mouth. After one taste, his eyes lit up. It had the scent of fish, but the flavor of nuts. It just melted on his tongue. When he finished, Theo looked at Suha, asking for more. She pulled out another, saying she had other flavors too. His eyes gleamed. Suha said she'd give him one if he took a picture with them. He immediately agreed without hesitation. She pulled out her phone, telling Theo to look over and smile. After that, they said their goodbyes and went on their way. The gray-haired girl glanced back at Theo, first time seeing someone bring cat soup into the tower. "He's actually pretty cute," Suha smiled. "Do you think we'll see him again?" Hearing this, Suha smiled softly and said, "Of course." The scene changes to a cave where a black rabbit is swimming, encouraged by Sejun's voice. This was special training for the black rabbit family, he thought. He wondered if the piranhas would appear here. Sejun told the black rabbit to relax and push the tube forward. "You're doing great. To be safe," he thought. He'd blocked all the holes they could swim through. He had checked it multiple times, but he still felt anxious. Then, Sejun told the black rabbit to try swimming without the tube. He had improved so much since he almost drowned after leveling up. The rabbit had jumped into the lake out of sheer joy. Sejun admitted he thought the piranhas had gotten him. Memory flooded back of seeing the rabbit floating lifelessly on the water. It had been terrifying. He glanced at the rabbit. "Just thinking about it makes my heart race." The black rabbit just scratched its head with a nervous laugh. Sejun turned, craving something sweet after all the work. "Where is the honey?" He pulled an empty bottle from his bag, realizing he'd finished it all. Then, Sejin looked at the beehive. The poison bees hadn't come out in days. Did something happen? Suddenly, he gasped in pure astonishment. Sejin shot to his feet, shouting, "Are those baby poison bees around the nest?" He was shocked. It had been so long since his last visit. The number of young bees must have increased without him even noticing. Sejin went to the garden, deciding he should congratulate the poison bee. He continued on, knowing he couldn't go empty-handed. A moment later, Sejin approached the nest and called out for the poison bee. Holding a flower, he urged them to come closer. Sejin said he had a gift for them. Suddenly, the poison bees glared at him with murderous intent. Sejin recoiled in terror, shouting, "What are they trying to do?" He kept yelling that he wasn't an enemy, his voice echoing inside the hive. He warned the black rabbit not to fight them, but their anger raged on as they prepared to attack. Suddenly, a sharp buzz rang out, stopping the swarm instantly. Sejun opened his eyes and saw a giant bee before him. Staring in awe, he stammered, Are you that poison bee?" Just then, the system identified it as the poison bee queen. The two continued to stare at one another. Poison bees are carnivorous tower insects that hunt with venom. That was all the information recorded about them. Sejun's brow furrowed, sweat dripping as he read the book. The guidebook had no record of a case like this. He closed it, figuring they weren't dangerous for now. He'd just have to watch them for a while. A solution would present itself eventually. Back in the cave, the two were still staring at each other. Sejun asked hesitantly, "Are you the same small and cute poison bee?" The poison bee queen buzzed happily. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Her transformation was as shocking as the black rabbit's. "You've changed so much," Sejun murmured. Ever since the poison bee first tasted nectar from his cave, its body would release a sweet scent and it would gain a little weight. This change had made the original queen suspicious of it. Of course, the poison bee soon realized why the queen's attitude had shifted. The reason was simple. The poison bee had gained the ability to reproduce. That was when it decided to survive on its own. It built a nest in Sejun's cave, the safest place it could imagine. The poison bee endured agonizing pain in its new home. After several transformations, its appearance changed, and it became the poison bee queen. Sejun offered the flower to her. "Congrats on your evolution, even if I'm a bit late." He added, "This is a gift from me." The poison bee queen's eyes widened as she seemed to blush. Then she lunged forward and hugged Sejun, making him jump. He helplessly called her name, but she paid no mind. She just kept nuzzling his face affectionately. The young bees watched, then they all flew over to hug him, knocking Sejun over. He fell to the ground but happily told them he liked them too. A few days later, the sounds of the rabbit swarm filled the air. Soon groggily sat up. "What's going on?" The black rabbit urgently shook his leg. The planter rabbit frantically waved. Still dazed, he was dragged away by the rabbits. Soon mumbled, "I thought I could sleep through the blue moon." But the planter rabbit pointed at a purple carrot. Soon's eyes shot wide open. He knelt, realizing it was a carrot filled with blue moon energy. "I thought it was too young to change." Still, this was great. He could harvest it early. Soon glanced at the rabbits and smirked. "So this carrot is why you were in such a hurry." The planter rabbit jumped for joy. Soon gripped the carrot and pulled with all his might as the rabbits cheered. Staring at the mug-sized root, he wondered, an agility carrot? Instantly, an info window for the agility carrot appeared. At the same time, his experience points skyrocketed. He realized it was an E+ rank plant. "This means I get 70 experience points for a plant like this." Soon gasped. He then handed it to the planter rabbit. "Here, you earn this." Soon also thanked the planter rabbit for its hard work. "Please keep helping me in the future," he said warmly. The rabbits couldn't hide their joy over the agility carrot. The sickle rabbit gestured, wanting to slice it. Understanding, the planter rabbit tossed it high. With a single wink from the sickle rabbit, the carrot was instantly diced into perfect slices. The other rabbits stared in awe, each catching a piece. Soon watched, amazed at the sickle rabbit's skill. "Such perfect cuts," he thought. "What an impressive display." But the black rabbit scowled at the sickle rabbit, clearly displeased. Meanwhile, Soon gently picked up a blue cherry tomato. The blue moon made 5 this time. Soon offered one to Eisen. "I think you wanted this." Eisen took it, thanking him. Soon seized the moment, asking for another skill. "I'll think about it," Eisen replied. Soon wondered what that meant. Suddenly, Theo's blood-curdling scream shattered the peace. Soon walked over. "You just got here?" Terrified, Theo pleaded, "Tell the bees to stop attacking me." Soon realized Theo wasn't present when the bees were born. Do they see him as a threat? He then picked Theo up, telling the bees, "He's not an enemy, he is family." "That tickles," Theo complained. Soon suddenly sneezed from his fur. Theo then quietly thanked him. Soon pinched Theo's cheek. "You want to be my brother now? An employee? On my level?" Theo shot back. "But you just said we were family." Theo started complaining, but soon cut him off. "Revenue report, now." Rubbing his cheek, Theo handed over the money pouch. Soon finished counting. A total of 75 thap coins. Good job. Hearing this, Theo beamed and started to speak. He produced another pouch, explaining that people were lining up for the tomatoes. So, he'd raised the price by 0.02 thap coins each. Theo gloated endlessly. You must be so surprised. I did great, right? I can be a business cat, can I? Soon remained completely silent. Then, Soon handed Theo 2 thap coins. Here's your reward. Theo looked at them, asking, why won't you give me a new title? Can't I be a business cat? Soon just crossed his arms. You still need to work harder. Disappointed, Theo mumbled, I didn't realize becoming a business cat was this hard. Inwardly, Soon smirked. I already knew. He thought, the tower manager is really useful. I'll send another blue moon fruit for this info. Suddenly, Soon was startled to see Theo enjoying a churro. When asked, the cat replied, it's churro. Soon pressed on, where did you get it? Theo replied instantly. Suhei gave it to me after taking a picture. This one is chicken, but I think salmon is best. Soon was shocked. A human gave this to him? There were only 2 ways to bring outside items into the tower. The first was teleportation. That's how Soon himself had entered. Newcomers could bring anything they were holding. They were typically summoned to the first floor to trade items. The second way was via an awakened hunter. Supposedly, they could bring in 1 kilogram of items, but could take out an unlimited amount. Typically, hunters only carried essentials, like a hunter phone or instant food. Soon stroked his chin, thinking, so a hunter brought a non-essential item for a cat? Suddenly, an idea struck him. I'm a genius. A new business idea sparked in his mind. Theo watched him, sweating nervously. He cautiously offered the churro. You want some of this? Soon stared, lips pursed, and an eyebrow raised. After a moment, he simply confiscated the churro. Theo could only let out a sad, pathetic whine. Soon held the churro high in both hands. Below, Theo clung to him, screaming for it back. Worried his shirt would rip, Soon yelled, hey, stop that. But Theo ignored him, still scratching and wailing about taking pictures with the new human. In the middle of their struggle, Soon suddenly spoke. You made a deal. By taking a picture, Theo, teary-eyed, was confused. Soon's voice grew stern. The special clause, Article 3, Party B cannot acquire new clients without Party A's consent. This crucial clause made Theo's face drain of color. He panicked. I didn't know. Seeing his pressure tactic had worked, Soon's tone softened. Don't be too disappointed, merchant cat Theo. He then gently asked, should we perhaps find some new customers? Sobbing, Theo asked in disbelief, I'm back to being a merchant cat. Soon now had Theo right where he wanted him. He promised him the title for 1 hour. Do well, and you can keep it for many hours. Theo was ecstatic. He completely forgot about the stolen churro and instantly agreed. Soon then scooped Theo up. Nearby, the rabbits were hard at work. Just sit here, Soon said, asking, isn't the warmth from the fire nice? Placing Theo on his lap, he smiled while unwrapping a churro. You can lie here and enjoy this. Theo offered no resistance, completely captivated. Theo was pampered completely. Food fed right to him and even a head massage. A nearby rabbit watched with envy. As he ate, Theo thought, this is the best feeling ever. Soon asked with a slight smile, enjoying the journey? Theo, the merchant cat, stretched and replied, I'd also enjoy some grilled fish. A moment later, Soon became the chef, reluctantly grilling fish while Theo lounged like royalty on a pile of leaves. Soon then asked how the kid reached floor 38 without fighting monsters. Theo proudly boasted, thanks to my traveling merchant license. Soon was completely caught off guard. Theo held up a badge, explaining with total confidence, this proves I'm a traveling merchant. The kid then whined about the high cost to keep his license active. He explained that higher ranks cost more but offered greater benefits. It also grants various protections from the association. For instance, in a monster zone, just showing the badge prevents an attack. Soon stopped grilling, urgently asking if Theo could bring hunters here. Theo looked away, troubled. He mumbled that it was impossible. Monsters still attack hunters. There are also merchant shortcuts, but they require a merchant license. Without them, traveling from floor 38 in 5 days is impossible. Soon asked blankly what floor they were on. Theo answered honestly, the 99th floor. Hearing it was floor 99, his face went slack with shock. His expression shifted wildly, his eyes wide as his lips trembled. Theo looked on, confused. We're on the 99th floor. Didn't you know? At that, Soon's face went deathly pale, the shock overwhelming him. He suddenly collapsed, startling Theo. The boy screamed in a panic, Mr. Soon, what's wrong? Soon was dazed, beads of sweat forming on his face. He thought the tower was just a few floors past 38. Theo had used no points, yet circled the tower in 10 days. Soon's expression darkened as he struggled for composure, but it wasn't working. Theo kept calling his name, finally resorting to a drastic measure. A powerful shout snapped him out of it. "Mr. Soon, wake up." He finally regained his senses, his mouth still covered by Theo's hand. Theo then pointed to the fire, lamenting, "My weekly salary has gone up in smoke." A few leaf-wrapped fish were now burnt. Soon inspected the result, his mind elsewhere. "Hunters just reached floor 40, yet here I am on floor 99. Should I give up on leaving?" Theo suddenly jumped out and warned him, "Grill it carefully this time. That's an order from the merchant cat." Annoyed by the kid's smug attitude, he stated plainly, "Theo, your hour is up." Theo's body twitched, frozen on the spot. "Has it been over an hour?" His face fell with sad regret. How embarrassing. But then, the badge on Theo's neck flashed with a strange light that caught Soon's eye. In a lush forest, a group rested on a rock, tending to a wounded teammate. They cursed their terrible situation. Monsters were everywhere, making it impossible to move the injured. A man held his head in despair. "Are we fated to die here?" Suddenly, a foot appeared, followed by a voice. "Hunters, you seem to need some help." It was Soon, disguised as a merchant. He began his sales pitch with a slick smile. Care to browse some food items? Theo jumped out to help. "We're selling them cheap." The group leaped up, realizing it was the legendary traveling merchant and Soon the farmer. With Theo here, the two proudly struck a cool pose. "I suppose the stories about me have spread far and wide." The group immediately swarmed them, cards out, ready to buy. But shockingly, this was all just in Soon's head. He asked excitedly, "Theo, can I become a traveling merchant?" The kid looked puzzled. "Aren't you an outsider?" Theo feigned sadness, his tone dripping with mockery. "Only beings born in the tower can be traveling merchants. You didn't know?" The words hit Soon like a critical blow, leaving him speechless. As Soon trembled with rage, Theo kept running his mouth. "It sounds cool, but you'll have to give up on that." Soon clutched his head and screamed, startling nearby rabbits. He roared like a madman at the cave entrance, and even the working rabbits perked their ears up to listen. Cute but deadly poison bees looked off into the distance. Eisen, who had been eating, glanced up at the commotion. After his tantrum, he finally ran out of breath. Theo, perched on a black rabbit, said, "You scared me. Why were you yelling like that?" The black rabbit looked resigned to its fate as Soon remained stunned. He sighed, accepting it. "I should have been prepared for this when I entered the tower." Soon tried to console himself. Anger would only hurt him. Looking at the sky, he made a silent vow to enjoy every single moment. Elsewhere, two tomatoes sat on a plate. A dangerous-looking man on a chair asked, "Isn't this mysterious item popular among hunters now?" A woman with crossed arms immediately agreed. Maintaining a serious pose, she explained, "It belongs to my brother, a Phoenix Guild member. He said he met a traveling merchant and bought it." The man remained skeptical and questioned her. "Is that really true?" The woman was Jenny, CEO of a pharmaceutical company. Jenny told him to check the item's status window for the information. Michael Cajun, vice president of Gagel Foods, opened the status window. The item's name was Magic Cherry Tomato. He tossed it back on the plate, asking Jenny her intentions. She bluntly stated Michael Cajun's identity and everything he possessed. Jenny then asked, "Have you lost your business sense, Michael?" He shot up, warning her, "Not afraid of the consequences of your words?" Jenny snapped her fingers, and numerous status windows with stats appeared from above. Michael could only stare, dumbfounded, at the data before him. She explained that extracting compounds from tower items was impossible, but the research results were beyond imagination. Michael's brow furrowed in thought. "Why show me this?" "Jenny, isn't this a deal you could control yourself?" Jenny got straight to the point. "I need your previously failed magic farm project." Michael jolted, shocked that she knew. Jenny just offered a mysterious smile. She strode toward him and said bluntly, "Shouldn't you win back the trust of your father, Gagel's current chairman?" As she spoke, she reached for a cherry tomato. "I hear the board will elect a new chairman to replace the ailing one." Her words hit a nerve, leaving him speechless. Jenny held the tomato close and asked, "Doesn't this magic cherry tomato look absolutely delicious?" At that moment, Michael's hesitation vanished. He smirked sinisterly as he took the tomato from Jenny's hand. He decisively popped it into his mouth and took a bite, savoring the sweet flavor. He praised it endlessly, then burst into manic laughter. Jenny stared as a look of pure bliss crossed Michael's face. He then ate the last one and shamelessly asked for more. Jenny pouted. He had eaten her share too. Meanwhile, Sejun was sketching plans in the dirt, surrounded by a few cute rabbits. He needed to fix inconveniences and increase his daily supplies. Sejun gazed at the sky, rubbing his chin, knowing he had to scout the area to ensure his safety. He then turned to Theo, asking, "Any monsters near the cave?" The little creature stretched its short legs and replied, "None nearby, but there is one a bit farther away." Sejun crouched down to ask what kind of monster it was. Theo answered honestly, "A giant red bear." He remembered the ferocious bear from before, and fear instantly appeared on his face. Theo's entire body trembled just mentioning it. It's terrifying. It glares at me every time I pass by. Sejun closed his eyes, deep in thought. Leaving the cave was still too dangerous. With that, he set the issue aside. Sejun sat on the ground, intently watching the thousands of tomato blossoms. He hoped they'd bloom soon. Watching the poison bees, he realized more flowers meant more bees. An idea sparked. Use the bees to scout the area around the cave. Sejun also planned to have the bees weave a rope from onion leaves. This would be his ticket out of the cave. He grew excited just thinking about it, then stood and told Theo he had a mission. The little guy looked confused, but Sejun, fearing he might refuse, launched a preemptive strike. He presented it as a tough mission that only a true merchant cat could handle. Theo was instantly ready for the task. Days later, on the 38th floor, Theo observed a group of hunters from a hilltop. He noted their large numbers. The area was almost completely claimed. But this situation didn't bother Theo at all. In fact, the more people there were, the better. Theo leaped from above, his sudden appearance startling the hunters. Within seconds, they were all rushing toward him. A hunter with a bowl cut confidently raised a money bag, offering to buy all of Theo's magical cherry tomatoes. The other groups immediately erupted in protest, but the man shot back. First come, first served. Does the Phoenix Guild think it owns the entire 38th floor? Who do you think you are? Seeing a fight brewing, Theo stepped in. Wait, let me speak. With paws on his hips, he declared, starting today, the sales method is changing. The two factions looked on, utterly confused. Theo grinned smugly and revealed, from now on, I will sell 500 tomatoes to the highest bidder. They were all stunned by this news. After dismissing those with no money, the little guy presented his basket and started the auction. Bidding starts at 35 tower coins for 500 cherry tomatoes. Sejun was also surprised by the tomatoes' popularity outside the tower. He sat on a rock watching the rabbits harvest, knowing exactly how to bribe Theo with churu treats. He held a cup of water, explaining, with limited supply and growing demand, an auction is the best way to make the most money. Sejun took a sip, adding that he wanted to test Theo's business acumen. He then hopped down from the rock and stretched. Sejun asked the black rabbit to prepare dinner. A status window then appeared with a side quest. He checked the reward for drinking tomato honey juice, a new job skill. He thought juicing tomatoes sounded like a hassle and wanted to do it later. But the tower administrator was clearly not pleased, forcing him to complete it now. It promised an amazing skill was waiting. Sejun stared at the message, confused. Do they want to show off? Or just drink some juice? Sejun wondered why the skill wasn't given to him directly. The status window explained again. These are the rules of the tower. They cannot be altered. He pouted, but ultimately decided to comply. Sejun recalled squeezing tomatoes into juice before to satisfy his own thirst. He had even added honey for flavor and shared it with the little rabbits. His concoction was so good that they all kept asking for more. So, he went to fetch some tomatoes from his storage. Holding a pile of the bright red fruit, he let out a helpless sigh. Then, he decisively used his divine juicing palm to crush each one. Juice splattered everywhere. Seeing a poison bee hovering nearby, Sejun asked it for help. The poison bee happily agreed, gently creating a bit of honey. It mixed it for a moment, then added it to the cup. Sejun smiled in anticipation. He meticulously observed the cup for a long moment. Soon, the cherry tomato juice was a success. A status window appeared, displaying the recipe for cherry tomato and honey juice. Furthermore, the tower administrator seemed extremely interested in his handmade drink. Sejun just smiled and offered, "Here, take it." He smirked when the status message mentioned wings, piquing his curiosity about the administrator's form. At that moment, a young black dragon was slurping down the juice he'd made. Aileen may be a dragon, but her tastes were quite human. She praised its delicious flavor nonstop. Sejun was thrilled the administrator loved it. The side quest was complete. He had successfully unlocked the special reward. Abracadabra. The prize was revealed. His status window lit up with a list of incredible new skills. Among the skills, he was most interested in a special job skill in beekeeping. The status window again displayed the instructions on how to care for them. He was overjoyed as he read the guide. With this skill, the bees would never fly out of the cave. Suddenly, Sejun asked out loud in surprise, "Wait, did you hear me complaining?" In a dark chamber, a purple orb glowed next to the dragon Aileen. From it, his voice of gratitude echoed. Aileen blushed with embarrassment. While stirring her drink, she lay down and demanded another glass. Aileen watched him intently through the orb just as he, too, had a question. An image of a magnificent beast then appeared in Sejun's mind. He asked a very pointed question. "Are you, by chance, a dragon with wings?" The man's face darkened, his glare promising murder. A stream of curses appeared, leaving him utterly confused. With the status window gone, he he couldn't grasp the sudden fury. Meanwhile, the crowd was still stunned by his strange new business method. Dong Shich watched anxiously, his caring father image at risk. He failed to buy the tomatoes after his opening bid of 41 tower coins, planning to resell them to others. Instantly, another bidder raised the price to 45 tower coins. The value of a single tomato basket was skyrocketing. Dong Shich turned to the woman beside him, asking for money. She admitted she didn't have much. Suddenly, a booming voice shouted an insane price. 100 tower coins, and the bidder was none other than Michael. He smirked, offering 100 coins for 500 tomatoes. Seeing a great deal, Theo immediately sold them all. Everyone watched in silent regret. Dong Shich instantly recognized him as the young hunter master. But when Michael glanced behind him, his eyes widened in shock. Dong Shich stormed over to him. "Sari, what are you doing here? You aren't part of this mission." Seeing Dong Shich, the man could only stammer. Sari rubbed his head, explaining his sister asked him to bring Michael here. It all made sense now. Dong Shich fumed, realizing he was up against a major company. He never expected the news to travel so fast, and now only 2 auction rounds remained. Dong Shich vowed to win the next auction. Bidding started at 35 tower coins. He hastily raised the price to 60. In contrast, Michael calmly doubled the bid to 100 tower coins. Dong Shich's jaw dropped in disbelief. He desperately turned to his teammates, trying to borrow money. But in the end, this basket of tomatoes also went to Michael. As Theo sold the final batch, Michael casually bid 100 tower coins. He then loudly declared he would take 1,500 fruits for 300 tower coins. Just like that, Dong Shich's world shattered. His carefully crafted image vanished in an instant. His companion tried to console him, telling him to wait for another chance. Michael now had all the stock he needed. Holding a tiny tomato, he grinned slyly. This trip was definitely worth it. A cheerful Suha walked over to greet Theo. He recognized her instantly. She was the one who gave him that chew-do. Suha was shocked that he still remembered her. Theo gave a hollow smile. He tilted his head, asking if her name was Buha, leaving her stunned. Her name was Suha. Still, Suha felt relieved that he remembered her at all. She tried her old trick again, luring him in for a photo. But despite his love for chew-do, he flatly refused. Heartbroken, Theo turned away. "I don't need any chew-do." Suha was baffled. It turned out he actually wanted coffee, which looked just like it. So Suha began to search her bag. Finally, she managed to pull it out. The moment Theo saw it, his eyes lit up with excitement. He then asked for salt and pepper. The two girls immediately understood each other. She pulled out everything he needed. Turns out, Soon had taught him this trick. Theo smirked at his haul, resting comfortably on his lap. Suha finally got her wish to take a picture with him. They happily snapped a few shots together. Suha grinned, delighted with the wonderful photos. Theo replied smugly, but got her name wrong again. Suha didn't really mind. She had just discovered something far more interesting. His mangosteen-like paws. She picked up Theo's paw and began rubbing it, mesmerized by its softness. Theo asked what she was doing. Blushing, Suha let go, admitting she just couldn't resist. To fix the awkward moment, Suha offered him the chew-do. Theo was completely surprised. She smiled, looking at him fondly. "Thank you for letting me touch your paw. It helped me relax so much." Theo was amazed. A human felt great just by touching his paw. Suha agreed. Humans don't have them, and cats hate their paws being touched. "Is that why?" Theo asked. Suha simply replied, "Yes." Theo then spread his own paws to admire them. "So my tiny toe beans are lucky charms." As he admired them, a cute girl asked for a photo. "I was the one who gave you the pepper earlier." Theo didn't refuse. Before the girl could even ask, he understood and held out his paw. "Touch them," he said without a hint of shame. He was demanding chew-do as payment for the privilege. The girl found him incredibly cute, but all he cared about was food. He aimed to become a merchant within 24 hours. A moment later, Theo remembered he had another task to do. Meanwhile, Suha was busy uploading her new photos to social media. As she giggled to herself, Theo suddenly appeared from behind, startling her. Suha wondered why he was still around. He asked her directly, "You're from a place called South Korea, aren't you?" Suha was shocked. "How did you know?" Theo proudly explained he smelled a familiar scent on her. Then, he asked for a favor. Suha stared at him in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, in a golden tomato garden, bees buzzed about. Soon sat on a rock, observing closely. The poison bees worked hard, collecting honey in a bottle. With each passing moment, his skills leveled up, becoming more refined. Soon grinned. Everything was going perfectly according to plan. However, Soon couldn't find the queen bee, so he began to ask about it. Soon after, a new message appeared on the status window. He reread it, but the meaning was still unclear. He then glanced at the nearby honey bottle. Soon realized he'd need a barrel to store it all later. Still, having even one bottle was a great start. With that, he turned to pulling up carrots. After the first one, he called out to the distant rabbits. Holding the carrot high, Soon yelled, "Time to eat," and just like that, all his skills leveled up. A few days after harvesting the blue moon carrots, the rabbit's eyes glowed like headlights. Soon figured it was now time to harvest the regular carrots as well. Soon handed out the carrots one by one. He realized he had just added another edible food source to his cave. Watching their naive display, he couldn't understand why they were bowing to him. Soon and the rabbits gathered in a circle around the fire. He stared endlessly at one particular carrot. It was an agility carrot. Such a unique name, with an equally strange effect. It was both nutritious and delicious. Eating it reduces fat, increases agility, and even improves eyesight. He took a huge bite, certain they would become famous. Soon decided to eat quickly and harvest the rest. The rabbits helped him load the carrots onto a cart. Others piled them on a bed of leaves. Meanwhile, he was in charge of harvesting the entire field. When he turned back, Soon saw the black rabbit collapse on the ground. He thought it was exhausted from the work, but it was just secretly snacking, caught red-handed by Soon. Sejun warned him to be less cheeky. Seeing the storage was full, he decided to stop. Then, a status window announced Sejun had leveled up. He was surprised to reach level 10 as another quest appeared. Sejun questioned the tower manager, but the manager feigned ignorance. The status window revealed it was a class quest that appears at level 10. You must pass it to get a new class trait and level up. Sejun recalled hearing about this before. He figured that normal hunters would get combat-related quests, like killing monsters. While massaging the black rabbit, Sejun guessed his quest was to expand the land by 50 square meters. He glanced at the adjacent plot, realizing how simple it was. After some strenuous work, the mission was complete. He leveled up to 11 and received his rewards. However, the labor left Sejun and the rabbits drained. Sejun felt completely wilted. He struggled to read the description of his new class trait. He smiled, having finished the quest so quickly. Sejun collapsed onto the ground, groaning that he was exhausted and couldn't do anything else. He then dragged his tired body up, yawning as he told the rabbits to rest. A familiar paw appeared, blocking the three rabbits. The father rabbit stood at the door, said one word, and slammed it shut with the mother rabbit. The young rabbits were left outside, one crying pitifully, another banging on the door. Sejun felt helpless watching this. Did you guys get kicked out? He crossed his arms, reminding them they were grown up and it was time to be independent. Then he invited the rabbits to sleep with him, and they all dozed off on a pile of leaves. He looked at the sky, thinking moments like these were nice. The blue sky, white clouds, it felt so warm. Meanwhile, Dong Shich sat glumly on a rock, worried his daughter would nag him. While he was moping, Suha arrived with Theo. He wondered, why is a wandering merchant cat here? She explained that Theo had something to say. Theo immediately asked if Dong Shich was the leader of the people from Korea. He admitted that he was. He also wondered why Theo didn't beat around the bush and immediately proposed a contract. Dong Shich stared blankly at the contract in Theo's hand. The contract stated a condition, 50 million for Sir Sejun's family, which left him speechless. Theo added, and you'll tell them Sir Sejun is doing well. We'll pay you 50 tower coins. Then he pulled out a basket with 200 tomatoes as payment. Dong Shich, who was just despairing, was stunned by this incredible stroke of luck. Dong Shich cried tears of joy, able to maintain his image as a noble father. He was also curious about Sir Sejun's identity, but Theo hesitated, unsure how to explain. The kid remembered Sejun's warning to keep his presence on the 99th floor a secret. So Theo made up a story, painting Sejun as his savior from the 40th floor who was just doing odd jobs for him. Dong Shich tried to probe for more information, but Theo refused to say another word. He broke into a cold sweat over Sejun's unusual excellence, since hunters struggled to even reach the 39th floor. This made Dong Shich highly skeptical. He secretly thought Sejun was a talented solo hunter and began planning to recruit him into his guild. That would let him distribute the rare tomatoes. So, Dong Shich agreed to sign. Theo told him to sign directly on the paper. Dong Shich took out a pen and scribbled his signature. Soon, everything was completed. Before leaving, he mentioned the contract's validity outside the tower and reminded Theo to inform Sejun about it. Then, Dong Shich loudly declared, I, Kim Dong Shich of the Phoenix Guild, will take responsibility for delivering the news to his parents. Back in the cave, the rabbits were busy building a house. The black rabbit took his hand, leading him to a newly built grass roof house. Sejun was surprised they had already finished. His eyes lit up at the final result. Watching the rabbits eagerly build their home, he thought it was wonderful. They were so proud of the house, they must have worked incredibly hard. Glancing at the next room, Sejun spotted a rabbit relaxing. He guessed it was a break room and decided he wanted a similar room for himself. Sejun sat down, affectionately petting each rabbit. Then the whole group danced joyfully. celebrating their new home. It had been a few days since the young rabbits moved out of their parents' house. He decided to throw a housewarming party. The truth was, the young rabbits had started building their own home, and the couple was as inseparable as ever. Sejun and the rabbits sat in a circle enjoying afternoon tea. He was the one who initiated the small party. "Let's raise a glass to the hardworking rabbits." Sejun respectfully poured a drink for the black rabbit, thanking him for providing such a quality fish. After that, Sejun took a sip. Looking at the cup in his hand, he praised the rabbit's cleverness. They had hollowed out a carrot to use as a cup. Though a bit small for him, he could eat the cup after finishing his drink. As Sejun took a bite, he saw the rabbit couple being affectionate with each other. Sejun felt a pang of bitterness watching the public display of affection. A suspicion about the couple started to form in his mind. Why would they make their kids leave? It only took a second for Sejun to guess they were going to have more babies. The black rabbit was stunned to hear it. Just then, the status window appeared again. It turned out the seed shop had opened and prompted him to click it. Sejun was thrilled. Is today the day? I totally forgot about that. He clicked it, partly out of curiosity and partly because he wanted to buy something. The shop quickly displayed 3 items: 100 potato seeds, 1,000 lettuce seeds, and 100 strawberry seeds. All were purchased with coins. Among the 3, he was most interested in the lettuce. Although he craved a certain dish, he had no meat, so he had to skip the lettuce for now. Choosing between potatoes and strawberries was tough because he couldn't afford both. Sejun prioritized starches. Therefore, he decided to buy the potato seeds. A moment later, several status windows popped up and a sack materialized above his head. Before Sejun could even stand up, the sack fell right on him. A loud thud echoed through the cave. The sack of potatoes landing gave him a huge shock. The rabbits were just as frightened. Meanwhile, the mother rabbit was trying to hold her husband back. Though being restrained, the father rabbit continued to curse endlessly. Sejun knew it was his fault and sheepishly picked up a potato. He was happy to see how delicious it looked. He wanted to plant the potatoes right away. Just thinking of potato dishes made his mouth water. He was already excited to cook all of them. Although he wanted to harvest the potatoes soon, he ultimately decided to wait until tomorrow to plant them. A thought of Theo crossed his mind. Zun felt a bit worried, but knew the kid had finished his task. In the trade district center, the air was fresh, and life was bustling with energy. People eagerly filled the streets to wander, and there was Theo, shopping for supplies like blankets, bowls, and spoons. He also grabbed 2 different pans. A moment later, the stall owner gave him the total price. Finding it a bit steep, Theo quietly asked for a discount. The owner agreed to a price drop, but Theo wouldn't budge. He stubbornly demanded a bigger discount. The owner's patience wore thin. "I can't go any lower for you." So Theo played his trump card, the walkaway. He turned sharply, as if heading to another shop. At that moment, the shopkeeper panicked. The owner fell for it and quickly stopped him. "Sir, you can't just leave like that." Theo replied bluntly, "But you can't lower the price anymore." The owner clutched his head and gave in again. Theo seized the chance to bargain a little more. Finally, the owner agreed. Theo immediately paid for the goods. He walked away happily, leaving the shopkeeper to reconsider. He thought he was a novice, but he was a pro. Suddenly, the owner noticed a mark on the crate lid and wondered what it was. Around a corner, Theo leaned against a wall, panting. Though the mission was a success, his face was strangely scrunched up. Turns out, Theo was thrilled he was no longer a pushover when shopping. This change was all thanks to Zun's dedicated teaching. He had shown Theo how to haggle prices. First, when they give a price, ask for a discount. If that fails, just walk away. If they stop you, bargain one more time. Zun told Theo to remember these 3 rules, and he did exactly that, leading to today's success. Theo stood with his hands on his hips, walking with a confident stride. "Now I'm a wandering merchant who knows how to get a discount." As Theo happily passed an alley, a voice echoed from within. "This is an item from outside the tower." It was Kazam, in the middle of a scam. He spoke with practiced ease. "I just want to help new merchants quickly become high-class traders." Theo's face darkened seeing him here. Witnessing the blatant scam was infuriating. A furious aura flared around Theo. He couldn't forgive this deception of new merchants. He screamed Kazam's name. Called out so suddenly, Kazam jumped. Theo strode forward. "I finally found you." Kazam was a bit panicked by Theo's sudden appearance. Seeing his plan was in jeopardy, Kazam switched to a gentle tone. "Where have you been all this time? Do you know how long I've waited? The items I gave you were great, right?" Theo scowled and pushed his hand away. "How dare you pretend to be close to me? And you," he said to the other guy, "don't trust this scum. He's a con artist." Exposed right in front of his mark, Kazam calmly denied everything. He played the victim, trying to make Theo look bad. "I felt sorry for you, so I sold you those wonderful items at a fair price, and this is how you repay my kindness." Theo was enraged by the lies and yelled back, "Don't mess with me. This pot, he probably told you it contains magic, right? Don't believe him." The pot's design insulates the inside from the outside, which blocks heat transfer, causing the temperature to drop slowly. Theo pointed right at Kazam and laid the scam bare. At that moment, Kazam's face turned pale. He tried to salvage the situation, but Theo wouldn't let him. He shouted for help. "Guards! Over here! It's him! This treacherous goblin is trying to scam a new merchant." Now Kazam finally felt fear. He threatened menacingly, "I won't let this go." After saying that, Kazam turned tail and fled. Theo warned the merchant, "That evil scammer, his words are empty. Don't believe him." The man thanked him softly, then boldly asked for his name. He confidently introduced himself as Theo. The man was stunned. He was Theo? He then bowed deeply, showing his gratitude. Before leaving, Theo warned the man to be careful of scams. The man remained eerily silent. After Theo had left, the man's voice turned cold. "The mission is over. Everyone, come out." A strange noise came from the rooftops, and 3 subordinates appeared instantly. The person took off her disguise, her voice stern. "Didn't I order you to eliminate all factors that could interfere with our mission?" The subordinate apologized nervously, explaining the situation. They had truly scouted a 100-meter radius. They had no idea why the wandering cat merchant was here. The leader listened silently to their explanation. Her agent's gaze was terrifyingly sharp as she looked down at the intelligence agent from the Merchants Alliance. She was furious. The mission to capture Kazam, months of preparation, is now ruined. Jeet gave the order, "Write me 100 letters of apology." Since the plan failed, she decided to punish her subordinates. They stood huddled together, comforting each other. Jeet recalled how the organization had been tracking Kazam's scams for some time. She was seething at Kazam's cleverness. "He knows where to go and how to get items only found outside the tower. But we couldn't prove he used illegal routes. We couldn't just arrest him." When she posed as a wandering merchant, she finally met Kazam. But just as things were going smoothly, a problem crashed the party. Theo's appearance had ruined the entire operation. Jeet decided to change plans, memorizing his name. She stopped, preparing to investigate this new variable, Theo. At that moment, Theo was happily munching on fish, while Zune was back in the cave, diligently teaching the rabbits to work. He showed them how to slice potatoes, and a rabbit immediately copied him. The potato was cut into 4 perfect squares. He praised their good work. The next step was wetting the soil and planting the pieces. With the job done, he boasted proudly, "Behold my genius plan to grow 400 potatoes from 100 seedlings." Zune never thought that random stuff he watched would be this useful. And just like that, he had a new source of income. It had been a while, so Zune was craving sweet potatoes. He gathered the rabbits to go dig some up for a meal. He asked them, "You all know what to do, right?" He meant they had to pull off all the leaves to harvest the sweet potatoes. Zune also warned them not to pull the young shoots that form new tubers. The rabbits looked extremely dejected. Suddenly, the black rabbit hopped out and explained something. Then the 3 rabbits huddled together and giggled, and Zune seemed to read their minds. He asked bluntly, "You're thinking planting sweet potatoes is my job, aren't you?" The 3 rabbits jumped, startled. He declared boldly, "From today, I won't hog the joy of farming sweet potatoes. I just don't want to spend too much time on it." Hearing his speech, the 3 rabbits froze, their spirits sinking. Still, they rushed off to cut every single leaf. One rabbit pushed a cart full of leaves, while the black rabbit followed with a stack in its arms. The air was silent as they neared the end of their task. Sejun wiped the sweat from his brow, observing their progress. After working in perfect harmony, Sejun and the rabbits had planted 500 square meters of land. He didn't have to plant everything himself, yet he reaped all the experience points. He even leveled up and earned rewards. Just then, the father rabbit started a chorus. The mother rabbit joined the rhythm. Together, they swayed their hips. Together, they hummed a tune, circling around him as they sang. Sejun didn't understand what they were doing until a status window appeared with an explanation. The white rabbits were praying for a bountiful harvest, and the tower manager enthusiastically approved. His mood lifted instantly, and he decided to dig up some potatoes. After digging for a moment, a blinding light erupted from the soil. Sejun leaned in to look, but the light was too bright, forcing him back. He was stunned by the tuber before him. It was a sun god's sweet potato, able to burn fat and grant cold immunity for 24 hours. Sejun was shocked as he read the text. "You have achieved the feat of growing a new plant species in the tower." He couldn't believe he had such an ability. In a city of towering skyscrapers, a car slid into a parking space. A foot slowly emerged from the door. He looked up at the apartment building. Dong Shich, holding a gift box, guessed this was Sejun's home. Back in the tower, Sejun and the rabbits were still amazed by the potato they'd unearthed. Right then, the system appeared, announcing he received a new achievement. The next quest, harvest the sun, sweet potato. At the same time, His experience points increased. Sejun was speechless. Another notification popped up, stating the son's sweet potato was his exclusive crop, and no one could cultivate it without his consent. Sejun grinned, exclaiming that this was amazing. He was the only one who could grow sun sweet potatoes, so when he harvested and sold them, no one else could compete. That, Sejun buried the special potato back in the ground. He admitted he was curious about the taste, but since it was a new species, he had to grow it first. Grow quickly, he urged it. Then, Sejun excitedly shouted, "Let's dig up the other sweet potatoes." The rabbits quickly chirped in agreement. Soon after, he found and pulled up a whole cluster of sweet potatoes. The baby rabbit beside him cheered with joy. At the same time, the cart rabbit and the black rabbit pushed a full cart of potatoes toward him. Above them, the sky was a brilliant blue. Below, they stuck leaf-wrapped sweet potatoes around a fire to roast them. Sejun gently poked one of the potatoes with a small stick. Then he pressed lightly on the potato inside the leaves. A little smoke escaped from the hole he'd poked. Seeing this, Sejun blew on it gently. The other two rabbits copied him. And then, Sejun broke the steaming hot potato in half. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "This looks delicious." The two rabbits beside him gulped, and Sejun handed half a potato to each of them. He watched the mother rabbit patting the choking father rabbit's back and chuckled, "Eat slowly." The system then announced that the tower manager was waiting for their turn. Sejun looked up and said, "Thank you for letting the rabbits eat first." Next, he picked up a basket of potatoes, saying, "Here are 10 sweet potatoes." A message of gratitude appeared. Sejun then turned back to look at the basket. He glanced at the rabbit holding the scythe and asked for its help. The scene changed to Eisen, slowly peeling a potato. She ate with delight, her tail wagging nonstop. Then Eisen popped another piece into her mouth, savoring every bite. Suddenly, she sighed, "What a shame, I've eaten it all." Eisen glanced aside, wondering if she should ask for more. She was surprised to see what Sejun was up to. Back with Sejun's group, he and the scythe-wielding rabbit were working diligently. Sejun looked at the potato slices and said, "After drying them like this, we can flip them once or twice." He then looked at the rabbit and said, "One more tuber." Hearing this, the scythe rabbit tossed a sweet potato into the air, then swiftly sliced it into small pieces. Sejun picked one up and praised it. "You're doing great. Keep it up." The scythe rabbit's mood brightened even more. Suddenly, the system popped up again, saying Eisen was furious and asking why he was throwing away pieces of potato. Sejun calmly replied that he wasn't throwing them away but drying them to make something delicious. She was still confused. He asked her, "Have you ever heard of dried sweet potatoes?" The scene shifted to a hand pressing a doorbell. A voice from inside called out, "Who is it?" Dongshich asked if this was Sejun's house. Immediately, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed. The door flew open, and a family of 3 rushed out, shouting Sejun's name. Sejun's mother hesitantly asked who he was. Inside, she brought out fruit and said, "We don't get many visitors, so I'm not sure if this is to Dongshich's liking." He replied, "It's fine. Even a glass of water is enough." Then Sejun's father spoke up, asking his business because Sejun was missing and not at home. Dongshich was startled, quickly presenting his business card. He introduced himself as the captain of Team 5 of the Phoenix Guild. The father took it with a look of disbelief. Suddenly, Seijo lunged forward, yelling. Sejun's father jumped, asking what was wrong. The boy held the card with trembling hands, muttering, "This is one of the nation's representative guilds, and Team 5 at that." Seijo then shouted, "Dongshich is a top-tier hunter." Hearing this, he chuckled lightly and said, "It's not that amazing." Sejun's father immediately shot up, stammering as he asked why he was here. He then told Sejun's mother to quickly cut the premium watermelon and bring it out. Dongshich watched the scene and bowed his head, saying, "Please, just sit comfortably." Then Sejun's mother looked at him and hesitantly asked if Sejun was inside the tower. Her husband chimed in, asking when he would return and the reason for Dongshich's visit. Hearing this, he pulled an envelope from his jacket and said, "I came to deliver this at Mr. Sejun's request." He then placed it on the table. Their faces darkened as tears welled in their eyes. The father slammed the table and wailed, "How are we supposed to live on?" His wife covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Seijo sat there in a daze. Dongshich was horrified by their reaction. He quickly waved his hands, explaining, "This isn't a will." They immediately stopped crying. Then, Sejun's father pulled a check from inside the envelope. 50 million, the father cried out in shock. Dongshich stated the amount. Sejun felt bad for disappearing and wanted to say he was fine. "He asked me to deliver this to his family." Sejun's father beamed with pride, exclaiming his son was just as smart as him. He knew Sejun would succeed wherever he went. Next, Sejun's mother asked worriedly if Sejun was doing well. Why didn't he come back and give this to them himself? Dongshich quickly explained that Sejun couldn't leave due to a mission and told them not to worry. He then turned his attention to Seju. The young man looked up as Dongshich spoke. I heard your parents say Sejun is missing. You didn't know he entered the tower? Seju replied with a bewildered look that they had lost contact 5 months ago, with no news in recent months. He even checked with the Awakened Association just in case, but found nothing. He then asked if everyone inside uses an alias. Dongshich said only a few do, and that he would ask again later. His mind raced. Sejun entered the tower 5 months ago, with no official record. He's a solo player who already reached the 40th floor. In the 10 years since the tower appeared, no one had climbed to floor 40 so quickly. Could this be the birth of a genius hunter? Suddenly, Seju asked if Dongshich's guild had some kind of talent development program. Sejun's father immediately bonked him on the head, scolding that Sejun was busy inside the tower. How could he help you from out here? Seju shot back, I have talent too. Dongshich cleared his throat, warning that being a hunter is a dangerous job where you can lose your life, and even the Hunter Association doesn't recommend it. He then stood up, saying that he had to get going. Sejun's father insisted he stay for a meal, since they hadn't done anything for him. Dongshich awkwardly scratched his ear, explaining he came right after leaving the tower, so he really needed to get home. The father replied regretfully, asking Dongshich to take care. Outside, Dongshich opened his car door and got in. He let out a soft sigh of relief. Just then, a system window appeared. Contract complete. Dongshich nodded in satisfaction. Mission complete. Now, where to? Suddenly, his phone rang with a child's voice calling, Daddy. He grinned happily, asking if his little girl missed her daddy. While driving, Dongshich continued, Guess what Daddy's bringing home? Something my baby girl loves. The scene changes to Sejun, sighing that floor 99 is still so far away. Inside the tower, a blue sky hung above the cave entrance as carrot tops soaked in fresh water. At that moment, Sejun planted one of the tops into the soil. He smiled, thinking this would make growing carrot stalks much easier, as system notifications popped up beside him. Sejun explained that you soak the carrot tops for a few days, and once the new shoots grow enough, you plant them in the ground. He continued that since the root won't regrow, he had to wait for the stalk to flower before he could collect any seeds. Gazing at the flowers, Sejun mused, Is this why I enjoy farming so much? He felt that hard work brings a great sense of accomplishment when you see the results over time. Suddenly, a system window appeared. Aileen was asking about the dried sweet potatoes. Sejun saw it and stood up, saying he'd check on them right away. He walked over to the spot and gasped in surprise. Looking at the result, Sejun announced, They're all perfectly dried out. Next, he picked up a slice of sweet potato. Sejun grinned. Should we have a taste? The two rabbits beside him stared with longing eyes. He immediately popped a piece into his mouth. With the first bite, Sejun exclaimed at the amazing flavor. The outside was crisp, but the inside was moist and perfectly sweet. Who could possibly resist this? At the same time, the system window appeared, analyzing the food item. He cheered that he should dry more for snacks later. As he spread more sweet potatoes on the racks, a message appeared. Eileen was gently reminding him he seemed to have forgotten something. Munching on a slice, Sejun replied, Just a minute. Another notification appeared. She really wanted to eat it and told him to hurry up and send it. After reading it, Sejun replied, Hold on. Aileen, slightly confused, asked what he was doing. Sejun explained he felt it was impolite to always send things in a bamboo basket, so he had an idea. On her end, Aileen urged him not to bother with anything fancy. Sejun kept working, saying it would only take a moment. He then held up the bag of sweet potatoes, much to Aileen's surprise. The dried sweet potato gift set is ready. He chuckled, saying the gift bag looked pretty nice and that he used to work in a packaging factory. Sejun added that beyond just the taste, good presentation also brings a lot more joy. Packaging like this also helps keep the food moist. After he said that, Eileen went silent for a moment, leaving Sejun confused. Sejun wondered aloud, You don't want it anymore? Just then, the system window displayed a single message. Thank you. Seeing it, he crossed his arms and pouted, thinking he'd expected her to like it, but her response felt so flat. He worried she thought he was just playing with her food. On Aileen's end, she held the gift bag, her face blushing. It's so cute, she whispered, then shouted, How could I possibly eat something this adorable? The scene then cuts back to Sejun. We see him munching away, wondering where all his potatoes went. He dried 40 of them, but now none were left. Nearby, the rabbits continued to happily feast on their stash. Suddenly, the poison honeybee queen flew up to Sejun. Looking at her, he asked, What is it? The queen simply offered him something. He held out his hand to receive it, unsure of what it was. A system message popped up. You have received 2 pouches of cornflower pollen. Sejun then turned his gaze to the cornfield. He put his hands on his hips, amazed. He hadn't noticed, but the corn had grown large and had already started to flower. Sejun figured that since the flowers had no nectar, the worker bees must be collecting pollen instead. He rolled the pouch in his hand, wondering if he could use it to make a health supplement. With that thought, Sejun popped some into his mouth. He grinned. It's a little bitter, but mostly sweet, kind of like candy. This is great. Thanks a lot, Queen Bee. Hearing his praise, the queen buzzed with happiness. She turned and signaled to the worker bees. As they brought him more pollen, Sejun couldn't stop thanking them. At that moment, Theo leaped from the cliff, shouting that he had returned. Sejun turned and greeted him. Theo, welcome back. Suddenly, Theo jolted in shock at the sight of the poisoned queen bee. His tail shot up as he yelled about his fear of queen bees. Sejun quickly explained, they know you're on our side. She immediately tossed some pollen before Theo. He looked at it, wondering what it was. After sniffing it, Theo rushed to Sejun, wiping his nose on his shirt. He sneezed, exclaiming his hatred for pollen. Sejun, startled, cried out, this is my only shirt. Don't wipe it on that. The poisoned queen bee covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Sejun then looked at Theo, asking if he had finished the task he was given. Theo instantly replied that it was done, even exceeding the requirements. Sejun bent down and asked, so, did you deliver the news to my family? Theo confirmed he was about to, adding that there was also a contract. Sejun saw it and brightened up, realizing the 50 million had likely been sent. Theo excitedly said the tower's contract was rock solid, so it must have worked, but he would go check again one of these days. Hearing this, Sejun praised him for being so reliable. He then sighed, saying he knew nothing when he first entered the tower. Because of that, he couldn't help his family, which worried him constantly. They must have been so concerned. He added that they'd never guess his current job was farming with rabbits, and he wondered what they would think when he told them he was a tower farmer. After saying this, he let out a loud laugh. Sejun then sat down, musing to himself that Seo-jun always teased him, but that was just part of his unique personality. And Sejun's father loved growing flowers, so he would share some plant care tips. Thinking back, he realized this talent of his must have been inherited. He then whispered that his mother always cooked a huge pot of kimchi stew. Sejun recalled his family gathered together, full of happiness. He looked up, his voice faltering. I miss home. Suddenly, a black rabbit placed a paw on his lap, startling him. Then, all of them rushed towards him, as if to say he still had them. Seeing this, Sejun's mood lifted. That's right, you all are my family now. Theo quickly added, me too. Sejun affirmed that Theo was family too, and his one and only dedicated employee. Theo smiled at the praise. Now, check out the spoils I've gathered. Theo then began listing off all his expenses, with a final total of 208 coins remaining. Sejun shouted in amazement, praising his incredible skills. Theo replied, just as you said, business adds to a man's value. He kept pouring items from his bag, much to Sejun's surprise. He picked up a frying pan, joyfully exclaiming it had been so long since he'd seen an object from human civilization. Sejun looked inside a pot, noting it was a tower-produced item because of its mark. Strange, why isn't the manufacturer listed? His gaze then fell upon a dagger. Picking it up, he celebrated that this was likely his first weapon in the tower. He then wondered about the question mark in the description and asked Theo where he got it. Theo replied it was just a cheap prize from a lottery corner. Sejun stared at the dagger in surprise. He then noted he met the requirements and wondered if he should even use it. At the same time, a system message appeared. The item was unaudited and unsafe to use. He looked on with suspicion. Then, a notification offered to have someone appraise it for him. Il then chimed in, saying the dagger was unappraisable. But she immediately told Sejun to send another pack of sweet potatoes as a thank you gift. The reward would be the appraised dagger. He frowned and pouted. Something about this doesn't feel right. Il instantly retorted, but he remained unconvinced. The system then stated she was craving more sweet potatoes. Sejun finally snapped, I knew it. Didn't you take a ton last time? But he calmed down, admitting it wasn't safe to use an item without information, so he wouldn't argue further. Just take the dagger. The system quickly appraised it, announcing it was now safe. Quest complete. Sejun's reward, the dagger. Then, all of the items' stats appeared before him. After reading them, he shouted in shock. This dagger is a named item? He thought to himself that named equipment usually auctioned for at least 100 million. Their rarity was what gave them their special status. Sejun glanced at Theo, wondering, and you got this from a lottery prize? Suddenly, a wicked smile spread across his face as his thoughts continued. He had thought Theo was just a naive, gullible kid. He didn't stop there, affirming to himself that the cat was actually incredibly talented. Deep within the forest, Kuen was searching for something in the bushes. It chewed on its discovery before letting out a sharp cry. Back with Sejun, Theo ate, remarking, this choo-choo is delicious. Meanwhile, Sejun held the dagger, planning his next move. His eyes widened, and he swung the dagger forward, slicing through the nearby trees, which fell to the ground. Sejun put his hands on his hips and laughed, asking if his skill was amazing. The rabbits immediately burst into applause. Seeing this, Theo looked up and asked if he liked the dagger. Sejun quickly replied that he loved it and thanked him. Theo suddenly stood up, dissatisfied, declaring he was a merchant cat. Sejun played along, calling him Merchant Cat Theo. Happy with the title, Theo gave him a light high five, saying he'd be forgiven this time. But Sejun felt a slight jolt. He gently pressed Theo's paw pad, thinking, I thought he was a simple cat, but he has golden claws. Sejun marveled at how cute he was, wearing an expression that confused Theo. When asked, Sejun replied that his claws were just too cute. He then picked Theo up, offering him more choo-choo. Theo smirked inwardly, thinking Sejun was just a typical human after all. Everyone kneels before the might of cat claws. Theo continued gloating about his magnificent claws. He then turned to Sejun and said, obviously, now hurry up, I don't have all day. Sejun frowned at Theo, thinking his expression looked quite cunning. He suddenly lifted Theo high into the air once more. Then, Sejun placed him back on the ground, leaving the cat to let out a confused squeak. And just like that, Soon announced the hour was up. Theo jolted, his eyes wide with shock. He clawed at Soon's pants, pleading to be the mascot cat for longer, but was met with cold refusal. Unfazed, Theo decided it was time to play his trump card. He then presented a pile of spices, making Soon tremble with surprise. How about this? Theo asked smugly. I received these as a reward for a photo shoot. Soon, still amazed, poured some salt onto his hand. He took a lick, and his eyes shot open at the flavor. He then sampled the spicy pepper and the others. The rabbits nearby copied his every move. Theo declared he deserved another 2 hours as mascot cat. Hearing that, Soon swept Theo into his arms. Just 2 hours? He asked playfully. You can have 24. Theo cheered with pure joy. A cloud of white smoke began to rise. Soon was sprinkling salt over fish fillets before putting them on skewers. The delicious aroma quickly spread through the air. The scent even woke the sleepy rabbits. Sleep well? Soon asked them, inviting them over for breakfast. He laid out a delicious spread in front of the rabbits. Today, I feel like showing off a little, he declared. Next, Soon held up the fish skewers, explaining that the seasoned ones were separate so they could choose whichever they preferred. He laughed as a few rabbits choked on the spice. Guess the pepper is too strong, he said, then asked the black rabbit if it liked it. The rabbit nodded eagerly. Soon's gaze then fell on a sleeping Theo. Looks like mascot cat Theo is sleeping in. He walked over to wake him. Breakfast is ready. Theo was still half asleep. Soon offered a skewer to Theo, who immediately bristled. Are you insulting the god of fish? He growled. Soon was left utterly speechless. Soon frowned, saying, I can't believe you don't like salt-grilled fish. Theo ignored him, focused on enjoying his own meal. After eating, they returned to the garden. Soon used his dagger to harvest a cluster of cherry tomatoes. A system notification popped up. Productivity had increased. He remarked that the dagger wasn't only for combat. Looking at the stats, he noted that it also made all his skills 5% faster. A B-rank item was on a whole other level. He had to work harder to boost his output. He held out the tomatoes. Mascot cat, take these. Theo reluctantly held out his bag. Why do I have to do this? He grumbled with a frown. I'm the chairman, and I'm still working. Soon shot back instantly. Theo froze in astonishment. Soon scowled, telling him to get a move on. Theo reluctantly agreed, but asked, is a chairman's rank higher than a mascot cat's? Soon quickly replied, of course. At that, Theo stood tall with new resolve, vowing to work his hardest. A sly grin spread across his face as he schemed to monopolize Soon's lap and hands once he became chairman. The bag's full. I'm heading out now, he said cheerfully. As Theo left, Soon called out, buy more supplies when you pass the store, and stop by the smithy to get something you like from the lottery machine. Soon thought to himself that a talent like Theo's shouldn't be wasted. Theo agreed and waved goodbye. Soon waved back as he watched him go. He then turned to the tomato garden and let out a soft sigh. I should finish harvesting and get some rest, he decided. As Soon continued cutting tomatoes, system messages began popping up one after another. He read the notifications in awe. 90 experience points for just 6 tomatoes. The stats for the cherry tomatoes then appeared before him. D rank, he murmured. Fat dissolving, energy boosting, and a longer shelf life. Everything was doubled. It even tasted better. He hesitated before touching another vine. Soon wondered aloud. Does everything I touch turn into a D-rank item, just because I'm a D-rank farmer? If only Theo left a little later, I could have sold these D-rank tomatoes, he grumbled. Well, let's just eat and rest. The scene then shifts to Theo, who admits he feels a little regretful. Over at Ain's location, she walked into a dark chamber. Inside stood an ice dragon statue made in her own image. Without a moment's hesitation, Ain shattered the statue with a single blow. She then placed a bag of dried sweet potatoes where the statue once stood. Hands on her hips, she said with satisfaction. This vault has permanent preservation magic. I'll keep this as a memento, since Soon gave it to me. She then picked up a crystal orb, wondering what he was up to. Looking inside, she chuckled. He's sleeping without a care in the world. Should I go patrol the area? Suddenly, her brow furrowed with alarm. Back with Soon, he and the rabbits were sleeping peacefully. A flood of system notifications flashed, demanding he wake up. Soon sat up, wiping his mouth. What is it? Ain's voice urged. This is no time for sleep. Just then, a shadow loomed over the edge of the pit. He scrambled to his feet, screaming, a monster. The system flashed a new command. Drive it away. Startled, he slipped and fell off the ledge. Seeing this, Soon quickly put on his shoes and rushed forward. Spreading his arms wide, he successfully caught Q. A dog fell down here, he wondered. But he quickly realized it was a giant red bear cub. Looking at Q, he thought, don't tell me this is the child of the Azure Moon monster. He looked down at Q. The mother is a beast, but how is her child so small and cute? Ain's voice immediately demanded to know why he had caught it. I couldn't just let it fall. That would be too dangerous, Soon replied. More notifications popped up, warning him to let it go. That its mother was surely close by. Soon gently placed Q on the ground. But it's so small. Will it be okay on its own? It's better to wait for its mother to pick it up. Ain's voice warned that Q would devour all the food in the cave. Soon thought she was exaggerating. Meanwhile, Q was having a great time playing with the black rabbit. A swarm of bees flew by, and the cub excitedly ran toward them. But the worker bees turned hostile, sending it into a panic. Q quickly scrambled back to Soon, startling him. He immediately held out a hand to calm the bees, assuring them that Q wasn't a threat. He then looked at the cub and said, they only got mad because you got too close. Were you drawn in by the sweet smell? He thought to himself, this is just too adorable. He looked to the queen bee, asking a favor. She listened and immediately offered her honey. Sejun then urged Quen to try some. The cub happily accepted. Sejun smiled, realizing the sweet scent must have drawn it here. After all, bears love honey. Aileen watched the scene, completely speechless. But he was lost in Quen's overwhelming cuteness. She began trembling with rage, then suddenly appeared, startling Sejun. She declared his next mission. Kick Quen out of the cave. He looked up in alarm. Manager, what are you doing? Quen is tiny. It doesn't eat that much. But Aileen was firm, insisting he chase the cub away. That's just cruel, he protested. Besides, it was her fault he fell into this cave. Aileen shot back that it was a mistake, and he should just listen. Sejun hugged Quen closer. A mistake. He continued his plea. People said it was a mistake for me to enter the tower, too. The rabbits all stared at him with wide eyes. Aileen was no exception. She squinted, peering into her crystal ball. Then, the system updated. Sejun could do as he pleased. He pouted. Why was the manager so worked up over how much Quen eats? Well, whatever. He had to release it eventually anyway. Sejun smiled at the cub. The system says it's okay, so let's get up. It had already fallen asleep in his arms. Sejun rested his chin on his hand, sighing. It was just too cute. He decided to let it sleep in the cave for the night. Tomorrow, he would set it free. Soon, he was fast asleep himself. Meanwhile, in a corner, Quen was munching on something. Just then, the black rabbit emerged from its burrow. It saw the scene and let out a horrified shriek. The other rabbits joined in, their cries quickly waking Sejun. He sat up drowsily. What's all that noise? And where's Quen? He stumbled to his feet, still confused. The rabbits, however, were absolutely furious. Sejun stared at the scene before him, his jaw dropping in shock. The vegetable patch he and the rabbit chief had tended to was destroyed, and there stood Quen, innocently gnawing on a sweet potato. Sejun couldn't believe his eyes. He could only stammer, the storage. The cub just kept on eating. The enraged black rabbit smacked it with a hammer, making it cry out in pain. Sejun lamented that Quen ate 1/3 of the sweet potatoes and carrots, but ignored the cherry tomatoes. The rabbits, still fuming, continued to chase the cub. Quen cried out in fear until Sejun picked it up. Looking at it, he asked in shock, how did you get so big so fast? But then he remembered he was inside the tower. It wasn't strange for animals to grow quickly here. He recalled the manager's words, his face paling with regret for not listening. At that moment, a system window appeared. Red bears can eat 100 kilograms of food a day. Sejun read the message and broke into a cold sweat. He immediately bowed his head and apologized. She quickly forgave him. He thought the manager was just jealous he was feeding the cub, not that her warning was real. A notification appeared. He had to release it now. He held Quen, but hesitated. How was he supposed to get it out of here? Sejun tied a rope around Quen's body. He patted the cub gently. There, that's nice and tight. Then he stood and waved to the black rabbit. Get ready. Pull, he shouted. They all gripped the rope, pulling with all their might to lift Quen. From below, Sejun cheered them on. yelling for them to keep going. Lifted into the air, Quen struggled, wanting Sejun to hold it, but he quickly soothed it by offering a bit of honey. He smiled gently. Go on, go back to your mom. Quen took the honey and stopped fussing, eating peacefully as it was pulled up. He waved goodbye from below. Quen happily waved back at him. Just then, the system announced he completed the mission and received the seed collection skill. Sejun turned and asked the rabbits, did Quen make it home? Hearing their confirmation, he praised them for a job well done. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled, but his heart sank as he looked at the ruined storeroom. He turned to the rabbit chief with a weak smile. I guess we're eating cherry tomatoes, he said. A few days later, their cherry tomato garden was flourishing beautifully. Sejun and the rabbits looked up at a giant shadow looming over them. It was Quen, waving wildly, beside the massive figure of its mother. His face went pale as he stammered, speechless. Sejun yelled in terror. Why is the mother bear here? He was sweating profusely. Don't tell me. She's here to eat me. His mind flashed with images of the mother bear chomping on his head for keeping her cub for a day. Terrified, he started calling for his parents. He dropped to his knees, begging the mother bear not to eat him, claiming he'd taste bad since he only ate tomatoes. Suddenly, Aileen's voice cut in, they don't want to hurt you. Sejun looked up, surprised. Manager, you can understand them? She replied instantly, of course. And the mother bear wants you to give her cub honey. His eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Suddenly, the mother bear let out a mighty roar. The manager explained, she'll protect the area. The payment is honey. She then lowered one of her massive paws, as if inviting him to step on. He glanced back at the rabbits, then cheerfully agreed. The system prompted, climb onto the mother bear's paw. He did as he was told and climbed up. Sejun looked down one last time, silently thanking his plants for growing so well in the cave. A small smile formed on his face. He was finally escaping that place and entering the real tower, the world outside. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. He couldn't help but gasp. Before him was a truly magnificent vista. It's so vast. Am I really inside the tower? Then Sejun squinted at something in the distance. What is that pillar? A system window appeared, explaining it was a relay point. He looked confused. A relay point was a place for hunters outside the tower to move between different floors. A grin spread across his face. If he could use that, he could finally leave the tower. He was lost in thought, but how could he get there? Did he have to cross that entire distance? The mother bear set him down on the ground. He thought to himself, there's no way. Sejun looked at the bear and asked, could you take me to the relay point? Eileen relayed the mother bear's refusal. He wondered why. She explained it wasn't her territory. And to get there, he'd have to defeat 3,000 monsters. Soon understood, there were monsters on the road. Mother bear quickly pointed to the side. The system clarified her territory stretched only to this area where monsters dared not tread. He nodded, I understand. He then grabbed his bag, thanking the black rabbit. Just then, Quen rushed over for a hug. Suddenly, Mother Bear leaned in, sniffing Soon's pouch. That scent triggered a memory. He pulled a bottle of honey from his bag, offering to share it. At the sight of honey, Quen drooled all over the black rabbit. Soon poured a little on his hand for the cub, then offered some to Mother Bear. The system relayed that she was saving her share for Quen. The cub grew slowly here, but with Soon, its growth had exploded. Soon scoffed internally. Growing fast, it ate my entire stock. Eisen added that the honey would accelerate its growth even more. Soon glanced at the shy queen bee hiding behind him. He then raised a concern. If there's no food, won't Mother Bear starve? He knew red bears ate a massive amount. She confirmed the bear hadn't eaten in 3 days while searching for this cave. Soon exclaimed, 3 whole days? Quen is important, but you have to care for yourself. He then turned to the black rabbit, shouting for it to start preparations. Wielding a pan and knife, Soon declared he'd show them his cooking skills. The black rabbit appeared with a fire blower, tapping on the panes. The sickle rabbit swiftly chopped carrots. Soon threw all the ingredients into the pot, stirring before taking a small taste. Finally, he announced, it's done. A feast appeared before the 2 red bears. He mentioned the tomato fish soup was delicious despite missing items. You must eat well for Quen to grow strong. At that moment, the cub climbed up and began licking the soup bowl. Suddenly, she grabbed Soon, startling him. She then grabbed the black rabbit and the sickle rabbit. Mother Bear pulled them all into a tight embrace. The system conveyed her deep gratitude. Pinned in the hug, Soon yelled that he couldn't breathe. Nearby, Eisen let out a soft sigh. She crossed her arms, admitting she'd watched them since Quen left the den, fearing they would harm Soon. But their true desire was a peaceful bond. Eisen continued that this was why she offered to translate for the bear. She glanced at her orb, admitting she never predicted this outcome. Tapping her chin, Eisen grinned. If he was outside the den, she'd get more food and farmland. With Mother Bear as a bodyguard, it was a perfect 2-for-1 deal. She smirked, a true genius at the Wandering Merchant Investigation Bureau. Meanwhile, Dejiat was deep in thought, reviewing Theo's profile. She muttered that there was too little information. But based on the incident with Cam, he really wasn't that skilled. Dejiat wondered how Theo managed to sell so much. Just then, a white dog girl entered, calling her name. She reported that after the warehouse theft on the 55th floor, some goods were funneled to the black market. She had the list, the director requested. Dejiat frowned. Landlord Ritz, the one who profits from the poor? She flipped through the report, grumbling about why they were investigating such a trivial case. The director should have refused it, she muttered. Suddenly, a police officer rushed in with a report. He announced that Theo had reached the 75th floor using the merchant's shortcut. Dejiat shot to her feet. Understood. She donned her coat, saying she'd review the list later. Her subordinate whispered, good luck. Dejiat pulled her cloak tight, vowing to uncover Theo's secret as an agent of the Bureau. The scene shifts to Theo, who was found lingering at a roadside skewer stand. Back with Sun, Mother Bear and QN peered down from the pit's edge. He looked up and waved, asking for a lift. 3 days had passed since their agreement. He then held out a giant, leaf-wrapped bundle, telling her to eat it during her patrol. She accepted it with immense gratitude. Every morning, she patrolled while QN stayed behind. Soon the rabbits then began clearing the area around the cave. However, this land was completely different from the fertile ground below. Soon turned to a rabbit, noting the rocky, barren soil would make farming difficult. A sudden roar from QN made him jump. It shot forward like an arrow. QN's charge had tilled the entire plot of land. Soon's face lit up with praise, saying this made removing the stones much easier. He patted QN's head, giving it a potato as a reward. Soon then stared in awe, realizing the cub was now almost as tall as him. He felt a shiver thinking about QN trapped in that den. He then carefully placed a potato into a hole. As Soon covered the potato, he said he'd start with root crops in this poor soil. System notifications chimed endlessly. Next, we have to prepare for the tomatoes. Suddenly, he saw QN digging something up. He shouted in disbelief as he saw the potato he just planted in the cub's mouth. Soon jumped up, yelling that they weren't hunting for treasure. QN looked back, completely shocked by his outburst. He scratched his head in defeat. It ate everything I planted. Now I have to replant the whole garden. Hearing this, QN hung its head in shame. Soon frowned to himself. If QN stays, I'll have to teach it farming. Meanwhile, the cub sobbed as a nearby rabbit continued to scold it. On the 38th floor, Theo announced an auction of 300 lots of cherry tomatoes, a total of 1,800. After a fierce bidding war, a young woman emerged as the winner. He clutched the money bag with a sigh. The profit seemed smaller this time, if only there was an easy target like before. Suddenly, Dong Shich approached, asking about their last contract. Theo saw him and offered a simple greeting. Dong Shich hesitated, then said to tell Soon not to worry, as he had already spoken with his family. Theo nodded, then asked why he didn't participate in the auction. Dong Shich explained he was here for something else, reaching into his pocket for an item that puzzled Theo. He pulled out a phone, asking for a picture with Theo since his daughter adored cats. Theo immediately held out a hand for payment. Dong Shich gave him red chili powder instead, saying Koreans can't eat without it. Curious, Theo touched the powder and tasted it. Dong Shich panicked but was too late to stop him. After a tiny taste, Theo instantly leaped up, sending the bag of chili flying. Theo screamed that his tongue was on fire. The scene shifts to a shop where the owner says Theo's satchel upgrade is complete. She then moved on to the next customer, while Theo clutched his cheek, complaining his tongue still burned. He glanced back, boasting that the increased capacity meant he could carry hundreds more tomatoes. It was a worthy investment. With a sly grin, Theo declared that 1,000 thaps and the intermediate merchant rank were in his grasp. He'd even become chairman and make Z-Run kneel. Looking up, Theo decided to visit the alley shop and finish his errands. But then, a delicious scent caught his attention. Theo followed the aroma to a grilled skewer stand. He decided this would be the perfect cure for his burning tongue. Theo ordered 1 skewer. The owner quoted the price at 1 thap. Theo immediately started haggling, leaving the owner utterly stunned. After successfully negotiating, he walked off, happily munching on his fish skewer. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. He turned around in surprise. Theo pointed at Jizat, calling her the gullible girl who almost got scammed. She was shocked, he remembered. Jizat gritted her teeth, infuriated. He ruined her plan, and he dared call her that. She then introduced herself properly as Jizat. Theo gave her a confused look and asked what she wanted. Jizat stammered that she hadn't repaid his kindness yet and wanted to treat him. Before she could finish, Theo turned to leave, saying he was busy. Her eyes widened in panic. Jezet quickly ran to his side, inviting him for tea, but Theo replied that he couldn't drink anything hot right now. Undeterred, Jezet suggested a nearby dessert shop. Her friend worked there, and she could treat him to a special pudding. Theo still refused, remarking on her persistence. Jezat fumed, wondering why he was so stubborn. So, she suddenly dropped to her knees and burst into tears, leaving Theo completely bewildered. He cautiously asked why she was causing a scene. Jezat explained she was a new merchant lacking in skills. Playing the victim, she said she was impressed how he saw through Kazam's plan and saved a stranger. Jezat looked up at Theo and shouted that she wanted to learn his merchant skills, calling him a wonderful merchant. The praise worked instantly, making Theo beam with excitement. His heart softened as he agreed to teach her a little bit. Jizat's face lit up as she thanked him. A sly smile appeared as she thought, "Success. The begging trick never fails." Theo then told her to get up. She sheepishly complied. Jizat then asked where he was going. He replied that he was heading to Mythy Alley. She tilted her head in confusion. Jizat pouted, wondering what amazing item he could possibly buy there. Meanwhile, Theo pointed and said this place should do. She stared blankly at the shop while he wondered if the owner was in. They stepped inside to a gloomy, eerie space. Jizat glanced around, thinking the items were all impossible to appraise. In other words, they were just junk. She wondered what he could possibly teach her here. Just then, Theo walked to the counter and asked if everything was a flat 20 thaps. Jizat, standing beside him, questioned his plan. "Are you buying things you think you can sell?" Theo just told her to wait and see. The scene changes to a bustling market where people are browsing. Jizat picked up a knife, admiring its beauty. She then excitedly told Theo she'd heard Mythy had many high-quality items. He quickly told her not to buy such useless things. At one shop, the owner, reading a paper, said most items were unappraisable and he'd forge them for Theo if needed. He told him to choose freely. The moment he finished, Theo slammed both feet on the table and yelled, "Old man." He immediately began pleading for a discount. Jizat was frozen on the spot. An expression of pure disbelief washed over her as she screamed internally. This is his merchant skill. Theo confidently pushed for a lower price. Jizat was baffled. He's haggling even here? He wants an even bigger discount. How is he so confident? The owner calmly agreed, saying he'd take just 18 thaps. She was stunned once again. Theo kept pressing for a lower price, much to Jizat's astonishment. The owner looked up and said, "You're a bold one. Final price is 15 thaps. Take it or leave it." Still, Theo slammed the table, negotiating down to 13 thaps, promising he'd become a regular customer. The owner laughed helplessly and agreed to Theo's rock-bottom price. Hearing this, Theo jumped up and cheered. He then turned to Jizat and asked what she thought. She forced a smile and said he looked cool. Jizat kept clapping, thinking he was rather stubborn, as he scanned the area for something. Theo then walked over to a wooden box and rummaged through it. He quickly held up a straw hat and declared he was buying it. Jizat was baffled. "You're going to buy that? Are you serious?" Theo confirmed he was, asking what the problem was. She narrowed her eyes, confused. It wasn't even a weapon, just a worthless straw hat. Hearing her, the owner asked if she had a problem with his shop. Jizat frantically denied it. Theo told her she was being annoying. Hearing that, Jizat could only bow her head and apologize, silently wondering why she was the one saying sorry. Theo held up the hat and said he really liked it, recalling Z-Run's advice to buy whatever he wanted. After finishing their shopping, they left the store. Theo suddenly turned to Jizat, saying he had shown her everything and was heading home, much to her surprise. "Model." He placed a hand on her shoulder, wishing her luck as a merchant. With a final word, Theo turned and walked away. Jizat hesitantly replied. As Theo left, she whispered that she couldn't take it anymore. Following him felt unnatural, so she decided to back out. Suddenly, Jizat felt a jolt. She whipped around, watching Theo's retreating form, her eyes locking onto the straw hat in his hand. Then it hit her it was on the list she just saw. A cold sweat formed as she thought, "No way, it can't be, right?" In a nearby cave, Soon was crushing dried flowers for seeds. He frowned. The carrot seedlings had sprouted early. He'd plant half inside and the rest outside. Soon considered his stock. Because of Queng, he'd have to have the stored carrots. The rabbits were still afraid of it, so it would take time. Just then, the black rabbit and cart-pushing rabbit arrived with a haul of piranhas. He asked, "Is it feeding time already?" Soon stood up, announcing fish soup was on the menu. He told them to help Sickle Rabbit clean the fish. Mother Rabbit hadn't eaten, so he'd bring her fresh cherry tomatoes. As Soon went to pick the tomatoes, a system notification popped up. He read it, wondering, a new effect was added? Soon's new skill optimized tomato harvesting. He read it and smiled. A lower probability, but the ripest ones would be picked first. The thought of a higher-level harvest and tastier fruit made him genuinely happy. Soon looked at the system. So, there's a bonus skill at job level 4? He'd have to work even harder now. Suddenly, 2 rabbits cried out. He turned his head, telling himself this was no time for distractions. Soon grabbed his dagger and began mincing herbs, then put them in a bowl and said, "Done." Soon placed the bowl before the two rabbits, announcing the soup for Mother Rabbit was ready. The system promptly displayed the dish's information. With hands on his hips, Soon declared that even without an appetite, she would enjoy this. Health is crucial for a pregnant rabbit, after all. The other rabbits worked hard, so Father Rabbit could focus on his wife. He then told the Black Rabbit he'd be meeting his new siblings soon. Suddenly, Quang's head appeared at the cave's entrance with a cry. Soon saw this and said, "Just in time." He put on his pack, grabbed a bag, and told the rabbits to start eating. He was leaving the cave's crops to Cart Pusher and Sickle Rabbit. Soon tied a rope to the bag, then secured the other end to himself. He signaled for Quang to pull him up. Excited, the creature took the rope and heaved with all its might. At the same time, he waved to the rabbits, saying he'd see them topside. A few days ago, Mama Bear's lever idea helped them build this creature-powered elevator. Soon the rabbits worked with Quang every morning, but breakfast came first. He glanced back, marveling at how great this creature-powered elevator was. He recalled asking for just a small rock to tie the rope to, but the size he got was completely different. This must be a 99th floor perk, but it made the climb so much easier. He bent down to pat Quang's head, praising its strength for making the work faster. Quang pulled even faster than yesterday. It must have really missed him. The creature beamed at the praise, then suddenly nudged the bag Soon was carrying. Soon looked on and realized, you wanted food, not me. Still, he happily opened the bag and told it to eat. It's roasted sweet potato. Your first time trying it, right? He'd saved some for Quang yesterday, which had annoyed the tower administrator. Quang took one bite and its eyes lit up, then it began eating frantically. Soon told it to slow down. Suddenly, it froze, staring at the last potato. An idea seemed to flash in Quang's eyes. It quickly snatched the potato and darted away. Soon called out, confused about what it was doing. He saw it bent over, digging. Then Quang looked back. It was burying the sweet potato. Seeing this, he asked, "Don't tell me you're trying to plant a roasted potato? Did it think the potato would grow?" Quang's expression was a clear yes. Soon and the rabbits burst out laughing at the creature's cluelessness. Once he calmed down, he explained it wouldn't grow because it was already cooked. The creature looked completely shocked. He added that if it was that good, he'd make more next time. Wiping a tear, Soon marveled at how long it had been since he'd laughed so hard. Suddenly, a strange sound came from beside him. Soon turned to see a piranha buried in the dirt. His face went pale. It wasn't just one. There were dozens of buried piranhas. He and the rabbits stared in horror. Soon muttered that they needed a remedial class on agriculture. Meanwhile, Quang sat there with a dejected look on its face. The scene shifted to the beehive in the cave, where the bees worked diligently. Inside, the queen sat alone in silence. She held a cocoon in her hands, staring at it intently. At the same time, above the cave, Quang and the Black Rabbit seemed to be sizing each other up. The Black Rabbit let out a sharp cry, and Quang roared back in excitement. It charged toward the rabbit, who dodged by leaping into the air. Then, the Black Rabbit struck Quang's back with its hammer, landing gracefully with a triumphant look. Suddenly, a massive paw reached for the rabbit. Quang pulled the Black Rabbit into a hug and began licking its fur. Soon watched them play from a corner. He wondered if they were training or just messing around. Just then, Cart Pusher Rabbit brought over some water. Soon took a cup, saying he was thirsty and thanked him. His eyes then fell upon the bees. Soon noted that they seemed to be on patrol. Before he could finish his thought, he saw the queen bee take flight. She was carrying something and heading straight for him. Soon was surprised. Why is the queen here? Isn't she supposed to be laying eggs? The queen then placed a strange object in Soon's hand. He accepted it, still confused. The queen and her venomous bees bowed to him before flying away in unison. Puzzled, he began to unwrap the object she'd given him. It was a queen's cocoon. He stared at it in complete and utter shock. Soon realized the queen hadn't ruled for long, so the hive's power was weak. A new queen, born in a hive not ready to split, meant their already limited strength would be divided even further. Seijin considered this with a grave expression. That must be why the poison queen bee gave him the cocoon. This child was clearly precious to her. Suddenly, he shouted, "All right." Sejun smiled, declaring, "Let's work hard so a wonderful princess can hatch from this." "Cheer up, little cocoon," he said, looking at the pod. "I'm really looking forward to meeting you." The scene shifts to a vast forest, where Theo is singing joyfully. He cheered, "I'm finally almost at the cave." Then, Theo's eyes narrowed with a wicked grin. "Sejun is going to have to kneel before me." He suddenly froze when he spotted Quang digging in the dirt. Theo stared, then yelled, "Who are you? And what are you doing in front of the cave?" Quang turned at the sound, revealing Sejun's bag in its mouth. Theo screamed, "Why is my pouch outside?" His face went pale. "Did you get rid of Sejun?" At that thought, he collapsed to his knees in despair, crying out, "Why are my bad feelings never wrong?" Theo mumbled to himself, I felt a bad omen on the 38th floor. I thought I ran fast enough. He then looked up and screamed, I haven't even finished enjoying my life as a merchant yet. With tears streaming, Theo charged toward Quang. He unsheathed his claws and roared, I will avenge him. Just then, Sejun's voice appeared. Theo, you're here. The cat froze mid-lunge, then landed softly on the ground. Without hesitating, Theo zipped over, shouting Sejun's name. He frantically patted Sejun's face. Are you okay? Sejun just looked utterly confused. Theo ignored him, jumping down to Sejun's legs. What about your knees? How did you even leave the cave? Careful, you'll fall. Sejun yelped, startled. But Theo didn't care, leaping back onto his face and demanding, and who is that? One question at a time, Sejun said, feeling overwhelmed. After they sat down, Sejun introduced his new friend. This is Quang. It fell into the cave, and we became close. He added, Quang's mother will patrol and protect the area. I've already agreed to give her honey and food. Theo let out a massive sigh of relief. I thought you were eaten. Sejun didn't argue. A thought then struck him. Giant red bear is too generic. I want to give it a name. Then Sejun asked, Theo, can you ask for its name? At the same time, Quang let out a cry. It doesn't know, Theo replied. Sejun looked at Quang and said, Then I'll give you a temporary name. I've already thought of a few. Then Sejun proudly announced, Quang. He explained, It's perfect because that's the sound it always makes. Theo and the rabbit stared, dumbfounded. You have zero naming sense, Theo deadpanned. Sejun looked genuinely shocked. He bent down to pat Quang's head. You like it, don't you? The little bear cooed in agreement. As Sejun kept petting it, Quang rolled on the ground, giggling. See? Just as I expected, Sejun declared. It loves the name. Theo suddenly cut in. Stop that, and look here. He climbed onto Sejun, holding out a pouch. I completed the mission and sold everything. Theo asked. So with this much, what's my cut? Sejun took the pouch and praised him. Excellent work, Theo. With the last haul, it's about 38 tower coins. Theo's face lit up. Deal. I'll use them right now. Give me my reward soup. Sejun handed over the reward. Here you go. Theo proudly praised himself. Sejun then put the soup packet in Theo's mouth. Suddenly, Quang leaned in and licked it. Theo stared. What are you doing? He asked. He immediately erupted. How dare you eat my reward soup? How dare you sit on Sejun's lap? This is unforgivable. Seeing Theo's rage, Sejun picked him up. Calm down. Meanwhile, a terrified Quang fell over and began to wail loudly. As Quang cried, the surrounding trees began to shake in response, leaving Sejun completely stunned. Just then, a huge shadow flew past, making Sejun and Theo gasp. The mother bear landed with a crash. She stood over Quang and glared at them. Quang, still crying, pointed directly at Theo. The mother bear's gaze locked onto the cat. Sejun calmly scratched his head while Theo sat frozen, pale with fear. We're in big trouble now, Sejun said. The massive mother Quang loomed over Theo with a ferocious expression, completely dwarfing the small cat. Though terrified, Theo still trembled and tried to speak. Hello, I am Theo, a traveling merchant cat. He then held up his tiny paw to show his badge. This is my certified wandering merchant insignia. I think I had a small misunderstanding with your child. But after hearing Theo's words, the mother bear only roared with fury. The sound echoed everywhere, terrifying everyone. She then bent down, calling her child's name. Tears of fear streamed down Theo's face. I'm so sorry. We won't fight anymore, he stammered. Sejun casually tried to explain. It was just a small squabble. Nothing happened. Really? The mother bear looked up at him, then let out a sigh. She turned and walked away after receiving a satisfactory answer. Sejun breathed a sigh of relief. I thought we were in for it. Theo collapsed to the ground, panting. Seeing this, Sejun sat and helped him up. Are you okay, Theo? Calm down. The cat was still sniffling from fear. Thank you for speaking up for me. Sejun pulled Theo into a comforting hug. Sorry, I should have told you about her sooner. The black rabbit came over and licked Theo's face to soothe him. Surrounded by everyone's care, Theo finally giggled. That tickles. From afar, Quang watched them play. You want to join us? It lowered its head sadly, thinking this was all its fault. Quang slowly approached Sejun and carefully licked his face, as if to apologize. Theo gently made peace. I'm sorry too. Let's be friends from now on. Smiling, the little cat wiped its tears and joked. But please don't eat my food. Sejun let out a huge yawn. Yes, yes, everyone be friends. His sleepiness was contagious. Everyone else began yawning with him. The father and mother rabbit came up from the cave. The father rabbit suddenly saw a bag and slowly went closer. He was thrilled to find a straw hat, running to show his wife his prize. When the two returned, they found everyone else had already fallen fast asleep against Quang. Sejun held Theo in one arm, relaxing comfortably. The rabbit parents glanced at each other, smiling. They then placed the newfound hat on his head to block the sun. Finally, they leaned against Q and dozed off together. A satisfied smile crept across Sejun's face. Elsewhere, in a mysterious cosmic space, blinding lightning erupted from the center of the room. Kair gritted his teeth, focusing his power. Suddenly, the stone in the room's center flared with a blinding light. He ground his teeth in fury. Why won't the tower open? And Tan, observing nearby, tried to soothe him. Father, please be calm. Kair roared back in fury. How can I be calm in this situation? I don't even know if things are okay. He clutched his head in frustration. It's been over 10 years since the last seizure. We finally obtained the medicine, yet the gate is malfunctioning. Kair glanced at the large stone before him. The tower's emergency system isn't responding either. So there's no way for us to get through. We're trapped out here, completely blind to the situation inside, and Tan said calmly, Father, if the Black Tower's emergency system hasn't reacted, doesn't that mean the seizure hasn't started yet? We still have time. He calmly explained to his father, Everyone here understands your anxiety. We are all of the Jitani gathered here for Eisen. Of course, we are also incredibly worried. The Tower Master's residence is at the very heart of the tower's mana flow. The dragons take turns managing the tower, using it to grow stronger. All of them gave up such an ideal place because Eisen is ill, and Tan continued to ease his father's worries. To get Eisen's medicine, we braved countless dangers and suffered great losses. These dragons gathered to heal Eisen's unstable body. The wound in her heart has gone untreated for far too long. Every dragon here feels the same way about Eisen, Kair stated stubbornly. And Tan, even so, there is nothing we can do. He closed his eyes, feeling powerless. I understand, Father. That is why I must remain calm. Opening his eyes again, and Tan bowed his head in sorrow. Eisen is my daughter. I trust her more than anyone. I'm sure she is fighting this illness with all her might. Kair looked up, slowly beginning to yield. Very well, if you insist. He raised his hand and began to command. Dragons of Jitani, wait until the tower opens. All the black dragons turned and began to depart. And Tan looked to the sky and wondered. The predicted day of relapse has already passed. Father, do you think Eisen's dragon heart has improved? Kair turned, looking hesitantly at the stone. I hope so. But his face was etched with an endless sorrow. My granddaughter. I pray she is eating and sleeping well. Elsewhere, contrary to everyone's worries, Eisen happily popped cherry tomatoes into her mouth. She lounged comfortably in a chair, reading a book. Eisen savored the tomatoes with satisfaction, musing. Maybe it's because these are Emperor grade. Their flavor is so much richer now. She popped a few more into her mouth, savoring them. Before, I had to eat a whole mouthful to taste anything, but now, just a few is enough. Suddenly, Eisen felt a strange sensation from her heart. Startled, she dropped the cherry tomato in her hand. Eisen looked down, touching her left breast in wonder. She was stunned. My heart, it hasn't beaten a single time in over 200 years. It actually activated on its own and absorbed mana for a moment. Then Eisen raised a wing, pondering. Come to think of it, my seizure should have relapsed by now. As if realizing something, she glanced down at the basket of tomatoes. Could it be? Because of these? Eisen picked up a small one to examine it. That's right. Human crops can slightly boost mana. I forgot. A pleased smile spread across her face. I thought they were just delicious, but they can actually heal a dragon's heart. Eisen trembled with happiness, laughing uncontrollably. Then Eisen shouted into the empty room. Excellent. I, the 200-year-old dark dragon Eisen Jitani, have finally found someone worthy of my protection. Eisen clenched her fist with determination. I have a chance to make my dragon heart beat again. For that, I will protect him. Sejun, a farmer of the tower. She reached her hand toward the orb and closed her eyes. You should feel honored. Gaining my interest is a blessing in itself. Eisen chuckled as she watched him sleeping beside his friends. What is this? Did he get a hat from somewhere while I wasn't paying attention? Seriously. He's surprisingly resourceful. Suddenly, his nose itched and he scratched it. A large, faint line of text appeared. The tower administrator asks about the straw hat. The words grave consequences materialized before him. He slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, too close. Fully awake, Sejun yelped. Why is the status window right in my face? I can't see a thing. He sat up, slowly reading the notification that had appeared. The tower administrator asks, were you not warned that carelessly using an unappraised item would cause great trouble? Sejun wearily held the hat, complaining, you scared me. I was sleeping. What do you mean? An unappraised item? He blankly took it off and stared at it. Isn't this just a straw hat? And how did it end up on my head? A rabbit approached, holding out a pouch to Seijun. He understood immediately. Theo's pouch? He brought this with him? Now knowing the cause, Seijun gently prodded Theo's belly to wake him. The little one rubbed his eyes sleepily. Don't wake me. I want to sleep more. Seijun gently placed Theo onto Q's back. This little guy, you really love your sleep. He picked up the straw hat to inspect it. Let's see. Its information window immediately appeared. He exclaimed in shock, the protection of Mother Earth? It seems there's no limit on the size of the land either. This is a truly great item, but that usage restriction. Eisen's message appeared again. The tower administrator says you should appraise the hat first. Seijun read the message and quickly agreed. Could you give me a quest for it? She promptly issued the item appraisal quest to Seijun. He immediately accepted it. The straw hat materialized in her hands. Placing one hand on her orb, she thought confidently, time to show him what I can do. Seijun used his appraisal skill on the hat in his hands. A faint light started radiating from the straw hat. Ain gasped in shock. She quickly sent the results to a waiting Seijun. He read the message, slightly confused. Congratulations. Then, a new quest appeared before him. The tower administrator requests your promise to offer crops filled with blue moon energy during the next cycle. The reward is, the item has been appraised. If you refuse, the straw hat will not be returned. Seijun thought to himself, crops filled with blue moon energy. He stroked his chin, thinking. Come to think of it, the blue moon is coming soon. My field is bigger now. I can offer up much more. I promise. She wanted him to make a pinky promise, like a child, and reminded him he should be honored to know her name. Seijun read her name again, his brow furrowed. You didn't have to tell me your name. Ain's response was a flurry of threatening messages, her fury clear. Seijun quickly changed his tune, replying sweetly, Yes, Lady Island Jitani, it is a true honor to know your name. He quickly held out his pinky finger. I, Seijun, promise to offer my crops to Island Jitani. Once I harvest the crops filled with blue moon energy in the coming cycle, Island replied that this was his first promise to her. Seijun stared blankly. First promise? On the other side, Ain watched him through her orb. A smile graced her lips as she held out her hand. Yes, the first promise between us. The system announced the quest was complete, returning the straw hat. Seijun caught it, surprised. An artifact? A new window with the hat's information appeared before him. Its stats had changed after Island's appraisal. Seijun's jaw dropped as he continued to read. One of the 10 artifacts of the tower? This is my first time hearing of an artifact-grade item. He stared down intently at the hat in his hands. The previous level and stat requirements had vanished. In their place was a new restriction. For those with an agriculture-related class, he happily placed it on his head. An appraised item, huh? Plus, it could now grow with the owner's class level. It seemed to bind to him the moment he wore it. As soon as he put it on, the system announced the hat had leveled up from E rank to D rank, shocking him. The system quickly explained the related stats. Finally, a new list of the straw hat's stats and skills appeared. Seijun stood frozen, pointing at the screen and yelling, These available skills are incredible. So this is one of the tower's artifacts? He gazed happily at the barren land before him. This item was a miracle. He was so lucky to have it. These were the exact skills he needed for the wasteland outside his cave. This is a huge help. He looked over at the peacefully sleeping Theo with praise. As expected of golden-pawed Theo, my intuition was right. Seijun rushed over and swept the kitten into his arms. Oh, my adorable and proud merchant cat, Theo. He lifted Theo's front paws and showered them with kisses. Waking from his nap, Theo asked dazedly, What do you think you're doing? Seijun crossed his arms and declared, Theo, you are now the great merchant cat. For the next week, you get special treatment. The kitten shouted, thrilled by this reward. Really? A whole week as merchant cat Theo, not just 38 hours? Seijun confirmed again, lifting him high. That's right. Merchant cat Theo was ecstatic about this. He yelled, You adorable bastard. I don't know why, but I'm so excited. Theo beamed a smile as bright as the sun. I am the great merchant cat Theo. Meanwhile, below the great cave, the sky remained clear. A rabbit pushing a cart gnawed on a stick, while the black rabbit nervously tapped its foot. Seijun, on a large rock, was also stomping his feet. Theo looked down, his face full of worry. Seijun glared down at him, annoyed. Can you please stop shaking your leg? It's driving me crazy. The kitten looked up and explained, I'm shaking because I'm so nervous. Seijun also glanced anxiously toward the small cave. A long time had passed with no news. Theo looked up at him. Waiting this long is exhausting. Hey Seijun, can I have some soup? Seijun gently agreed. Looks like it'll be a while longer. Let's take a little break. Just as he stood up with Theo, the cave entrance opened. He cautiously approached. Are they born? How many are there? Are they all healthy? Everyone sat straight, anxiously waiting for the news. The mother rabbit emerged, happily holding 3 bunnies. Sejun shouted in surprise, 3 of them. But that wasn't all. The father rabbit followed, carrying even more kits, stunning Sejun. 3 more. The plump little bunnies rested quietly in their blankets. Sejun and the rabbits gathered around joyfully. 6 in total. I should make some soup for the mother. She had such a rough morning. Everyone was overwhelmed with happiness. Sejun glanced at the kitten beside him. Theo, what are you doing? Come closer. Theo timidly took a few steps forward, asking, is it okay if I come near? Sejun smiled at all his friends. Of course. The bunnies are beautiful, aren't they? Theo shouted with pure joy. They're so tiny, Sejun grinned, turning to tease him. Theo, you're an uncle now. Hello. Uncle Theo. The kitten looked back, confused. I'm an uncle? Sejun smiled and placed the new responsibility on him. Of course. Take good care of them, my interesting Uncle Theo. Theo reached under his arm and pulled out a red pouch. He frantically offered it forward, shouting, Uncle Theo, here I'll give you my favorite soup. Eat up, little ones. Sejun chuckled at the sight. They're too little to eat soup yet. Theo froze, just realizing his mistake. Then Sejun gave him a knowing look, as if he'd found Theo's secret. Are you secretly hiding more soup packs? Theo just laughed nervously. They're for emergencies only. Below, in the cave, happy chatter and laughter filled the air. On the 179th day trapped in the tower, new members of the family were born. Meanwhile, in another place, across a barren, arid wasteland, a stone at its center began to emit a blinding light. It spun slowly, as if revealing a secret. A fierce minotaur stood and commanded, My proud warriors, hear me. His voice grew grave, striking fear into everyone. The blue moon is coming, and our hunger ends now. Find everything edible in that barren wasteland. His terrifying gaze swept across those around him. In contrast, at Soon's camp, everything was peaceful and happy. Countless bees flew around the crops in the cave. Above them, status notifications appeared, boosting the harvest. Soon spread his arms, taking in the beautiful sight. So many more flowers than usual. So this is a 50% increase in yield? He sat and gently touched a newly bloomed flower. But the 7th blue moon is approaching fast. Quang and his mother are probably preparing for it now. They didn't appear today, so I must prepare quickly too. Suddenly, a strange sound caught his attention. Theo was chasing the little rabbits, calling out loudly, Don't run, you little ones. He picked up a dusty fishbone and grimaced. So dirty. Theo then raced to stop 2 rabbits from running toward a fire. Fire is dangerous. The boy held 6 little rabbits and ordered, Everything is dangerous. Stay close to me. Soon watched from afar, silently pleased. I never thought this cat boy would become their protector. He slowly approached with a smile. How's being an uncle, Cat Theo? The boy looked back and sighed. It's exhausting. Then he looked more serious and added, But I love it. I'm an uncle now. The mother and father rabbit stood by, giving him a thumbs up. Soon smiled and returned the gesture. He called out to Theo and the bunnies, Be back before evening. The boy was overjoyed, letting them ride on his back as he moved. Now, hold on tight. We're going on an adventure. Sunlight streamed quietly down into the cave. The diligent bees were slowly filling their hive. One cave door slammed shut, and another was sealed tight. Soon knelt on the ground, opening his pack. Good, everything is ready. He looked at the boy holding a bag, asking, Cat Theo, what are you doing? The boy happily climbed into his own bag, explaining, I'm hiding from the blue moon in here. This pack can block the blue moon's energy. This one is only the size of a tent, but some wandering merchants have packs as large as a building. Soon was a bit stunned to hear Theo say that. This pack has many functions. Huh. He then pulled something from his bag. Then, Cat Theo, can you hold on to this? A small, round, white orb rested in his palm. Theo was confused, not knowing what it was, and asked, What is it? He quickly explained, It's the queen bee's cocoon. This made the boy gasp in shock. A queen bee? He nudged Soon gently and tucked the cocoon away. I understand. I'll keep it safe within my soft fur. Just as they finished, the ground began to tremble. The blue moon has begun. In the deep blue sky, the moon cast a blinding light. Soon looked up with a worried expression. I wonder if Quang and his mother are all right? The sound and shaking intensified, startling him. Soon nervously ate a cherry tomato. What is that? This is the first time I've heard that sound. Did another monster enter their territory? In that case, I should use the cherry tomatoes. A louder roar made him drop one. The horrifying sound gradually faded. He calmed himself and looked up. It's gone. What was that noise? It sounded like a cow's moo. Are there cows on the 99th floor? Confused, Soon noticed his tomatoes had turned from red to dark blue. He gasped, Is the blue moon's energy stronger today? How much stronger? In the distance, the corn on the stalks seemed to glow. Soon was overjoyed. That's the cornfield. Does corn also absorb energy from the blue moon? He crossed his arms, looking at his field with pride. Is it because the field is affected by my bountiful harvest skill? The blue moon crops seem to be doing great. The next day, after it was all over, the sky was clear again. Theo poked his head out of the cave, looked around, and happily reported, "All clear." At his word, Soon also slowly emerged. The boy looked at him, puzzled. "Isn't it better to wait for Quang and his mother? It's dangerous outside." Soon calmly explained his reason. "During the last blue moon, monsters lurked around the cave. I have to check if the field is okay. Don't worry, I'll just take a quick look and return. I have to harvest the crops that absorb the blue moon's energy." Undaunted, Theo immediately hugged his leg. "Then I'm going too, even though I'm tired." Outside, huge footprints and craters littered the ground. As he feared, the sweet potato field was destroyed. Soon slowly looked down at his feet and was surprised. "What kind of tracks are these?" "Hoof prints, and they are huge." He then looked at the mound of earth beside him, muttering, "They must be incredibly strong." Seeing the height of the mound, something clicked for Soon, and he froze. He quickly scrambled to the top. As he reached the summit, Theo became worried. "Master Soon, we've been out a long time. We should go back." But he was still focused on something, digging his hands into the dirt pile. "Wait, there's something I want to check." He grabbed a handful of soil and smiled. "Just as I thought, the soil here is different. It wasn't crumbly but soft, held water, and was full of nutrients." Soon stood happily on the mound, observing. He never thought such soil existed in this barren place. "Now we can finally improve this place. We can create a fertile field." He crouched to analyze it with Theo. "If we can till this land and mix this in. But I don't have farming tools like a wheelbarrow or a tractor. Digging this deep is too much for the rabbits." Lost in thought, he suddenly received a notification from Erin. She warned him of the danger. Soon didn't hesitate and said he would return quickly. Before leaving, he cautiously asked if she was okay. Erin reassured him and urged him to be extremely careful. Soon found it strange. "You're more worried about me than usual today." Then, he suddenly shouted with excitement, "The blue moon crops. I harvested so much. Are you looking forward to it, Erin?" The two returned to their cave. Exhausted, Theo yawned, wanting sleep after the praise. A corn cob glowed in the cavern's center as Soon approached and broke it. He immediately gained beneficial stats, and his accumulated experience also rose. Peeling back the husk revealed bluish-purple kernels inside. It looked delicious. A stamina corn? Before Soon could wonder, the status window quickly displayed the item's information. Soon looked at the stamina corn with reverence. Just a D-rank crop already had double the stats of an E-rank 1. He innocently raised it to his mouth. But what did it matter? The most important thing was to taste it. His mouth watered, but a message from Eisen caught his eye. "Have you forgotten your promise?" Soon immediately reached for a nearby cherry tomato. He harvested 5 and offered them to Eisen for her opinion. She quickly accepted with thanks. Soon gave a small laugh. "I'm looking forward to it." But he thought differently. That 3 years was a long time. Eisen was overjoyed with the items in her hand. "These cherry tomatoes absorb blue moon energy, and I have 5. She picked one up, examining it slowly. If regular ones made her heart race, these definitely would. Then, Eisen popped all 5 tomatoes into her mouth at once. The moment she finished chewing, she leaped to her feet, praising the taste. Eisen shook her small head, focusing deeper on her mana flow. She began to sense all the energy within her. Her eyes widened with excitement. Dragonheart. But then a tremor hit her. Eisen collapsed in agony, her heart hurting so much she made strange noises. Soon quickly shucked the corn and placed it into a steamer pot. The crackling fire brought the water to a boil. Soon sat beside the stove, waiting. Great. The day to use the pot from Theo the merchant cat had finally come. The husk creates an air layer, so steaming it is all that's needed. He turned to the side with a bright smile. "I'll dry the corn leaves to make tea. This will give me another beverage." The rabbits began to emerge from their burrow. Soon immediately turned to greet them. "Good morning, everyone." He approached the father rabbit. "How's the little one?" The rabbit pointed inside the burrow and Soon understood. "Sleeping with its mother, I bet?" Soon sat, sharing the purple cherry tomatoes. "Look, this is the harvest after the blue moon." He then glanced at the boiling pot. "We also have blue moon corn, and I'm cooking it now. Let's share it." The father rabbit approached him, holding a cherry tomato. It kept saying something that made him curious. "Are the cherry tomatoes enough? You want me to eat the blue moon corn first?" Soon smiled and patted its head. "What a good father. I'm always grateful to you." The other rabbits stared from behind, full of envy. He then looked towards them. "But I can't eat this just yet. So let's have breakfast, harvest more corn, and then eat dinner together." The bees buzzed diligently around the garden. Soon lifted the lid from the steamer. A rich aroma spread out. He looked inside, his mouth watering. It looked so good. Soon quickly grabbed the stamina corn, blowing on it. So hot. With a D-rank farming skill plus blue moon energy, it should taste even better, right? He grinned, opening his mouth wide. Well then, let's eat. Each rabbit nibbled on its own tomato. The black rabbit happily took a large bite. The other rabbits also ate until their bellies were full. The father rabbit approached with 2 tomatoes and soon understood. You're taking those to the mother rabbit, enjoy your meal. After giving everyone their share, Soon took a bite of his own corn. My turn then. His eyes lit up after the first large bite. So sweet, every single kernel was delicious. He quickly sped up, devouring the rest. The sweetness grew stronger with every chew, like playing a harmonica. After Soon finished, his stamina permanently increased by 0.1. That was absolutely delicious. He tossed the empty cob into the fire. Soon stood up, dusting his hands off. Now, shall we harvest more corn? He marveled at the large stalk. The cobs are all perfectly ripe. Soon swiftly reached out and snapped one off. He wondered, what kind of effect does this one have? The system quickly displayed the relevant stats. The corn he just picked was for enhancing stamina, both nutritious and delicious, with a few extra effects. Soon read the description with great interest. Skin elasticity. Mom would love this, he thought. He and the rabbits harvested more corn, laughing joyfully. I'll send some home next time. Should I send some plants too? From above the cave entrance, 2 large bears slowly approached. He looked up to greet them. QN, is that your mother? After climbing up, Soon showed his concern. You weren't hurt yesterday, were you? He poured some honey onto its paw, making QN glow with happiness. Here's some honey. It must have been tough with nothing to eat. QN's mother smiled gently at her happy child. He turned to add, next time, I'll bring some grilled fish for QN's mom too. From the distance, Theo approached. President, I'm leaving. Soon looked at the little cat, confused. Why not sleep a bit more? The cat tried to act mature. I can't waste my time as a merchant cat by sleeping. I'm off to work because I'm the best among all the professional wandering merchants. Seeing this, Soon didn't hold back his praise. A true merchant cat indeed. Theo quickly clung to his leg. Please take me to the wandering merchant's path. Immediately, QN came over and bit the cat's shirt. As it carried him off, Soon waved, explaining, QN says it will take you. Good luck. Theo yelled in frustration, my legs are way over there. Soon suggested a plan. How about until QN drops Theo off at the merchant path and returns? Large paw prints remained pressed in the dirt. Soon stood with his arms crossed, thinking aloud. Should we rebuild the destroyed field? Elsewhere, the Minotaur was gathering its herd. He scooped up a clump of mud. The Minotaur grumbled, Mud Bull, Bull 1 mud. As another stepped forward, he spoke again, Bull 2 dry earth. The Minotaur roared with rage. What is this? It's all just mud. He pointed down at the group below. What in the world have you all been doing? I told you to bring back food. Why is it all mud? One of them stepped forward to try and calm the situation. But Chief, it's been a long time since we've seen grass in our territory. We're all helpless. Even if we plow all this land, there's nothing but mud. The Minotaur slumped down, utterly disappointed. He sighed over and over. Why did this have to happen? The Minotaur began to reminisce. This land was once a lush pasture filled with premium grass. The Black Tower's strongest monster guards the 99th floor's checkpoint. The Black Minotaur feared the Blue Moon's energy could no longer sustain the tower, so the Bull King ordered his tribe to devour all the grass during that time. But the Minotaurs are colossal beasts with powerful appetites, so the grass disappeared far faster than it could ever regrow. In the end, this place became a barren wasteland, without a single blade of grass. The Minotaur chief brooded, thinking the young warriors' muscles seemed weak. To maintain their immense strength, the pride of the Minotaur warriors, they needed to consume high-grade grass. He then roared his command, Next, New San. I don't want to see the mud you've dragged in. You scouted farther than the other warriors, didn't you? New San came forward and knelt, Forgive my late return, Chief. He bowed his head with a sigh, knowing the chief expected this disappointing result. It's all right, as long as you've returned safely. But then the chief's eyes flew wide open. He stormed towards New San, making the warrior flinch in fear. What is it? He roared, gripping the warrior's shoulders. New San, what is that on your head? The Minotaur demanded, his breath heavy. What is that faint, sweet scent clinging to your horn? It turned out a small tuber was caught there. Everyone stared in utter disbelief. What is this? Meanwhile, Isul ached with exhaustion. Rubbing her head, she struggled to sit up. Did I pass out? I think I'm all right. Suddenly, she bumped into the chandelier above her. Puzzled, Isul muttered, What the? Why is this so low? Then she glanced down at her orb in surprise. As Isul picked up the orb, the truth dawned on her. It wasn't that the light was lower. Utterly baffled, Isul held the crystal sphere in her hands. Have I grown taller? Isul sat there, staring at the orb. She couldn't understand what was happening. What's with this sudden growth spurt? Isul slowly pieced it together. The Blue Moon cherry tomatoes had 10 times the magic of normal ones. Raising her hands to count, she realized, and I ate 5 of them. Is that why my dragon heart reacted, causing this change? Isul rubbed her chest, but the feeling was only temporary. Her dragon heart still gave no response. She sighed wearily. So this isn't a long-term solution, is it? But then she hugged the orb, showing his face. I have confirmed my dragon heart can be healed, even if just a little. Seijun, the tower farmer, is just so precious. She saw him sharing corn with the rabbits. Isul seethed with rage. He's eating something delicious without me. What is that? It's too small to see. Frustrated, she tried to squeeze through the exit. I should use the large orb Grandpa gave me, but her now larger body was completely stuck. The door is too small. Isul let out a devastating roar. Me too. I want some too. Give me that delicious food, Seijun. Down below, Seijun and the rabbits were cheerfully grilling corn. Seijun sat nearby, praising them happily. Great work, everyone. He then turned to the cart-pushing rabbit to assign a task. I'll boil the rest of the corn. Please wrap it up. And can you tell the others to gather for dinner? Seijun then turned back to his steaming pot. I wonder if the corn is done. Opening the lid, he inhaled deeply. The aroma. Perfect. Just as he plated the corn, a message came from Isul. She wanted some too. She quickly issued a quest for Seijun to send her corn. Finding her impatience adorable, he quickly reassured her. Isul, I was going to send you some anyway. Can you just wait a moment? She quickly agreed. On the other side, the rabbits brought over the grilled corn. Excellent, Seijun directed. Just put it right here. With so many paws helping, the work finished quickly. Seijun stood, stretching. Awesome, right? He then sat down and began sharing the corn with everyone. Luckily, the seeds from last time turned out to be corn. It meant no butter grilled corn, but this was still amazing. Next to them, the fire crackled as more corn sizzled on the grill. He added a bit of sugar, roasting it until it turned a golden brown. He picked one up, added seasoning, then sprinkled on shredded cheese. Who on earth brings cheese into the tower? Seijun then turned to rummage through his bag, and for the final touch, he pulled out a red powder, exclaiming, chili powder. Seijun recalled finding it in the merchant's pack after getting the straw hat. He dared to hide this amazing spice from me. He should lose his merchant cat title for this, but I'll let it slide. The seasoned, grilled corn looked absolutely irresistible. He took a bite, overjoyed, sweet, fragrant, and so rich. It's like tasting home again, right here in the tower. Watching all those YouTube cooking videos really paid off. Seijun then sent some to Isul as promised. Here you go, Isul. Enjoy. After completing her quest, he turned to the rabbits. How about you all? Is it good? Nearby, the mother and father rabbit were having a hard time. You haven't eaten yet because you were feeding the little ones? Seijun suddenly had an idea. He used a spoon to scoop the glistening kernels into a bowl. The baby rabbits huddled together to eat, letting their parents relax. Seijun watched them happily. You don't have to feed them one kernel at a time. They can eat on their own now. Go on and eat. I'll watch over the little ones. Seijun picked up his own portion. Time for me to eat too. But suddenly, the other rabbits rushed over to him. What is it? Seijun choked, spitting out a mouthful of corn. He turned to see the baby rabbits covered in kernels and burst out laughing. He walked over, picking off each kernel. You little guys are killing me, he laughed. Getting corn all over yourselves. Here, let me help. When he was done, Seijun let out a weary sigh. Raising kids is never easy. He glanced toward the cave entrance. I really miss that merchant cat. Tower Disappearance Diary. Today, we harvested corn and ate together. An angry fist slammed down on a table. Damn it. This was the 38th floor, the Phoenix Guild's temporary base. Someone shouted in anger, why isn't the wandering merchant here yet? He's much later than usual, isn't he? Dong Shich calmly replied. What's the matter? Are you buying cherry tomatoes again? Didn't you say your girlfriend already bought some last time? The man spoke up. You haven't heard the news? He gestured with a frown. Rich people outside the tower are buying magic tomatoes for a fortune. A single one costs over 500,000 model. Shouldn't we buy all we can before rumors spread and people start hoarding? Jessica asked frantically. What's the plan? Captain, we must prepare for the scheduled tower raid. If we delay any longer, our supplies will be depleted. We also have to report to the guild. Dong Shich stood, resigned. There's no other choice. Some of us will stay for the auction. The rest of you, prepare for the tower. I know the wandering merchant, so I'll stay behind. You're dismissed. Dong Shich then turned to Suha. I thought Jessica would be the one staying, not you. Suha. She smiled, explaining, Jessica said she no longer needs cherry tomatoes. She's lost enough weight and passed the chance to me. He then asked, are you joining the auction? Interested in cherry tomatoes? Suha replied instantly, nope. She gave a playful wink. I'm more interested in following a handsome man. Her mischievous charm made Dong Shi chuckle. Is that so? Elsewhere, Theo was happily on his way, humming a little tune. Hey, Theo is adorable. Come on, The kids are waiting for their cool uncle. He stopped with a sigh. I'm here. Before him was the wandering merchant's passage to the 60th floor. He thought, maybe it's just me, but this passage seems the largest. Theo glanced up at the sky in awe. It feels like ascending to the heavens. Ahead of him, a long line of people waited to enter. As he approached, a gatekeeper stopped him. State your affiliation and rank. He quickly replied, Junior Wandering Merchant. I need passage to the 38th floor. Little did he know, dangerous eyes were watching him from the shadows. Ika spoke up. Is that him? The other wolves were quick to respond. I think so. He's a cat person. The sketch is garbage, but the cat part matches. This blacksmith's art is terrible, right? Ika and Elke debated. But I doubt he has the straw hat. Idiot. It's in his inventory. Who would carry that thing around? Ika then turned, seeking another opinion. Chief Ika, why would Lord Rip want a simple straw hat? It's so ordinary. Ika scowled. That doesn't matter. We are the Silver Wolf tribe, the most elite mercenaries in this tower. Our job is to fulfill the client's request. With that, they pulled on their hoods. For now, we follow. You both have your mercenary licenses, correct? Yes, but they failed to notice Theo watching them from behind. The Silver Wolf tribe? Why are they tailing Theo? She recalled how excited he looked with that straw hat. It can't be because of that, can it? Troublesome people are after him again, all because of Lord Rip. What's so special about that hat they'd hire mercs for it? Did Jiat move cautiously? I have to follow them. I have a bad feeling. Meanwhile, Theo followed the crowd deeper inside. Warm sunlight bathed the garden in a gentle glow. The colony of rabbits was already busy at work. We're working together to restore the fields destroyed by the blue moon. Sejun watched their progress, amazed at the results. Incredible. That mountain of debris vanished in a flash. He clutched a bag of seeds and sat down. All right, time to plant these. The bag held shimmering peanut seeds. I finished harvesting the corn this morning, and my skill reached level 6. Wiping the sweat from his neck, Sejun gazed at the field. Putting points into agility was worth it. It only took a few hours to plant everything. Plus, there's an update to the seed shop. Sejun looked over the menu. Peanuts? 100 radish seeds for 0.1 tower coins, 100 cucumber seeds for 0.2, and 1,000 peanuts for 5. Peanuts are great for restoring soil fertility, he decided instantly. They even grew well in harsh conditions back on Earth. I'll go with the peanuts. A series of shop notifications popped up, confirming his purchase and loyalty points. Sejun's eyes widened. I can rank up again? A bag of peanuts materialized before him, followed by a flood of system notifications and shop updates. He hugged the bag of seeds, overjoyed. I've ranked up from newbie to commoner, and the available seeds increased from 3 types to 4. I can't wait to use the shop again. Hey, I'm getting greedy. How many new seeds can I buy? Below, the sprouts were already pushing through the soil. I need more seeds, and new varieties too. Together, they had turned this barren land into a paradise. Sejun patted Quen's head as it brought over some branches. Thanks, Quen. They had cut them down to use as mulch for the peanut field. This would prevent moisture from evaporating under the hot sun. Now I can stretch out the watering cycle, which frees up time for other tasks. Sejun sat, shelling corn from the cobs. He let out a weary sigh. Finally done preparing seeds for the next planting. A system message announced a proficiency increase and another level up. Wiping his brow, he said, I'll soak these for a day and plant them tomorrow. The baby rabbits swarmed the dish of kernels. He quickly lifted it away. Nope, these aren't for eating. Seeing their droopy ears, Sejun spoke again. You guys must be bored, huh? With everyone busy expanding the fields, the little ones had no adults to play with. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I've got a great idea. Sejun rummaged through his satchel. Little rabbits, come here. I have a fun new job for you. He handed each one a tiny pouch to wear. Sejun beamed with delight. This is too cute. You all look like little kindergartners. He began his instructions. Secure your pouches and give 1 carrot to every hardworking adult rabbit, okay? They eagerly waved their paws and started to leave. Whoa, not yet. He laughed. Come back, I'll fill them up. Once they were ready, Sejun pointed dramatically. Support squad, deploy. The baby rabbits immediately scurried off. They delivered carrots to their parents and other rabbits in the field. Sejun watched the heartwarming scene, a happy smile on his face. When Theo gets here, I should ask him about buying some cute clothes for the baby bunnies. An image of the bunnies in adorable outfits filled his mind. They would look so precious. It's a shame I can't take a picture. But elsewhere lay a barren land, devoid of all life. New Tam wandered alone, as if in a desert. He frantically scanned his surroundings. Where could it be? Lamminguet's spell wiped his memory. But it had to be somewhere around here. Damn it, why did the chief give me this mission? New Tam recalled the moment Mino gave the order. Chowmong number 3. Where did you find these grasses and roots? Back then, he had answered nervously. I think it was somewhere near the border. The chief was just as surprised. What? You left our territory? New Tam was completely flustered, unsure how to respond. No, I didn't. Lam and Guayet messed with my memory. So I don't really know. Mito popped the root into his mouth, impressed. Really? I've never seen this in our lands before. It smells fragrant. Let's see. He chomped down loudly in front of the others. Then, Mino's eyes shot wide open in shock. He clutched his head as if going mad, the taste growing sweeter with each chew. I feel so energized. My muscles are bulging. Instantly, Mino grabbed New Tam's shoulders and shook him. Chow Mong number 3, find where this grass grows. Now, the future of the Minotaur tribe is at stake, on your honor as a warrior. This is an order. I'm counting on you. New Tam snapped out of his flashback. He was at a complete loss. If he failed, the chief's massive muscles would surely crush him to dust. He continued his hopeless search. This was the border region, where the forest met the barren lands. At this rate, what if I run into a red-furred bear? I don't have the confidence to fight. Then, a faint aroma drifted by, making him close his eyes. The scent. New Tam's eyes flew open in astonishment. Before him lay the very field that Soon and the others had just cultivated. He screamed in a panic, "It's the grass!" Oh my god! The ground was covered in the delicious-looking plant. New Tam ripped everything up, popping some in his mouth and holding the rest overjoyed. Thank you for the meal. After swallowing a piece, his joy grew. So delicious. He bent down to gather up the rest. What kind of grass is this? I have no idea. Whatever, it's tasty. After pulling everything up, New Tam left, satisfied. I'll take it all back. The chief will praise me, right? As the sun set, Mother Qen's eyes snapped open. She sensed something. Dropping Qeneng, she scanned her surroundings. Her expression slowly twisted into a furious scowl. Mother Qen looked grim. Meanwhile, Aim was casually sipping a drink. She soaked in the lake, completely satisfied. This is amazing. My body has finally grown enough to enjoy the adult spa. It was so difficult when I was smaller. Suddenly, a notification startled her. Mother Qen was calling. She was slightly annoyed. How dare you disturb the time of Eisen Jitani, the Black Dragon? What is it? The information flowed between them. After receiving the message, Eisen cried out in shock. You said what? Meanwhile, Sun was fast asleep, completely unaware. A message from Eisen woke him. What's wrong, my lord? Eisen quickly relayed the information. The giant red bear detected traces of another monster near the cave. Soon asked in disbelief, What? Another monster? Just then, Mother Qen arrived. Everyone rushed to the garden, stunned. Soon was at a loss for words. What happened here? He grabbed his head in confusion. The corn leaves I used to cover the field are all gone? Meanwhile, in a much quieter place, Theo raised his hand excitedly. Humans! Theo had reached the 38th floor. The boy smiled and waved to everyone. I'm back. Soon and the others could only stare at their ruined garden, devastated. He stared at the ground, deep in thought. The entire crop had been stolen, but I didn't hear a thing last night. Mother Qen reported, it was probably those horned bastards. He was taken aback. Horned bastards? Soon felt a chill. Are they the monsters who dug holes during the lambing Guayet period? This is trouble. He sat down beside the sad black rabbit. Luckily, they only took the top leaves and didn't destroy the whole field. I think we just need to bring green tomato leaves from the cave and cover it again. Seeing everyone so down, Mother Qen offered to expand the territory and patrol. He gladly agreed. That would be a huge help. Soon patted Qeneng's head, warning her. But don't overdo it. The most important thing is to stay safe and healthy. Watching Mother Qen leave, he was relieved no one was hurt. Still, we need to prepare for what's coming. He held Qeneng with determination. Just as I thought, I need power to protect myself. Bright sunlight illuminated the path down to the cave. Down below, the rabbits were incubating the queen bee's cocoon. When Soon returned, he took it back and waved to them. Thanks for your help. See you later. Soon waited with his arms crossed, full of anticipation. Today, the poison queen bee hatches. I'll let the rabbits handle farming. The system said he had to witness its birth. According to the description, the first person the queen sees becomes its master. The number of bees in the cave had already swelled to around 200. Soon snacked on some fruit. If a second poison queen appeared and formed a force outside the cave, it would be a perfect defense for this area. After eating, he started yawning. It should be hatching soon, right? It's been a while since I rested. I'm so sleepy. His eyelids grew heavy. I should give it a flower so we get along from the start. What kind is it like? Tomato? Or sweet potato? Soon slowly drifted off, still murmuring, Thank you for being born, Queen Bee. The scene was strangely peaceful. He slept, still clutching the flower in his hand. The cocoon began to twitch. A faint light glowed from within, growing brighter and brighter with each passing moment. Finally, the cocoon shattered completely. From beneath the leaves, a tiny arm slowly reached out. She let out a soft cry the moment she was born. The adorable second-generation poison queen opened her eyes wide, looking around blankly. A moment later, she tried flapping her wings to fly. She flew a small circle in the air before landing on him. Her mouth opened wide with excitement, while Soon remained deep in slumber. The newborn poison queen had accepted Soon as her master. She let out a happy chirp, gazing at the flower in her new master's hand. Just then, the first queen flew over from a distance. She looked at her child with pure joy. The two exchanged a silent message before the new queen flew off with her mother. The two soared happily through the sky, then gracefully descended. The poison queen bee dove swiftly towards Zie's run. She gently placed a kiss upon his cheek. After she flew off, Zie-run slowly stirred. He stared blankly at the system windows before him. What happened? Zie-run glanced around in a panic. The newborn queen bee stared at where the cocoon had been. He cried out, "It's gone." The scene shifts to another place, where a hand holds up a strange leaf. A minotaur stared at it, asking, "Was this left at our border?" Tam quickly answered, "Yes, Commander." He held up a leaf, puzzled. "This grass is different from what we've seen before. This is a type I've never encountered. It's too small to share." Tam sighed in frustration. "My apologies, Commander." He cleared his throat and bowed his head. "It can't be helped. A big appetite is our nature." Then, the Minotaur put a leaf in his mouth to try. "This leaf has a sweet smell. Let's see." His eyes widened instantly at the flavor. "Delicious. I feel full of energy." The Minotaur clapped him on the shoulder, overjoyed. "You did it, Bull 3. With more of this, we can make this barren land fertile." He then gazed into the distance, his expression pained. "What has happened to this forest? It's strange for such a plant to appear here. What is about to happen on this 99th floor?" He bowed his head, a troubled look on his face. "I want to go there myself to claim as much as I can, but I can't recklessly leave my post without knowing how much there is." The Minotaur spoke again. "My time away is limited." He quickly shouted, "Bull 3. "Yes," the Minotaur ordered in a low voice. "Find the exact location of this grass. If one has appeared, there must be more. If someone is growing it, find their identity." Tam raised a hand to object. "Commander." He yawned and then continued, "Can I take a quick nap first? I ate too much, and I'm feeling a bit sleepy." The Minotaur hefted his weapon. "Go find it, now." Terrified, he scrambled away. "Yes, I'll be back soon." In a lush, green forest, a clear voice rang out. "Humans, I have returned." Seeing Theo, the others quickly ran over. "There he is, the wandering merchant cat. What took you so long?" "My apologies, I had some business. In exchange, the magic cherry tomatoes I'm selling today are special." Confused, one of them asked, "Special? Magic cherry tomatoes are already special enough," the kid quickly argued. "No, this time it's even more special." Theo held up a large tomato and announced, "It's a D-rank magic cherry tomato." Everyone immediately jumped in shock. "What? D-rank?" From behind, Suha cheered, "So cute." Each of them picked one up to inspect it. "It really is D-rank. It reduces 20 grams of fat, mana increase is up to 0.2, and it has a 60-day shelf life." Dong Shik's jaw dropped in amazement. "I've never seen a D-rank magic cherry tomato before. This is great. I can eat and store twice as many." Encouraged, Theo brought out a whole crate of tomatoes. 2,000 total today, I'll sell 400 at a time. People quickly started bidding. 70 tower coins for 400. 90 tower coins for 400. Theo happily sold them, collecting several bags of money. Theo cheered joyfully. "At this rate, I'll profit over 1,000 tower coins. I can finally become a former wandering merchant." He was thrilled with his accomplishment. "Once I become a former wandering merchant, the crop marking restrictions will be removed. Then I won't have to hide Mr. G-Run's existence anymore." As he was silently celebrating, Suha approached him. "Theo, let's take a picture." The little cat cleared his throat and struck a pose. "Then let's start the next business as a former wandering merchant. Now, line up, grab my paw and get a reward." Contrary to his expectations, only Suha was there. Theo asked blankly, "Why is it just you? Is there no one else?" She bowed her head and explained patiently, "Well, you haven't been here in a while, so everyone who was waiting left the trial tower." Theo's mouth fell open. No wonder it seemed so empty. Knowing his personality, Suha sat down to comfort him. "Don't be disappointed. Here's a little reward for you." But Theo couldn't cheer up. This was a matter of pride. He looked down at his paws sadly. "I wanted to gain more merchant cat authority this time. Have my paws lost their luck?" Suddenly, two young women approached from a distance. "Is this the right place?" "There he is, the wandering merchant cat." They came closer, smiling. So cute. Hello? Are you the wandering merchant cat? Can we take a picture with you? Theo's spirits slowly started to lift. How did you two know? The two cheerfully showed him a photo on their phone. We saw you on Instagram. Let's take a picture. Theo's eyes widened in confusion. Instagram? Then his eyes began to sparkle. Theo held out a paw and shouted, I can smell money. If you want a picture, you have to give me a reward. Theo took the phone and scrolled through pictures of himself. He looked at Suha, confused. Humans see these photos and want to come take a picture with me, she explained gently. That's right, sorry for not telling you beforehand. Suha looked at the frowning Theo with a bit of worry. Is he angry I posted his picture without asking? Suddenly, the little cat turned and shouted, Of course you should be sorry. Why didn't you tell me something like this existed sooner? Suha's face went blank, not expecting him to be so easygoing. Immediately, Theo struck another pose and handed her the phone. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, take more photos and post them. In 90 seconds, Theo struck a series of weird, cute, and mischievous poses. This pose, or this pose? Suha happily coordinated, changing the camera angles. That's right, just like that. Look over here. She was overjoyed with the material she had. Oh, Theo, you're just too cute. Pleased by the compliment, Theo held his head high. All done. He turned and winked. If anyone wants to meet Theo, the wandering merchant cat, tell them to come to the 38th floor. He added casually, with enough gifts, Theo will even dance for them. And just like that, the first star cat in history was born. Theo waved a paw tiredly as he walked away. This is harder work than it looks. He licked his fur clean. Next time, I'll look perfect for the photo. Theo thought smugly, smelling the scent of countless rewards. Look at me, the merchant cat. Should I aim to become the cat president? He chuckled at his own bright idea. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, sending everything flying. Theo groaned, clutching his head in annoyance. What was that? I just finished grooming and now it's a mess. He suddenly froze when he saw Iko and Elke standing before him. His face paled as he screamed, Wolves! From behind them, Elke stalked forward. The creature was so huge, Theo almost wet himself in fear. Its massive paws slammed down right beside him. Elke leaned in menacingly. Are you the merchant cat who bought the straw hat from the blacksmith in the merchant district? Theo trembled all over. What did you say? The wolf immediately roared back with a furious voice. Answer me now. Cat, what did you do with the hat? If you don't answer properly, I'll tear you to pieces. Tears streamed down the poor cat's face as his tiny body shook with fear. This only enraged Elke further. Answer me, cat, the straw hat. Suddenly, something shot past, cutting him off mid-sentence. Elke glanced down at a pine cone on the ground. What's this? White smoke began to pour from it, growing thicker and confusing the wolves. Smoke. Iko and Elke quickly covered their noses. It's a stink bomb. My nose is ruined. Within the smoke, a pair of bright eyes appeared. A small hand grabbed Theo's paw. The panicked cat flinched back. Degas signaled for him to be quiet. She pulled him away quickly. Hurry, follow me. Elke snapped out of his daze and yelled, He's getting away. He roared in fury. Don't just stand there. After him. But the other two wolves were already helpless on the ground. Help us, Elke. This smell. My nose is going to fall off. Elke touched his forehead, sighing in defeat. Damn it, we failed. The two cats ran for a long time before stopping to pant. Theo was so tired his tongue hung out. Degas cleared her throat. They won't follow us. After calming down, Theo looked up at Degas with gratitude. Thank you so much. I thought I was a goner for sure. She just smiled in response. You saved me too, so think of this as me repaying the favor. They hugged happily. Still, thank you. I'll definitely repay you. Do you like grilled fish? Degas thought to herself, this is my chance. She looked at him with anticipation. In that case, can I travel with you on this journey? I liked your talk about business before. Without any suspicion, Theo replied, Of course, let's go. Degas was naturally very pleased. Thank you. She stepped forward to lead. Then let's return to the merchant district. I know a really fast shortcut. Theo trotted behind her. But first, I need to register for my promotion at the Merchants Guild. Degas was utterly shocked, shouting, What? A mid-rank merchant? But you've only been a wandering merchant for a few months, he asked, confused. How do you know that? Degas realized her slip-up and covered her mouth in panic. Oh no, I can't reveal my identity as a wandering merchant bureau supervisor. Theo glanced at her suspiciously. That's strange. Could it be? Before he could finish, she quickly cut in. Then, Theo hit her with a question she never expected. Did you talk to that bastard who scammed me? Degas quickly improvised. Yes, I didn't ask, but he told me everything. Theo turned away in a rage. That damn swindler can't even keep his mouth shut. Behind his back, she let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Then Degas turned to him sweetly. But how did you manage to earn 1,000 tower coins so fast? That's something even a wandering merchant like myself couldn't do. Can I ask what special item you're selling? Her eyes were intense as she thought to herself. Without special support, it's impossible to earn that much money in such a short time. A series of terrible scenarios flashed through Degas's mind. There was no telling what power was backing him, or what dangerous item he was selling. If that's true, I will arrest him to protect the honor of the BR Merchant Bureau. But contrary to her fears, Theo just smiled gently and said, I sell cherry tomatoes. His answer left Degas completely speechless. Cherry tomatoes? She asked in disbelief. Those little, round, red things? He answered without hiding anything. That's right. Theo kindly opened his bag to show her. I'm sold out, so I can't show you any. Maybe next time. Then he stepped forward to take the lead. Now, let's go. We don't have much time. Degas bowed her head, still not convinced. He made 1,000 coins from cherry tomatoes? How is that possible? They walked on, but she continued to watch Theo with suspicion. He's definitely suspicious. The two arrived in America. A voice rang out. It was Michael, holding a cherry tomato with a questioning look. A new D-rank magic cherry tomato. He popped it in his mouth and began to chew. Reduces fat by 20 grams, double the quality of an E-rank, and it's tastier. How amazing. After eating, Michael turned to ask, Jenny, any results from growing this on Earth? She set a pot of tomatoes on the table and answered, as you can see, it grows just like a regular cherry tomato, as we expected. Michael also looked down intently, just as I thought, because it's an item from the tower. He asked again, what about growing it inside the tower? Jenny smiled smugly. Who do you think I am? I'm the director of Easter. She crossed her arms and reported with confidence, we've planted 100 E-rank types on the first floor, and 10 have already sprouted. We'll be harvesting soon. Michael chuckled happily at the news. Is that so? That's our Jenny. She replied tactfully, it's all thanks to you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks to our technology, of course. Jenny was very proud of her work. We'll be able to double the germination rate soon. He nodded in agreement. Things are going smoothly. Jenny then changed the subject. What about the budget for the tower farm project? Hearing the word money, Michael immediately turned away. I proposed it to the council. We will hire awakeners to create a farm and drive away all the surrounding monsters. Michael gritted his teeth with a sly grin. The tower farm challenge project. My long-stalled plan is finally back in motion. It's all thanks to the magic cherry tomato. In the garden, Zirin and everyone else were playing happily. An excited voice rang out as a badge was placed on the table. Congratulations, Miss Hu smiled warmly at Theo. He had been promoted to a mid-level merchant. He cheered in delight. I'm a mid-level merchant now. Dejiat, standing nearby, cheered along. Congrats, Theo. He grinned back. Thanks. Let's go to the wholesale market to celebrate. Hearing that, Dejiat grew thoughtful. The wholesale market, a place managed by the Mid-Level Merchants Guild, where wandering merchants could truly prove their skills. First was the auction house, where quality goods from farms and workshops sold for the best prices. A merchant's ability was judged by their buying power and profits. Dejiat trailed behind the young man, thinking, this place is a battlefield. There's no room for hesitation. She looked down, still doubtful. Unlike that shady shop before, what was his plan? Theo quickly spotted the store he wanted. I'll buy from here. Dejiat glanced at the sign and thought, the money bag sign. A general store? Pots, pans, and needles were on display as Theo smiled at the shopkeeper. 2 pots and a sewing kit. How much is the total, sir? Dejiat asked, bewildered. I thought you were buying wholesale goods to sell on other floors. Theo replied nonchalantly. I already told you, I sell cherry tomatoes. Dejiat clutched her head, confused. Cherry tomatoes? What kind of strategy is that? The shopkeeper smiled back. That'll be 2.4 tower coins. Hearing this, Dejiat immediately had an opinion, her mind racing with calculations. The pot was cheap, but adding the other items, the total shouldn't even reach 2 tower coins. This shop was ripping him off. The shop owner grinned to himself, thinking, I'm overcharging him, just pay up. But Theo, like a hero striking down evil, slammed the counter to negotiate. Give me a discount. Dejiat was stunned. He accepted that price so easily, still using that old pleading trick. The owner put on a friendly smile. My apologies, but that's already the wholesale price. She fumed beside him. That trick only worked with low-quality goods. But this place was different. The shopkeeper faked a grin. Since I like you, I'll give you a discount. How about 2.2 tower coins? Dejiat felt helpless looking at his deceitful face. It was the oldest trick in the book. Start high, then slowly lower the price to tempt the customer. In her mind, the owner's face looked monstrous. Surely he won't take that price, right? This shopkeeper isn't an easy opponent. Yet Theo shattered the facade once again. Just a little lower, please. The owner waved his hand in annoyance. Look, I told you, This is the wholesale price already. You won't find this price anywhere else. Theo seemed to agree. Is that so? But just as he seemed ready to pay, he turned to leave. Oh well, let's go. Dejiat watched in shock. What, Theo? You're not going to haggle anymore? He answered calmly. He said he can't go lower, so let's go. The shopkeeper couldn't keep his composure. Wait, customer. Why the rush? He called out. I lose. I'll lower it to 2 tower coins. He was fuming on the inside. He looked so naive. I thought he'd be easy. Seeing his opening, Theo countered 1.8 tower coins or I'm leaving. The man reluctantly agreed. All right, 1.8 tower coins it is. The boy cheered. Thank you, sir. Watching from a distance, Dejiat was speechless. A haggling technique with no room for retreat. Take it or leave it. The shopkeeper was utterly defeated. She began to recall everything. This battle had been unfair from the start, a predetermined victory. Her expression turned grim. I'm from a merchant family, but even I couldn't end it that quickly. I probably would have settled for 2 tower coins. Dejiat began to doubt her own skills. So, was that story about him selling cherry tomatoes for 1,000 tower coins real? While she was lost in thought, Theo walked over. Dejiat, let's go. Seeing his happy expression, she wondered, am I witnessing a genius merchant? The boy happily hummed a little tune. That was fun. I haggled 3 times, just as Z-Run taught me. This was Theo, a boy who always insisted on getting a discount 3 times. A small house stood tall in the city. Theo and Dejiat walked along the path. Dejiat bowed her head to say goodbye. Theo, I have to go now. The boy didn't try to stop her. So soon? Let's eat first. It's my treat. She smiled at him. No, I couldn't trouble you. I've already learned so much from you today. Dejiat finally understood her own weakness. Thank you for showing me my shortcomings. Theo just stared at her, confused. I didn't do anything to help you. Dejiat smiled at his innocence. You're too modest. You should be careful. Next time, you might run into a real wolf. He just stood there, watching Dejiat's retreating figure. With hands on his hips, Theo thought, that fox girl is strange. After she was out of sight, he happily turned to leave. Time to go home for a nap in Eise-run's arms. In a quiet city office, Dejiat was busy writing a report. After finishing, she let out a sigh and leaned back. Her subordinate entered. Miss Dejiat, the commander wants a meeting about the Lord's stolen goods. Should I tell him you're busy? Dejiat handed over the document. No need. I'll head to the commander's office now. Her subordinate looked a bit surprised. Dejiat stood up from her desk. This is a report on a wandering merchant I was monitoring. Send this file to the trade route manager. Tell him to remove this person from the surveillance list. The subordinate read the file and gasped. This must be the wandering merchant, meow. Looking at the evaluation, she was shocked. Haggling genius. The evaluation read, haggling genius. Promoted to mid-level merchant, specializing in cherry tomatoes, Dejiat put on her hat, looking thoughtful. It's been a while. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Since I've met a true merchant. Back in the green forest, Z-Run was busy gathering leaves. After giving them to Ku-En, he wiped his sweat with a sigh. Ku-En's mother is on patrol, so we probably won't have thieves for a while. Z-Run happily refilled the holes in his garden. Today, I planted corn and cherry tomatoes. It feels like my field has finally expanded past the cave entrance. Nearby, a rabbit was struggling with a watering can. Z-Run quickly went over. No water. Isn't the supply supposed to be infinite? A black rabbit rushed up from behind, waving its paws frantically. Z-Run finally realized something was wrong. He quickly followed the black rabbit. At the lake, everyone was gathered by the water's edge. Below, the water was teeming with crayfish. Z-Run yelled in surprise, "Those are crayfish. Why are there so many?" He knelt down for a better view. Were they in the piranha cave? Why were there so many creatures in that hole? The thought of food made his mouth water. Crayfish. He'd seen on YouTube that they were insanely delicious. Sejun turned and gave the order. Black rabbit, catch them. Seeing the rabbit's hesitation, Sejun drew the knife from his hip. They look weird, but they're tasty. You'll definitely like it. The black rabbit quickly drew its own weapon. Sejun, the rabbits, and the second-gen queen bee approached the lake. He couldn't miss a chance for a savory meal. They began their operation to catch the crayfish below. Time to hunt. Sejun licked his lips, eyeing the prey. The crayfish under the water stared blankly as countless others leaped from the surface. Sejun swiftly threw his knife, striking several in a row. A system message appeared. He had defeated a crayfish and gained 30 experience. He then turned and shouted, "Black rabbit." The rabbit charged forward, smashing them with its hammer. The other rabbits worked together to carry the crayfish bodies back. The rabbit with the scythe placed one on a rock, preparing to cut it open. It repeatedly struck the crayfish's hard shell. After a moment, unable to open it, the The scythe-wielding rabbit shook its head in defeat. Sejun approached and explained, "Their shells are tough. They're hard to peel unless cooked. Wrap them in green onions and grill them first." The rabbits brought the crayfish over, and he quickly wrapped them in leaves. Soon, the leaf-wrapped crayfish were placed by the fire. Sejun and the others drooled in anticipation. The smell was incredible. The salty scent of crustaceans filled the entire cave. A little later, Sejun used chopsticks to check if they were ready. The bright red crayfish looked beautiful as he unwrapped it. His eyes widened. It's bright red and perfectly cooked. After opening a few, Sejun picked one up to demonstrate. "Now, this is how you eat it." The rabbits watched with open mouths as he held the head and body. "This way, we can separate it easily." Sejun excitedly pulled the crayfish in half. "Look at that meat. The smell is making my mouth water." He quickly offered it around. Everyone gets a piece. The rabbits all happily bit into the meat. Every face was filled with bliss from the delicious food. Sejun sat beside them, enjoying it too. "So good. It's salty and rich without any sauce. Delicious, right?" Seeing the mother rabbit struggle with the shell, he quickly called out, "We're not throwing those away." Sejun licked his lips and pointed. "See the part inside the head? We're going to dip the meat in that." The meat, soaked in the rich tamale, looked amazing, a true delicacy. Sejun popped the meat into his mouth, closing his eyes in bliss. "So fragrant, it makes me want some rice wine." The curious black rabbit looked on, so he offered it some. "Want to try?" It dipped its paw in, scooping up some tamale to inspect it. After a moment, the black rabbit tasted it. A wave of ecstasy washed over its mind. Sejun grinned at the sight. "What do you think? Delicious, right?" The black rabbit grabbed the head and began slurping loudly. Sejun broke another one open. "I'll give you more. Eat up." As they ate, Kun slowly approached from a distance. Sejun saw it and called out, "Kun, wait, I'll bring you some. You might fall." And so, a full platter of crayfish was placed before Kun. Once again, he held one up to demonstrate. "Here, you twist the head and the body," but it wasn't listening. Kun peeled off a piece of shell and ate it, startling Sejun. He asked helplessly, "Is it good?" Seeing it happily munching on the shell, he didn't stop it. "Well, I heard the shells have a lot of nutrients." The scene shifts to the second floor of the tower, at the skeleton village, where smoke billows. Skeletons are being chased down and slaughtered by one man. They fled in terror. Some stumbled, unable to run. A frightened skeleton raised its hands to surrender, but was mercilessly cut down anyway. Skulls littered the ground. A man walked past, cruelly crushing one under his boot. Michael smirked with contempt. The wealthy young man quickly greeted him. "Vice Chairman, welcome." The man replied, "Looks like the farm expansion is going smoothly." The young man led him while reporting, "As you can see, we've mobilized all the mercenaries and have taken over half the skeleton village on the second floor." Michael frowned, displeased. "Only half." The young man turned in fear. "I apologize, Vice Chairman." Michael shot him an annoyed glare. "So how long will it take?" The wealthy young man bowed his head nervously. "This area is quite large, and the new mercenaries' levels are still low. It might take a few months." An information panel appeared before the young man, startling him. He asked, "Vice Chairman, what is this?" Michael quickly explained, "We've lent money to those who are broke and those who need to awaken, on the condition they sign a contract to work for us." With that, he turned to leave, annoyed. "They don't need to leave the tower, so this should be enough, right? I'll give you 1 week. Focus on your work." The young man bowed deeply in respect. "Thank you, sir." Michael then proceeded to another area. Over here, a woman with orange hair called out to him, "Vice Chairman, we've been waiting for you." She led him to the tomato garden, saying, "The cherry tomatoes are ripe. Would you like to try one?" Michael looked at the large cherry tomatoes on the vine with anticipation. He finally reached out and picked one. Michael crouched to examine it, assessing, but it's probably not an item. He seemed to have high hopes for his creation. "Should I see how it tastes?" Michael then popped the cherry tomato into his mouth. He chewed eagerly, as if eating for the first time, but it was nothing like he'd expected. Michael's face instantly darkened. He quickly spat the tomato out. The people around him rushed over in concern. "Vice Chairman, what's wrong?" Michael yelled furiously. "What is this garbage?" The orange-haired woman began to panic. "Is there a problem?" He picked another tomato and held it out to her. "It tastes awful." The orange-haired woman had no choice but to reply, "Yes, sir." She took the tomato from Michael's hand and tasted it, still in disbelief. Impossible. Nearby, a man also tried one and immediately spat it out. She wiped her mouth, confused. "We provided them with the highest nutrients, but they're not delicious at all." Another woman nearby offered her assessment. "All aspects of this fruit are below average. They'd be worthless if sold." Michael vented his fury on the tomato plants. Leaves scattered in defeat. A tomato fell, and he savagely crushed it underfoot. But Michael paused, his eyes widening in confusion. The cherry tomato under his boot was a pulpy mess, its juice pooling on the ground. Baffled, he uttered, "No seeds?" Far from that turmoil, warm sunlight poured into a cave as usual. Inside, Sejun was sleeping soundly, basking in the sun's embrace. Out in his field, a massive foot stepped into view. It was Nusan, returning once again to take his corn leaves. He happily chewed the fresh greens. The thief had returned to the fields. Meanwhile, in a skeleton village home, a single cherry tomato sat on a plate. Michael's expression turned grim as he muttered, "No seeds. Forget improving the breed. Farming itself is impossible." He thought for a long moment, then a memory suddenly surfaced. 10 years ago, when he was lucky enough to enter the tower, as a typical newbie, he chose the warrior class. Michael quickly adapted to this new life, forming hunting parties and growing stronger by the day. After seeing the vast lands inside the tower, the young Michael found his dream, a sky where the sun never set for 24 hours. A land brimming with fertility. An ambition took root in Michael to start a farm inside the tower. If he succeeded, controlling the global food market would no longer be a dream. Fueled by this vision, Michael immediately went to his father to plead his case. Everything went smoothly at first. That was the beginning of his tower farming project. With his father's support, he started with plenty of labor and supplies. But then problems began. The land he thought was fertile refused to sprout a single seed. Michael roared in a panic. "I've invested a fortune in years to create a perfect environment in this tower, so why won't anything sprout?" At that time, a study on external life forms was being conducted. The research showed that they lose their ability to reproduce the moment they enter the tower. It was a temporary side effect of suddenly absorbing mana. Their reproductive ability would only be restored once they reached a higher level. The news sent a shockwave through the public, and that included him. Just as the plants lost fertility, he couldn't level up seeds from outside the tower. Michael had to find another way. That's when it hit him. He could use native tower crops, since they were edible just like food from Earth. A tower resident asked him in surprise, "Seeds? I can't sell any. They've all been monopolized by a greedy man named Git on the 55th floor." But at the time, Michael was only on the 10th floor. This news plunged him into utter despair. He'd wasted a fortune and was seen by his father and the directors as a useless fool, driven by youthful passion. It was the only excuse he could make. Before the high wall of the tower, Michael's dream farming project had crumbled to dust, and now he faced that same struggle once more. Michael cursed angrily, "Damn it, I can't give up." He then shot to his feet and commanded, "Take all our hunters to the 38th floor," slamming a heavy money bag on the table, shocking everyone. Michael said fiercely, "I don't care what you spend. Bring me every D-rank cherry tomato from that wandering merchant. If E-rank won't work, I'll try D-rank. A higher grade might give us a different result." He then crushed the failed cherry tomato in his hand. With firm resolve, he swore, "Cherry tomatoes, I will definitely conquer you." At that moment, Theo was casually walking home when he saw green onions scattered all over the ground. Surprised, Theo went over and picked them up, wondering, "Aren't these the green onions Mr. Sejun is growing?" He then gathered the rest of the scattered stalks. While focused on picking up the onions, he suddenly bumped into someone. Before Theo was a giant minotaur, chewing on the greens. The minotaur saw Theo and asked in surprise, "A wandering merchant?" Theo angrily demanded, "Where did you get these?" The beast replied bluntly, "I picked them up from the ground over there." Furious, Theo pointed right at him and yelled, "Impossible! Mr. Sejun cherishes those greens. They wouldn't just be lying on the ground." Remembering how Sejun cared for them like children made Theo even more furious. "How dare you steal such precious greens?" The Minotaur didn't take it lightly, slamming a fist on the ground and sending Theo flying as he roared. "You dare call a warrior like me a thief? Someone who lives and dies by honor? You're calling a Minotaur warrior a thief? Even if you're a wandering merchant, I will not tolerate it." Its ferocious appearance made Theo's tail droop in fear, but he stood his ground, defending his claim. "I'm not lying," the boy yelled. "Let's go ask Mr. Sejun and see who's right." The Minotaur agreed without hesitation. "Fine, take me to him." Theo then led the Minotaur to Sejun's place. "All right, follow me." The Minotaur wondered to himself, "So this Mr. Sejun is the one who grows this grass. But why would such a valuable crop be thrown all over the ground?" He grinned to himself. "The commander told me to find where this grass grows. Hey, I'm about to get praised." By now, the sun was high, but Sejun was still sleeping like a log. Theo ran back shouting, "President, I'm back." His return was followed by a powerful kick straight to Sejun's stomach, nearly making him cough up his insides. Ignoring the man in pain on the ground, Theo said urgently, "This is no time to be lying around. You have to come see this." Sejun broke into a cold sweat and asked, "What is it?" Theo proudly announced, "I've caught a thief." At this point, Sejun was still completely clueless, but when he climbed out of the cave, he was met by the massive figure of a minotaur staring right at him. He was so scared he nearly wet himself. Instantly awake, his face turned pale as he asked, "Theo, this is the thief you mentioned?" The boy jumped down and pointed at the warrior, accusingly. "Yes, hurry up and scold him. Look, this minotaur stole the green onions." Taking the onions Theo had gathered, he immediately recognized them. The minotaur angrily argued, "I only picked up what was on the ground. If you didn't want to throw it out, why was it left there?" Looking at the minotaur, he thought to himself, "A minotaur? Don't tell me he's one of the horned ones Mother Bear mentioned. They destroy the fields during the blue moon and stole the corn leaves we buried not long ago. Theo must have caught him for stealing the onions today." The minotaur kept arguing, "I'm a warrior. I'd never steal." Theo shot back, "We didn't throw it away. You're a thief." Meanwhile, Soon was calculating a plan. A minotaur is basically a bull, right? They're great at digging. Just then, Theo cut through his thoughts. "President, tell him if this is your grass or not." Soon answered immediately, "Of course I didn't throw it out. It's mulch to keep the soil moist." The minotaur was stunned. "No way. I actually stole something? I'm sorry. I didn't know." But Soon quickly cut in. "A verbal apology won't cut it, will it?" Soon boldly held out his hand and demanded 100 tower coins. "That's the compensation for trespassing and theft of my grass." The minotaur's face turned pale as he shrieked, "What? 100 tower coins? Is that grass really that expensive?" The dejected minotaur sat down with a sigh. "Stealing is a terrifying crime." Theo pressed his advantage. "Now you get it? Hurry up and pay the 100 coins." It was obvious the minotaur was broke. After searching him, Theo cried out, "President, what should we do? This bum really has nothing." Seeing his plan fall into place, Soon asked, "What do you think? If you have no money, you can pay with your labor." This proposal shocked both Theo and the minotaur. Soon explained, "Come here and work every day. I'll give you 1 coin a day to pay off your debt." The minotaur stared in disbelief, asking again, "You want me to work here to pay you back?" Soon added another condition, "I'll also give you food. You like green onions, right? I'll let you eat as many as you want. I'm not some evil boss. What do you think? Isn't this a great deal?" Hearing he'd get free green onions, the minotaur instantly agreed. "I'll do it. Just feed me," he roared, nearly blowing Soon away. Soon happily extended his hand. "Then the contract is signed. You can start tomorrow." The minotaur eagerly shook it. Only a fool would refuse such a great job. And so, the two happily shook hands. The labor contract was a success, leaving Theo stunned by Soon's clever solution. If someone has no money, they can pay with their strength. As expected of the president, I've learned another valuable lesson. I should write this down. Theo even jotted it down on a piece of paper. Afterwards, Soon and Theo said goodbye to the minotaur, and Soon turned to praise the kid. "Good job, Theo. You caught the thief, and I gained a new employee. It's all thanks to you." Flattered, Theo kept asking, "Really? How well did I do?" Soon crossed his arms and announced, "I will expand the territory for your merchant cat Theo business within a month." This news immediately killed Theo's happy mood. He looked at Soon, too dejected to speak. Then Theo angrily grabbed his leg, wailing, "Give me more time." A startled Soon struggled, shouting, "You'll rip my pants, get off." The next day, Soon and the black rabbit, who stood on his shoulder, were busy fighting a swarm of crawfish. The black rabbit leaped high, gripping its hammer and charging the horde. It swung its hammer in powerful arcs, taking out several crawfish with a single smash. Soon casually sat on the bank, finishing off any that the black rabbit kicked up. In just a short time, a small mountain of crawfish piled up behind him. "All right, let's stop here. This should be enough food for Q and its mother." As he finished speaking, the black rabbit landed on the shore. Soon immediately praised it. "You've worked hard, Black Rabbit. Your skills are really improving." Suddenly, a silver light enveloped the black rabbit's body. Soon realized with a start, "Black Rabbit, your body is growing bigger." The brilliant light also surrounded the black rabbit's hammer, making it float in the air. With a flash, the hammer evolved, gaining a sharp spike on one side before returning to its owner's hand. "Your hammer transformed," Sun exclaimed in surprise. He praised it again. "This is different from a normal level up. Is this your second awakening?" "That's awesome." The surrounding rabbits all applauded, making the black rabbit swell with pride. When Soon put him in charge of crawfish hunting, he gave a confident thumbs up. Just then, Mother Bear appeared, and Soon had Q translate what she said. Q pointed in a direction, and Soon looked over curiously. He was amazed to see a huge beehive hanging from the cliff face. He'd been here so long but had never noticed it. The noise they made caused the queen bee to peek out, who then happily flew over to Soon. Soon cried out, "You're the second-generation poison bee queen that hatched back then." He joyfully hugged the bee, laughing as he asked, "Where have you been? I was so worried about you." Right after, the poison bee signaled for the other bees to come forward. So you left to create your own colony? I'm so glad you returned safely. Soon introduced the poison bee to Q, reminding the little bear, you should protect her home well. That way, the queen bee will work hard to make the honey you love. The poison bee happily nuzzled Q's nose. Despite just meeting, they seemed to get along perfectly. Mother Bear was also happy to have a new member in their group. Just as the mood was getting cheerful, a minotaur's hoof slammed onto the ground. The minotaur approached with a smile, I'm here for work. Soon cheerfully waved back. But suddenly, Mother Bear's claw also slammed down with a thud, making Soon's heart nearly leap out of his chest. Mother Bear stood furiously in front of Soon, letting out a world-shaking roar as killing intent poured from her body. The Minotaur finally recognized the red bear before him and instantly went on guard. As a mighty warrior, the Minotaur didn't back down, clenching his fists and yelling, "Damn it! I never thought I would run into you here." Mother Bear was just as fierce, growling as she stared down the Minotaur, as if locking onto her prey. Soon finally snapped out of it and rushed to stop them. "Wait, cuz Mom, don't fight." But Mother Bear completely ignored him, shoving Soon and the cub behind her. The commotion brought Theo out of the cave. Having no time to explain, Soon threw Theo onto his shoulder and ordered, "Go stop them. I can't get through to them. They'll get hurt if they fight." He ran into the middle of the confrontation, desperately trying to intervene. "Ku's mom, Chow Mong, both of you stop," he shouted an explanation to Mother Bear. "Don't fight. Chow Mong is here to work. He's not an enemy." But Mother Bear stood firm, letting out a sharp cry that Theo immediately translated. "She wants you to go back inside the cave. She says she cannot forgive the Chow Mong tribe for invading your territory." Seeing this was pointless, Soon turned to New Tam. But the warrior shot back. A Chow Mong warrior never avoids a battle. A headache pulsed in Soon's temple. Theo glanced back at the helpless QN. "Chief, tell the cub to stop his mother." Just then, Ain appeared, asking for a snack. But Soon was frantic. Chow Mong and Mother Bear were about to clash. Ain looked surprised. "Why is a Chow Mong warrior here?" she asked, getting impatient. "She wants you to hurry up. She's hungry." His own anger flared up. "If it were that easy, I would have done it already. They aren't listening to me." Just then, Ku-en tugged at his clothes. Theo continued his translation. "Chief, Ku-en says he's hungry." Meanwhile, the tension between Niu Tam and Mother Bear reached its peak. Niu Tam let out a fierce snort, ready to charge. Mother Bear stomped, her immense pressure meeting his head-on. Sensing disaster, Theo whined in his ear. "Chief, let's go back to the cave. I'm hungry too. Give me some reward soup." Ku-en, the rabbits, and Ain all clamored for food. The chaos was unbearable. Soon's face turned beet red, veins pulsing on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, Soon finally exploded. "If no one is going to listen to me, then no one gets to eat." His words struck like lightning. Everyone froze, staring at him. The chaos fell into an instant, dead silence. Mother Bear and New Tam both went pale. "No more grass for me?" QN and the rabbits cried out in despair. "No more honey? No carrots either," Ain shrieked in disbelief. "No more cherry tomatoes, no fish for Theo?" The terrified boy grabbed Soon's sleeve, whimpering, "Chief, I was wrong." Soon was still trembling with absolute rage. Even the colossal Mother Bear and New Tam shuddered before his aura, realizing their meals were at stake. Soon's furious command echoed. "Everyone, sit down." Instantly, every follower, big or small, obediently complied without a sound. Even a sullen QN sat properly. Soon spoke gravely. "If you two rampage like that, you'll destroy the fields, the crops, and hurt all of us." To resolve their conflict, Soon turned to the rabbits. He clapped cheerfully, announcing, "It's mukbang time." Underwater, a black rabbit tested its newly upgraded hammer. Piranhas and crayfish were now nothing more than easy prey. A sickle-wielding rabbit sliced scallions with perfect precision. Another expertly grilled corn, each kernel turning a fragrant golden brown. The rest of the rabbits formed a delivery line to Soon. Soon wasn't idle either, masterfully working the pan. In moments, a feast was served. Aromatic grilled corn, savory piranha scallion rolls, and perfectly seared green onions. The spread was a magnificent banquet. Mother Bear and New Tam were practically drooling. New Tam cried out in delight. He'd never tasted anything so good and began devouring it, forcing Soon to tell him to slow down. Soon also brought a plate of grilled corn to Ain, who thanked him politely before digging in. New Tam was moved to tears, happily munching on scallions while grabbing more corn. But just then, Mother Bear's giant paw also reached for the plate of corn. And just like that, the peaceful mood shattered. The two glared and growled, a silent challenge over who would eat first. Soon and the rabbits sighed in exasperation. Soon cleared his throat loudly. "Listen up while you eat. This is Ku-en's mother. She protects this field and cave with her son." New Tam introduced himself. "I am New Tam, a Minotaur warrior." Soon then told Mother Bear, "He's here to help us with the farming." She let out a grunt of agreement. Soon then gave them both a stern warning. "You two are not to fight here. If you do, I will not feed you." Hearing the words "no more food," both of their faces went pale. Clearly, their stomachs ruled over everything else. So, the two rivals had no choice but to call a truce. They obediently shook hands, forming the Behave to Eat alliance. The negotiations were a success. They were now such good friends they could communicate with just a look. Seeing their newfound unity, Soon couldn't help but praise them. Tam then began to wonder what his job here would be. Soon, petting Theo, replied with a mysterious smile, "Isn't it obvious?" A short while later, Soon led Tam to a vast, empty plot of land. In the distance, misty mountains touched the sky. Soon began his instructions. "Just like you dug up the earth during the blue moon, I need you to till this entire field before lunch." Tam was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe such a simple job came with lunch. Soon added that he wasn't a harsh boss, so Tam should take it easy. The only problem was the lack of any farming tools. But Tam didn't hesitate for a second. He simply bent over and lowered his head. Suddenly, a massive pair of horns sprouted from his head, several times larger than before. Soon and Theo stared, wide-eyed. Tam then shot forward, leaving Soon coughing in a cloud of dust. His gigantic horns acted like a plow, easily carving a perfect furrow through the earth. The thought of another delicious meal gave Tam a massive power boost. He worked with incredible zeal. Soon was beyond satisfied with his productivity. "Excellent. Plowing the fields will be easy now." He turned to the rabbits. "Let's plant scallions. It's a hassle to get them from the cave one by one. For some reason, I feel like we need to increase our scallion production." After plowing, Tam flexed for Quen while Soon focused on the task. The process was actually quite simple. He just needed to harvest the mature scallions, cutting them down but leaving the roots intact. Over time, the roots would split and regrow. Then, he could simply plant the newly divided roots to expand the farm. Holding the roots, he marveled, "Wow, these roots are incredibly tough." And just then, a system window appeared. "Congratulations, you've created a 660 square meter scallion field. You have gained 200 experience points." And just like that, the green onion field was planted in a single day, all thanks to Tam. Inside the tower, things grow incredibly fast. If they kept splitting the plants as they grew, the field would soon multiply in size. But another problem surfaced. While the rabbits were watering, the water suddenly stopped. Papa Rabbit tapped the watering can, but it was no use. Soon sighed. The can's limited capacity couldn't water all the crops. This meant expanding the farm was a major challenge. But then, Soon saw Papa Rabbit's body begin to glow. Papa Rabbit knew what this was and grinned happily. A second later, his watering can transformed into a shimmering golden vessel. Soon instantly knew it was Papa Rabbit's second awakening and was thrilled. Talk about perfect timing. Did you use it so much it finally broke its limit? Did the water capacity increase? Papa Rabbit held up 2 fingers, showing that it had doubled, making them both ecstatic. This gave everyone fresh motivation to expand the field. Papa Rabbit and the bunnies chirped pie and got right back to work. While Tam worked hard for Soon, he forgot Wang was waiting. The Ox King sighed, wondering, "Why hasn't that guy come back yet?" Today was the baby rabbit's first time leaving their burrow. Soon opened his bag, and the little ones excitedly gazed at the vast world around them. Soon then introduced them to Quen. Seeing another monster for the first time, the rabbits curiously approached. Quen didn't hesitate to give them a big lick. Startled, they scattered instantly, crying pie all over the place. They curiously observed the giant before them. Seeing no threat, their mischievous side took over. All 5 troublemakers swarmed Qen's belly to play. Seeing them get along so quickly, Soon praised him. "Quen, you're a natural babysitter, aren't you?" He laughed and chirped in agreement, but Theo wasn't pleased. He put on a dignified air, acting like a superior uncle. He beckoned to the rabbits. "Come on, little ones. Your uncle will take you on an adventure." But the bunnies completely ignored Theo, fascinated by their new giant brother. They playfully clung to Quen, teasing him endlessly. Realizing he'd been ditched for someone new, Theo's heart broke, ready to cry a river. "Little rabbits, have you already forgotten your uncle?" Soon could only comfort him. Kids grow up fast. But Theo wasn't having it, slapping the ground in frustration. "I went through so much hardship to raise them." Seeing him cry so hard, Soon's heart softened. He picked him up, saying, "Come on, don't be sad. Have some reward soup." Though reluctant, he couldn't resist the delicious food. He pouted and finally replied, "All right." As Soon fed him, a thought struck him. "Isn't it time for you to go trade on the lower floors?" At this, Theo wilted and stammered, "I want to, but I don't think I can." Soon was completely confused by his response. Theo decided to explain everything. As Quen played with the bunnies, Soon's shocked voice rang out. "What? A pack of wolves is after this straw hat. The boy climbed off his lap and answered, "That's right, so I can't go down." Things had just gotten complicated. Soon took off the hat, looking stunned. "Why this straw hat? It's an artifact and its effect is good, but it's only really useful for a farmer. Are there farmers on the other floors of the tower?" After a moment, Sum put the hat back on. "Theo, if that's the case, you don't need to worry." In an instant, Sum found a solution to the tricky problem. Theo was amazed he had come up with a plan so fast. He suggested, "Theo, why not hire a bodyguard? We could hire new Tam to protect you." Theo's eyes lit up, looking incredibly excited. A mercenary, a job only available to tower creatures like wandering merchants. With permission from the mercenary and merchant guilds, mercenaries can use the merchant-only passages for a small fee. Furthermore, a non-mercenary can use the passage as long as they are hired by a wandering merchant. Soon added, "I want to go to the lower floors too, but like merchants, only tower creatures can become mercenaries." Despite the plan, Theo was still worried. Will New Tam even agree? He may be a bit clumsy, but New Tam is a monster from the 99th floor, but Soon had already figured that part out. He replied instantly, "We can offer New Tam triple his wage, 3 tower coins, if he escorts you." Theo was so amazed, he took off Soon's hat to stare at his head and exclaimed, "You're a genius for thinking of that. I never would have thought of that before." Soon humbly took back his hat and smiled. "It was nothing. You could have done it too, Theo. Now, want some more?" With the problem solved, Theo's foodie nature returned, and he immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Sue made a mental note to use this method again. Elsewhere, in a remote part of the tower, was a desolate land of endless sand and wind. New Tam poked his head out, looking around nervously, and just as he feared, a voice called out, making him jump in shock. "New Tam, where have you been? I've been looking for you for 3 days." It was New too, with her perfectly curvy figure. But New Tam just stared at her in sheer terror. Flustered, New Tam stammered, "It's nothing. Just go away." But only an idiot wouldn't sense something suspicious about his behavior. New 2 got right in his face, probing. "Your face is bright red. Are you eating something good by yourself?" Turns out, all she could think about was food. She shook him so hard his head nearly flew off. He desperately denied eating anything, claiming it was a secret. Since she couldn't break him, she resorted to her ultimate move, tattling. "I'm telling the chief. He's looking for you, and maybe he'll find something out." The threat was super effective. New Tam's face instantly went pale. Defeated, New Tam sighed and agreed to tell her everything. Having gotten her way, New 2 jumped up and cheered. "All right then." He led New 2 away, carefully reminding her, "I'll take you with me, but you have to keep it a secret, okay?" Thrilled to be included, she happily agreed. They entered the forest where Soon lived. As he swung up, the sight before him made him break into a cold sweat. New Tam was also sweating, having brought New C without any warning. Soon asked, surprised, "What's this? You brought a friend, New Tam?" She answered before he could, "Hello, I'm New C. You're the one who pays with food for plowing, right?" Realizing she knew everything, he glared over at New Tam. He asked dejectedly, "Can you let my friend work here? If not, I'm going to be in trouble." Sim thought for a moment, then replied, "We don't need much plowing right now, so we don't need extra help." He then turned to New C. "I'll let you work here, but can I ask you for a favor?" She agreed instantly, curious about the request. He pointed to Theo on his shoulder. "Our wandering cat merchant, Theo, is being threatened by wolves. If you can escort Theo as a mercenary, I'll pay you 3 times the plowing wage, 3 bronze pagodas. How about it?" But New C scowled and refused instantly. "I don't like it." Soon's jaw dropped in shock. "Why? You said you wanted to work?" New C replied sullenly, "I can't eat bronze pagodas." Soon and Theo were both stunned speechless for a solid 5 seconds. Baffled by her logic, he turned and asked, "Then how about 3 meals a day, plus a light lunch snack?" The moment she heard about the food, New C agreed without a second thought. "Really? It's a deal." It was clear her mind was fixated on one thing, food. Not wanting to be left out, New Tam awkwardly jumped in. "Me too. I want to go with her." It finally dawned on Soon that these two were motivated purely by their stomachs. He took the chance to recruit New Tam for the mercenary team as well. "I'll pack food for you both for the road." The 2 of them jumped for joy. "Really?" New C happily threw her arms around him. "Thanks for introducing me to such a great place." The sudden closeness made New Tam blush, his face turning beet red. New Tam's face was full of pride, his nose held high as he replied, "If you're happy, New C, then I'm happy too." Soon stroked his chin, watching them with a knowing look. Now, Soon was diligently chopping green onions. After working hard with the rabbits, they had gathered a huge mountain of them. Theo held up a pouch and asked, "I'm going to get the tomatoes now, President." Soon asked in surprise, "You're going?" After all this, do you even have room for tomatoes in your bag? But this was all part of Theo's plan. He shook the pouch, turning it into a small cloth, and tossed it toward the mountain of green onions. Instantly, the cloth reverted to its pouch form, sucking the entire pile inside. In a flash, all the green onions were neatly stored in the bag. Theo held the bag with a proud expression. Soon couldn't help but exclaim, "It still fits?" Theo proudly showed a badge, replying, "I'm a veteran cat merchant now." When I was promoted to veteran merchant, my bag's capacity also increased. Soon was shocked, just realizing the badge's color had changed. Theo complained, "You're just noticing now? So unobservant. No wonder you're 26 and still single." Touching a sore spot, Soon pinched the kid's cheek in annoyance and urged, "Hurry up and get ready to go." After being released, Theo rubbed his sore cheek and suddenly said, "I have a gift for you to send to my family. Can you take it?" Theo put on a confident face. "Of course, leave it to me." After careful preparations, Theo set off with his 2 bodyguards. Soon waved them goodbye, adding a reminder, "New Tam, New C, protect Theo well." Not just him, but the entire rabbit family was there to see them off. Suddenly, Soon asked a question that startled even the black rabbit. "They won't eat Theo, the cat, after they finish their food, will they?" Meanwhile, at the Merchant Valley, the Merchant Passage was as bustling as ever. The wolf pack had gathered here long ago. Elke even brought food for the other 2. Ika asked with a serious face, "How much food is left?" Elke answered nervously, "This is the last of it." Ika turned and told Iko to eat, but he just sulked, refusing the food. Watching the endless stream of people was incredibly boring. He asked wearily, "Leader, Sir Ika, how much longer must we stay here? I'm tired of watching people pass by. Let's go back to the 85th floor." Ika angrily grabbed his shirt and yelled, "What foolishness are you spouting? Have you forgotten our starving clansmen on the 85th floor?" A murderous aura radiated from the leader as he growled a warning. "If we fail this mission, we won't get any food. The very survival of our clan depends on this." Terrified, Iko begged repeatedly, "I'm sorry. Please don't be angry, Sir Ika. I was wrong." Ika turned away, trying to calm down. Elke stood awkwardly between them, unsure what to say. He then offered the sobbing Iko a chicken leg. "Even if you're not hungry, you should eat." He gently comforted him. "This food was bought with the money our clan saved for this mission. You have to eat to keep your strength up." Elke also offered a chicken leg to Ika. As he was about to take it, Ika suddenly sensed something and whipped his head around. The other 2 were still clueless, focused on chewing their food. You can't fight on an empty stomach, after all. Meanwhile, Ika's sharp senses had already picked up Theo's scent, found him, the wandering cat merchant. But our young hero remained oblivious, unaware that the wolf pack had spotted him. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "This time, no matter what, I have to get information about the straw hat. I must get that hat back." Below, the other merchants were stunned by the sight. The tiny merchants only came up to the Minotaur's feet. Their massive figures were incredibly cool, drawing everyone's attention. Murmurs echoed through the crowd. "That's them, isn't it? I never thought I'd see a black Minotaur in person. This is my first time seeing a monster from the 99th floor." They couldn't help but admire him. A wandering merchant managed to hire black Minotaurs as freelance mercenaries? I wonder how great that merchant must be. Hearing someone mention him, Theo appeared dramatically. "Were you all looking for me?" Seeing a tiny cat take credit, they were annoyed. "It was me," Theo explained. "I'm the wandering merchant Theo who hired those Minotaurs," he added with a hearty laugh. But they still didn't believe him, saying, "This is the first time I've ever heard that name. You'd better not be lying to me." The kid, infuriated by the disrespect, yelled out, "New San, New Si, get over here." But behind him, there was nothing. Only wind and dust filled the air. Theo cried out, "Where did they go?" Turns out, the 2 gluttons had been drawn to a little mouse girl's vegetable stall. Their massive size made the little mouse sob with fear. The 2 guards drooled as they asked, "That looks delicious. Is it for sale?" The tiny mouse thought they wanted to eat her. She whimpered, begging them to spare her life. At that moment, Theo rushed over. "New San, New Si, there you are. I've been looking all over for you." Theo scolded them angrily. "Aren't you supposed to be my elite bodyguards? What are you doing here?" New San whined pitifully. "Sorry, boss. We couldn't help it. This place is just too interesting." Theo then remembered. "Is this your first time in a village?" New San sadly scratched his head. "We've never been outside the 99th floor until now." "But why is it called the Merchant's Path? Isn't it used by everyone born in the tower? And it's not just for wandering merchants." Theo put on a scholarly air. "So you really know nothing, being a country bumpkin from the 99th floor?" The boy's eyes landed on some nearby crates. Perfect. He leaped on top, ready to lecture the 2 oafs. This intermediate wandering merchant, Theo, will explain it all. A long, long time ago, All paths in the tower stretched from the first floor to the 99th. However, with so many routes, none of them were safe, and no one knew which ones were dangerous. They were constantly attacked by vicious beasts. The first great wandering merchant, who created the Merchant Alliance, reorganized all the paths, closing off dangerous routes and securing the safest ones. The freelance Mercenary Guild, a rising power in the tower, joined with the Magic Tower, and together they forged a pact. They would provide the resources and manpower needed to manage the paths. However, these paths remained under the control of the Wandering Merchant Alliance, which is why they're called the Merchant's Path. His two students were deeply impressed, clapping loudly in praise. Wow, that's incredible. How do you know so much? Theo's ego swelled, his face beaming with pride. The boy answered arrogantly, this is basic information for an intermediate wandering merchant. In truth, it was on the first page of the merchant's guide. He giggled to himself, lucky he'd read it, getting a chance to show off to these two giants. As I explained, any tower resident can use the paths, but there's a paid route only merchants can access. You could call it a shortcut. Theo hopped onto New Sand's hand. We can use this path because I'm a wandering merchant, he explained. The regular route would take ages. This village serves as a hub where the paid paths usually connect. We need to get to the 38th floor, so we'll use the paid path down to the 40th floor, then switch to a normal path. New Sam was dizzy from the complex explanation. It's so complicated, boss. Theo knew it was, so he added, right, which is why before we do that, let's find something to eat. At the mention of food, the two guards' spirits instantly revived and they both cheered with excitement. Awesome. And so, the three of them set off to fill their stomachs. Theo said cheerfully, this is my favorite fish shop. Focused on the path, he didn't notice the giant wolf above, ready to pounce. Hearing a noise, Theo whipped his head around and let out a terrified scream. Just then, Elka landed. His massive body nearly engulfed Theo, making the boy's heart pound with fear. Elka snarled, baring his sharp teeth. Found you. Wandering merchant cat. Theo trembled, his small body shrinking back. He was horrified to recognize the wolf that had blocked his path before. As Elka menacingly questioned the boy, New San reacted instantly, swinging a powerful fist towards him. But Elka was quick, noticing New San just in time to dodge the punch. Otherwise, Elka would have been finished. He leaped backward, creating a safe distance with a wary look. Elka was shocked, not expecting a minotaur to be with Theo. New San frowned. Who are you? Remembering he now had two bodyguards, Theo calmed down and pointed at Elka. It's him. That's the jerk who was following me before. New San's thinking was simple. If he's an enemy, then just deal with him. Just then, Elki, done with his chicken leg, dived down, shouting, Chief. This drew New San's attention, stopping his attack. With blinding speed, New Sea shot forward, preparing to launch her own attack. The moment the two wolves were about to land, she met them with both fists. The powerful blow sent them flying, leaving Elka stunned by her incredible strength. New Sea cracked her knuckles fiercely. So, two more cute puppies have shown up? She turned to New San. Protect Theo. I'll take care of the rest. He trusted her completely and agreed immediately, scooping Theo into his arms. But the boy, unaware of their power, worriedly asked if New Sea would be okay alone. New San, who usually seemed clumsy, now looked incredibly cool as he said, Who do you think we are? We're monsters from the highest level, the 99th floor. These hounds are no match for us, and New Sea is even stronger than I am. As he spoke, New San glanced shyly at New Sea, blushing. Seeing this, Theo understood something and felt much more secure knowing his guards were so powerful. He turned and shouted a reminder, New Sea, try not to kill them. New Sea stepped forward excitedly, cracking her knuckles. I can't make any promises. Elka rushed to his two subordinates, but one look told him they were in bad shape. Elki asked worriedly, What do we do now, Chief? Knowing the situation was dire, Elka made a decision. We can't retreat now. We might not get another chance if we lose track of that wandering merchant cat here. They had no choice but to prepare for battle. As leader, Ika gave the command, Ready yourselves, Iko, Iki. We all charged together. The area was now deserted, leaving only them. Hands on her hips, New Sea smirked confidently at the snarling pack of wolves. Meanwhile, at Sejun's cave, the peaceful air was a stark contrast to the life-or-death tension unfolding outside. Scythe Rabbit groomed the plump rabbit's fluffy fur, who drifted off sleepily from the pampering. Scythe Rabbit's beautician skills were truly impressive. Sejun and the little ones cheered for Scythe Rabbit. Now it was Sejun's turn. Draping a cloth over himself, he said, My hair's gotten so long it's been poking me in the eyes. It's really annoying. It just needs a little trim. I'm counting on you. Curious, Q moved closer, but its breath tickled Scythe Rabbit's nose, causing a massive sneeze. When its eyes opened, it saw a small, accidentally shaved bald patch. Both Q and Scythe Rabbit stared wide-eyed in horror. Their faces went pale, as if they'd seen a ghost. They were too terrified to even breathe. Meanwhile, Seijun, completely unaware of the disaster, hummed happily to himself. I can't wait to see how it turns out. The wolf pack exploded forward, charging the two minotaurs at maximum speed. They lunged with powerful legs and sharp claws aimed straight for New C. She faced the charging wolves head-on, lowering her stance and gathering all her strength for a punch. The wolves attacked viciously, two coordinating to strike her arm and leg. Finally, Ika lunged, aiming a fatal blow at her carotid artery. But in that critical moment, he realized something was terribly wrong. He panicked. What the hell is this? His sharp fangs had struck a vital point, yet they couldn't even break her skin. His eyes widened in disbelief. Her skin was too thick to pierce. Niusi glanced at the wolf on her neck, her voice dripping with mockery. Are you surprised? A minotaur's hide isn't pierced so easily. In that instant, she powerfully threw off the wolves clinging to her. With immense strength, she grabbed one and hurled it forward. Watching its comrade get tossed like a ball, it slammed into the stairs and lay motionless. The wolf on Niusi's leg faltered, losing focus in shock. Instantly, she drove a knee straight into its gut, knocking it out cold. Witnessing the Minotaur's terrifying power, Ika's heart sank. Damn it, she took down Eki and Echo in a single blow. Sweat poured down his face, but his fangs and claws held firm. I will not let go, but determination isn't always enough. The Minotaur brutally grabbed him by the neck, slamming him to the ground in a heartbeat. In despair, he could only watch as her fist descended, whistling through the air. He had no strength left to resist. In that life-or-death moment, he remembered his grandfather, that strong, tall figure, saying, Listen well, Ika, we are the pureblood Silver Wolf tribe. When we die, we become spirit guardians for our people. Our tribe is stronger than any other, and we inherit the hunting skills of all our ancestors. He was just a cub then, looking up at his grandfather in awe. His grandfather placed a paw on his shoulder. We must always be proud, so do not bring shame upon our ancestors. And one day, you will receive your answer. Protect our people. His heart had swelled with pride back then. He looked at his grandfather with shining eyes and replied, Yes, grandfather, for our ancestors' honor. But all that awaited him was despair. Will I receive my answer now, grandfather? The unbearable heat left him breathless, with no strength left. Small and weak, he stared at the dried fish in his paws, hearing his tribe argue. The long drought had left them with no meat. The western tribes were slaughtering one another. War erupted, and the village was engulfed in flames. As he was carried away, he saw his grandfather fall. Later, like his grandfather, Ika became the wolf tribe's leader. Now, his pack was questioning his decision. Leader, are you truly going to serve under Diep? Have you no shame before our ancestors? They are watching from above, and you would serve the very boars who caused our ruin. Before the wolf could finish, Ika whirled around and roared. Silence. Looking at the weak pups around him, Ika explained helplessly. We have no other choice. We might not even survive until tomorrow. Now we must think of the children. He stroked a pup's head, his voice firm. For the children's sake, I would cast aside my honor at any moment. The ancestors will understand. Grandfather, you understand, don't you? Niusi's fist missed his face, slamming into the ground beside him and creating a crater. Ika's eyes were squeezed shut, his body still, but his lips trembled with a desperate whisper. All for the children. Theo the cat ran over and nudged the wolf's ear. Is he out cold? Niusi cradled her fist, asking the cat eagerly. Should I break his legs so he can't follow us? Theo the cat shrieked in alarm. Break his legs? The kitten crossed his arms, deep in thought. His crime of following me is severe. But that's too cruel. Let's just take them. The chairman can decide. And so, Nusan carried Echo with the kitten on his shoulder, while Nusi handled Echo and Eki. The group headed back towards the tower. Meanwhile, on the 40th floor of the tower, the sky was clear. But the back of Sejun's head now had a bald spot, so smooth it practically gleamed. Scythe Rabbit and Q, the bear cub, stared in shock. The little bear shook its head frantically, its voice trembling. This is bad. The rabbit, scythe in hand, trembled just as much. They both jumped when he spoke. He happily ran a hand through his hair. What is it? Are we done? His hand then hit a smooth patch, and he jumped. The cloth fell away as he grabbed his head and yelled, What is this? Why do I have a huge bald spot? He frantically tried to cover it with his hair. I can't see it. I should have asked Theo for a mirror. The baby queen bee buzzed over to inspect the bald spot, equally helpless. Realizing he was overreacting, Sijin turned to comfort the terrified rabbit. It's all right, buddy. Everyone makes mistakes. Besides, who's even going to notice? I'm the only person here, the rest are monsters. Zirin tried to soothe Fat Rabbit, but was really just comforting himself. He pulled a hat from nowhere, forcing a cheerful grin as he wore it. If I wear this straw hat, then nobody can see me. He whispered. It's fine. Everything's fine, letting out a painfully hollow laugh. A moment later, they found him huddled in a corner. Mother Rabbit got the story from Fat Rabbit and Little Bear, then rushed over with Fat Rabbit to drag him to a rock, insisting on a haircut. Exhausted, he trudged behind the two rabbits to the rock. Mother Rabbit confidently whipped out a pair of scissors from her apron, posing like a master stylist. Meanwhile, the great black dragon lounged about, reading a book while savoring juicy cherry tomatoes. She sighed happily. Reading is truly the best. Lost in the world of her book, she suddenly realized she'd finished all the tomatoes. Eileen stared at the now empty basket, her mood souring. They're gone already. Ever since she got bigger, food was never enough. And if I ask for more, he'll just misunderstand me like last time. The memory of Zarin calling her a pig with wings only fueled her frustration. Still, her pride couldn't possibly fill her empty stomach. I can't take it. I need more food. Resolved, she stood before the magic orb and called out to him. Zarin, come in, Zarin. As his image formed in the orb, the black dragon leaned in, surprised. What in the world? At that same moment, system window materialized before Zarin. The Tower Master was asking what had happened. Startled by the message, he asked, Huh? What do you mean by that? The screen updated. Your appearance has changed. It finally clicked. He took off his hat with a smile. Oh, my hair was getting long. So Mother Rabbit trimmed it. He faced the screen, flashing what he thought was a dazzling smile. So, pretty handsome, right? He asked. The instant his new look was fully revealed, even the mighty black dragon was left completely stunned. The system window stayed silent for too long, making Zarin suspicious. No response? He waved a hand impatiently. What do you think? Is it a little strange? Why won't you answer me? Through the orb, Aileen saw his growing irritation, but she was utterly at a loss for words. The black dragon felt a faint blush creep across her cheeks. His face suddenly loomed large in the orb, making her jump as a new message finally appeared. The tower manager requests you maintain your distance. Zarin was baffled. Is something wrong? Another message popped up. She says that there is nothing wrong. She says she was unable to look away for a moment. Then, the tower manager asks if you can provide some of the crawfish from before. After reading the messages, Zarin smirked. Oh, really? Just as I thought, you only call me for food. Perhaps you should try to eat them a bit slower. The crawfish population has been dwindling lately. I've only seen a few of them around. It's possible the piranhas have thinned out their numbers. As he walked through the fields, the chat window followed. So for the past few days, I've been eating only vegetables, and it feels a little unsatisfying. But eating this way is probably good for your health too, he added. He stopped before a basket of golden corn, picking one up as he addressed the screen. In a gentle tone, he asked, Would you like some tomatoes and corn instead? Zarin held the basket up. You're all out of dried potatoes, aren't you? Here you go. A notification appeared. The tower manager thanks you. But then the display froze, as if the connection was lagging. He stared at the screen curiously until a final message slowly appeared. She says, The new hairstyle suits you. The window vanished instantly. He stood stunned for a moment, caught off guard by the unexpected praise. Then he whispered, What was that? So you do know how to give a compliment. His spirits lifted as he pumped a fist towards the sky. All right, time to focus. Meanwhile, after receiving the corn, Eileen trembled, her eyes wide as she stared at the basket. With a suspicious blush on her cheeks, she placed a hand over her chest. Her tail wagged wildly like a puppy's as she muttered, Why is my heart acting so strange? She then shook her head frantically, squeezing her eyes shut. No, no, she yelled, trying to convince herself with a reluctant excuse. I was just surprised by his sudden change in appearance. That's all. It's time to eat. Gazing at the corn, she recalled his words, that this would be good for her body. A sudden idea flashed through her mind. The great dragon began searching her massive wall of books. Found it, she exclaimed, pulling out a cookbook. Aileen gazed at the book, her expression filled with excitement. Zarin, I'm going to make something special just for you. Then she added shyly, with all of my heart. Another fine day began as the merchant cat appeared, brimming with energy. People, I have arrived. The crowd roared back with an excited greeting. Welcome, wandering merchant cat, they cheered. How many tomatoes did you bring today? The crowd grew louder. Hurry up and let's see them. So many of us need them right now. The merchant cat was taken aback by their passion. Whoa, why is everyone in such a rush? Give me a second. The young cat quickly pulled a basket of red tomatoes from his bag. Today I'll be auctioning them in lots of 400. I have 3,600 in total. Everyone's eyes widened as they shouted their bids. 400 for 120 coins. 400 for 160. 400 for 200. Came the calls, followed by the merchant cat's cry of, sold. After a furious round of bidding, the cat announced, all right, only 2,000 left. But before he could continue, a figure stepped before him and spoke. "Hold on, wandering merchant cat." The man held out an enormous money bag in front of the young merchant and made a bold declaration. "I'll take the remaining magical cherry tomatoes for 1,600 coins. He then glanced at the crowd. Any objections? The kid happily packed his wares and told the rich man, "It's a deal. I'll be sure to visit again." Men in black suits who accompanied the wealthy man began collecting all the tomatoes, preparing to transport them somewhere else. The onlookers could only sigh in dismay. There aren't any cherry tomatoes outside the tower, so there's no other way for us to buy them. Some corporation out there has monopolized the entire supply. Another grumbled, "Why does one big company get to control everything?" Overhearing them, Dong Shik chimed in. "Regular hunters like us can't afford them out there. They're far too expensive." A distraught man groaned, "Damn it, I needed some to meet my future in-laws next month." His friend asked with concern, "So when are the invitations going out?" But while the crowd was in a panic, Dong Shik seemed completely unfazed. Sometimes connections are worth more than any currency. He was certain his link to Theo could get him a deal with Park Sejun on the 40th floor. But a sudden shout shattered his train of thought. "Huh, everyone, look at the status on these cherry tomatoes." The producer's info, once hidden, was now revealed. The crowd stared at the text. The name sounded Korean. Producer, Tower Farmer, Park Sejun. Kim Dong-shik rushed over, grabbing the tomato. Barely asking permission, he said, "Let me see that for a second." As he held the tomato, an item window appeared. Miracle Cherry Tomato. A tomato that grows inside the tower. They are highly nutritious and delicious. Upon consumption, it reduces 20 grams of body fat and increases magic power by 0.2 for 10 minutes. The recovery effect can stack up to 10 times per hour. Producer, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration, 60 days. Rank D. At that moment, Kim Dong-shik couldn't believe what he had just read. The wealthy young man ordered his subordinate, "Return to our guild camp on floor 1 and find Park Sejun at once. We must get him on our side. Send the hunters in America to South Korea immediately." He stared at the small tomato in his hand, a calculating grin on his face. "This is my chance for a promotion." Kim Dong-shik watched the dangerous group, thinking worriedly, "This is bad. I could lose a valuable talent like him." More importantly, Park Sejun's family is in danger. To the rich outside the tower, these tomatoes are more precious than gold. They would likely take his family hostage to monopolize this business. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Based on what Theo the cat said, Park Sejun has never left the tower for a mission. Since he only gets information from outside through Theo, he must be unaware of the current situation. Suddenly, someone called Kim Dong-shik's name, startling him. He turned and saw Theo the cat. He quickly grabbed the kitten and ran somewhere private, nervously checking that no one was around. The startled kitten yelled out, "Kim Dong-shik, what's wrong? What are you doing?" Dong-shik put the kitten down and knelt. "Theo, what happened to the producer's info? The name was hidden before, why is it showing now?" Hearing this, the kitten quickly explained, "It's because I became an intermediate wandering merchant. To protect new merchants, the producer's name is hidden. Now that I've ranked up," the kitten asked worriedly, "Is something wrong?" Dong-shik told him, "Sejun's family is in danger. I don't know the situation inside the tower, but everyone out here is going crazy for those cherry tomatoes. It was fine before since the producer's name was hidden. They didn't know who made it. But now that Park Sejun's name is revealed, many people won't hesitate to do evil to monopolize the tomatoes. They will all target Sejun's family." Theo became worried, blaming himself. "Is this because of me? Because I became an intermediate wandering merchant, the producer's info was revealed. What should I do now? We're in big trouble. I'm going to be scolded by the chairman." Seeing the kitten's panic, he placed a hand on his left chest and made a promise. "I, Kim Dong-shik, will protect Park Sejun's family, even if I have to bet the honor of the Phoenix Guild on it." The kitten was very grateful to this man. "Thank you. Then I should hurry back to the lower floors to see what's going on." Theo took off his backpack and started rummaging. As he searched, he said, "I have a favor to ask before you go." Suddenly, a basket of corn and a basket of carrots flew out, landing near Dong-shik. The kitten explained, "It's a gift from Chairman Sejun for his family." The kitten stated his price, the usual conditions, for 200 miracle cherry tomatoes. He looked at the two items curiously, and as he picked them up, their information appeared, agile carrots and stamina corn. Looking at them, he gasped, "Amazing! If the world finds out about these foods." Hearing that, Theo asked anxiously, "So, is it dangerous?" He saw the kitten's worried face and reassured him, "Don't worry, tell Sejun that I'll bring these to his family." The kitten said thank you to Dong-shik. The two of them waved goodbye. Looking at the items, his expression grew complicated. "As I thought, things have become more complex." At the entrance to the 38th floor corridor, New San and New C were waiting for Theo. The two minotaurs were casually eating green onions. Wolf Ioka, though tied hand and foot, still had a mouth to spout nonsense. You pathetic bulls, has your pride been destroyed in those tiny brains of yours? Why are you working for that lowly wandering merchant? You're all just pathetic fools. Why do you have to work and wait for a cat's orders? So the legend of the 99th floor monster is all fake. He laughed mockingly. New C, annoyed, turned to New San. Should I hit his head again to shut him up? He broke out in a cold sweat and stopped her. New C, he'll die if you do that. Just then, Theo came scrambling from a distance on all fours. He shouted, New San, it's an emergency. We have to go back quickly. His face was full of worry. Theo, you're back so soon? An emergency? Is something urgent? It's Chairman Sejin's family. Theo was in a hurry to explain, but, fearing he'd lose time, just said, I'll explain on the way. And so, the two minotaurs hoisted the three wolves and set off. Ioka, slung over New San's shoulder, didn't stay quiet and kept shouting, Let me go, you minotaurs. Ignoring the annoying wolf's curses, New C was only thinking about making up for her missed meal later. Theo suddenly ducked into a nearby shop to buy something. The kitten held up a purple stone bracelet and asked the price, How much is this, Mr. Raccoon? The raccoon quoted 2 coins, nervously glancing at the 2 huge minotaurs behind Theo. Under the invisible pressure, he heard the cat bargain. Can you give me a little discount, Mr. Raccoon? His head was covered in sweat. In this situation, did he have a choice? In a high-rise building, in a room as cold as the Arctic, Dong Shik, despite wearing a thick winter suit, was shivering. Watching the man in front of him read the report about the tower's farmer, Park Sejin, 26 years old, presumed to have entered the tower due to the disappearance phenomenon and is predicted to have broken through to the 40th floor in a very short time. Specific location is undetermined. It was recently discovered that he is the producer of the miracle cherry tomatoes distributed through a wandering cat merchant. After reading the detailed report on Sejun, the man mused, a tower farmer. Interesting. In a room frozen solid sat the legendary Han Taezan, former master of the Phoenix Guild and a top official in Korea's Awakened Association. Shivering in the cold, Dong Shich still asked respectfully, Sir, is your body holding up? But Taezan instantly erupted like a cornered cat, roaring, Am I okay? Do I look okay to you? Flames literally burst from his hair and beard as he shattered the ice, leaping from his seat and lunging at Dong Shich. I can't believe you hid this talent from me. He's already cleared floor 40. Fire now blazed from his eyes, turning him into a walking inferno. Dong Shich could only stand there stiffly, forced to listen to the old man's rant. I'm trapped in this icebox, doing nothing. So, do I seem okay? The heat was intense. Dong Shich removed his hat, trying to soothe him. You're being rash, sir. Haven't you also cleared floor 52? This only enraged him more as he lunged again. That is completely different. Tell me, Kim Dong Shich, what else are you hiding? Dong Shich was exhausted by this. I am only relaying what was reported. Sir, a tower farmer is an unprecedented and unclassified job. Report this. Taezan incinerated the papers in his hand as Dong Shich spoke. Finally, the flames on Taezan's body subsided. He slumped back into his chair, exhausted. Forget it, this isn't fun at all. Dong Shich's eyes then caught an unusual mark on his arm. The fire curse was spreading. Taezan just waved the arm dismissively. This thing barely even tickles. If not for this, I'd already be in the tower. So, why are you really here? You didn't just come to watch me struggle, did you? Dong Shich's face turned grave. I'm here to request the association's aid in protecting Seo Jun's family. Since the producer of the miracle cherry tomatoes is confirmed to be Korean, pressure is mounting from all over the world. Taezan listened, then spoke calmly. Don't worry, I assigned a security unit the moment I heard. You will lead it. You two are already acquainted, making it more convenient. We can't let other nations steal such a valuable talent. I hear some are already making moves. Confirm that. Dong Shich was stunned by the speed of his intel. Truly impressive. Yes, sir, there have been approaches. As expected from you, sir, thank you. Before he left, he excitedly presented a basket of miracle tomatoes. Guild Master, a gift for you. Taezan looked surprised. Tomatoes? Dong Shich explained. These are the miracle cherry tomatoes grown by Seo Jun. I received them from the traveling merchant cat. It might not have a huge effect, but it should help you, sir. Taezan picked one up, his expression full of interest. So this is a miracle cherry tomato. He popped one in his mouth out of curiosity, then was moved to tears by the flavor. Shortly after, Dong Shich arrived at Seo Jun's home. The family stared at 3 enormous baskets of produce in their living room. What is all of this? Corn, carrots, and cherry tomatoes. The son, Seo Jun, stared in awe at the items. These are those famous tower items from the news, the weight loss cherry tomatoes, and carrots and corn too. Bro, did you grow all this? Dong Shich turned to the family. You may not be aware of the current situation. His serious tone made Seo Jun's mother anxious. Many people are targeting Seo Jun, which means all of you are now in danger. They might try to capture you to control him. The Korean Awakened Association wants to protect you, so please prepare to leave this place at once. Seo Jun's parents hadn't realized the situation was so dire. Leave? Where are you telling us to go? We still haven't paid off the loan for this house. He reassured them. Please don't worry. We have prepared a new home for you in Hanam-dong. Seo Jun leaned forward, buzzing with excitement. Hanam-dong? Isn't that where celebrities live? Awesome. Who lives near us? Dong-shich patiently answered the boy's questions. My family and I live there. Hearing this, the boy was visibly disappointed. I was hoping for a girl group or someone famous. Noticing his deflated mood, Dong-shich asked, Seo Jun, do you like girl groups? Perhaps you know of LGSN. It was like a switch was flipped. Seo Jun was instantly excited again. Of course, every Korean knows them. Then, mid-sentence, a possibility dawned on him. No way. Seeing his reaction, Dong-shich gave a knowing smile and pulled out his phone, showing Seo Jun a picture. My daughter is Se-ra, a member of LGSN. If you're a fan, I'd be happy to have you over at our home. Images of the idol group flooded the boy's mind. The leader and main vocalist of LGSN, Se-ra, the genius who composes, writes, and produces everything, not to mention her legendary looks, that's Se-ra. On an album, she said her father was a hunter. So you're Captain Kim Dong-shich? At that moment, he tossed all shame aside and knelt before him, shamelessly declaring, Father-in-law, please, take me with you immediately. His parents were frozen, wide-eyed at their son's absurd display. Dong-shich was just as startled, while the boy continued his fake son-in-law act. I love you, Dad. Thank you. His actual father sat to the side, completely bewildered, and turned to his wife. Why is he calling that man his dad? But the mother was lost in her own worries. Her husband noticed her expression. My love, what's wrong? She sighed. I'm worried about Seo Jun. He said he'd be a filial son and earn money in the tower. But who would have ever thought he'd become a farmer in there? He's working so incredibly hard. I just wonder if anyone is taking care of him. Elsewhere in the tower, a mighty black dragon with a maiden's heart was studying a cookbook. I'll add some miracle mushrooms, one millennial void-tide hungry ghost, she murmured, adding ingredients to the pot. Suddenly, the pot erupted in a blinding light so intense it nearly blew the dragon away. As the light faded, the black dragon cheered. It is finally complete. Under the blazing sun, the green onion field thrived. Soon carefully assessed its progress. 2 weeks ago, I planted these seeds from an onion flower, hoping for a special item. The scallions were growing perfectly. It's time to harvest, he told the tiny black rabbit. He eagerly snipped a leaf as the rabbit watched intently, but staring at the plain leaf, disappointment washed over him. No status window? Was it because it wasn't a fruit? The black rabbit chirped twice with a serious look. Taking the hint, he pulled an entire plant from the ground. With the whole plant in hand, the status window he craved finally appeared. You have harvested a detoxifying green onion. A flood of notifications popped up from his Harvest Level 4 skill. You have harvested produce 1 grade higher. Job experience has increased significantly. Job experience has increased significantly. The system repeated the important message. With Proficiency Boost Level 1, Harvest Level 3 proficiency increased by 5%. You have acquired 36 points. Detoxifying green onion, grown within the tower. They are delicious and nutritious. Neutralizes C+ grade toxins or lower within 1 hour. Activates liver detoxification for 24 hours after consumption. Grower, tower, farmer son. Expires in 135 days. Grade C+. Sun and the black rabbit were overjoyed reading the item info. So it was an item after all. It definitely appears when I plant fruits or seeds. I should have started harvesting these ages ago. Man and rabbit sat together, munching thoughtfully. A detoxifying green onion? How does it taste? The rabbit just gave him a blank look. He noted it tasted normal, with no detoxification effect. But then, his face lit up as the liver function kicked in. This would be amazing for heavy drinkers. They grow so fast, I should definitely sell them. In the distance, the fat rabbit ran over, chirping loudly. He jolted. Is it mealtime already? But as he and the 2 rabbits stared at the clear, calm lake, they felt helpless. Just as I thought, the piranha and crayfish populations are down. They won't even appear for my blood bait anymore. He turned, giving the 2 rabbits a meaningful gaze. His words struck the rabbits like lightning. We're giving up on meat from now on. Suddenly, the system screen appeared. Island, the tower manager, has prepared a gift to celebrate your 200th day. Soon was stunned. Has it really been 200 days since I got here? A gift for me? I'm so touched that you prepared something. What could the present be? While he was curious about the gift, the fat rabbit sulked by the lake, heartbroken. The black rabbit tried to comfort it. A quest board appeared. New quest, give Anne a miracle cherry tomato. The reward is a secret. Refusal is not an option. Instantly, the tomato in his hand vanished. Quest complete. A reward has been received. You have obtained Island's nutritious stew. In the next moment, a massive cauldron materialized before him. Seeing the stew with his own eyes, he screamed in horror. What is this? A foul green liquid steamed in the pot, filled with floating, bizarre monster parts. The item information displayed, Island's nutritious stew. The first dish ever cooked by the great black dragon, Island Jitani. Taste is not guaranteed, but the effects are incredible if you survive. All stats increase by 3. Inflict C-grade paralysis poison. Inflict C-grade corrosion poison. Chef, Great Black Dragon Island Jitani, grade A. He was in disbelief. An item? This is an item? You really made this for me to eat? The 4 rabbits gathered around and shivered at the sight. The interface flashed. The tower manager says she is going to sleep, exhausted from cooking. Soon couldn't believe her dedication. How hard did she cook to completely drain her energy? At that moment, the great black dragon was nestled in her bed. Before sleeping, she sent one last threat. I poured my soul into that, so you better finish it all. I will expect your review when I wake up, and I will deal with you if you don't eat every last drop. The chat interface vanished as she slept. He could only scream her name in despair. Island. He turned to the rabbits in sheer panic. They could sense a disaster brewing. Pointing at the stew, he pleaded, "Can you rabbits, please eat this for me?" In a flash, all 5 rabbits vanished, running for their lives. What? So much for teamwork. With tears in his eyes, he yelled, "Don't abandon me." He turned to the swarm of bees with a glimmer of hope. But the swarm of bees fled even faster. The queen bee gave him a look of pure disgust. Meanwhile, the creator of this nightmare was sleeping soundly. In the end, no matter how unwilling, Soon had to find a way to eat the stew. 1 man, 5 rabbits, and a swarm of bees stared at the pot. All stats increasing by 3 is a huge boost. But C-grade paralysis and corrosion poison? It's too dangerous. The black rabbit chirped to get his attention. It quickly held up a green onion. As the rabbit pointed, Soon remembered. That's right, we have the C-grade detox onions. With these, I should be fine. The fat rabbit pushed a cart full of green onions over. Soon sat on the ground, holding an onion in each hand with a look of determination. At least I won't die from the poison. Time to eat, the system announced, detoxifying green onion. You will be immune to C-grade poison or lower for 1 hour. After eating the onions, he gripped the ladle to face the disaster stew. The rabbits and bees watched eagerly. Okay, prep is complete, he thought. How bad can it be? It looks disgusting, but maybe it's delicious. He didn't forget to say, thank you for the meal. The moment the first spoonful hit his mouth, he violently spit it out. The terrible stew splattered on the nearby animals. They fled in terror as if it were the end of the world. Hit by the spray, the queen bee buzzed furiously. The fat rabbit stomped its foot in anger. Meanwhile, the victim, Soon, was retching helplessly on the ground. Tears streamed down his face, his voice trembling. It's awful. They say bitter medicine works best, but this is just too much. All the while, notifications flooded his vision. You have consumed Island's restorative soup. Paralysis poison C rank has been detoxified. Soon suspicion flared. That damn Island. Is she trying to take me out? In his mind, she was a fat, winged pig. An evil grin on her face, brewing a cauldron of poison with a maniacal laugh. I don't need tower farmers anymore. With the resolve of a suicide bomber, he gripped the cauldron with both hands. Tilting his head back, he chugged it down. I have to finish it all at once. The rabbits were petrified, their jaws hanging open at his daring move. He cheered himself on as he drank. I can do this, almost at the bottom, but fate loves playing cruel jokes. From the dregs emerged a fish with a hideously warped face, staring right into his soul. His eyes bulged as he choked, spraying the soup everywhere. Pure instinct took over. In a panic, he hurled the cauldron away. It landed with a splash in the lake, the remaining soup spilling into the water. 1 man, 5 rabbits, and a bee could only watch in stunned silence. I threw it away by mistake. System. You've consumed all of Island's restorative soup. All stats have increased. You have eliminated 1 piranha. Experience points acquired. Soon was bewildered. Whew, but I only drank the soup. Then, a frantic flood of notifications appeared, announcing he'd slain a school of piranhas, earning him 30 experience points. Soon jumped back, shouting, "What is happening?" The alerts kept coming, showing no signs of stopping. You've eliminated 1 giant electric eel. 5,000 experience points acquired. He roared in disbelief. A giant electric eel? The whole group now stood around the lake. He realized the entire lake was poisoned. The soup's residue was dissolving into the water. The chubby rabbit hopped around in a furious tantrum. The black rabbit crossed its arms, pouting as it turned its back on Soon. He looked at the chubby rabbit, apologetic. Sorry, I panicked. It was an accident. We can't eat anything from the lake now. We can still drink from the rabbit's watering can. The black rabbit stood on a rock by the shore. It was absolutely heartbroken, but could only swallow its sorrow. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a spot in the lake. But I'm worried about that hole, the one that leads to the outside. So many piranhas and crawfish are dead. Even a giant electric eel. That means there's a whole ecosystem in there. The number of intruders has dropped significantly. I used to have so much trouble with them, but he was a man who saw opportunity in disaster. He turned to the black rabbit, his eyes gleaming. If we can figure this out, we'll have a brand new source of meat. The black rabbit squeaked, waving its paws frantically at him. Soon read its intentions. You want to swim through that hole? It nodded eagerly in confirmation. He immediately shot the idea down. No, black rabbit. The lake is poisoned. And even with scallions, that hole is too small. If something goes wrong, you'll be trapped. You won't be able to make it back. It would be a suicide mission. He stroked its head gently. I know how you feel, but you're too precious to me. I can't risk losing you. At least, not until the water is less toxic. He turned to reassure the rabbits. All right, everyone. We still have food for a while. So let's get our spirits up, okay? The rabbits squeaked in response to his rally. Meanwhile, on another floor, at the desolate stronghold of the Bull King, he sat on his throne, resting his chin in his hand. Tam, why is he not here? Has he forgotten my command? Nugunat and Nutu went to find him, and they haven't returned either, have they? Ingrunat turned with a pained expression. Yes, my king, they have yet to return. He speculated nervously. Could they have wandered into the Red Bear's domain, or were poisoned while foraging for food? He hesitated. Or perhaps they are in their territory. I hear that those who wander there vanish without a trace. The Bull King snorted. That might be true for that blockhead Ngutam, but Ngutu wouldn't go down so easily. He rose heavily from his throne. This matter warrants my attention. The Bull King issued his command. Ngugunat, gather everyone from yourself to Ngubak. You are in command until I return. It seems I must find those two myself. Back at the vast fields of scallions, the harvest was complete, piled into a literal mountain of green. Soon the rabbits and the two red bears stood admiring the fruits of their labor. The mountain of scallions towered over him. This is incredible. Is this enough to feed 100 minotaurs? The bear cub, Quang, excitedly dove right in, rolling about before sliding down the massive pile. Seeing the cub's pure delight, Soon couldn't help but smile warmly. Quang, you're having fun, aren't you? It's as soft as a mattress, right? Take some home for you and your mom's bed. Suddenly, a system window appeared. Bountiful Harvest Expectation Level 1 has been activated. Soon was stunned. Bountiful Harvest Expectation? 70% of the scallion fields have received the Bountiful Harvest Blessing. Harvest rate increased by 50% for the next week. After the notification, sparkling lights rained down upon the fields. The group stared, mesmerized by the magical sight. Bathed in light, the scallions trembled as they grew. He saw the change immediately. They were already growing fast, but now they're even faster. With this buff, I can harvest 3 times as much. Plus, my stats are up thanks to Island's soup. This should be a piece of cake. He turned his head, speaking to the rabbit behind him. Scythe Rabbit, will you help me? The rabbit excitedly made a motion like rolling up sleeves. Just then, a chat window popped up. Tower Admin. Did you finish the soup I made? He flexed a bicep, patting it confidently. Of course. I even leveled up thanks to you. Tower Admin. How did it taste? Soon froze, completely flustered. He stammered. The taste? How was it? The tower administrator is sad. Tower Admin. Was it really that bad? He panicked and blurted out. It was delicious. Fearing she wouldn't believe him, he insisted. Really? I finished the whole thing. How should I put it? It was to die for. He let out a weak, awkward laugh. The tower administrator is holding the pot. She says she'll make more since you liked it. In that moment, he felt the true horror of the apocalypse. Without thinking, he screamed, What? No, Island, hold on. Tower Admin. What's wrong? He frantically searched for an excuse. That is, used up all your energy on that soup, didn't you? You don't have to work so hard for me. I just like talking with you like this. So you don't need to use all your energy. I'll handle all the cooking from now on. I'd rather let Island eat delicious food. He placed a hand on his chest, speaking earnestly. So you don't have to try cooking ever again. Inside, he was desperately praying, Please, please let this work. The black dragon with a maiden's heart blushed deeply. What? He's that worried about me? Hiding her face, she giggled like an idiot, then excitedly tapped a nearby stone pillar. The stone pillar crumbled. Soon, I am so proud of you. He felt like he had just been pardoned. The tower administrator replied, All right. He cried out in relief. Thank you so much. The administrator asked about the menu for tonight. Before he could respond, the field began to shake violently. The rabbit staggered, and the little bear cub fell, dropping its onions. He stared in horror toward the disturbance. What? What is happening? As the source of the tremors appeared, the giant mother bear took a battle stance. An imposing minotaur was approaching, wielding a double-headed axe. He appeared in the field, crushing scallions underfoot. Each step sent terrible shockwaves. The group tensed, watching the colossal minotaur stomp toward them. He looked up. Another bull demon? The massive creature charged with a furious roar, its eyes glowing. The force of the roar made them all cover their ears. The mother bear's expression was tense, her eyes locked on the bull. He asked, confused, "Is that a different bull demon than New San and New Sea?" The interface suddenly appeared. The tower administrator identified him as the Bull King, the boss of the 99th floor. This shocking news left him completely stunned. The Bull King, the 99th floor boss? The administrator explained that the boss guards the intermediary point, so he rarely ever leaves that area. He glanced at the distant stone arch, wondering, is that intermediary point the way out of this tower? Is this the monster Q's mother said I had to defeat? He asked Eisen. But why is the boss suddenly here? The administrator was silent, saying she would try to speak with him. Eisen checked her book. It says the 99th floor boss is forbidden from leaving the intermediary point zone. It was stated clearly in the guidebook her grandfather gave her. She then used her authority as administrator, casting a spell on the orb to summon the 99th floor boss, the Bull King. Instantly, a message appeared. Administrator authority cannot be executed. What a shock. Eisen was stunned. What is this? The status window isn't responding to my request, but why? The tower administrator's authority should be absolute. News of Eisen's trouble soon reached Soon's party. The tower administrator reported that the conversation failed. She had no idea why. Anxiously, Soon knelt on the ground. The frightened white rabbits huddled close to him. The bear cub stood behind, bewildered, while the brave black rabbit pulled out a hammer, standing guard. Watching the charging bull and hearing the news from Eisen, he felt powerless. There seemed to be no way to stop that monster. The mother bear roared in fury, rising to her full height. She stepped forward, ready for battle. He shouted to stop her. Q's mother. No, she can't stop him. He's the 99th floor boss. But there was no time to do anything else. The Bull King leaped, swinging his axe at the mother bear. Terrified, the group behind her huddled together with their eyes shut. This was the end. In the tower, Eisen also screamed in a panic. No Soon, but with a loud thud, the axe slammed into the empty ground. The bloody scene they all expected never happened. He curiously peeked with one eye, then stood frozen at the sight before him. The Bull King was squatting on the ground, greedily munching on the fresh scallions. Moments later, he let out a roar of pure happiness. The tension vanished. He stammered, "He's just a bull? A giant bull who loves to eat green onions in a barren field." The onlookers kept watching, and the eater kept eating. Then suddenly, he stood up, put the axe in his mouth, grabbed a huge pile of scallions, and ran off. It happened in one fluid motion. By the time he processed it, the creature was long gone. He took all of our scallions and ran. Why did that guy even appear here? The interface popped up again. She said it seemed he was returning to the intermediary point. Once everything was over, he collapsed, hugging a fat rabbit. I was so scared, my legs went completely numb. The other 4 rabbits also relaxed and flopped over. Everyone was terrified, right? The little bear cub came closer, licking Soon's cheek to comfort him. He petted the cub's furry face, then looked up at the mother bear with gratitude. Q's mother, thank you for protecting us. She squinted, her furry face showing pure happiness as she looked at him. But when he saw the ruined field, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Afterwards, he and the rabbits had to work hard to clean up the field. He muttered, "Man, this is a pain. He took so much." The tower administrator said it was lucky the tower's farmer was safe, but she felt guilty about the field's condition. He smiled gently. "Thanks. But don't worry, I'm actually still happy." Suddenly, his expression turned sinister. "I think I should pay a visit to the Bull King on the 99th floor very soon." The tower administrator asked, "What do you mean?" He spoke with a calculating tone. "He came here himself, and the Black Bull tribe deeply values a warrior's honor. The Bull King even more so, right?" She stared at the orb, likely guessing his plan. He stroked his chin with a sly look. "He flattened my field, and then he dined and dashed. So how should I make him pay for this debt?" Soon prepared a platter of grilled vegetables for lunch. With hands on his hips, he told the rabbit family, "Eat up so we can fix the field." The baby rabbits looked at the food, then immediately threw a tantrum at their parents. He frowned, lightly pinching the bunnies as he grumbled, "Are you kids complaining because there is no meat? If you want to help your parents, then sit down and eat." Using a classic trick, he pointed to the bear cub eating happily nearby. "Look, Big Brother Q is eating quietly, isn't he? When the blue moon rises, you'll become adults. Don't you want to grow up? The baby rabbits finally settled down to eat. Seeing the peaceful family, he offered some praise. That's more like it. Now eat up. That's what good little white rabbits do. He didn't forget the bear cub, ruffling its fluffy head. Our Q is such a good boy, not a picky eater at all. Holding grilled corn, the cub chirped happily in response to his praise. Seeing the cute cub, he started to worry again. But why haven't you gotten any bigger lately? You can definitely grow more. He began patting the cub all over to check on it. You're not short on food, so are you hurt somewhere? Being patted, the cub rolled onto its back, wiggling its paws adorably like a puppy. A voice called out from a distance. Sir, it was Scarcat, approaching with 2 bull bodyguards. The 3 wolves were slung over their shoulders like sacks of goods. Cat Theo waved excitedly to Z-Run. I have returned. As Z-Run greeted them, he noticed strange bundles on the Minotaur's shoulders. Nu Gutam, Nu Tu. What's all that? The Minotaurs dropped 3 wolves to the ground. They're silver wolves, they answered. Staring at the limp forms, he asked, Silver wolves? Are they really wolves? Cat Theo scampered onto his shoulder. They came after me, but Ngutu showed them who's boss. We didn't know what to do, so we brought them here to you. Looking at the unconscious wolves, Ji-Run had an idea. First, let's find out why they attacked Theo. Are they sleeping? Ngutu slammed a fist into his palm. They wouldn't shut up, so I hit him kinda hard. Hearing the brutal account, he checked on the wolves. They will wake up, right? Just then, Cat Theo noticed the ruined field. What happened to the farm? Z-Run explained the terrifying incident that had just occurred. The Minotaur King. He was here, but he's gone now. The 2 Minotaurs completely panicked. The captain, how did he know we were here? We're totally screwed. But some things are more important. The 2 Minotaurs agreed. We'll worry later. You worked hard, so let's eat. We're digging in too. Time to eat. The 2 Minotaurs forgot everything else and rushed for the food. I want some corn. But Cat Theo remembered something urgent to tell Z-Run. Sir, there's something vital I have to report. It's about the 38th floor. But before he could finish, a silver wolf was free. Its claws shot towards Z-Run's head. Sensing the danger, Z-Run spun around, just in time to see the attack. But neither he nor the cat could react in time. But like a flash, the baby bear intervened. It slammed down a ground-shattering blow. The quick-witted silver wolf slid back just in time, dodging the powerful strike. Its claws dug into the earth to stop its slide. Regaining its footing, it bared its fangs and snarled at the little bear. Cat Theo spotted something and cried out, Sir, your hat is gone. The warning made Z-Run realize his head was bare. The wolf now stood on its hind legs, provocatively holding up the hat. Thanks for the straw hat. On the ruined field, a tense standoff began. The air crackled with hostility. Z-Run's eyes blazed with fury. My, straw hat. Cat Theo piped up angrily. They faked being knocked out just to steal the hat. Having secured their prize, Ia grabbed the hat and called to its pack. Echo, Eki, let's move. But their escape was cut short by the giant mother bear. Faced with the enormous bear, the wolves' ears flattened. They could only back away in terror. Mother bear lunged, her massive jaws snapping at the wolves. All 3 dodged just in time. Ia instantly recognized the overwhelming power gap. It dropped the hat and raised its paws in surrender. Z-Run calmly retrieved his hat, dusted it off, and placed it back on his head. Good, it's not damaged. The little queen bee buzzed happily above him. He looked at the surrendered wolves. Well then, but before he could finish, Ngutu growled, I'll snap their legs. Mother bear nodded in agreement. Below, the baby bear stared daggers at Ia, its gaze hot enough to burn. Z-Run sighed. This was getting complicated. What am I supposed to do with them all fired up like this? Cat Theo looked up from beside the cub. Chairman, Quang says we should just eat them. He was taken aback. What? He chuckled, walking over to pat the pouting bear's head. Now, Quang, let's not do that. How about some honey instead? He turned to the queen bee. Poison bee, number 2, if you would. The bee looked at the cub and nodded. The baby bear's eyes went wide and sparkled as it started drooling. Quang happily chased poison bee number 2 home. Z-Run then turned peacemaker. All right, everyone, calm down and take a break. Cat Theo hopped onto his usual spot on Z-Run's shoulder. For now, the conflict was over as they all sat down. Ia couldn't comprehend what it was seeing. Minotaurs and the red bear, the strongest monsters on the 99th floor. Why were they all obeying a mere human? Eki spoke up from beside him. Chief, the cat merchant called him chairman. Isn't that a title exclusive to the 99th floor? Suddenly, Echo cried out from behind them. The Black Dragon. Could he be the tower's manager, the Black Dragon? There's no other way the monsters of the 99th floor would ever obey him. Echo's words made the other 2 wolves snap their heads around. Echo was still reeling. The Great Black Dragon. He's real. So Chairman is their name for the Great Black Dragon? Ia's mind was racing. Could this man truly be the ruler of the tower's 99 floors? He must have taken this form to lower our guard. This must be it. This is the Black Dragon's test. Its expression hardened with resolve. This has to be what grandfather spoke of. This is our chance. Just then, Z-Run addressed the three wolves. So, why did you trail the merchant cat and try to steal my hat? Instantly, the three wolves prostrated themselves, begging for forgiveness. We apologize, Great Black Dragon. This lowly one was ignorant of your identity. We had no idea the merchant cat was one of your esteemed subordinates. Hearing this, Z-Run was so stunned he nearly fell over. What? The Great Black Dragon? On his shoulder, Cat Theo's jaw dropped. This misunderstanding was getting out of hand. Meanwhile, the actual Great Black Dragon was watching everything through a magic orb. She sat up, amused. Well, now, this is interesting. Let them misunderstand. Just then, a system window appeared before Z-Run. The tower manager has granted you a special pardon for impersonating the Great Black Dragon. New quest. For the Silver Wolf Chieftain, witness the greatness of the Great Black Dragon. Reward, Island's favor. Penalty, Island's disappointment. She added a final note. I will help you. As he accepted the quest, he froze, trying to process everything. Cat Theo stared, confused, as a storm of emotions crossed Z-Run's face. So, I have to pretend to be her? Wait. Island is the Black Dragon, not some winged pig. That's right, she said she was the manager. I knew something was off. Cat Theo asked, Chairman, what is it? But Z-Run didn't answer, lost in thought. If this is what she wants, then what's my next move? His decision made, a confident smirk appeared on his face. He crossed his arms. The Black Dragon? Hey, it seems you found me out. I thought you wouldn't know me in this form. Soon postured with a dark, menacing aura. That's right, I am the Great Black Dragon. How dare you covet my things and threaten my servant? I cannot forgive this. Theo, the cat, confused by his master's act, nearly fell over in shock. Anne's expression was just as bad. Watching his ridiculous performance, she screamed in horror. What is he doing? Niu San asked Niu Si, bewildered. Is this for real? Niu Si quickly landed a punch on his head. Theo panicked. Chairman, what are you doing? I'm getting scared. Fearing his cover was blown, Soon bribed the cat with a reward stick. My adorable servant, Theo. Do you no longer wish for the Great Black Dragon's reward? The cat instantly hopped down, planting a foot on the kneeling Elka's nose. His tone turned arrogant. The chairman is the Great Black Dragon, and I am his servant. Everyone, kneel before the Black Dragon. Behind Theo, Soon struck a proud, superior pose. The wolf, Elka, spoke with utter reverence. We are truly sorry, Great Black Dragon. We have committed an unforgivable sin. Even if I, Elka, chief of the Silver Wolf tribe, offer my life, I beg you to forgive us this once. Soon looked at the wolves, raising his hand to declare, Very well. I shall give you one chance to atone. LK was overjoyed. Really? Soon's eyes widened, shamelessly extorting the poor wolf. 10,000 coins? 10,000 coins is the price for threatening Theo, the merchant cat. Pay it, and I will forgive you. The three wolves broke out in a cold sweat. 10,000 coins. Hearing Soon extort the wolves, Theo felt giddy, his eyes sparkling. Chairman, is my life worth that much? Soon affirmed it. Of course. You are Theo the merchant cat. You manage the farm's product distribution. Besides, your contract makes you very valuable. A pitiful Elka looked at him. Great Black Dragon, we don't have that much money. Theo quickly threw a paper before him, suggesting, then pay with your bodies. Elka was confused. Pay with our bodies? Seizing the chance, Theo the merchant lured the three wolves in. That's right, you will work here. Eki, startled, turned to remind him. Chief, what about our contract with that other person? Reminded of this, Elka felt conflicted. The three wolves prostrated themselves before Soon, pleading, We are so sorry, Great Black Dragon, but we cannot do it. The man and the cat were both shocked by this refusal. Suddenly, an interface appeared. The tower's manager, NSI, could not forgive those who rejected the Black Dragon's request. But Soon didn't get angry. He knelt beside Elka and whispered gently, There's a reason, isn't there? Can you tell me? Theo also sat quietly beside him. The wolf told him about his tribe. On the 85th floor, where my tribe lives, a long drought has caused a food shortage. So the strong among us became mercenaries, hired by the Lord to provide food for our floor. He pointed at the straw hat on Soon's head. Our current mission from the Lord was to retrieve that lost straw hat. The three wolves sat dejectedly. Now we know it belongs to the Black Dragon. Our mission has failed, and our food supply will be cut off. And if we work for the Black Dragon, the young wolves of our tribe will starve. So please, have pity on us. In return, we will give our lives. Great Black Dragon. Soon asked for the wolf's name. He replied respectfully, I am El Ka, Great Black Dragon. Soon asked him, El Ka, what do you think this place is? El Ka looked up at the land before him and realized with a shock, so Soon proposed a deal. I will add a condition to the contract so your tribe can repay the 10,000 coins. He gestured toward the fields invitingly. You can work for me here, and I will provide food for your tribe. He and Theo waited with expectant faces. What do you think? LK screamed with overwhelming joy. Chief, this means we don't have to listen to that damned pig anymore. Eki excitedly hugged LK. We're saved. The three mercenaries bowed low before Soon. Thank you, Great Black Dragon. Thank you so much, we will do our absolute best. LK couldn't hold back his tears of joy. Thank you. The conflict was resolved, and everyone on the farm looked at each other happily. The Black Dragon, Zhang Yao, who had witnessed everything, was stunned. He realized the guilty can also be pitiable, and was moved by Soon's actions. A notification announced the mission was complete. The tower manager was pleased that the Great Black Dragon had been praised. Finally, Elka, representing the Wolf tribe, signed the labor contract with Theo. Soon declared, excellent. As per the contract, Theo the merchant cat will be your manager. You will work under Theo's authority. The cat saved the contract to the system, thrilled to have new underlings. From now on, you listen to me. The cat led his 3 new recruits to greet the 2 minotaurs. Go on, say hello. This is New San and New Sea. They are your seniors, so be sure to respect them. The 3 wolves bowed politely. We apologize for before. Please take care of us. Soon watched the scene with satisfaction. Thinking about the wolves' situation, Soon had a thought. The Lord. He must be powerful in this tower. He could be a future threat. But now, the Silver Wolves can protect Theo when he sells goods downstairs. That means New San and New Sea can work freely in the fields. Theo, the cat, then ran up to Soon, demanding food. Chairman, I'm starving. Give me some fish to eat with the wolves. Seeing the cat's eager face, Soon looked troubled. Theo, actually. A scream echoed. No fish? There's no more fish. The cat threw a tantrum on the ground. Chairman, you're a liar. The black rabbit also ran over, looking annoyed. It stared at Theo, hammer in hand, its intentions unclear. Soon and the annoyed black rabbit turned their backs on the spoiled cat. Are you just going to whine like that? I'm already doing everything I can. But Theo wouldn't budge, sulking on the ground. I'm not working if there's no fish. Soon tested the lake water, then turned to the rabbit. All right, the poison in the lake has weakened, right? The black rabbit, having eaten a detoxifying scallion, looked serious and ready for action. Soon stood up, hands on his hips, and gazed at the lake. Are you ready, Black Rabbit? The rabbit held its hammer and answered clearly. Yes, sir. Soon commanded, let's find a new hunting ground. The black rabbit leaped forward with all its might. It brought the hammer down on a boulder, smashing it to pieces with a single, powerful blow. Stones splashed into the water one by one. Soon looked at the opening they created and couldn't help but be impressed. Great job, Black Rabbit. The entrance is much wider. Ha, you should be able to get in now. At his command, Black Rabbit swam into the cave, but seconds later, it shot back out, surfacing and gasping for air. Soon asked, what's it like down there? Black Rabbit covered its eyes. Pitch black? Soon stroked his chin in thought. So dark, you can't see anything. Even with a wider entrance, going in there is still dangerous. He turned to the golden cat playing nearby. Theo, do you have any items for seeing in the dark? Something like a lantern. While tending to the baby rabbits, Theo shook his head. Chairman, where would I get something like that? But I have a few random things in my bag. Let me check. He poured out a few clinking silver coins. This is all the money from the tomatoes, and this is an item I bought on my way here. A purple necklace fell out, catching Soon's attention. The system window immediately displayed its information. Scratched jade necklace, no usage limit, creator unknown. Ranky soon decided to toss it into his inventory for Aylin to handle. Aylin, can you appraise this necklace like you did the straw hat? The information came back instantly. The tower master asks that you leave the appraising to her. She says this item is perfect for the current situation. This made Soon incredibly happy. He grabbed a basket of cherry tomatoes and tossed it up. A system notification appeared. You have completed the quest. Your reward is the appraised necklace of light. Soon held the necklace in disbelief. It looks completely different after being appraised. Huh. A necklace of light? The information panel reappeared. Necklace of light. An amber stone containing light magic. When the skill is used, the surrounding area is illuminated. The higher the user's level, the brighter the light becomes. It was exactly what Soon was looking for. Illuminates the surrounding area. With this, we can see what's inside the underwater cave. But Theo saw this as a chance to negotiate. Is it useful? In that case, can I get more time as merchant? Meow Theo. Soon smiled and grabbed his paw. You truly have the golden touch for picking items. He made a declaration. From now on, you are permanently Merchant Meow Theo. No time tickets needed. The little cat was overjoyed and soon lifted him up to celebrate. From today, Theo, you are appointed as the merchant in charge of distributing our crops. You've worked so hard, Merchant Meow Theo. Standing on its small hind legs, Theo asked again. Really? From now on, I'll always be the Merchant Meow. He seemed to love the nickname. Soon made a decision to celebrate his promotion. For today, you can be Chairman Theo. He immediately took the opportunity to command Black Rabbit. Then, Chairman Theo orders you to use that necklace and bring back fish. Black Rabbit agreed to carry out the order. Then, all three of them shouted together, "For our food." Suddenly, Soon's necklace began to glow. He couldn't help but marvel at the light. Soaking his feet, he spoke to Black Rabbit again. They say the higher the user's level, the brighter it shines. Here, you try it on, Black Rabbit. To his surprise, when Black Rabbit wore it, the pendant shone brighter than daylight. Soon clenched his fist defensively. It's only because my mana is lower than yours. But with this much light, that dark cave is no longer a problem. He then stuffed some supplies into its bag for protection. Eat some green onions to detoxify, just in case. Remember to hold on to the safety line, Black Rabbit, he carefully instructed. If you can't breathe or there's danger, tug the rope twice, and I'll pull you out immediately. He continued to fuss. Take a dagger and a bag. A hammer is useless underwater. And for the last time, this worried mother soon told it, be safe. Black Rabbit took a deep breath, squeezed its eyes shut, and dove into the water. With its natural agility, it easily swam deep into the lake and soon found a light at the end of the path. Black Rabbit followed the cave toward the light. As the glow grew closer, Black Rabbit swam through with ease. Before it now was a vast underwater world. Countless strange plants with spirit stones and glowing coral were everywhere, especially that enormous fish. A dolphin-like creature swam up from below, startling Black Rabbit. It then circled around to scout the area. Suddenly, it stopped before a fish that resembled an eel. Black Rabbit remembered that this eel was highly poisonous. It decided to follow the eel closely, dagger raised and aiming for the head. It targeted the eel's blind spot and then plunged the dagger swiftly into its neck. Suddenly, the eel's flesh began to glow, and a gem slowly emerged from within. Black Rabbit didn't know what it was. It picked up the yellow gem from inside the electric eel. It imagined Soon hugging it, calling it the best, and pushing Theo aside with pure joy. Black Rabbit decided to bring the eel back to claim its prize. It used a vine to wrap around the eel's head. Then, a strange sound made it turn back. A massive shark was charging with its sharp teeth, bared, but Black Rabbit was quick enough to dodge. However, the shark still managed to tear off a piece of the eel. Since the vine was tied to the eel's head, Black Rabbit was violently yanked backward. It struggled, desperate for air. The eel's body had now been ripped in half. Worse, with its oxygen running out, Black Rabbit began to lose consciousness. With the last of its strength, it grabbed the rope and pulled twice. Above the water, Soon got the distress signal. He immediately shot to his feet, ordering all the magical beasts to pull the rope together. The group worked as one to save Black Rabbit's life. The big ones pulled while the small ones cheered. Finally, the group managed to pull Black Rabbit from the water. Soon quickly scooped it up, his heart filled with anxiety. He called its name relentlessly. "Wake up, Black Rabbit." Soon cried out in despair, shocking all the beasts there. He carefully supported Black Rabbit and laid it on a nearby stone. When the situation looked grim, he took off his hat and ordered the queen bee to hold it. He decided to take a bold step. He would perform mouth-to-mouth on Black Rabbit. At that moment, as if sensing extreme danger, Black Rabbit instinctively woke up. The whole group immediately rushed over, joyfully embracing it. Only Soon was left grimacing after swallowing a ton of water. Yet, he couldn't hide his happiness that Black Rabbit was safe, but it immediately began scolding him for having such an idea. He was helpless to argue with it. Hey, Black Rabbit, stop complaining." On the other side, even Aylin had been terrified watching the scene unfold. Everyone sighed in relief, except for Soon, who wouldn't stop grumbling. "I almost had to sacrifice my first kiss to save you. Do you even know that?" Annoyed, he put the hat back on. At least he was awake, but why did the water taste so salty? The system explained, "It seems the Black Rabbit entered the Sea of Dimensions." Sejun questioned, "The Sea of Dimensions? What the heck is that?" In response, the system offered a lengthy explanation. The Sea of Dimensions is the void located between the tower floors. Due to the dangerous monsters there, one can only use pathways to move between levels. However, dimensional rifts sometimes appear, like the one beneath the lake, granting access to this sea. This sea is teeming with monsters, some of which are quite delicious. It finally clicked for him. That's why sea creatures were in a freshwater lake. He then remembered the Black Rabbit's mission. "Where are the rest of the fish you caught?" The black rabbit immediately rummaged through its bag. It pulled out not a fish, but the gem from before the giant electric eel's essence. Sejin held it in awe. This essence, found inside thousand-year-old giant electric eels, glows with electrical energy. It can be consumed to learn rain and lightning skills. Only those with high mana limits can use this essence. An item drop. Sejun's face lit up as he asked, "You found a giant eel? Was it tasty?" To answer that, the black rabbit began to pull it up. First, the head of the electric eel emerged. Since the shark ate half of it, only the head remained. Its head appeared to everyone's surprise, followed by creatures like lobsters and piranhas. Seeing the creatures swim freely in the lake, Sejun grew visibly excited. So many carnivorous fish and crawfish, all swimming through that rift. Unbelievable did they follow the eel's head here. He couldn't express his gratitude enough. "We have meat. Thank you, Black Rabbit." Then he called everyone over to help. "Let's get a fire going. We're having a party tonight." Instantly, the whole group cheered with excitement. A delicious and nutritious hot pot was quickly prepared, but a voice suddenly broke the atmosphere. "What?" Sejun asked. "My family is in danger." While the buffalo, wolves, and rabbits ate in a corner, Theo pulled Sejun aside to report. "Dong Shich said he would protect your family." Sejun scratched his head, not expecting this turn of events. "Wow, are my cherry tomatoes that popular outside the tower? Who knew my family would be in danger because of it?" "Mom, Dad, will they be okay?" he instructed Theo. "All right, next time you go down the tower, find out how he's protecting them and get more info." Theo immediately accepted his orders. Sejun then recalled Dong Shich was from the Phoenix Guild. "I'm very grateful to him. I'll repay him if I get the chance." Theo also shared another piece of information. It seems Mr. Dong Shich also loves cherry tomatoes. This was certainly useful information for him. "Perfect. I'll give him some other crops as well." Theo used this chance to demand more fish for himself. Sejun decided to honor their deal. "You'll get 2 fish today." Suddenly, the drop gem caught Theo's eye. "That's what the black rabbit gave you." Sejun picked it up, having forgotten about it. "I think this is the eel's essence, a consumable item that can give me a new skill." Theo curiously hopped onto his lap. "What kind of skill? This thing smells amazing." Sejun examined it closely. Its function is related to rain and lightning. It seems to be an electrical skill. Theo guessed, like static electricity. He then playfully jumped on Sejun. "I hate electricity. It makes my fur stand on end." But Sejun found its antics amusing. He let out a hearty laugh. "Since coming to the tower, I've only learned farming skills. Now I can finally learn something different. I'm starting to feel like a real adventurer now." Theo deliberately teased him. "You're still just staying here. You haven't gone anywhere else." Then he offered a suggestion. "Aren't you going to eat it? Eating it would be faster than learning a skill." Sejun shook his head. "I can't eat it yet." Theo didn't understand why, but the reason was simple. Sejun lacked mana. He only had 8.05 mana, while the essence required more than 10. Theo took the chance to laugh in his face. "Sejun, you have no mana? You're so weak." He laughed so hard, he rolled on the ground. Feeling defensive, Sejun shot back. "So how much mana do you have, Theo?" But the cat simply turned away, avoiding his question. Sejun wouldn't let it go so easily, and secretly used the collar of light on him. A massive flash of light erupted. Now, Sejun was truly humbled. "Wow, that light is like the sun. This sucks, thinking that everyone has more mana than me." Seeing him so hurt, Theo tried to assert himself as the leader. Just then, Quang left his mother's side to comfort him. Sejun finally stood up. "You trying to make me sad too? Quang, you can't eat this either. It's not honey." Niu-san and Niu-si had been busy munching on food, completely uninterested. Elka was also focused on eating fish and enjoying the rabbit's care. Sejun shook off his sadness and approached them. "Is everyone enjoying the food?" The 2 wolves bowed their heads when he came near. "We are grateful to the great black dragon." He just waved his hand dismissively. "Please, eat as much as you like." Elka then expressed her thanks. "Great black dragon, you shared your food with us. You are truly kind." Elka's child, from below, chimed in. "The food is delicious." Sejun immediately noticed the unusual look on Elka's face. "You're thinking about your tribe members on the 85th floor, aren't you?" She admitted sadly, "I'm sorry, I truly can't hide anything from the great black dragon." "Don't worry too much. You'll see your pack again soon. The blue moon is in a few days, so you have to return to the 85th floor, right?" He assured her, "If you work hard, I'll reward you with plenty of fish you can bring as a gift for your pack." Hearing this, Elka bowed deeply in gratitude. Sejun then turned to Theo. "We should harvest the remaining crops and sell them. Theo, I'm leaving this to you." Theo quickly leaped off Sejun, then called the wolf pack to follow him. Sejun also went to Niu-san and Niu-si. "You two should get ready as well. There are a few places we need to go tomorrow. You two will be my guides." Niu San asked curiously. Where are we going tomorrow, Chairman? Sejun crossed his arms and declared, we're going to collect a debt from your leader, Minotaur King Minotong. The news was so shocking it made them stop chewing their grass. The scene shifts to a teleport zone where minotaurs are feasting on grass. Suddenly, they begin to wail. We can finally eat grass again. I'm so happy. This is delicious. A true celebration. But their leader, Minotaur, sulks on his throne. I was wrong. This is a real problem. He lamented over what had just happened. I went to the border to find Niu San and Niu Sai. I saw the red-furred bears and a few other species. But then he recalled his own shameful actions. I got too excited and ate all the grass there. I couldn't stop myself. I'm no longer worthy of being a Minotaur warrior or leader. Minotaur picked up a blade of grass with resolve, but I managed to bring some back. The grass he took from the farm seemed to be grown by the creature standing with the red-furred bears. A distorted image flashed through Minotaur's mind. Who is he? I vaguely remember him. Then, Thalbo's image became crystal clear, solidifying Minotaur's suspicion. That's right, the white rabbit could be the farm's owner. This makes things easier. He chewed on the grass, thinking, I don't know why a red bear is with a white rabbit, but it's interesting. As a Minotaur warrior, I shouldn't take things from weaker creatures. During the next blue moon, I can leave this place for a short time. According to the Guardian, in the 90th week, I'll have about 1 hour. Minotaur strengthened his resolve. It's short, but I can visit the farm and buy this grass. I can't miss a chance to get more. Yet, one thing made him hesitate. Minotaur thought to himself that he was quite strong. So, should I really pay for it? Just then, the teleportation stone flashed with light. Long rows of vibrant green detoxification scallions sprouted from the earth. They were all neatly and beautifully trimmed by someone's hand. All the rabbits, both white and yellow-furred, were hard at work. Thalbo was busy watering the fields. The magical cherry tomatoes were also growing well. Soon and the poison bee queen were inspecting each tomato plant. We'll be gone for a while, so let's harvest as much as we can before we go. The heat forced him to take off his hat, handing it to the poison bee queen. He then went back to trimming the tomato clusters. Lost in his work, Soon didn't realize his profession experience had maxed out. Raising him to rank C, a system notification appeared. Your profession rank has increased. Profession traits have been enhanced. Your traits make you more friendly with nature, and your hidden talent has awakened. This left Soon completely stunned. Friend of Nature has awakened. A high-tier nature-friendly talent. Communicating with animals and plants is now easier. So many surprises were happening at once, especially this amazing top-tier talent. Realizing something, he turned to Thalbo to test it out. To his shock, Thalbo turned and replied, Soon, did you call me? Soon was so surprised he fell backward. Wanting to test it again, he asked Thalbo to repeat himself. Thaw cum Liam, seeing the commotion, rushed over. Overjoyed, Soon hugged the rabbit tightly. Say it again, little one, what did you call me? Thaw cum Liam struggled, pushing his face away. Soon playfully scolded him. Are you trying to make me regret this again? Be careful with that scythe of yours. That's when it finally hit them. Thaw cum Liam and Thalbo huddled together, whispering. He can understand us. Soon then made a formal announcement. I've received a new skill. The two cheered wildly, then called their friends over to share the news. The whole group swarmed him. What? Soon understands us now? Only Thaver was in disbelief. Honey, be honest with me. Soon didn't eat something strange again, did he? Thawbo was at a loss for words. Seeing the family drama unfold, Soon spoke up. I didn't eat anything weird. Thawbo, you don't trust me? Facing backlash, he quickly denied it. Thaw Den, hearing the news, ran up and hugged him. Uncle, you can understand us now? There's so much I want to tell you. Soon sat down to talk with the rabbits. Thaw Den, Thaw Cầm Bình Tưới, Thaw Suk Đất, Thaw Cầm Liam. You've all been so bored, haven't you? Let's talk about everything we couldn't before. The poison bee queen flew over to join the fun, bringing her swarm with her. He gently stroked her head as Sun smiled warmly. Of course, poison bee queen. I can hear you very clearly. Hearing this, she buzzed with joy, dropping the straw hat to hug him. Instantly, the entire swarm of poison bees piled onto Soon. He shared his joy with them all. Then, Soon remembered. I have to share this news with everyone outside the cave. After Thawbo handed him his hat, another system window appeared. Sacred Relic. St. Patrick's straw hat has confirmed the wearer's increased profession rank. Tower Farmer, C, has been confirmed. Soon couldn't believe just one rank up improved the hat's abilities so much. The limits on his level 1 and level 2 skills were removed. A new skill was also unlocked. Growth Supporter level 1. It was an active skill that sped up the growth of 10 crops for a week with no side effects. This incredible skill filled him with excitement. Suddenly, his IQ seemed to skyrocket. I have an idea. Under the harsh noon sun, Soon began planting something new. A system message appeared. You have planted a solar pumpkin sweet potato under the effect of sowing level 3. The germination rate of the solar pumpkin sweet potato has increased. He then combined it with his new skill, Growth Supporter. You've used Growth Supporter level 1. The growth of the solar pumpkin sweet potato has been accelerated for 1 week. Soon stood proudly as the seedlings quickly sprouted. I've been waiting for the right time to plant these outside the cave. Using Growth Supporter, they can sprout in no time. He glanced worriedly at the detoxification scallions nearby. There isn't much space. I wonder if planting them next to the scallions is okay. Suddenly, light emanated from the scallion patch. The pumpkin sprouts began to stir, growing over a meter in a moment. Soon stared in complete astonishment. The sweet potatoes are growing much faster than I expected. The system immediately appeared to answer his unspoken question. Energy from the scallion's expectation of a bountiful harvest has seeped into the solar pumpkin sweet potato. Once the harvest leaf companion's effect ends, the sun pumpkin sweet potato yield will spike by 50%. Soon was thrilled to score an unexpected double yield effect. We can harvest those sweet potatoes faster than I thought. Quen's loud voice grabbed Soon's attention as the cub leaped and pounced on him from behind. Soon stumbled back in alarm, but it was too late. He was completely flattened by the cub's chubby body, but Quen just smiled, thinking he was still small. Dad, the black rabbit told me. Do you really understand me? Soon froze at the familiar yet strange title, then suddenly shouted out loud. Dad! Soon shot a look at Mother Bear. Calling me dad when I've never even dated. Is his mom really okay with this? But she didn't seem to care. You can really understand what we're saying? Mother Bear smiled, accepting it. It's fine. I'm relieved it's you, Soon, since Quen trusts you so much. She then bowed her head again, thanking him for caring for her and her son. Soon patted Quen's head. If you say so. I guess I have a cute, chubby son now. Quen seized the chance to make more demands. Dad, I'm hungry. I want honey and green onions and sweet potatoes and fish, too. I want to eat so many things. Soon wasn't bothered at all. Really? Our Quen wants to eat that much. Then let's have something special today. That got the cub's attention. Soon proudly announced his new dish. I just harvested a new crop. We're having potatoes today. A fat bunch of potatoes was pulled from the ground. Soon inspected their quality with deep satisfaction. Power potatoes. These tower-grown potatoes are nutritious and tasty. Cultivated by a skilled farmer, their flavor and effects have been improved. Eating 30 grams burns body fat and increases strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes. This effect can stack up to 10 times an hour. Next came a pot of freshly steamed sweet potatoes. The aroma made everyone's mouth water. Soon dished them out to share with all the creatures. A log of being lost in the tower. It seems things are finally looking up. Everyone gathered in groups to eat. But suddenly, Quen burst into tears, wailing on the ground and making demands. This troubled his mother and Engu Tam. Engu too was also annoyed, while Soon quietly spoke with the wolves. Theo, you did pack the green onions, right? Theo confirmed that he had. Only then did Soon turn to scold Quen. Little Bear Quen, how long will you keep this up? What did I tell you? The cub's ears drooped at the scolding. Dad said I have to protect the queen bee. Soon's voice grew stern. So, is Quen still demanding to go? Quen smartly negotiated. I won't go, but Dad has to come back soon, okay? Soon hugged him. I'll be back as fast as I can. Our Quen will wait patiently, right? The little cub finally nodded. Elka immediately ran over. Let's go. Great Black Dragon, I will carry you. Soon mounted his steed, Elka, ordering Gu Tam and Mu Tu to lead. The four of them crossed a vast desert toward the Ox King's domain. Soon glanced back where they started. That was fast. I didn't think we'd get here so quickly. Theo and the Black Rabbit struggled with dust in their eyes. Ahead, a line of purple smoke caught Soon's eye. It was a forest, but it felt unnervingly dark. Engu Tam's face hardened instantly. That's where those bastards live. Seeing Soon's confusion, he explained, the 99th floor is divided into territories. We are heading to the Minotaur's territory, and your home is in the Red-Furred Bear's land. Mu Tu leaned in to emphasize. And the territory of the corrupted lies to the west. Soon still looked lost as Mu Tu continued his story. That's right. Rumor is they weren't always that way. For now, it's better you don't know the details. The place is dangerous, so stay far away from there. The story was intriguing, but their vagueness made Soon suspicious. He'd ask Island later. Suddenly, a foul, slimy black clump flew right at his face. Soon was knocked off Elka's back, landing hard on his rear as everyone watched in shock. The group quickly rushed to check on him. Soon staggered up, wiping his face. I'm fine. What is this? Mud? He looked ahead. A group of minotaurs had appeared out of nowhere, their faces to the ground. It dawned on Soon. Are they eating mud? Is there nothing else to eat in this region? He finally understood their earlier behavior. So that's why they got so excited over grass. Soon urged Theo to get down, but he snobbishly refused, afraid of the mud. Elka kept bowing his head in apology, while an angry Ngutu hunted for the culprit. Just then, a blonde-haired Minotaur approached them. Well, who's here? Nugu Tam and Nugu Tu, back from a little trip? He continued his taunts. Who's this? Nugu Tam. Why bring such a pale little toy? Hand it over, let me play with it for a while. Before he could finish, a jaw-crushing punch from Ngu Tu sent him sprawling. The other Minotaurs stirred, rising to their feet. Mutu stood over him like a boss. Enough talk, take us to the Ox King. At that moment, Muju rushed to report to Minotaur. Chief, Muju Tam and Nuju are back, but they brought some strange people. Before Minotaur could wonder, another called his name. Ngu Tu presented them to Minotaur. We have returned with guests from the red-furred bear's territory. At those words, everyone stared intently at the newcomers. Minotaur's interest was piqued. Perfect. This saves me the trouble of going to see them myself. He tried to act casual. Welcome, servants of the red-furred bear and the white rabbit farmer. But then Soon stepped forward, slightly surprising the chief. The Ox King asked for Soon's identity. He proudly introduced himself. Uncle Soon, and this is Theo the cat. Minotaur stroked his chin, pondering. Uncle Soon, never heard of that species. In any case, it was a long journey for you. I enjoyed some delicious grass from your field a few days ago. It's hard to survive on the 99th floor when you're so weak, he added. I don't know why you work under the red-furred bear, but if you face any injustice, this Ox King will rescue you from that red fur. I make it a priority to help weak monsters like you, so feel free to speak. Before Soon could process the barrage of words, he spoke up. Ox King, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Soon began to calmly explain to Minotaur. First, I don't work for Red-Furred Bear. In fact, Quen and his mother work for me. Sejun continued, resting his chin on his hand. Second, I'm not here asking you to save me from some injustice. I came to demand compensation for what you stole from my field 3 days ago. Sejun's voice went cold, his last words a clear provocation. Unless you wish to become a common thief, the Minotaur, enraged, lunged towards him. Say that again. How dare a lowly being like you call me a thief, he roared with pride. The strongest being on the 99th floor. This Minotaur king. A thief? Has this human lost his mind? A thief who cries foul when caught? Sejun pointed directly at his face. Aren't the black Minotaurs supposed to be warriors of honor? But instead of feeling shame for your actions, you lash out in anger. The direct accusation made the Minotaur's underlings hesitate. Is it true? Did he really steal that grass? Cornered, the Minotaur backed down to negotiate. It seems there's a misunderstanding. As the guardian of the waypoint, my actions are restricted. I cannot simply leave this place whenever I please. I was there in a hurry and had little time to return. So you must have misunderstood, thinking I stole the grass and left nothing behind. He rubbed his head, laughing awkwardly. I will compensate you. Will that suffice? The Minotaur asked impatiently. Tell me what you want. A rare, legendary-grade item from the tower, perhaps. But Sejun's request was far simpler. Can you grant me access to the waypoint? Seeing the king's suspicion, Sejun clarified. Let me use the waypoint, Minotaur King. That is my only wish. At that moment, the massive structure behind the Minotaur's throne came into view. A circle holding a giant crystal. The waypoint. This was far easier than the king had imagined, leaving him no reason to refuse. The Minotaur rose and declared loudly, For the sake of your honor and mine, step forward, Sejun. Sejun clenched his fists in delight, quickly climbing the large platform. At last, he gazed upon the waypoint with soaring hope. I can finally get out of this tower. He stared at the crystal before him. This was the waypoint. Sejun approached it with great care. The moment his hand made contact, the system window flashed. Waypoint of the 99th floor has been saved. Loading waypoints from other floors. Identifying available waypoints. Then, a shocking notification shattered Sejun's world. You have no saved waypoints other than the 99th floor. You cannot move to another floor. Sejun cried out in silent desperation. What? I can't go anywhere because I haven't saved other waypoints. The Minotaur asked from behind. It was of no help to you? As one not born in the tower, I have no idea how you reached this floor. But beings from the outside must register at each floor's waypoint, starting from the first, to travel between them. He then added, that is the absolute law of the tower. This rule exists to limit the tower's call to outsiders. Is the 99th floor truly your only waypoint? Finally, he delivered the devastating verdict. You cannot move to another floor without having saved the waypoints there. Sejun's hands tightened in frustration, but ultimately, he could only collapse to his knees, his hope utterly extinguished. I thought I could finally leave, but that hope is gone now. Sejun knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the hopeless waypoint. Theo rushed to comfort him, but Sejun's despair was already turning into grim resolve. That's right. After learning this was the 99th floor, I already knew I couldn't escape. It all felt a bit meaningless when I realized that. The Minotaur beside him offered some sympathy. Sejun, I apologize for your circumstances, but I have granted your request. Please accept it. Between you and me, Minotaur King, we are now even. Sejun, of course, had not forgotten their deal. The king no longer owed him anything. But just then, Sejun made a new proposal, stunning the Minotaur once again. How dare you propose a deal to me? Ignoring the king's furious expression, Sejun simply told Theo to open the bag. Theo complied, and an instant later, a field of lush green grass spilled out everywhere. The Minotaur's subordinates trembled at the sight, their self-control completely vanishing. That's the aroma of the grass we tasted before. It looks so delicious. I can't take it anymore. The Minotaur, completely flustered, demanded, Park Sejun, what is the meaning of this? Sejun answered calmly, this is a gift I wish to present to you, as a friendly neighbor. The king began to drool, still confused. Sejun closed his eyes and laid out his terms. But I am facing a difficult situation. I'm currently expanding my fields and require more labor. If we can increase the farm's scale, we could feast on green onions every 3 days. So what I'm saying is, he offered with a smile, would you be interested in making a trade with me? Meanwhile, Quen sat dejected, waiting for Sejun to come back. The poison bee tried to calm the rabbit down. Suddenly, a distant sound made them both look up. From across the sandy terrain, Elka's silhouette appeared, carrying Sejun home. The moment Sejun spotted them, he waved his hand. Quen bounded towards him with pure joy. Sejun hugged Quen tightly, praising him. You become so well-behaved now. Quen puffed out his chest with immense pride. Quen doesn't cry anymore. I'm a good boy now. Father Rabbit also hopped over to greet him. Sejun, you returned so quickly. Did your conversation go well? Sejun smiled and delivered the good news. It went very smoothly. Sejun even brought the whole crew back with him. A group of minotaurs appeared, followed by 4 muscular figures who smiled at the whole family. Sejun introduced them to his flock of battle chickens. These bulls are here to help us. I made a deal with the Minotaur King, so now we can expand without worry. Quen gasped in awe. The minotaurs were eager to get started. Where should we begin digging? I'm already prepared. Quen couldn't contain his admiration and approached them. Your muscles are so amazing. A bull leaned down to look at him. You must be Quen. Minotaur 3 told me about you. A female minotaur added to the praise. You look even braver than I heard. Hearing that, Quen's ears perked up. He immediately took charge of their tour. I even showed Minotaur 3 around the farm. Now I will guide you all. Follow me, quickly. They eagerly followed right behind him. Even Sejun was impressed by how quickly Quen had befriended them. He turned and gave an order to the rabbits. All right, everyone, let's prepare a feast for our new workers. As the crew eagerly got to work, Theo finally collapsed on Elka's back. At the Bull King's domain, a fateful game of rock, paper, scissors was taking place. The victor was decided by paper. It seems they were all fighting for the honor of working in Soon's field. Niu Yi couldn't help but smile. Seeing these muscleheads so fired up for work, it had been a while. He shot a look toward Minotaur. If we complete this, our lands will overflow with sweet grass instead of mud. Right? Minotaur agreed, seeing that future clearly. He recalled Soon's words, friendly neighbors. Yes, the 99th floor was about to get very interesting indeed. The bees were hard at work making honey. Theo watched intently as it filled each glass jar. Soon supervised, you're pouring it into the bottles Theo brought, right? And I thought you'd all be too busy preparing for the blue moon. A vibrant, second-generation poison queen bee buzzed energetically above him. Soon smiled, pleased, they seemed healthier. Handing her a jar of honey, he said gently, here's some for you, make sure you drink it. Noticing Mother Owl nearby, Soon turned to her. You have to go deep into the forest, right? She nodded. The blue moon meant she had to take refuge. At that, Soon grabbed another bottle of honey. I'll prepare some food for you to take along. Here, start with this. Elka spoke up hesitantly from behind. I think we'll also go there for the blue moon. Soon immediately understood. Say no more. I'll prepare provisions for you all as well. He then gestured to a literal mountain of seafood. The black rabbit brought in a huge catch. The entire wolf pack immediately bowed low, thanking the rabbit. But one thing bothered Soon. How can you possibly carry all of this? Elka just held up a small pouch and began to explain. We don't use bags like other people. We have our own special kind. Instantly, hundreds of pounds of seafood and detoxifying herbs zipped into the bag. Elka, Elki, and every wolf in the pack had a pouch of their own. All prepared, the wolves and the owls bid him farewell. We'll see you after the blue moon ends. Soon walked them to the edge of the woods. He sighed, I guess I should prepare for the blue moon too. Suddenly, he received a message from Island. The tower administrator asked, why the long face? Aren't you worried about the field anymore? Soon was taken aback. That's right. So many things to do. The blue moon was near, and the black rabbit left to help its parents. Island messaged him again. The tower administrator asked, "Do you trust her?" She pressed. You saw how she subdued the monsters during the blue moon, didn't you? Soon had to admit he had. When the blue moon appears, monsters go on a rampage. Last month, during the blue moon, my biggest worry was new sand rampaging through the field. People avoided injury by hiding or staying far from the fields during the blue moon. But the field itself had no defense, and I had shared that exact concern with Island. After hearing me out, Island went silent for a moment. But ultimately, she agreed to help. Soon didn't know how she would do it, but the black dragon he'd seen during the blue moon, that was Island. Still, he chose to place his trust in her. On the other end, Island sent her reply. Trust in the great black dragon, Island Jitani, and focus on your farming. Logging off, Island stretched her body refreshingly. Guess I should get ready for the blue moon too. With her short, stubby arms, she gently pushed the door open. A brilliant landscape opened up before Island. She ascended the tower stairs, arriving at a transfer gate placed on the very peak. The tower sat on a small, lush, and cool island. Suddenly, the island itself shot forward at incredible speed. Island savored the wind rushing past. It's been a while. This fresh air feels so good. She looked at the gate behind her and decided to go on her own. She pressed her hand to the system. An instant scan confirmed her identity. Island was thrilled. She could finally deploy by herself. Excitedly working the controls, she murmured, "This is the last time I'll have to use this, huh?" Far below, in the cave, the rabbits had secured their blue moon shelter. Next, Soon used his power to rekindle the flames. He rested his chin in his hand, satisfied. Guarding the embers like this should work. Suddenly, a loud wail caught his attention. It was Theo, clutching the baby rabbits, refusing to let go. These cute little golden fluff balls are all grown up. It's so moving. Soon had to break the mood. Honestly, Theo, the blue moon is coming. Hurry up, Theo argued. Make sure you take extra good care of them. And call me if anything happens. Okay? Soon handed Theo the queen bee's cocoon, reminding him again. Keep this with you. Theo still looked skeptical, forcing Soon to explain. The poison queen bee gave it to me this morning. I guess the hive has grown so big that new cocoons are constantly forming. While Soon was glad the bee population was growing, it was a bit much. Theo understood. Fine, I'll hide it in my fur. At that moment, the sky started to darken. Soon looked up. The moon was slowly blocking out the sun. The blue moon was starting. Darkness fell completely. Down in the cave, the once innocent bunnies had become hulking, six-packed rabbits, screaming wildly. All Soon could do was watch it happen. A single drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. I've seen this many times, but I'll never get used to it. The change is so fast. His thoughts were cut off by a symphony of howls, forcing him to cover his ears. Startled, Soon looked up. Monsters? Already? But Island isn't here yet. At that moment, the pack of rabbits suddenly focused all their attention on Soon. He was shocked by their appearance. He thought back. Last time, didn't they turn into white rabbits right away? Why do they still look so vicious? They were turning feral. Their eyes glowed a wicked red, fangs bared as they slowly cornered the frightened Soon. Guys, snap out of it. But his words were completely lost on them now. Yep, this is the end. Instinctively, he covered his face with his hands. Just then, a silhouette blocked the cave entrance. It was Island. Soon looked up, overjoyed. But at that same moment, a new danger was descending upon the Scallion field. The 99th floor, a monster's habitat. A branch ant freezes, its eyes locked on the sky. Eisen's shadow alone was enough to terrify it. It flees desperately into the forest. Eisen's projection glitches for a moment. After all, this was just an illusion. Meanwhile, the real Eisen operates the controls from her tower. She's absolutely thrilled with this ancestral magic. This is an illusionary magic tool my grandfather created. When managing the tower during the blue moon, I can't leave the administrator's area. I made it look like my adult form. The remote control tech can manage up to the 99th floor and can even reach the clouds, but the illusion vanishes if it touches the ground. Eisen suddenly recalls his face. Sejin will probably think this is me. That thought alone sends a thrill through her. Then I'll play a bit more before the blue moon ends. Down in the cave, Sejin is much calmer. The monster fell silent the moment Eisen appeared. Just then, the rabbits behind him begin to glow. They transform back into adorable bunnies, their fur turning a brilliant, pure white. Sejun is on the verge of tears after the ordeal. He pulls the small creatures into a relieved hug, squeezing so tight they can barely breathe. Of course, they remember nothing. Sejun glances to the side. The crops he planted are all glowing in unison. He smiles and signals to the rabbits, "Let's harvest during the blue moon." Steam billows from a pot full of food. Sejin arranges the meal on a large platter. It's all familiar, but something is different today. The sun pumpkin, sweet potatoes, power potatoes, and magic cherry tomatoes all glow with blue moon energy, their colors transformed. Sejin counts the harvest overjoyed. We got 13 cherry tomatoes, 3 potatoes, and 7 sweet potatoes. Eisen, you worked hard. Please take these. The sweet potatoes and potatoes are hot, so let them cool first. On the other end, Eisen accepts the food from Sejin, not forgetting to send her thanks. The Tower Master messages, "Leave the blue moon to me from now on." Eisen lies down, placing a cloth over her eyes to relax, holding a tiny potato in her hand. This is still very useful. Should I try it? To soothe my dragon's heart? She pops the entire thing into her mouth, then gently places a hand on her chest, listening. Eisen suddenly gasps with joy. The dragon heart is beating. Unlike before, she can feel a stable flow of mana. Abruptly, a system window appears before her. Eisen reads each word, confused. What is this? Sweet potato? You have achieved the tower's forgotten dish. Honey potato. Eisen stares at the orb, her face a mask of disbelief. On the other side, Sejin is drenching a sweet potato in honey. Realization dawns, and she scolds him. That human, how could you give me a plain potato while you eat something so delicious? Just then, the system offered a suggestion. You can reward the person who completed the Forgotten Dish achievement with a special job class skill. Confirm special job class skill. Eisen smirks slyly, raising her hand. A perfect reward for the tower's farmer. A potato charged with moon energy, coated in honey. When consumed, mana will permanently increase by 0.3. Sejin beams, having completed his blue moon honey potato masterpiece. Now, dig in. Sejin first offers a share to the little rabbits, but one of them stops the others. Remember what Papa said? The small rabbit explains to his eager siblings. Papa told us to give the entire blue moon harvest to Uncle. The others wonder why, until the little one points at Sejin, saying something that makes him freeze solid. Because Uncle is too weak. Sejin weeps internally, unsure if he should feel happy or sad. The little ones urge him forward. Hurry and eat, Uncle. We'll just have the regular potatoes. Sejin takes a bite, trying to swallow his feelings. It's delicious. The sweet honey flavor was a powerful upgrade. The system notifications pop up endlessly. You have consumed a power potato containing blue moon energy. Mana has permanently increased by 3. One notification catches his eye. Achievement unlocked. The Forgotten Dish, honey potato. Sejin chews thoughtfully. A forgotten dish for putting honey on a steamed potato? Eisen sends another message to Sejin. The Tower Master is pleased with you. You have performed an incredible feat. New quest. Serve honey potato to the Tower Master. Reward. 1 job, class, skill. If you refuse, I'll be very disappointed. I just won't show it. Sejin feels completely helpless. He doesn't understand what is wrong with this world. All this for putting honey on a potato? Though he's baffled, it does pique his interest. I am pretty curious about that job class skill. I accept the quest. A little rabbit wonders aloud. Using honey on a regular potato should work too, right? So Sejin tries it, pouring honey over normal potatoes. He then takes the basket and teleports it to Eisen. Instantly, he receives the job skill. You have learned Cooking Level 1. The flavor and effects of dishes made with tower ingredients are improved. Sejin is shocked to have actually gained the cooking skill. Then, the system displays the recipe for the honey blue moon potato. Sejin realizes, wait, so I can collect recipes? Not too surprising. After Eisen is fed, Sejun suggests to the little ones, first, let's make some honey potatoes for everyone else. You'll all help me, right? The rabbits agree in a chorus. My tower survival log, the 8th blue moon. It passed quite peacefully. On the 99th floor, west of the forest, a branch ant scurries away, still shaken by the encounter with Eisen. Suddenly, a large root trips it. It tumbles face first into the dirt. The poor creature looks up, scanning its surroundings, not noticing the massive hand reaching from behind. The branch ant is snatched up easily. It struggles against the monster's grip, but it's no use. The creature just squeezes tighter, beginning to devour it alive. In the end, it goes limp as the great tree monster absorbs it. At last, the monster reveals a part of its massive trunk, a monster resembling a rotten log with 4 red eyes, a corrupted ent. It leads its entire clan to survey the forest. Eventually reaching the forest edge, the entire horde of corrupted ents waits, as if expecting something. At this time, Sejun is still relaxing after his meal, chatting with the little rabbits. And so, he fails to notice a small sprout, emerging from the ashes of the fire, watching his every move. In the peaceful wolf village, Elka shared the food from Seun with everyone. His wife approached him with a question. Are you planning to leave already? Elka explained that with the blue moon gone, he had to go. She pleaded with him to at least wait until their children woke up. He gently held her hand to reassure her. We serve the great black dragon now, so there's no time to waste. I will return soon. And with that, El-Ka departed. He left the village amidst everyone's farewells. Now, it's on to the 99th floor. The path led through the forest, where a sudden cry for help shattered the peace. Run for your lives! A trio of gray rabbits was fleeing for their lives, trying desperately not to get caught. Among them, a light gray rabbit, the slowest of the three, started to fall behind. It cried out for its brothers as a golden fox closed in from behind. The golden fox landed a vicious kick on the small rabbit. The impact sent it flying, knocking it unconscious as its brothers watched in horror. Distracted, they didn't notice another golden fox lurking right behind them. By the time they saw its shadow and turned around, it was already too late. The sound of their despairing cries reached the sharp ears of a wolf. El-Ka, walking through the forest, stopped dead in his tracks. What was that sound? The other wolves looked at him, confused. The gray rabbits were now in mortal danger. The golden fox lifted one by its neck and snarled, "Where do you think you're going, you pathetic slaves? Do you have any idea how many floors we had to climb just to catch you?" The foxes themselves were shocked that the rabbits had even managed to escape. "How about some rabbit meat for dinner tonight?" A fox opened its massive jaws. "No one will notice if we just eat one, right?" But before it could take a bite, El-Ka slammed it into the ground with a single blow. El-Ka gently caught the falling gray rabbit in his hand. The other fox recognized him immediately. "You're El-Ka, JP's subordinate. Why are you attacking us? We're just chasing runaway slaves. I won't be happy about this." But El-Ka just gave him an icy glare. "I don't care if you tattle to that wild boar." He bared his fangs, warning the fox to get lost before he ripped its throat out. The golden fox hesitated, but finally chose to back down. Just then, Iko arrived. Iko expressed her concern about the situation. El-Ka could only scratch his cheek and apologize, admitting he had no other choice. She knelt to check on the rabbits. "What should we do with them now? If we leave them here, they'll just get caught again." The rabbits, now awake, trembled as they looked at their rescuers. El-Ka crossed his arms and sighed. "We'll take them with us for now. Perhaps they can be useful to the Black Dragon." Back with Soon, he was making a grand announcement to his people. "The big news? My mana has reached 10 after eating the Blue Moon's harvest." A dead silence fell over the crowd. Theo finally broke it with a single question. "Is that really something to brag about?" Soon shot back defensively, holding up a large golden orb. "It means I can now eat the insides of the giant eel, which means I can get a new skill." But Theo couldn't care less. He let out a huge yawn and asked, "Can I go to sleep now?" But Soon wasn't having it. He was determined to show off his new skill first. Without hesitating, he swallowed the orb whole. It tasted better than he expected, like oranges. A system window appeared. "You have absorbed the giant eel's innards. You have learned the skill Rain and Thunder, level 1. This was a bit different than he expected. Learned, not acquired? The system immediately began to explain. "You lack sufficient mana to properly use Rain and Thunder, level 1. For your safety, the Rain creation skill has been sealed. For your safety, the Thunder creation skill has been sealed. Rain and Thunder, level 1. You can create dark clouds and use Rain and Thunder. Create dark clouds using mana. The more mana used, the larger and thicker the clouds. If environmental conditions are favorable, there is a low chance of rain." Soon felt like he'd been completely scammed. "I need more mana? What's the point of a skill called Rain and Thunder, if it can't even make rain or thunder?" He stubbornly raised his hand and shouted, "Create dark clouds." A small patch of black clouds slowly formed in the sky. A very, very small patch. The cloud was just big enough to shield Soon's head from the sun. Among the animals, only Quen applauded enthusiastically. Soon fumed. "Damn it! I used a third of my power and this tiny cloud is all I get." The rabbits gave up and went back to work. Theo came over to console him. "Don't be disappointed, sir. You may be weak, but you're still the chairman." Soon wasn't sure if that was a compliment, but little Quen was genuinely excited. "Daddy, I think it's so cool. It can even block the sun. It'll get bigger later. You're the best." Finally, receiving some real encouragement, Soon hugged his little girl tightly. Theo decided to chime in. "You know, she's right. The sun isn't in my eyes anymore. Could you move the cloud a little bit for me?" Soon found the whole situation incredibly annoying. Just then, El-Ka's arrival broke the mood. He had returned from the Blue Moon, and he'd brought a group of rabbits with him. Soon looked at them, bewildered. "What's with all these rabbits? Gray rabbits?" The rabbits bowed low, begging for their lives. What Soon noticed most were the scars covering their bodies. He looked up at El-Ka and asked, "Where did you find them?" El-Ka hesitated, unable to answer. Suddenly, one of the rabbits dropped a pair of pliers, drawing everyone's attention. Soon called out to them, concerned, "Father Rabbit and Mother Rabbit, Father Rabbit looked at the gray rabbits, stunned. You're all still alive. A gray rabbit with a heart-shaped patch of fur cried out, Uncle. And just like that, the rabbit families were reunited. Soon watched the confusing scene unfold before him, wondering to himself, do they know each other? He and the other animals just stared in amazement. The new rabbits devoured the food as if they hadn't eaten in days. Mother Rabbit kindly offered them water. The engineer rabbit choked on his food. Soon quickly advised, eat slowly. The rabbit took a sip of water and looked at him. Thank you, sir. The great black dragon smiled warmly. Just call me Soon. All right. Suddenly, Elka called out, Oh, great black dragon. Soon turned to face him. Isn't great black dragon a bit long? There's no need to be so formal. You're family now, so feel free to just call me Soon. He bowed his head. I understand. Sir. Master Soon. Eiko covered her mouth with her hand, whispering, Family. Soon stroked his chin, mulling things over. The gray rabbits held Theo, who was begging the chairman for soup. He sized them up, an artist, a carpenter, and an engineer. So, they're all specialists, he thought. He clenched his fist and coughed lightly, getting their attention. You climbed the tower to escape the farm that exploited you, and when your pursuers nearly caught you, Elka saved you. Huh, what floor did you escape from? The gray rabbits panted, their stomachs full. We came from the 55th floor. Mother Rabbit rushed over, grabbing the engineer's paw. The 55th floor? You were there all this time? She fired off questions. What about the kingdom? The queen? What happened to those monsters? Soon quickly soothed her. Calm down. What are you talking about? Mother Rabbit's face darkened as she recalled. Long ago, the rabbit kingdom on floor 55 was called the Red Scarf Kingdom. Soon was stunned. There was a kingdom before? What about now? Everyone listened intently. Her memories returned. A few decades ago, the Red Scarf Kingdom fell. It was a beautiful place where rabbits played freely. The land was fertile, so they grew crops and ate healthy food. The rabbits studied art, sculpture, and architecture, building a beautiful culture. They also practiced martial arts for self-defense, living in peace and strength. Suddenly, the black rabbit sensed something terrifying. In the distance, monsters flew in on red smoke. They descended and began to slaughter the rabbits. The brave rabbits fought back, but the land was left in ruins. A shadow of destruction swallowed everything, and the kingdom met its tragic end. Mother Rabbit sadly continued. The kingdom fell instantly because unknown creatures suddenly appeared. In the chaos, the king, queen, and princess disappeared. The leaderless people scattered to avoid being eliminated by the monsters. As everyone gathered around her, she added, We were just like them, drifting to this place after searching for a safe home. Soon stroked his chin. So the 99th floor. No wonder it felt strange. This is no place for rabbits to live. Mother Rabbit looked up at him. We thought monsters consumed the entire 55th floor, but I can't believe there were still survivors. The carpenter rabbit spoke up. Our families and the other rabbits couldn't use the escape route. We could only wait for the monsters to finish us. But for some unknown reason, the monsters suddenly vanished. And waiting for us in the ravaged, dead land was Rip. Elka wrinkled his nose, making Soon suspicious. He recalled the boars. That's right, Rip is that boar. He commands a massive boar tribe and calls himself the Great Landowner. He seized the defenseless 55th floor. Rip forced the rabbits to work for him. He began to exploit them, turning the Red Scarf Kingdom into his personal farm, producing only food. The three gray rabbits wept. We just couldn't bear it any longer. Soon quickly comforted them. Calm down. Rest for a while now. You have all suffered more than enough. Black Rabbit, can they borrow your bed in the cave? The Black Rabbit stepped forward to help. Please, this way. Soon watched them intently as they departed. He touched his wide-brimmed hat. Come to think of it, Rip is the one searching for this straw hat, isn't he? Elka agreed. Yes, he's a rich tyrant who uses food to control the tower. He cleared his throat. That disgusting boar? Exploiting the residents like that, it's almost as if he planned it. I'm ashamed that we briefly worked under him. Soon replied, I know. The Merchants Guild distributes food throughout the tower. Besides, I've heard that most of the food comes from Rip's farm. Soon turned to Elka. Elka, is there any chance that Rip will come to the 99th floor? He met his gaze. He won't be able to. No matter how much money he throws around, no mercenary would dare come to the 99th floor. Most of them are nothing but cowards. Soon put the straw hat on his head and said, Then we can rest easy for now. He won't be able to pursue them. The scene shifts to the 55th floor, Rip's castle, formerly the Red Scarf Kingdom. Rip roared at his soldiers. What? Say that again. They were weeping. That bastard Elka of the Silver Wolf tribe has rebelled. Sir, he even took the rabbits we were chasing. He even dared to attack us. Don't you see? Look at this wound. Lord Rip. He sat smugly on his throne. Just let him be. Once the food in this tower runs out, he'll come crawling back, begging me to save his life. Before that, are the preparations finished? He asked a nearby boar. We've tightened the distribution as much as possible by sending people everywhere to buy up food supplies. The Magic Tower and the Merchants Guild have complained, but everything is still under our control. Rip smiled with satisfaction. Good. Very good. Another opportunity is coming, just like when I took the 55th floor decades ago. This time, not just a kingdom, but this entire tower will be in my grasp. Rip burst into laughter. In a sunlit cave, Soon woke groggily and picked up Theo. Wake up, it's morning. Theo grumbled, I want to sleep in. He was surprised to see a wooden tub filled with water. Is this a wash basin? His eyes lit up. There's even a ladle here. He happily washed himself. Did the gray rabbits build this? Washing my hair will be so much more convenient. I could even pay them. Theo waved. Chairman, over here. The rabbits were busily preparing breakfast. They made this so well. It was a cooking stove. Soon grabbed a spoon and chopsticks. A dining table and spoons. Proper chopsticks. Theo cheerfully showed off his own gift. Look at this. Fiat, Phoebe, and Fiat also made me a food bowl. It even has my paw print right on it. Soon asked, surprised. Theo put the bowl on his head. Those three are their names. They said they're so grateful you let them stay, they just keep making things. Mother Rabbit was delighted to receive a blue headscarf. Here. The artist rabbit scratched his head. Thank you for taking care of us yesterday. Soon called out. They turned to face him. Sir Soon. The three rabbits bowed. Thank you so much for yesterday. It isn't much, but we want to use our skills to help you in any way. Soon stepped forward and took the engineer's paw. Do you need a job? Their ears perked up happily. Sir. Down in the White Rabbit's cave, Soon introduced the three gray rabbits to the whole family. Phi, Mit, and Bai will be living with us from now on. Phi immediately went to greet everyone. Soon was absolutely thrilled. With these master craftsmen, his farm would reach a whole new level. The gray rabbits also vowed to give it their all. Soon immediately gave them their first mission. So, you'll build a house for the rabbits. We have too many young ones and are running out of space. Plus, you'll need a house, too. Soon felt a bit helpless against the little bunnies. The second-generation rabbits also needed to move out, but thinking about it, that would be too much work for them. But Phi Mit cheerfully accepted. That's our specialty, just leave everything to us. Theo jumped on him, demanding, I want a mobile home too, even though he already had his bag. Hearing that, Phi Mit proposed making a cat tower for Theo. Then he noticed Soon's simple but neat sleeping area, and asked, Soon, don't you have a house? Soon replied, No, I'm fine on this pile of green onions. Phi then offered to build him a proper house right there. Phi instantly switched into work mode. Building inside the cave would be difficult, but the area above was perfect. There were plenty of materials like wood up there. Soon's eyes lit up at the suggestion. He began imagining all the work ahead. It meant he would have to scout the area much more often. But it was fine. With Quen's mother, the Minotaurs, and Silver Wolf, everyone would be safe. His mind made up, he began working and turned to the gray rabbits. I'll be counting on you then. Is there anything you need? Phi immediately laid out a series of requests. First, we need to find materials to make bricks. Is there anywhere with sand and mud nearby? Hearing those words, something clicked for Soon. He knew a place with both, the Minotaur's home. Soon sent the entire herd to escort Phi Mit and check the site. He seemed very satisfied with the mud quality. The moisture was perfect, with dry leaves already mixed in. This was an excellent material for making crude bricks. However, one person was not pleased at all. Minotaur. What are you doing with our mud? This is our food, he grumbled. Soon quickly proposed a new deal, explaining the situation. Phi Mit will use it to build my house, if you agree to provide this mud for us. In return, we will trade you grass. Before he could even finish, the chief agreed instantly. Minotaur then gave an order to his subordinates. Hey, you Minotaurs, stop eating the mud. We won't have enough to make bricks. Soon smiled, satisfied with this amazing deal. The construction had begun. Quen easily lifted an entire tree, roots and all. Quen's mother could pull up trees twice that size. The Minotaurs used their horns to plow the earth, while the rabbits planted seeds. In no time, they had an entire field of lush, fertile land. Though there were some arguments, their overall relationship was strong. Thanks to everyone's power and skill, Soon quickly planted a new type of crop. You have harvested 15 sun pumpkin sweet potatoes. Profession experience has increased slightly. Proficiency of harvesting skill level 4 has increased significantly. Thanks to skill level up 1, harvesting level 4 proficiency is increased another 5%. You have received 450 experience points. You have leveled up, gaining 1 additional stat point. Soon was thrilled with the potatoes he just pulled up, but the sun was scorching hot. At that moment, his Create Small Black Cloud skill came in very handy. Proficiency of Create Black Cloud has increased. Soon watch the rabbits work tirelessly. While they are busy building, I should build a sturdy warehouse on the surface. Just then, Theo returned from one of his trips. Soon used the chance to ask, when are you planning to go trade on the lower floors? Theo was already planning his trip. I'm going to take these cherry tomatoes I just picked to sell. Soon kindly asked, do you have enough room in your bag? Take some detoxifying green onions. Some hunters might need them, and I just harvested a lot. Theo immediately claimed 100 stalks. Soon gave him a thumbs up. Remember to take them, I'll treat you to cake later. Theo stared at the mountain of green onions, wondering if he'd made a mistake. Could he sell them all? I have to trust Soon. While this stuff was useful for other creatures, the smell was absolutely unbearable for him. Soon called to Theo from a distance. He rushed to answer while gathering all the onions. Fearing Soon would eat all his fish, Theo shouted a reminder. But unexpectedly, he accidentally uprooted Soon's secret potatoes. Without realizing it, Theo casually tossed them into his bag and ran to claim his share of the fish. Floor 67 of the tower. In a vast forest filled with giant ancient trees, a green frog sat peacefully until an arrow suddenly flew from nowhere, piercing its head. A green monster stood behind it with a bow. A lizardman. He was very pleased with his prize. He leaped down from above towards the frog, but a strange red creature suddenly landed on the frog's body, startling him. It took a bite, then glared at the lizardman. He was clearly not amused and squeezed it hard. The lizardman then popped it in his mouth, swallowing it whole. But before he could enjoy his meal, something else happened. A few more grasshoppers appeared on a branch above. What happened next left him even more shocked. A massive swarm of red locusts blotted out the nearby trees, and they were furious that one of their own had been eaten. They combined into a massive red wave, swarming the lizardman. He finally sensed the approaching danger. In less than 5 seconds, his figure completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, only his bow and quiver of arrows remained. After they finished eating, the red locusts flew in a massive swarm toward the mountain. At that moment, Aelin was sleeping soundly in the tower, receiving constant warning messages. The noise grew louder, startling her awake. Aelin yawned and grumbled, I finally get a good night's sleep, and now the alarm system keeps going off? She quickly grabbed the notification gem. Immediately, a stream of messages and reports flooded the screen. To summarize, over 532 billion red locusts had invaded the 67th floor. Aelin was now wide awake with shock. Red locusts? They invaded from outside the tower? Aelin's face immediately darkened. It had been over 100 years since the last red locust attack. Back then, her grandfather had tried to stop them, but only managed to save the 55th floor from destruction. She gave a command, Management Authority, connect to the outside. But the system replied that it couldn't connect. It was impossible to report the situation to anyone outside the tower. Just then, another alert appeared that made Aelin's soul leap. 0.01% of the 67th floor, devastated by red locusts. 0.02% of the 67th floor, destroyed. Eisen could only stare, frozen. What am I supposed to do? Meanwhile, the electric eel sashimi was neatly arranged. The remaining meat was being richly marinated. Soon savored the aroma of the eel oil as Theo drooled on his shoulder. The scythe-wielding rabbit brought him the basket of potatoes. Mister, I've cut the potatoes and sweet potatoes just as you wanted. Soon took the basket, readying the pot, not forgetting a warning. Hot oil is dangerous, so please keep your distance while we eat. Theo couldn't stop drooling as he held an eel skewer. The black rabbit wondered what he was planning. Soon solemnly declared it was a delicacy even better than honey potatoes. He held out the basket, asking, have you ever heard of candied sweet potatoes? The freshly sliced sweet potatoes were then tossed into a pan of hot oil. It was the eel oil that Soon had saved from before. He explained as he cooked, first, fry the sweet potatoes until the outside is crispy brown. Then, add honey to the fried potatoes. A sizzle filled the air as he stirred and simmered. Once the mixture thickened, a pot of candied sweet potatoes was ready. A system window appeared, adding a new recipe. Power Sweet Potato contains the energy of the blue moon. Achievement unlocked, candied sweet potatoes. You have restored the forgotten recipe for candied sweet potatoes. The candied sweet potato recipe has been added to Cooking Level 1. Cooking Level 1 proficiency has increased significantly. Without pause, Soon began frying fish for Theo, creating a new dish. Fried piranha. He held it up, deep in thought. The fried piranha recipe hasn't been acknowledged. I wonder what the criteria are. Soon decided not to dwell on it. Since he was on a roll, he made honey potatoes too. Finding recipes is fun. A feast was laid out, grilled eel, fried piranha, and 2 kinds of sweet potatoes. The buffaloes and rabbits only craved the detoxifying green onions, the perfect reward after a hard day's work. Orca, Eki and Eco slurped it all down, scraping the pot clean. Everyone's belly was full and round. Soon then remembered that after this meal, Theo was headed to the floor below. He grabbed a bag and called for Ia to join them, but something caught Theo's eye. "Chef Soon, what's that leftover food beside you?" "It's the food I saved for Q." He was still worried, gently covering Q's snout. "I called earlier, but you didn't answer. The food is all cold now. I hope Theo's right and she's just sleeping. Nothing's wrong, right?" But things were not that simple. Meanwhile, Island's world was unraveling as bad news poured in. "I can't control it with my power. My dragon heart has only just recovered. I don't have the strength. I'm so useless." She buried her face in her hands, completely helpless. "I don't know what to do anymore." Faced with so many problems, Island couldn't see the right path forward. System alert: 0.01% of the 67th floor has been devastated by red locusts. At the Passerquay Merchant Guild headquarters, a meeting between the Beastmen leaders was underway. Maon, of the Fox Tribe's Wandering Merchant Guild, Haniba, of the Tiger Tribe's Free Merchant Guild, and Ayana, of the Hamster Tribe's Mage Association, Zat also attended, representing the Knights. She stared at Aona in awe. Aona, the head of the Mage Association. "This is the first time I've ever seen her in person. They say she's one of the 7 strongest mages, so she rarely appears in public." Zat's heart pounded, but for all the tower's leaders to gather like this, it was highly unusual. "What's going on?" Man was the first to speak, beginning the meeting. "It has been several days since the red locust appeared on the 67th floor. According to my Wandering Merchant Guild, 2/3 of the 67th floor has already fallen to those locusts," he continued, his expression grim. "The lizard men are struggling to hold their ground near the intermediate waypoint, but this is a critical situation." Haniba immediately spoke up to challenge him. "Shouldn't the Passerquay Merchant Guild be held responsible for this? What are the chances of the red locusts invading other floors from that point?" Maon shot back instantly. "The red locusts are invaders from outside the tower. You know this. The Passerquay Guild forbids outsiders from using the transfer gates," he continued, his brow furrowed. "The main transfer gate is secure, but if they capture the intermediate waypoint, they will advance to other floors." Haniba began to count them off: the 68th floor, then the 69th. Just then, a dog-like beastman spoke grimly. "Isn't that one of the tower's 5 main granaries? The Gaken Fields of the Lizardman Kingdom? This is no longer just the Lizardman's problem." Though he hated to admit it, Man closed his eyes. A great famine could occur once again. The dog-man glanced worriedly at the deer-man beside him. It was then that Iona finally spoke. "The 55th floor. The incident that destroyed the Red Scarf Kingdom. You all remember it, don't you?" She began to summarize the dire situation. "Currently, the granaries are distributed evenly throughout the tower's floors. But back then, the Red Scarf Kingdom was the tower's largest food supply." Aona's voice turned sorrowful, recalling the Great Locust invasion. "As a result, the Red Scarf Kingdom was completely annihilated. If that damned wild boar hadn't slipped through the cracks and seized it." Seeing her distress, Man tried to placate her. "Calm yourself, Iona. Git is a good man. Didn't he rebuild the granary from the ashes back then?" Iona reacted as if she'd heard a joke. "A good man? You mean when he exploited the rabbit tribe and cut off all food distribution to the rest of the tower?" Haniba shot to his feet in anger, roaring, "Head of the Mage Association, you've gone too far." Maon quickly stepped between the two of them, trying to intervene. At that moment, everyone suddenly remembered another figure. The Black Dragon. "Isn't the Great Black Dragon going to protect us?" "That's right. The Black Dragon will surely protect us." Hearing this, Aona rubbed her temples in frustration. She stood up on her tiny feet, then leaped onto the table to lecture them. 200 years ago, and thousands of years before that, whenever the Red Locusts invaded, the Great Black Dragon always protected the tower. The locusts were wiped out instantly. She began to pace gloomily, but the last time the Red Locusts appeared, for some reason, the Black Dragon did not intervene in time. The situation was only resolved after half the kingdom's citizens had been wiped out. She looked at one of them directly. All the granaries were destroyed, and a great famine spread through the tower. Some places still haven't recovered from that disaster. Iona expressed her deepest concerns. "It's been days since the Red Locusts appeared. There's no guarantee the Great Black Dragon will arrive in time, but she was determined to trust the Black Dragon until the very end. We must hold them back until the Black Dragon appears. Otherwise, the tower's order will collapse." Iona herself stepped forward. "Under my leadership, as Ayana, head of the Magic Association, I will dispatch 200 combat mages. We will drive those locusts back." Back in the peaceful wolf village, Elke had returned safely alongside Elka. Theo watched wearily as Elka doted on her child. "We're only here because you wanted a quick visit. But how much longer are we staying? We don't have time for this. We're out of time," he grumbled, tapping his tail impatiently. Just then, a group of kids called out his name. They asked innocently, "Mister, are you the Black Dragon?" Theo proudly seized the opportunity. "I am the Black Dragon's loyal and crucial subordinate, a mid-level wandering panther cat, Theo." The kids' eyes lit up at such a grand title. Theo's ears perked up. "What did you kids say?" The innocent children continued, "The crucial subordinate, Sir Theo." Overjoyed, Theo started handing out snacks to them. He kept pulling treat after treat from his bag, but suddenly, he froze solid. In Theo's paw was his secret, sweet potato. The shock nearly sent his soul flying from his body. How did this get in here? Just then, Elka appeared right behind him, making Theo leap in the air. "Is something wrong, Panther Cat Theo?" Theo frantically denied it, jumping onto Elka, who didn't question it any further. Elka simply continued his mission. "Then I'll move at full speed to make it in time." Theo worried as they moved. "We're in deep trouble. Did it get mixed in while I was packing the onions? I have to destroy this evidence fast." Theo urged Elka, "Let's hurry to the 38th floor." Elsewhere, detoxifying onions lay scattered. A voice called out, "It's gone, not a single trace." Soon muttered, digging through the piles of detoxifying onions. "I'm sure I planted the new one right here." He cried out in alarm, "The sun pumpkin sweet potato I harvested. It was still here when I was cutting the detox onions." In that moment, Soon began to suspect something. "Don't tell me Theo did this?" He then calmed himself down, sighing. What a relief. He must have moved the sun pumpkin sweet potato sprout somewhere else during the harvest, but I really wanted to try one or two. I'll punish that naughty cat when he gets back. A system window appeared, opening the seed vault. Soon realized with a start, the seed shop is open today. I wasn't interested, so I completely forgot. Let's see what they're selling. The system displayed a message. At your current level, you can purchase as many seeds as you like with a maximum expenditure of 5 tower coins. Soon couldn't help but be intrigued. What in the world is a fire bean seed? A single seed costs a whole 5 coins, he quickly calculated. I have enough money, but with the 5 coin limit, I can't buy any other seeds if I get that one. The trade-off is too great. In the end, Soon made his decision. Right, let's not take any risks. I'll just buy what I'm familiar with. Besides, the rabbit population is growing, so I need those seeds. I'll buy all the carrot, strawberry, and chun rang pepper seeds. The system confirmed his purchase for a total of 5 tower coins, granting him 50 benefit points. Holding the newly received bag, he sighed contentedly. There's so much to plant now. Just thinking about eating strawberries and chong rang peppers makes me feel alive again. He then ran over to the field, calling out, "Father Rabbit, I bought more carrot seeds from the shop." Hearing this, the creature looked up in pure astonishment. Soon spoke with firm resolve. "Let's plant them right away. I can count on you, right?" The rabbit immediately held up the seed bag in confirmation. Of course. The two looked out at the vast green fields with shared determination. "We're going to expand our fields all the way to the surface. Let's get fired up." Father Rabbit responded with an affirming pie. The scene changes to the Gangnam area. On the rooftop of a high-rise, Han Taejo let out a soft sigh. "The weather is gorgeous," he smiled pleasantly. "It's been a long time since I left that refrigerator. The view of the tower is magnificent, don't you agree?" Sai Wook, Han Taejo's student, spoke up. "I wouldn't know, sir. I only know that you can't be outside in your current condition. If you let your guard down, that flame's curse could spread. Please, go back inside where it's safe." Taejo sounded a bit annoyed. "You get better and better at ruining your master's good mood. Are you some kind of type personality?" Si Wook looked puzzled. "Sir, where did you learn that from?" Taejo then asked, "We'll be signing the agreement with the traveling merchant soon, correct? Is Dong Shik on the 37th floor right now?" Si Wook immediately replied, "Yes, sir." He then began his report. He said he's having trouble conquering the 38th floor's boss, the deadly Taller spider. It's built its nest at the halfway point. The poisonous gas emitted by those Talur spiders is hard to neutralize, even with healing magic. They say it's impossible to reach the midpoint without an antidote made from the guardian venom spider's blood. Furthermore, finding an alchemist who can prepare the antidote is also proving extremely difficult. Taejo understood. "So, their side has made no progress? What about Soon's family? Report on their status. Has anything else happened?" Siwook answered swiftly. "Yes, sir. After Soon's family moved to the Hanam neighborhood, they've been moving constantly, wishing to live a normal life like before." He continued, "The guards are escorting and monitoring them with minimal contact, mostly observing from a distance." Siwook then made sure to mention Soon's younger brother. Recently, a group of foreigners tried to approach Soon through his brother, Sion. However, the people around him refused to give out a number or even share a drink. Siwook spoke softly, but the situation has been handled smoothly. Hearing this, Taejo let out a hearty laugh, but suddenly began to choke. He coughed violently, and Siwook immediately cried out, "Master!" Taejo calmly took out a small red orb, reassuring him, "I'm fine." He then popped the small red object into his mouth. Siwook asked quietly, "Is that a cherry tomato?" Taejo replied cheerfully, "Yes." After eating this, the flame's curse becomes much more bearable. It's a very useful item, and delicious too. This will help a great many people in the future. His resolve was absolute, proving Baksun is a talent Korea cannot lose. With that, Taejo Hyun didn't linger, simply waving goodbye. "Your senior gave his promise, but tell him to bring Sirun to my office the moment he clears the tower. I'm heading in first." Siwook watched Taejo Hyun leave, whispering, "Master, there must be a way to free you from that flame's curse." He gazed at the sky and thought, "That's right. Senior Dongshik will find a way, no matter what." Siwook's determined voice lingered. Elsewhere, Dongshik let out a war cry with every powerful slash. Still, facing the swarm of giant tour spiders, he couldn't hide his frustration. This is not going well. He then ordered his team, "Everyone, retreat for now. We will regroup and attack again." A teammate cried out in alarm, "Captain Dongshik, look out above." A giant tour spider was diving straight for him, pincers first. Suddenly, a hand on his shoulder made Dongshik jump. Suha pushed him aside, taking a defensive stance in front of him. Her sword met the giant tour spider's strike, but venom from its pincer grazed her cheek, drawing a small cry of pain as she pushed it back. Instantly, she drew the energy blade at her hip. Just as the giant tour spider lunged, Suha met its attack with a powerful block. The monster spurted a thick red fluid as it was struck, its body trembling violently. The team rushed over, asking if the two were all right. Dongshik watched Suha defeat the spider and called her name, Suha. He quickly caught her as she stumbled, then turned to the others. "Suha has been poisoned by that spider's venom." A mage from the group stepped forward, healing magic. The mages began to chant, focusing on Suha. She lay unconscious, her breathing ragged and shallow. The mage spoke softly. "We're only suppressing the poison's spread for now. If we stop casting, the poison will spread again." Dongshik glanced worriedly at his empty inventory pouch. "Damn it, we're out of antidotes. Reaching an alchemist is impossible now. What do we do?" Suddenly, Theo appeared, asking, "You're Dongshik, correct?" He asked, "Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be at the market?" Dongshik stared in shock, exclaiming, "Theo." He scratched his head. Why am I here? It's market day, but I wasn't interested and forgot." Theo's gaze shifted to Suha on the ground. "Is she one of your people?" The kid quickly clambered onto Suha, complaining, "Why is she napping on the dirt? I still have to get my picture taken." "So, hurry up and get up." The unconscious Suha suddenly mumbled, "So heavy, but this seat is really soft." "Nice." That's when Dongshik interjected, "Theo." Suha was struck by a poison spider's venom. Hearing this, the boy grew concerned. "That must hurt. Are you okay? Just stay still." Dongshik then quickly asked Theo a question. "She won't survive like this. Do you know anywhere that sells antidotes?" The kid understood, but there are no alchemists around here. Suddenly, Theo let out a happy cry. "Ah!" Rummaging in his bag, he said, "I've got just the thing." He pulled out a scallion and declared, "This is a detoxifying green onion." Dongshik stared in shock at the item, repeating its name. A detoxifying green onion, and a system window appeared. Detoxifying green onion. Grown inside the tower, it is delicious and nutritious. Cures D-rank poison and below within 1 hour. Effects can be stacked up to 10 times in an hour. Dongshik was ecstatic. This can cure the spider's poison. He quickly helped Suha sit up. "Eat this." Though exhausted, she forced herself to eat the scallion. Almost instantly, the color returned to Suha's face. Even the scratch on her cheek healed in a flash, leaving no scar. Suha was astonished. "Unbelievable. My body feels so light now." Theo replied with a cheerful smile. "What a relief." Suha immediately pulled Theo into a hug. "Thank you so much. You saved my life. You really are the best cat ever." The boy answered shyly, "Oh, it was nothing special." Suddenly, Theo held out a hand to Suha. "Since it's a special service for the president, I'll go cheap. Just give me 5 tower coins." Her expression soured instantly. "You greedy little merchant." At her side, Dongshik asked, "Theo, where did you find these detoxifying green onions?" The boy replied, "It's a new crop that I'm selling." Dongshik was utterly stunned. "A new crop that you're selling?" Dongshik stared at the green onion, his mind racing. The giant tour spider's venom is E+ rank. If we have these, he thought with glee, we can finally clear the 38th floor. Theo really is the golden cat. Noticing his stare, Theo put his hands on his hips. "Hey, why are you looking at me like that?" Dongshik probed. "Say, Theo, how many of those do you have?" The kid answered brightly, I brought 100 of them. He exclaimed, "Excellent. I'll buy every last one." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. "Wait just a moment." A group approached, a man in armor sneering. So, it was the Phoenix Guild after all. I was wondering why the wandering merchant cat hadn't made it to our camp yet. To think it was because of your underhanded dealings. Dongshik was stunned to see them. The Royal Knights Guild and the Coven. A million questions raced through his mind. How did they find me? Have they been tailing us? Are they trying to stop our raid on the 38th floor? The Royal Knights captain spoke with a stern voice. Wandering merchant cat, if you play favorites with one guild, you'll anger many people and lose business. Theo looked startled by this. Oh, is that so? Dongshik glared at them, thinking how absurd this was. These cherry tomatoes and green onions could only be purchased from C-Run or Theo. That's why they were always in such high demand, he thought grimly. With so many onlookers, this directly impacts Theo's reputation as a merchant. The captain had backed Theo into a corner. Theo suddenly proposed. All right then, I'll just hold an auction like always. Any objections? The crowd nodded in agreement. That works. While searching his bag, the boy announced, I'll sell magic cherry tomatoes with the detoxifying green onions. Theo set down several crates and announced with flair, C-rank magic cherry tomatoes. Sold in lots of 500, with a total of 6,000 in stock. The crowd listened in absolute shock. What? C-rank? They erupted in discussion. It was one surprise after another. It was C-rank, not D-rank like before. Less than a month ago, it was D-rank. And now it's C? Someone boldly bid 350 coins. The others quickly followed, 370, 390. The price kept climbing higher. 450 coins, 500, 600. Dong Shich urgently reminded his team, hey, we need to work together. Those are all essential items for our raid. Theo shouted with delight, sold to you, and sold to you. The boy happily announced, I've sold all the cherry tomatoes. Theo rummaged through his magic bag again and said, next up are detoxifying scallions. 100 total, sold in bundles of 10. Dong Shich immediately offered 130 coins. The captain of the Royal Knights Guild shouted 135 coins. Dong Shich refused to back down, raising the price to 155. Theo began the countdown. Are there any other bids? 3, 2, 1. Sold to you for the next bundle. The captain schemed silently. This will cost a fortune, but I can't let that guy get them. He seems to need these badly, so I'll just buy them all. He declared loudly, 160 coins. Theo instantly changed his mind. Sold to you. Dong Shich hesitated, 161. The captain cut him off. 170 coins. The boy heard the bid and yelled, sold to you. Dong Shich tried to bid one more time, 175. The captain immediately shut him down, 180 coins. Seeing this, Theo jumped for joy, sold to you. Dong Shich fell to his knees in defeat. The Phoenix Guild only managed to buy 10 scallions. The Royal Knights captain saw this and laughed mockingly. Look at poor Dong Shich. He spoke with a scornful tone. It seems the Phoenix Guild can only trail behind. A member of the Witches Guild chimed in. We'll be climbing the tower first, then. A member of the Phoenix Guild lowered his head sadly. I'm sorry, Captain. We were blinded by those cherry tomatoes. Dong Shich consoled him. It's okay. Sometimes you have to fall behind to build momentum. A girl approached and called softly. Captain. A moment later, Dong Shich and Theo went to a nearby clearing to talk privately. The boy asked with suspicion. So you're saying Mr. Z-Run's family lives in a place called Hanadong? He quickly replied, no, it's Hanamdong, not Han, not Dong. Theo began scribbling on a piece of paper, muttering, Hanamdong. Dong Shich smiled and continued, the association is protecting them closely, so tell him not to worry. He's a heaven-sent genius that Korea desperately needs. Theo suddenly remembered something, fumbling in his bag. Oh, right. He said he wanted to give you a gift for helping protect his family. Dong Shich replied awkwardly. Huh, I just did what anyone should. Why a gift? The boy slammed a crate down with a cheerful voice. He sent you 200 cherry tomatoes and 50 detoxifying scallions. Dong Shich's jaw dropped as he thought. 50 scallions? Theo whispered as a reminder. He also said he'd sell you any item you need at a discount, but only 3 people should know about this. Dong Shich quickly agreed. Okay, consider it a deal between us. I help him in exchange for some special treatment. Dong Shich thought deeply. After all, issues about Ji-Run's family were already a national secret. Theo said in a mysterious tone, and I have a secret item to sell you, for today only. The boy asked softly, are you interested? Dong Shich replied, bewildered, a secret item? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a giant, black hand was carefully laying bricks. The Minotaurs were taking turns carrying supplies, chopping wood and building a house for Z-Run. He was astonished by the sight. In just a few days, they had already framed the house. Thanks to the Minotaur's diligence, the construction was moving surprisingly fast. The engineer Gray Rabbit quietly announced, "However, the three of us must design the interior ourselves, so that will take quite some time. We should now discuss the room layout again." With that, Z-Run and the little rabbit went inside the house. Ku-En saw this and curiously followed him. Xe-Run was discussing the plan with the Gray Rabbit. "I think the bed should be placed here." Suddenly, a noise echoed, catching his attention. Ku-En was currently struggling to squeeze through the narrow doorway to get inside. Z-Run hurriedly stopped him. "No, Ku-En, you can't come in here," he asked blankly. "Why not?" He then explained, "You're too big. You might make the house collapse." Ku-En's voice filled with sadness. "Is it because I'm not good? Am I a bad bear who will destroy father's house?" He put on a pitiful expression and said quietly, "I'm not a bad bear." Z-Run hugged him, soothing him softly. "Have some honey. I need to inspect the house, so please stay put, okay?" Ku-En obediently replied, "Yes." After that, he moved to another spot to continue discussing materials for the bed. Ku-En lowered his head, confessing, "I want to go inside too." Tears suddenly streamed from his eyes. Ku-En continued, trembling, "I want to, too. I want to be small and sleep with father in that room." Each tear that fell onto Ku-En's paw emitted a strange, shimmering light. He looked at his glowing paw and cried out in confusion. Over here, Xe-Run was still focused on his work. He asked doubtfully, "It won't work?" The engineer Gray Rabbit replied, "If we use scallions, the bed will be very stiff." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Father!" A tiny version of Ku-En rushed forward and slammed into Xe-Run, sending him tumbling into a pile of detoxifying scallions as everyone watched in shock. Scallion stalks flew and scattered everywhere. Z-Run, panting and helpless, asked, "What just happened?" A small tongue gently licked his cheek. Ku-En stood on Z-Run's chest and called happily, "Father!" He was stunned and exclaimed, "Ku-En!" He spoke excitedly, "I'm small now." Z-Run picked him up, asking with confusion, "How did you become like this, Ku-En? When I first met you, you weren't this small." He said with surprise, "You're going to be this small from now on?" Z-Run marveled, "This is truly strange. Can't you return to your original size?" The black rabbit also chimed in excitedly, "He's my size again." Ku-En suddenly bowed his head, puffed his cheeks, and in an instant, he grew back to his original size. Z-Run was astonished, shouting, "Now he's big again. Does this mean Ku-En can control his body size?" A Minotaur standing nearby warned him, "This isn't good for Ku-En. If he can just shrink whenever he wants, it might affect his development." Of course, every child wishes they could transform into something cute. Xe-Run asked doubtfully, "You mean changing sizes like this will affect Ku-En's future growth?" At his words, Ku-En immediately shrank back down to his tiny form. The boy rushed forward, clinging to his leg. Ku-En asked innocently, "Can I sleep with you now, Dad? Like the black rabbit?" Soon was stunned by the question. He knelt on one knee and pulled the boy into a hug. Soon's voice was gentle. "So you were being clingy just to sleep with me? I was too thoughtless to realize." He said cheerfully, "Then let's head to the tent together." Ku-En replied excitedly, "Yes." Soon spoke with enthusiasm. "Let's see where our Ku-En will sleep in there." "This is so exciting," Ku-En suggested. "After we get there, I want to play around." He asked, confused, "Play around?" Soon remembered Ku-En devouring the potatoes, exclaiming, "Delicious." He sighed in defeat. "All right, the black rabbit can come along too." The scene shifts to the forest. Dong-Shich stared in awe at the golden potatoes before him. A voice explained, "These are sun-sweet potatoes." Hearing this, he gasped, "Did you say sun-sweet potatoes?" Sun-sweet potatoes are a mutated type that absorbs the sun's light. They are incredibly delicious and nutritious. Eating one can digest 200 grams of fat and grant fire resistance for 5 hours. Grower, Farmer Baxion, expires in 90 days. Rank, C. Dong-Shich wondered, "Is this the potato that can resist fire?" Hanson, the legendary hunter. In the early days, climbing the tower was far harder. Yet he had managed to climb all the way to the 51st floor. There, he confronted the Fire Mountain King at the Warp Gate. Their battle raged for days. At the time, they were evenly matched. Though he dealt the Fire Mountain King many fatal blows, he could never land the final one. During that battle, he also sustained severe burns from the Fire Mountain King. The wounds were permanent. He could only manage by having recovery mages treat him daily just to lower the intense heat from his injuries. Even after retiring, he never found a proper cure. He longed to conquer the tower, but the wounds burned him day and night, leaving him utterly powerless. A spark of hope lit up in Dong-Shich's mind. If Master eats this potato, he might finally be free from that suffering. and then he could return to conquering the tower and fulfill his dream. He resolved, Master can return to his former glory. Joy swelled in Dong Shich's heart. Plus, these poison-resistant scallions to beat the spiders on floor 38. He said gratefully, Thank you so much, Theo. These are fantastic supplies for us hunters. The boy smiled. It's just business. Theo quietly calculated, if he buys all these potatoes, my mistake is covered, and the chairman will never know. The boy handed the entire bag to Dong Shich, thinking, my mistake of bringing the wrong item has been completely erased. Back in the deep forest, Dong Shich approached from a distance, calling out, Were you all waiting for me? A member turned and replied, Ah, Captain, you're back. We were about to head to the warp gate and return to the first floor. They stared at the full crate, completely stunned. They cried out, Are those poison-resistant scallions? Captain, did you get them from the merchant Theo? He grinned. That's right. This is our chance to conquer floor 38 and get past those spiders. We need to advance to floor 38 immediately. The team exchanged determined looks, brimming with energy. Dong Shich bit into a detoxifying scallion and said softly, All right. They all drew their weapons, ready to face the giant poison spider. Dong Shich declared, Our Phoenix Guild will achieve a perfect clear of the 38th floor. Every guild member had eaten the detox scallions. He roared with excitement, Advance. On the 75th floor's trade district, a loud noise suddenly erupted, catching everyone's attention. Eki and Elo were walking with Theo. Eki smiled. You seem very happy today, Sir Theo. The boy replied with a grin. Something wonderful happened today, Theo announced loudly. I'm going to do some shopping, and I'll buy something for you, Silver Wolves, too. Hearing this, they cheered in unison. Thank you, Sir Theo. They began to chatter. So what should we eat? I heard a new fresh meat shop opened. Eki turned to Theo with a questioning look. Is there something you wish to say? Theo strode forward. His attention was instantly captured by a ring on display at a nearby stall. He snatched it up, yelling with excitement. The very item I've been searching for. At that exact moment, Iona appeared, her hand touching the item at the same time. Seeing her, the boy yanked it back, shouting, Hey, this is mine. Don't even think about it. Iona sized him up. A wandering, mid-rank merchant cat. Her voice was low and cold. I have great need of that item. A merchant cat like you has no use for it. Theo scoffed. What are you talking about? I saw it first, so it's mine. Don't you dare try to take it. Iona's eyes narrowed in irritation. Are you saying I can't have that item? Eki watched them, confused. What item is Sir Theo fighting over? Suddenly, a gasp of pure terror escaped his lips. Staring at Iona in horror, he realized, that's the Grand Mage Iona, one of the most powerful mages in the entire tower. He observed her, thinking, there's no mistaking that magic staff. That's the holy artifact, the Staff of Calamity. A legendary grade weapon. A single spell from that staff can shatter mountains and make rivers boil. Eki trembled. Why is someone like her here? Iona's voice was stern. You must not know who I am. Her tone was a clear threat. For this foolish stubbornness, you will pay with your life. Iona slowly backed away. Prepare yourself. She raised the magic staff, which pulsed with dark energy, and roared, Face my wrath. Seeing this, Eki leaped in front of Theo, shielding him. Lady Iona, he is a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Hearing this, Iona paused, surprised. What did you say, White Wolf? She slowly descended to the ground. Iona's voice was laced with doubt. And you are? Eki bowed respectfully. I am Eki, chief of the Silver Wolf tribe. She warned him, you will be held responsible for those words. If you are lying, using the Great Black Dragon's name in vain, your entire Silver Wolf tribe will not escape the consequences. He affirmed again, Everything I said is true, Lady Iona. Theo spoke up angrily. That's right, I am the merchant Theo, and I serve the Great Black Dragon. Iona issued a challenge. You claim to serve the Great Black Dragon? Then prove it. He asked blankly. Prove it. What do I need to do? She offered to take them to the Great Black Dragon. Theo's eyes widened. To see him, that'll cost you a travel fee. Elki's face went pale. He worried, thinking, this is bad. If Lady Iona snaps at that, we're all dead for sure. Iona remained silent, deep in thought. Then a contemptuous smirk crossed her face, and she burst out laughing as if she'd heard a joke. This detail actually made her trust Theo more. She admired his business drive. So, what is it you want, Theo? Theo explained slowly. He needed things for the Great Black Dragon, Iona realized. The ring was for the dragon, just take it. Theo was overjoyed. Iona added, if you need anything else, I'll buy it. She saw a rare chance to meet the dragon and had to take it. A sly smile spread across Theo's face. He was ecstatic inside. He just scored a bunch of free items. Later, at a bustling beastkin shop, Theo pointed to a shelf of milk and bought 100 bottles. He then picked a flashy hat for Ia. Take this hat back to your tribesmen. But Ia shyly refused. Iona grew impatient. Aren't these for the great black dragon? Why are you buying random things? Theo, busy admiring hats, replied casually. He needs a lot of stuff. Just buy whatever you want. Ayanna was about to explode, thinking Theo had scammed her. But amid the tension, Theo was completely oblivious. He placed a witch hat on Iona's head, praising her beauty. Iona froze for a second, a warm feeling rising within her. But she snapped, I don't need this stupid hat. Theo just smiled and said, What are you talking about? Just take it. It's a gift. But you're paying, Ayanna stated. Her eye twitched. She couldn't believe she'd been moved by him. She reluctantly paid the 20 cents. As she took out her money, Theo boldly stepped in, demanding a discount. He looked at Iona sternly. You can't just pay without haggling. Let me handle this. I'll definitely get a lower price. After lecturing her, he turned to the shopkeeper, ready for battle. Your price is too high. Lower it. The nervous owner stammered, 17 cents. Theo roared back, lower. After a long battle, Theo emerged victorious. He walked away proudly, chest puffed out. Elke and the other wolves helped carry their things. He didn't forget to thank Iona for her help. She frowned, thinking deeply. This merchant cat was strange. He bought cheap trinkets, yet haggled fiercely over every single cent. She spoke up. Now, take me to the great black dragon. Theo replied instantly. He's on the 99th floor. Ayanna was skeptical. How? I thought he'd be where he can manage the tower. Theo shrugged confidently. You'll see when we get there. She nodded, half convinced. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor, a giant spider shrieked in pain, covered in wounds, before finally collapsing. Dong Shi sheathed his sword, panting. We got the monster. He cheered wildly with his party members. The Phoenix Guild has cleared the 38th floor. Dong Shi excitedly looked at the shining crystal nearby and gave an order. Everyone, to the teleportation point. Let's try the 39th floor. The system announced, teleporting to the 39th floor. At the Gagan farm, the tower's agricultural project, Michael received the news in shock. The Phoenix Guild cleared floor 38. How? How did they resist that poison? His subordinate nodded. A new plant helped them clear the floor, a detoxifying green onion that boosted poison resistance. Michael slammed his desk in fury. I've poured so much money into this, and we can't even grow a cherry tomato. Now there's a new item? He held his head in fear. The chairman won't let us off easy. He's going to be furious. Suddenly, a specialist rushed in with urgent news. Michael ran out and froze at the sight before him. A tomato plant was baring its fangs and waving its leaves wildly. He stared, completely stunned. What's wrong with this tomato plant? Chenny explained that their methods caused the plant to mutate. Michael drew a knife without hesitation. This thing is useless. Get rid of it. He bent down and sliced the plant with a look of disgust. This looks more like a carnivorous plant. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Received 27 points for eliminating a mutated tomato. Michael was shocked. I get experience for this? Chenny explained, it's likely classified as a tower monster. These tomatoes need to eat insects to live and require few other nutrients. Thanks to these plants, we can gain experience to level up in the tower. It's a result, in its own way. Though not what they planned, she reassured Michael. One method creates one thing, another creates something else. You can report this. The tomato plant's vitality was amazing. New branches grew back almost instantly. She noted seriously, this has never happened in the tower before. Your control over this could change the entire power structure of the tower. Michael grinned, filled with excitement. This is my chance. He gave an order immediately. Replace all the failed normal tomatoes with these mutants. If we can't make cherry tomatoes, we'll make something else valuable. With experience points in hand, I will change the order of this entire tower. The scene shifts to a lush forest, with a gentle autumn breeze. Soon was eagerly watching an egg. Today was the day the third queen bee would hatch. He cheered it on. You can do it, queen bee. A brilliant light burst from the egg and poof, the adorable third queen poison bee was born. Soon smiled as he and the other two queens welcomed her. It's nice to meet you. He held out a flower dripping with thick honey for the small bee. The little bee's eyes sparkled with joy. The other two queens flew over, encouraging the newborn to take her first flight and see the world. Soon lounged on the chair, watching the three poison bees play in the idyllic scenery. He smiled. This is so peaceful. If only life could always be this good. He barely finished the thought when life slapped him with a face full of black ink. Where did that vicious spray even come from? Soon shot up, stunned. The culprit, Ku, excitedly waved at him, holding up a strange creature from the pond. There was no doubt it was the squid. The critter's face was as dark as his, a truly terrifying sight. The white rabbits stomped furiously, wanting him to see their own ink-stained faces. Soon chuckled. Looks like you're all black rabbits now. They desperately tried to wipe each other clean, mourning their lost handsome faces. Soon and Ku crept closer to the pond and were shocked to see it teeming with squid, swimming about freely. He exclaimed, "There are so many, an entire lake of them. No wonder his little ones were in this state." Ku sadly explained the situation. He was hunting when he spotted the strange squid and grabbed it, not knowing it would spray ink. The rabbits had no clue what it was. Soon smiled, asking, "I guess you don't know what a squid is." Ku and the black rabbits stared blankly. "A squid?" Su nodded and introduced it. "They're absolutely delicious." He began preparing a few for a salad. The pan was sizzling with oil, garlic, and onions. Thinly sliced squid was tossed in, quickly stir-fried with seasonings that had been prepared beforehand. A steaming plate of spicy, aromatic squid was served. "Want to try some?" he offered the little ones. A system notification appeared. "Cooking skill level 2 has slightly increased." Not stopping there, Soon whipped up 2 more irresistible dishes: grilled squid with salt and chili, and steamed squid. The black rabbits and Ku drooled at the sight. What was this heavenly feast before them? They could die with no regrets after one bite. And so, a grand squid mukbang party began. Soon was overjoyed. So spicy, so good. A bowl of rice would make it perfect. The black rabbits and their friends feasted with incredible enthusiasm. Suddenly, a curious thought struck them. How many other delicious creatures existed in the world? "Let's go on an ocean expedition." Ku excitedly volunteered with all its might. Soon chuckled. "Ku, do you know how to dive?" It froze. Not yet," he instructed. "Finish your farm work. This afternoon, I'll teach you how to dive." The whole group erupted in joyous cheers. Meanwhile, Elka and the wolf pack were awaiting the return of Iona and Theo, but something up ahead made them pause. A long line of people was queued at the gate entrance. A guard announced the express route was temporarily out of service. "Please use the detour." Many people shouted in anger, demanding to pass, creating a chaotic scene. Theo jumped up, asking what was happening. Elka frowned, explaining the passage manager had sealed the road. Other wolves returned from a scout, reporting red locusts had appeared on the 69th floor. Seeing Elka's horrified expression, Theo was still confused. Ayana explained in a low voice, "They are the shadow of destruction, also called the harbinger of calamity." Theo nodded in awe as she continued, "True to their name, those insects exist only to devour and destroy. They are a greedy swarm, trying to steal our home. The Mage Alliance and mercenaries are likely blocking the path to deal with them." Ayana sighed. She should have been there to help, but meeting the Black Dragon was the top priority. "Let's take the Super Express route to move faster," she suggested. Theo explained that the route was only for high-rank traveling merchants, and he was merely mid-rank. Ayana calmly cut him off. "Don't worry, I am here." She produced a luxurious golden token from her pocket. Theo's eyes widened in shock. It was the golden insignia only high-rank traveling merchants possessed, a symbol of power granting unrestricted use of all shortcuts. His attitude shifted instantly, his eyes pleading with Ayana. "Be my friend." Ayana knew exactly what the boy was thinking and flatly refused. Back on the farm, Shun was busy harvesting scallions. The scallion leaves were enormous, stretching out endlessly. Soon was sweating, both overjoyed and intimidated as he continued to divide and plant them. Soon it covered over 2,000 square meters, almost a forest. He looked around, puzzled. Where did everyone go? All he could hear was the chopping of scallions. Just then, he heard another noise. Soon was suspicious. Scythe Rabbit? He went over to ask if everything was okay. The rabbit pointed to a strange scallion it couldn't cut through. Soon chuckled, not believing it. But the moment he touched it, a sharp pain, like an electric shock, shot through his body. The little rabbit asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Soon pulled back his hand, revealing a long, bloody gash. He inspected the plant again. "It's so hard, like iron." Suddenly, an idea struck him. He pulled the entire plant from the ground. As expected, a system reward appeared. He had created a new crop in the tower, the hardened sword scallion. From now on, this plant was Soon's exclusive product. The system explained the sword scallion was a mutation that metallized itself for protection from being cut. All its nutrients were focused on increasing its hardness and sharpness. Soon was ecstatic. A new species. It wasn't edible, but it was as strong as metal. He casually swung the sword scallion, and it effortlessly sliced through the surrounding plants. Soon admired the incredible results. Using a scallion to cut scallions. "This is it," he declared with excitement. "I have to grow more of these." But then, a new notification popped up. Tower manager Aylin urgently requests a consultation. He was bewildered. "Aylin, what's going on?" The system window trembled as tears began to drop. The sound of sobbing grew louder. Soon was frantic. "Are you crying, Aylin?" After she calmed down and they talked, Soon finally understood the situation. Locusts had invaded the 67th floor of the tower. Mother Rabbit swayed, her face pale with fury. How dare those things come to this tower? Father Rabbit rushed to steady her. My love, stay calm. It's not good for the babies. Soon became serious. Are these the locusts that destroyed the rabbit kingdom? What are they exactly? Aelin replied in despair. They are a collective. They devour everything to multiply and evolve. If they aren't stopped, all life on the 67th floor will be wiped out. They'll then spread to other floors using the teleport points, and this place will no longer be safe. Soon muttered, flesh-eating locusts that evolve as they consume. Aze, for certain reasons, I can't intervene on the 69th floor right now. She hesitated before asking for his help. Soon immediately agreed, reassuring her he would do whatever it takes. To ease her worries, he proudly declared this was his home, and he would protect it. Soon smiled, adding that Theo, the rabbits, the wolf tribe, and the buffalo herd would all help protect the tower. Everyone cheered together in agreement. Let's all figure this out together. Through the crystal ball, Eisen's eyes welled with tears, her heart filled with a powerful warmth. Soon thanked them and fell into deep thought. This was a critical situation, especially since he couldn't go down. Just then, Theo burst in, shouting, I'm home. He was about to ask Theo something vital when his eyes landed on the person behind him. Theo grinned and made the introduction. We have a guest. Aeona bowed respectfully. It is an honor to meet you. She then asked hesitantly, Are you the great black dragon? Soon was stunned. He looked at Theo, completely lost. Who was this? Theo excitedly explained he claimed to be the black dragon's subordinate, but she demanded proof. Aeona simply bowed her head. Greetings, great black dragon. I am Aeona, president of the Mage Association. Eisen was ecstatic. As the president, she must have the power to stop the locust plague. Asked for her help, Soon scratched his head awkwardly. Aeona, since you came all this way, I must show some hospitality. Please, have a drink first. A moment later, Aeona sat with the others, staring in disbelief at the teacup before her. Soon encouraged her to relax and join them. He got straight to the point. What business brings you here? She replied seriously, I have a few requests for your aid. He smiled, intrigued. Is this about the locusts on the 67th floor? Aeona shot to her feet. You already knew? Then why haven't you done anything? He scrambled for an excuse. The tense mood was broken by Q Enjing and Theo begging for more soup. He gently scolded them. We have a guest. What are you two doing? Aeona's brow furrowed in doubt. Why would the black dragon also be called president? She observed Soon critically. Besides his black hair, he looked completely human. I can't sense any overwhelming magical pressure from him. As she knew it, the black dragon's power was immense, striking fear into everyone. His magic should have been erupting, making the air itself tremble. Aeona was utterly bewildered. No matter how she focused, she felt nothing. Amidst the tension, she unconsciously lifted the cup and took a sip. The moment it touched her lips, she froze, sensing an unbelievable change. Aeona's jaw dropped in shock. What kind of tea was this delicious, yet brimming with so much magical power? Soon smiled. It's cherry tomato juice with honey. Aeona quietly asked if she could try a magic tomato. The mother rabbit immediately brought one over, offering it politely. Aeona stared at the rabbit, puzzled. You're from the 55th floor's rabbit kingdom, aren't you? The mother rabbit nodded gratefully. We migrated here, and the great black dragon took us in. Aeona inspected the tomato, a fruit unlike any she had ever seen. Soon proudly listed his other crops, sweet potatoes, carrots, enhanced corn, detox onions, and peanuts. Nearby, Theo acted like a big brother, patting Q Enjing's head while sharing his soup. Soon praised him with a smile. Theo, you're being so good today. Aeona glanced over and saw wolves and buffalo gently caring for baby rabbits. The little bunnies seemed perfectly happy, showing no signs of fear. Putting it all together, the truth struck Aeona like lightning. He was caring for creatures from the 99th floor and cultivating new plants. She came to a conclusion. The black dragon's magic must have waned because he poured his power into these crops. Such a noble sacrifice. He had forsaken his own power to save all living things. When Soon returned to the topic, Aeona suddenly bowed her head, sincerely apologizing for her misunderstanding. She then knelt, vowing to repay his kindness to all creatures with her life. The corner of Soon's eye began to twitch. What are you talking about? He looked around and placed an item on the table. It was a sword scallion. He suggested it might be useful to her. Aeona hesitantly observed the bladed onion. She blinked with curiosity. An onion as hard as a blade, he began to tell a story. In a freezing blizzard stood a ferocious wolf. It's said that with a sharp knife and courage, any wolf can be taken down. The method is simple. Coat a blade in blood, let it freeze, and plant it in the snow. The wolf will be drawn to it and lick the frozen blood. Its tongue will be cut, but the intense cold will numb the pain. It will slowly bleed out, growing weaker until it simply collapses. Soon finished. That's just an old story I read once. Theo sadly warned Ika, I'll feed you lots of fish, so don't you ever lick a blade." Ika nodded, speechless. It wouldn't do something so reckless. Ayana nodded, her mind racing. "A clever story. You mean they won't be able to tell the difference between a normal scallion and a sword scallion? Once they get a taste, they won't be able to resist. They'll fall for the trap and slice themselves apart trying to eat them, won't they? And with their cannibalistic nature, they will swarm the fallen. We can annihilate the locusts on the 67th floor." Iona grew more excited with each word. Her eyes sparkled with limitless admiration, the wisdom of the great black dragon. "To solve this with just a single hint, I am truly in awe." Soon awkwardly replied. It was nothing, but inside, he was frozen with panic. She has completely misunderstood the situation. He nodded seriously. "Let's proceed with your plan. I have plenty of sword scallions harvested and ready." Aina responded professionally. "Do not worry. I have a few locusts for us to test." He was stunned. "You have some with you?" Aina then opened a spatial pocket and pulled out her staff. Imprisoned within the staff were several locusts. They appeared ferocious but were safely contained by Ayana's magical space. Soon was surprised. "These are the locusts?" She nodded. "I caught some for experiments." Iona waited. "Now, what is your plan for these creatures?" He slowly rose, walked to an open patch of ground, and planted the sword scallion. Once everything was ready, soon gave the signal. "Release them." Ayana flicked her staff, and the dark sphere holding the locusts vanished. They shrieked aggressively, immediately locking onto their target, the scallions. They all charged forward, swarming the regular scallion and devouring it greedily. Once it was gone, the sword scallion behind it came into view. The locusts prepared to swarm the next plant, but their leader, disoriented for a moment, couldn't stop in time. It slammed headfirst into the scallion blade, its teeth scattering everywhere as it was sliced in two. The one behind it met the same fate, as did the others. Sejun grinned at his success. It actually worked. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. He'd achieved the title, Excellent Farmer Who Eliminates Harmful Pests. Sejun was thrilled, an excellent farmer who could also accumulate rewards. What luck! Meanwhile, in a luxurious building, a proud voice was heard. "That boy is my disciple." The man laughed heartily. "I never thought you'd pass the 38th floor." Dongshich bowed his head, thanking his master for the praise. The master understood. "So, what brings you here today?" Dongshich presented him with a potato, explaining with hope in his eyes, "If you eat this, you can become a hunter again." They gathered at the Phoenix Guild's tower. Sejun smirked. After eating the potato, the system announced the fire curse was neutralized for 5 hours. The scene shifts to a battlefield, where a fierce and brutal war was raging. A swarm of locusts descended, so thick it blotted out the sun. The brave warriors fought with all their might, but for every wave they cut down, another took its place. The situation was hopeless. The locust numbers were growing exponentially. The panicked dinosaur legion retreated to the capital's warp point to make a final stand. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed with authority, "All units, advance. Protect the warp point." Iona appeared, hovering majestically in the air. With a single ultimate skill, a giant fireball, blazing like magma, materialized in the sky. The soldiers cheered with renewed hope. "Is that Lady Ayana?" With a powerful roar, she slammed the massive fireball directly into the locust swarm. The moment the fireball hit the ground, a cataclysmic explosion shook the very heavens. Earth and rock were sent flying as the locust swarm was nearly annihilated. When the dust settled, the horrifying reality of the attack was etched into the land. Beside a 10-meter-deep crater lay countless roasted locusts. Ayana quickly threw them the scallion blades. "Quickly, take these scallions and plant them everywhere. I'll hold the line here. Hurry." The soldiers were confused, but her urgency was clear, and they rushed to obey. Sharp fences of scallion blades began to form as they worked at top speed. Soon, another terrifyingly dense swarm of locusts appeared from nowhere. Their work finished, the soldiers quickly fell back. The locusts crashed forward like a tsunami, hurtling into the scallion blade fence, only to be instantly sliced in two, their bodies falling to pieces. The soldiers were stunned. The locusts are just flying into those scallions and being split apart. They watched in awe and admiration, wondering, how is Lady Ayana doing this? She smiled with pride. "This is a gift to us from the Black Dragon." A gasp of shock rippled through the ranks. "A gift from the great Black Dragon?" Ayana shouted, rallying the spirits of the tower's great warriors. "We no longer need to fear the power of these invaders. With scallion blades in hand, let's wipe them all out. For a tower free of red locusts, advance." As she finished, mages flew up to join her, battling the locusts in the air. On the ground, all species joined forces in the attack. Their army now surged with fighting spirit, advancing for the glory of the great Black Dragon. Elsewhere, poison bees were diligently collecting honey and playing peacefully. The scene was one of absolute tranquility. Sejun carefully watched the notifications pop up. confirming the pest elimination points. He let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Ayana had succeeded in her mission. He smiled, looking expectantly at the little one concentrating intensely nearby. I wonder if Enning is okay. The boy was using all his might, cheeks puffed and eyes wide, trying to split a scallion. Finally, after much effort, his bear-like strength won out. He split the scallion blade. He immediately turned to brag, "Father, look. I broke the scallion blade in half." Sejun praised him. "Good job. I was wondering how to split them. Luckily, I have the strong Enning to help me." The boy beamed with pride. "This scallion blade is nothing. I can snap it easily." Sejun rewarded him with a jar of honey, patting his head thoughtfully. It was a good thing he'd given the scallions to Ayana. He recalled how overjoyed everyone was to find this unique weapon against the locusts. He had eagerly gathered them all for her, telling her to use them against the swarm. "This is our greatest threat right now." Ayana had knelt respectfully, thanking him. "Without you, the locust plague would have destroyed this tower." To express her gratitude, she granted Theo, as the Black Dragon's representative, a special privilege. From now on, the tower's mage council would protect all his trading activities. Theo jumped for joy. Sejun smiled and thanked her. With business concluded, Ayana departed in a hurry, needing to return to the transfer point to stop the swarm. Besides the scallions, she also needed to gather more warriors. She said she would contact him through the merchant, Theo, if she needed anything else. Finishing his flashback, Sejun stared into the distance. He hadn't noticed for a few seconds, but Eneng had a surprise for him. The boy was happily munching on a locust, making Sejun scream in horror. "Did you eat the whole thing?" He scrambled over to check the boy's mouth for any leftovers, but there was nothing. It was spotless. He'd swallowed it all. Eneng looked up innocently. "What's wrong?" Elka cautiously asked. "Is it okay for him to eat the red locusts?" Sejun was baffled. "Elka too?" It seemed the locusts were a nutritious meal for some animal species. Elka quickly got to work, tasked with taking the scallions the boy had just cut down to Ayana on the 67th floor. Before she left, he waved goodbye, reminding her to be careful with the scallion blades. Elka nodded obediently. The scene changes. The Lizardman tribe is now fighting locusts on the 67th floor. After their victories, they used the locusts for food, but the number of locusts was simply too overwhelming. As a result, the entire Lizardman tribe couldn't eat them all. This created a new problem. If the locust corpses were left alone, the living ones would eat them and grow stronger. Therefore, the Silver Wolf tribe stepped in to help by transporting the carcasses. They decided to take the bodies to the 99th floor and to their own tribe for food. Of course, they also sold the food to other floors. The money earned would help them recover from the drought that had damaged the Silver Wolf tribe. Sejun thought things over while tending his tomatoes. Thanks to the large workforce of the Silver Wolf tribe, the situation was resolved. It seems that besides the scallion blades, many other crops could earn a good amount of money. He'd need Theo's help. While tending to a choo-choo plant, he suddenly felt hot and turned to glare at the small cat beside him. "Theo, stop being lazy. I'm working hard here. Aren't you going to fan me?" Startled, Theo just sulked and whined. "My arm is tired. President, I want to be a merchant." Soon scoffed, he'd barely fanned at all. "Whose fault is it that we're in this mess with the sun's sweet potatoes? You should be repenting. There's a mountain of work waiting for you." Theo's ears drooped as he pitifully begged for forgiveness. He suddenly bragged, "Thanks to me, the merchants know about the sweet potatoes. They definitely won't go blabbing about it." He puffed out his chest and began to lecture. "They desperately need sun sweet potatoes. Selling to them builds our credibility. Our business will surely improve from now on." Soon ignored him completely. "Just keep fanning." Theo flinched and cried out, but in the end, he tearfully fanned away, hoping to be forgiven. Soon complained about his sore shoulders, and Theo immediately volunteered for the job. He swore this was his specialty. As Soon relaxed, notifications for earned points kept popping up. He could feel his experience points piling up nicely. The system announced his level up. He needed to harvest 1,000 crops for level 21 and 50 coins. Soon shot to his feet, ecstatic. He'd hit level 20, all thanks to the locust-slaying chive blades. He eagerly checked his new stats, but a grumpy voice interrupted. "I was massaging your back. Why did you stand up?" "Huh?" Soon had no choice but to sit back down. Theo immediately jumped up to inspect his face. "Your face looks tired too. Let me massage it." Soon didn't resist or push him away. Who could complain after leveling up? Everything feels great when you level up. The scene shifts to a lush mountain forest where a mutated ancient tree trembled on the ground. As it tried to rise, a giant beastly foot stomped it into paste. Mother Bear was dealing with the corrupted monsters, beating them into oblivion. She growled, furious. "I don't know why these tree monsters from the west came here. I'll have to patrol this area more often." She looked up at the bright sun, realizing she had to check on the farm. Mother Bear dragged away the shattered remains, So much to do. I wonder how Sue is, but soon we'll probably take good care of him. In a dark space, someone was panting. On the ground was a plate with a few leftover chili peppers. Eisen quickly grabbed a cup and chugged the water. After drinking, she let out a refreshing shout. Nothing beats spice for chasing away worries. It feels amazing. She'd been too busy to eat properly lately. A notification showed the tower manager was very happy. Soon chuckled. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'll bring some dried sweet potatoes for dessert later. Suddenly, he received another notification for exterminating pests. The locusts were attacking again. Just how many were left? Eisen checked the data with a bright smile. Their growth rate has slowed down. The 67th floor now only has 688,111,918 of them left. Soon was overjoyed. At least the locust plague was giving him a ton of experience points. Eisen lightly touched the orb to check the latest stats. Soon was ranked first, with Iona in second. Eisen was impressed. Even without enough energy to monitor the 67th floor, the rankings showed the chive blades were performing well. She smiled and encouraged Soon. When all the locusts are gone, there will be rewards based on contribution, so do your best. He wondered, what's the bonus reward for the person who kills the most? Eisen just smiled. That's a secret. Soon muttered while pulling a carrot, contribution. Huh? I have to try harder. The healthy carrot popped right out of the ground. Ding! Information on the agility carrot appeared. It aids rapid fat loss, increases agility, and improves eyesight. He read it with delight and immediately shared them with the little rabbits. These are C-rank carrots, one for each of you. You need to be agile to work efficiently. The rabbits cheered with joy. Theo walked over, rubbing his eyes after a long nap. Soon asked, are you leaving already? He nodded. But didn't you promise to meet Elka on the 88th floor? Theo recalled his plan to lead the wolves to the 67th floor, then meet Elka on the 38th. Soon smirked. Have a safe trip. Did you bring enough crops this time? Theo stomped his feet in frustration. You make a mistake once, you learn for a lifetime. An adorable rabbit hopped over, calling to him. It excitedly announced, the house is finished. Soon and the other pets rushed over to see. It was a grand, spacious house, from its detailed exterior to the kitchen. It was exactly as he requested. Even Soon was shocked at how well it was built. The ceiling was unbelievably high. The whole group sprawled out on the floor, enjoying the new home. Now this is relaxation. Lying here in the warmth is so comforting. It's so warm, I could fall asleep. He looked at the rabbits, puzzled. I never specified the structure of this house, did I? Feemit smiled and explained calmly. One of the traveling merchant races lives in similar houses, so I'm used to building them. Soon was amazed. I never knew monsters in this world use houses like this. Suddenly, Ka found two small doors inside. He curiously asked where they led. The whole group decided to explore together. They opened the door to find Father and Mother Rabbit hugging and kissing. The embarrassed Mother Rabbit scolded, you should have knocked. Soon and the others immediately fled. Q, nestled in Soon's arms, asked innocently, why did you cover my eyes? After a long run, Soon finally put the little ones down, panting. He sobbed indignantly. It's my house, though. Just then, Mother Bear returned, and everyone greeted her happily. Soon teased her, you've been so busy on patrol lately. Mother Bear held a log, looking helpless. Things have been a bit chaotic around here. She threw the log on the ground for him to use, not needing to explain the details. He nodded his thanks. Theo jumped around, asking if he could go with Mother Bear. She agreed. The more, the merrier. Soon and the little ones stayed behind, waving them off. He looked at the log, wondering what to do with it. Feemit tapped it, judging it to be good quality wood. He summoned an axe and got to work. First, he had to process the wood. Soon volunteered to clean up the surrounding area with the others, telling Feemit to make a simple bed. Suddenly, a wicked light flashed in the ancient tree's eyes. One of its vines shot out at lightning speed, wrapping tightly around Feemit. He screamed in pain, the corruption. It's alive! It roared aggressively, issuing a challenge. Soon and the others rushed over in a panic. They immediately entered a combat stance. He drew his knife, while an enraged Q charged forward with his fur raised. He leaped, landing a painful slash across its face. The corrupted N ambushed them, dropping the rabbit in its shock. Vines erupted from its body, instantly ensnaring N. But N refused to be beaten so easily. It fought back fiercely, biting and tearing at the roots. But for everyone it destroyed, another grew back in its place. N was quickly being overwhelmed. Sejun panicked. How could this be? N was also stunned. Why was that thing here? How did it come back to life? He frantically searched his book for an answer. To kill it, he had to destroy the tree's heart. An was being dragged towards the creature's gaping maw. Seeing no other choice, Sejun screamed out. N, shrink down. Startled, it immediately obeyed, slipping free from the vines. In that split second, Sejun lunged forward with his knife, stabbing deep into the trunk. He desperately searched for the weak spot. After a few tries, he felt it. The blade had pierced the corrupted N's heart. The creature went lifeless and collapsed. The system awarded Sejun 50 experience points, but something in the air felt terribly wrong. And tugged his pants, pointing behind them. "Master, look." A horrifying scene unfolded. Countless shadows were shambling their way. He was frozen in utter shock. It was a complete nightmare. An army of corrupted branches from the giant tree was charging toward them. Sejun knew instantly they were more invaders, and immediately transformed into its giant form. As it charged into battle, Sejun told the small rabbits to go get help. It was time for some panda-style kung fu. It leaped high, crashing down on the corrupted branches. The creatures froze, unable to process the attack, and landed safely, taking out several of them before they could even react. Its eyes blazed with a murderous aura. With swift claws, it tore through any branch that came near. Whatever it struck was ripped to shreds. Sejun quickly joined the fight. He aimed for a clean slash across the monster's body, right through its heart. He took down the first one in a single blow, but their energy was fading, while the horde was endless. Sejun felt helpless. Where did they all come from? Just in time, Rabbit Dad and Rabbit Mom raced in to help. The Black Rabbit's energy surged as it summoned its power. Black Rabbit Warrior, it is time to show your strength. It became a whirlwind of destruction, wielding a divine hammer. Sejun was impressed. The Black Rabbit is so cool. It struck a charming pose, which lasted less than 3 seconds. A corrupted branch launched a sneak attack, nearly ending it all. But a flash of light saved it, slicing the branch in two. As if that wasn't enough, the branch was diced into even more pieces. The master of that incredible attack was none other than Rabbit Mom. She landed coolly amid the falling debris. Rabbit Mom spoke sternly, "Black Rabbit, don't get careless. You could have died." The baby rabbits charged with shovels and claws, screaming with fighting spirit. The poison bees also joined the fray. They buzzed angrily, "Get out of our home!" And so, they fought as one, supporting each other against the swarming enemy. Sejun yelled out to raise their morale. "Keep fighting. We're almost there." But the Black Rabbit suddenly screamed a warning. Before it could finish, Sejun felt a terrifying rumble behind him. Out of nowhere, another wave of corrupted creatures appeared. These were even larger than before. They were scout ants and giant branches of the corrupted tree. They let out a horrifying roar. Sejun's face went pale. "How can we possibly fight these giants?" he shouted to everyone. "It's hopeless. Retreat." Just as they were about to be overrun, En bravely charged in. It slammed into a giant branch to protect its master. "Don't you dare touch him," it roared. Sejun was terrified. There are too many of them. Mother N and Theo were gone, and the Bull Demon King was too far away. What do we do now? He thought desperately. A corrupted branch had already locked its sights on him. By the time he noticed, it was already too late to dodge. As the situation grew desperate, a giant axe flew through the air, destroying the branch in an instant. Sejun had narrowly escaped death. He cried out with joy, "It's the Bull Demon King." The Bull Demon King smiled and asked if he was okay, bringing New San and New Sea to help. From within the horde, a familiar shriek was heard as more enemies were sent flying. Mother Bear had returned and she was furious. To invade her territory and touch Sejun's garden, they had signed their own death warrant. Sejun was stunned. How did the Demon Kings and the Red Bear know to come here? Isul proudly appeared. "I was the one who called them." She had spotted the corrupted army from a distance and immediately called for help. Isul smiled. "See, I told you to trust me." Sejun was moved and thanked her. His fighting spirit rekindled. He shouted, "Our mission is to protect this forest. When we win, I'll cook everyone a delicious meal." At the mention of food, New San and New Sea's eyes lit up. Even Mother Bear looked forward to the meal. En was ecstatic. Sejun roared, "Attack!" and the group charged, fueled by the promise of rice balls. At that same time, on the 67th floor, the Divine Snake's forest lay in ruins, shrouded in a gray, lifeless haze. Ioka and Theo stood silently, observing the destruction. Theo asked, "Is this the dense forest?" Ioka answered grimly, "Wherever the locusts pass, nothing is left." "They're terrifying," Theo said. He looked at the other wolves moving rocks. "What are you all doing? Aren't we just collecting locusts?" Ioka nodded. He had received a request for help from the Lizard Clan. They were short-staffed from fighting the locusts. Theo asked, "Are they getting paid?" Ioka shook his head. "It's just a small favor." Hearing that, Theo exploded with rage and told Ioka to follow him. "Let's go get our payment." A moment later, they stood before the Lizard Clan's encampment. A lizard guard stood watch silently. Theo demanded they let him see their leader, but the guard refused. No entry without authorization. Theo puffed his chest. "I'm not just anyone. Go get the mage Aina for me." The lizard guard didn't move, Theo insisted. "I'm not an outsider. The mage Aina and I have a very close relationship. The crowd was stunned, their jaws dropping in utter disbelief. Eka was so embarrassed he could die. What was this cat even saying? Eka broke out in a cold sweat. What are you talking about? Theo simply replied, why are you so surprised? By his logic, he was Sejun's subordinate. Since Aona bowed to Sejun, she was one too. So naturally, they had a close relationship. The more he thought, the more it made perfect sense. Aona couldn't take it anymore and stormed out. She snapped at Theo, stop talking nonsense. And so, the two were granted special entry into the camp. Everyone inside stared, shocked by these uninvited guests. Aona quickly explained the situation. They were in an important meeting, planning for the next Red Locust attack. She wondered why he was there. Theo got serious, stating he came about the werewolf tribe. The wolves were cleaning up debris, but their contract was only for collecting locust corpses. This was extra work, an unfair contract. Aona frowned, turning to Toro, the lizardman chief. He awkwardly tried to make excuses. The lizardmen were fighting, leaving only the young and old, so they needed help. Theo nodded thoughtfully. Then you must pay for the extra work. Toro uneasily asked how much. Theo was furious. They dared order my subordinate? 1 tower coin per wolf, 100 total. His face darkened as he slammed the table. You greedy merchant. Aona had to remind him. He is a subordinate of the Black Dragon. Don't forget who freed this 67th floor from the locusts, who provided the green onion swords. Theo chimed in sternly. That's right, without me, this place would be ruined. His tribesmen had to calm Toro down. After considering it, he finally gave in, sent his subordinate to pay them. Later, they left successfully with their payment in hand. Theo excitedly hugged the bag of money. He happily offered the bag to Eka, but Eka quickly refused, saying, I'm your subordinate. Selling the red locust corpses is enough. Theo was very pleased. What a good subordinate. Bullying him was like disrespecting the Black Dragon himself. He told Eka to take money if needed and not get pushed around. He just smiled and nodded. Theo then thanked Aona for her help. Aona shook her head. It was the right thing to do. She was too busy with the war to notice the incident. He urged Eka back to the 99th floor, saying he'd handle the 38th. Aona analyzed silently. The lizardmen are famously stingy. This would surely start rumors of a wandering merchant using the Black Dragon's name to extort money. But a damaged reputation didn't matter. What mattered was his backer, the Great Black Dragon. Under that name, everything else fades. Nothing could surpass it. She frowned, calculating. This tower is decaying. Food is the key to controlling it. She predicted many powers would soon notice the wandering cat merchant. After walking a while, it was time to part. Theo waved. See you later. Aona smiled. You too. Be careful. If she was right, the story would spread and grow, becoming greatly exaggerated. Theo would become a legendary merchant like no other. Meanwhile, Sejun stared blankly at the system notification. A level up. He wearily sat up. He'd only taken a nap, but now he was level 22. He stood up, stretching refreshed. The Minotaur Kings were busy helping him clean up the corrupted branches. The pile of corpses was like a mountain that never shrank. It felt like he'd cleared an entire peak. The battle against the corrupted trees ended easily thanks to QN and the Minotaurs. Thanks to QN's thoughtfulness, he had leveled up quite a bit. While he rested, it had knocked the trees unconscious for him to finish off. Sejun decided he would use the corrupted tree corpses to build a fence, just in case. Now, with some free time, he wondered if the corrupted trees were the monsters Minotaur 3 mentioned from the Western Forest. Mother Bear nodded while munching on a branch. Yes, they never entered my territory before, but lately they've trespassed often. I can't believe they came this deep. Mother Bear bowed her head apologetically. I should have patrolled more carefully. Sejun waved it off. It's okay. Managing such a large area alone is tough. The poison bee population was growing, so he was thinking of asking the poison bee children and grandchildren to help out. Mother Bear was overjoyed and grateful. Sejun wondered, but why did the trees come here? What did it mutter before dying? What does here even mean? Eisen spoke up, explaining, the corrupted trees are like a virus. No matter how many times you destroy them, they return in greater numbers. They corrupt any powerful trees around them. That's why all the magical trees on the 99th floor were contaminated. If there's nothing to corrupt, they hibernate. So why were they awake and active now? Even she didn't have an answer to that question. Sejun stroked his chin, thinking, there's cotton, corn, and so much more. Just then, his stomach rumbled loudly. He laughed. I just remembered I haven't eaten since the fight. Ku-en grew excited, its stomach growling too. Let's eat. Sejun started preparing a grand feast. One delicious, aromatic dish appeared after another. Everyone pitched in to help with the small tasks. The last dish, fragrant fried fish, was ready, exciting the Minotaur demon and QN. He chuckled, bringing out the final plate for everyone to enjoy. Outside, the Minotaurs were grilling even more fish and corn. Everything looked absolutely delicious. The feast hadn't started yet, but some hungry minotaurs were already chewing on green onions. All right, let's begin. The heaping plates of food vanished at lightning speed. The Minotaur Demon King sipped some honey tea, his eyes lighting up. The rich flavor melted in his mouth. He'd also thoughtfully prepared food for Eisen. Mother Bear finished her plate but still wanted more. Siju noticed and reassured her, excitedly revealing that plenty more food was on the way. Eka arrived, carrying a mountain of locusts. Seeing the fresh, crunchy food, Mother Bear drooled. She didn't hesitate and started eating immediately. She scooped up dozens of tiny locusts in a single bite. Suddenly, a pained groan caught everyone's attention. Sejin was alarmed. What's happening? What's wrong? The mother rabbit trembled, barely standing. My babies, I think it's time. The news sent everyone into a joyful, yet chaotic panic. They all scrambled in a frantic mess, not even grabbing anything soft from the burrow. She's in labor. Everyone, stay calm. After a few tense, breathless hours, the door finally opened. Soon stepped out to the anxious eyes of his brothers. Before the entire community, 3 baby rabbits with soft, golden fur had been born, sleeping soundly together. Meanwhile, on the fiery 52nd floor, Tezon had returned to the raceway, standing face to face with the wild boar. It sneered contemptuously. A human from outside the tower? I thought my fire curse had already incinerated you. He just smirked, unfazed. I should thank you for the long vacation. Tezon fired back a taunt. Just how much have you eaten? I can smell the roasted fat from all the way over here. The creature's blood boiled at his mocking laughter. The wild boar exploded in a furious roar. You wretch! You will regret ever appearing before me again. Scorching flames erupted around it, threatening to consume everything. The very ground cracked and shattered under the immense pressure, an aura that demanded submission. But Tezon just smirked back. Those petty tricks are useless now, he casually flexed, because I have the sun-sweet potato. He then took a deliberate, satisfying bite right in front of it. Instantly, a scorching energy surged through his veins, his power skyrocketing until his aura rivaled the wild boar's. The beast was stunned, utterly confused. How could this human get so strong, so fast? Tezon didn't waste words, proving his might with action as he launched forward, seizing the initiative with godlike speed. The wild boar quickly recovered, lunging with its claws to swat him away. A massive wave of molten lava surged overhead, threatening to crash down at any moment. Without a trace of fear, Tezon charged onward like an arrow, leaping directly into the blazing torrent of lava. The wild boar cackled, anticipating a delicious barbecued meal, but reality shattered its dreams. Tezon blasted a massive hole right through the flames. He emerged with overwhelming momentum, an arrogant look on his face. I told you it was useless. The wild boar shrieked in terror, hastily raising its claws to catch him. Tezon was trapped in its powerful grip. Feeling threatened, the flames around the beast intensified. It decided to eliminate him before it could be harmed. Tezon remained strangely calm. He reminded the beast it had forgotten something crucial. As he spoke, a powerful energy burst from him, extinguishing the flames and leaving the wild boar stunned. His immense power slammed into the boar, sending it reeling. Tezon smiled. I'm a mage, you know. The creature howled in agony under the magical assault, utterly helpless. Before it could counter, it was logged out on the spot, a fitting end for underestimating an opponent. Tezon stepped onto the now lifeless body of the wild boar. He smiled in satisfaction. Finally, it's over. System notifications spammed his vision, announcing his victory over the 52nd floor boss. The wild boar's curse was lifted, and the land began to recover. The scenery instantly transformed as lush green trees grew and flowers bloomed everywhere. Tezon watched in awe. Was this floor cursed just like me? He looked at the sun's sweet potato gratefully. It was all thanks to this. Suddenly, an irritable voice cut in. Why did all this grass suddenly sprout? It's so hard to walk. Theo and Tezon stared at each other, bewildered. He was stunned. A wandering merchant. Theo was just as surprised, but then he noticed the sweet potato. Hey, what is that in your hand? Tezon looked down, then slowly explained. After their chat, Theo was amazed. Your student? Giving his master a sun-sweet potato. Now that's a good disciple. Tezon laughed heartily in agreement. He looked at Theo, recalling the past. Thanks to you, I escaped that burning curse. I owe you a debt, and I won't forget it. Theo casually replied, Then you can repay me right now. Just sign a contract with me. Tezon grew serious. A contract in the tower is a powerful binding magic. I don't want to be tied down like that. Theo was surprised he would refuse. Didn't you just say you'd repay me? But Tezon shook his head firmly. No matter how much Theo pleaded, the answer was always no. After a moment's thought, he made a proposal. Let's be friends. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll help with all my might. Theo's face lit up. Help me with anything? Tezon chuckled. Within reason, we're friends, after all. Theo agreed, satisfied. All right then, my good old friend. Let's go wreck the 38th floor. The scene shifts to a steaming pot. As the lid was lifted, the rich aroma of a bubbling soup filled the air. Soon sniffed it appreciatively. Smells amazing. I've let it simmer for 12 hours, so it should be ready. The dish was made from red locusts with a bit of salt. He'd seen monsters enjoying them, so he wanted to try. It didn't look very appetizing, but it was packed with nutrients. Soon placed the pot on the table. The masterpiece red locust soup is complete. Quen was already waiting, practically drooling. The system announced his cooking skill had reached level 3. Sun and Quen would be the first to try it. He carefully peeled off the hard shell, using only the meat inside. He eagerly took a bite, but it was tougher than squid. Sun pulled and tore with all his might. It just wouldn't break. He lost his balance and slammed his head into the wall. Crying out in pain, a huge lump immediately formed on his head. The rabbit family below heard the commotion and rushed over. In the middle of his agony, a notification popped up. Reading it, he nearly jumped out of his skin. What the heck? The locust meat is poisonous. He had contracted a Class E neurotoxin, which luckily had been cured. Soon breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for those detoxifying green onions. Otherwise, he'd be smiling from the great beyond. Quen picked up a piece and chewed it happily. Too bad Dad can't eat this. Your teeth are just too weak. Soon was incredibly frustrated. It's because your teeth are too strong. You can even eat the green onions. There was no way he could compete with that. But after many failures, a delicious dish was finally created. Soon brought a bowl of soup to the mother rabbit. But she was busy with her newborns, so the father accepted it. Please make sure she eats this to regain her strength. The rabbit nodded gratefully as the system chimed again. Congratulations. You cooked the first red locust soup ration in the tower. Effect: detoxification and a 0.1 increase in strength. He was stunned. A dish like this actually existed? Let's give it a try. Seijun took a small spoonful. Suddenly, he shot to his feet, startling the owl and the bunnies. Dad, what's wrong? Seijun's eyes welled with tears. This grasshopper meat tasted exactly like chicken. The bunny tilted its head. What's chicken? Seijun patted its head. It's a dish your dad really loves. QN waved its paws excitedly. If Dad likes it, so do I. On day 235 in the tower, he'd finally tasted chicken again. Seijun lifted the bowl, draining the soup in one gulp. He slammed the empty bowl down, letting out a satisfied cry. So refreshing, he exclaimed, breaking into a sweat. The system window popped up to celebrate. You have consumed red grasshopper jerky soup. Strength increases by 5.1 for 30 minutes. You will not feel hungry for 3 hours. While the gray artist rabbit cleared the table, Seijun collapsed onto the floor in pure bliss. Almost 8 months. I finally tasted chicken again, and ate every last drop. Quen chirped, Daddy, it was so yummy. But then, Seijun paused, a thought striking him. I feel like I'm forgetting something. As soon as he spoke, a system window flashed before him. The tower administrator asks, have you finally remembered her? Seijun jolted. Huh, who? Eileen. On the other side, Aileen glared through the crystal ball, fuming. You're all eating so well, and I don't get any. He laughed nervously. Oh, how long have you been there? His question only made Eileen angrier. From the start, she yelled. I warned you about those mutant plants. I even went out of my way to find you a reward for killing those grasshoppers. You're just too much, she declared, tears of frustration streaming down her face. Seijun's face went pale. I'm dead. He scrambled to explain. Eileen, please listen to me. But a cold message appeared. You're horrible. I don't want to listen. Seijun grew more flustered. Actually, I was making a new dish just for you. Aileen's eyes widened in utter surprise. Lifting the crystal ball, she whispered, What? A soup? Just for me? Seijun explained while putting on his shoes. This was just a test batch. But the red grasshoppers have a bit of toxin in them, so I'm researching a way to neutralize it while improving the flavor. It's all for you, Aileen, he said earnestly. Aileen froze, her cheeks flushing red. She whispered, You're always thinking of me? Seijun was already in the kitchen, lifting a pot lid. Just a moment, I'll cook it for you right now. Aileen gently placed the crystal ball on its red velvet cushion. Aileen tapped the ball with a dragon claw, then laid on the floor to watch intently. Fine, she sulked. I'll wait. All right, let's see here. But the system window displayed a terrifying message. The tower administrator will be observing you with both of her eyes. Seijun's face went pale. If this tastes bad, I'm a goner. A special soup required special ingredients. On the table sat fresh cherry tomatoes, green onions, and carrots. He stirred the pot with a ladle. A bubbling sound and a rich aroma soon filled the small kitchen. Sejun carefully scooped a ladleful to taste it. After a thoughtful sip, his confidence returned. Yeah, this will work. Before Sejun sat a huge pot of shimmering soup. A system window appeared. Achievement unlocked. First to cook red grasshopper cherry tomato jerky soup. Cooking skill level 3 has increased significantly. Recipe, red grasshopper cherry tomato jerky soup has been added. An ingredients list for the soup appeared next. It listed several effects, like a magic power increase of 7.1 for 30 minutes and staving off hunger for 3 hours. The window also listed owner, Sejun, and an expiration date. He ladled a full bowl and proudly held it up. Since you like cherry tomatoes, Aileen, I used them instead of potatoes. Sorry to keep you waiting, here you go. But the bowl didn't vanish. Instead, a confusing message appeared. Give it to me directly? Seeing his confused look, the system chimed in. The tower administrator says she wants the entire pot of soup. Sejun finally understood. It's all yours then, he stammered. Moments later, a steaming cup of soup materialized in Eileen's hands. She held it tight, inhaling the rich aroma. Eileen cried out, "It smells amazing." As always, she bowed her head to savor the aroma. All right, let's see. She took one small sip, and her eyes shot wide open in surprise. Then, she lifted the cup and poured the entire thing down her throat. Eileen beamed as she drank, her tail wagging like a happy puppy's. So good, this is the best thing I've ever tasted. Her eyes sparkled, and system windows began popping up nonstop. You have consumed a hearty meal of red grasshopper cherry tomato jerky soup. Magic power increases by 7.1 for 30 minutes. You will not feel hungry for 3 hours. The soup was so good, Aileen couldn't contain her excitement. He knew I liked cherry tomatoes, so he used them instead of potatoes, and he even simmered it longer this time. He's always so thoughtful. Of course, this was going to be delicious. She covered her blushing face, murmuring, "My dragon heart. Why is it pounding so fast? What do I do? It's just the magic power surge." "Yes, that's it." Just then, Sejun's deep voice called out to her. "Eileen?" He called again with a frown. "Eileen, can you hear me? Was the soup good? Are you feeling any better?" Finally, a system window appeared. The tower administrator says she enjoyed it and feels much better. Sejun let out a sigh of relief. "That's good, then." He scratched his head, speaking shyly. "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to forget you earlier. It's been so long since I ate something that good." With that, Sejun held up a large basket of potatoes. "Come on, don't be mad. Take these. They're dried honey-sweet potatoes." Instantly, a message appeared. The tower administrator admits she overreacted. "I apologize." She says she only acted that way because she felt abandoned. He waved his hands frantically. "I'd never abandon you." Sejun hesitated before speaking. "It was tough at the beginning, but the only reason I'm living so well in this tower now is all because of you. Thank you for everything." Eileen's heart skipped a beat at his words. She shyly placed a hand on her chest. "Sejun?" Then she clenched her fist, as if she'd made a firm decision. At that moment, a system window flashed in front of Sejun. A quest has appeared. Treat Eileen to dried honey-sweet potatoes. Reward. Unlock one skill. He gasped in excitement. A new skill? Now, that's what I call a reward. Most hunters struggle just to unlock a single skill. And I just got one so easily? Seeing his excited face, Eileen began to speak. "I used some contribution points from the red locusts, plus a bit of my own power. It's a reward you've definitely earned. I'm sure you're going to like it." As he finished speaking, the basket of potatoes vanished. A system window popped up. "You have completed the mission. Mission reward. One skill unlocked. The landlord's skill has been activated." An information panel for the new skill appeared before him. A passive skill only for farmers with large estates. You can assign up to 30 tenants. Tenants can use the landlord's skills. When a tenant uses a skill, the landlord gets a 1% bonus. The skill evolves as the farm expands. Looking at the information, he wondered, a landlord, what a strange skill. A passive skill for farmers, I can assign tenants, and a 1% reward. Suddenly, Soon waved his hand. "Quang, come over here to your dad." The boy asked, "You called me for something?" Looking at the tenant list, Soon skeptically reached out to move the small panel. "So it works like this?" He couldn't believe the panel actually moved. He quickly dragged it right over Quang's head. "Perfect." He let out a cry as Quang's name appeared on the list, but the boy just stood there innocently asking, "What's this thing that appeared over my head?" Soon continued, "Quang, how many cherry tomatoes can you pick in a few seconds?" "How many?" the boy asked back. Soon just gave a random number, about 100. At his word, Quang immediately crouched down. Then he shot forward like a rocket. The pressure wave blew Soon's straw hat right off. Now, only a red streak could be seen darting forward. He cried out in shock. So fast. Before he could recover, a flood of system notifications appeared. Soon's eyes widened as he muttered, "So the landlord's skill lets me gain 1% experience from my tenant's skills without doing the work myself. This way, even if the farm gets too big to harvest by myself, I can still earn some experience from their rewards." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. The landlord's professional experience has slightly increased. As long as I can gain experience, this is an incredible skill, and it seems this skill evolves as the farm expands. Soon then turned to the rabbits. "All right, everyone, time to work. It seems we need to expand the farm." But the black rabbit lazily replied, "Mister, I'm so full. Can't we rest for a bit? I'm so sleepy." Soon said nothing, simply opening the tenant list and dragging an empty slot over the black rabbit's head, much to its horror. Seeing the words tenant number 2 appear, the rabbit's face fell. The others didn't object, so he cheered them on. "If you're sleepy, you need to get moving. Lying around after eating will turn you into a cow." A moment later, Soon's calls echoed under the clear blue sky. "Come on, let's get to work." But before they could even start, something charged in and toppled a tomato plant. It wasn't just one, it was a horde of mutated Enha. They swarmed in, wrecking the tomato field. A demonic light glinted in their blood-red eyes. A tiny spark suddenly flared up on a rotten log. At Soon's command, Quang grew to a massive size and lifted the flaming timber. "It's burning, throw it now," he roared, then powerfully hurled the flaming log forward. It slammed through the mutated Enha, flying straight into the center of the horde. The violent impact caused a massive explosion, and the creatures, now covered in flames, began to stagger. Soon and Quang fought off the approaching Enha. Looking at the charred remains, he nodded. "Fire is effective on the small ones. They burn fast. We just need to handle the ones still moving." But as Soon eyed the giant Enha, he sighed. "As for the big ones." Before he could finish, a mutated Enha launched itself high into the sky. The ground cracked under the force of its landing. It tried to dodge the black rabbit's searing kick, but was met with a flurry of powerful blows to its body. The black rabbit focused its attacks on the roots, making it impossible for the mutated Enha to move. Nearby, giant claws slammed down hard on the horde. An enraged mother bear stomped, flattening the mutated Enha. Next, she and the black rabbit teamed up, tearing their enemies apart piece by piece. Hearing the sounds of battle, Soon remarked quietly, "They're terrifying. The black rabbit and Quang's mom are more than enough." Just as he relaxed, a mutated Enha lunged at him, startling him. He quickly swung his knife, slicing it clean in half. Oh no, another wave of mutated Enha has just appeared. Thankfully, Mother Quang's quick reaction saved the field from more damage. After the last invasion, we had asked her to move closer to the fields. It seems that was the right decision. Soon, representing the farm, had come to her. "Our relations with the Demon King have improved, so our patrol area has been reduced. To better protect the western forest, it's best to create a safe zone here." He had approached Mother Bear with a huge pile of red locusts. "We can also eat red locusts every day. What do you think?" Mother Bear agreed instantly and told Quang to pack his things. Quang cheered happily. "This is great." A moment later, Mother Bear had cleared the mutated Enha. She turned to him. "Mr. Soon, we've handled everything. It was no big deal." Seeing that, he smiled and replied, "Thank you." Soon sighed, looking at the smaller mutated Enha. "What a mess. When will we ever get this place cleaned up?" Just then, a group of minotaurs arrived. "Mr. Soon, we've returned." Seeing them, he smiled. "You're back. Please help me clean this up." As Soon cleared the dry wood, he lamented. "Because of them, our newly expanded field is ruined, and we can't work. I don't have time to use my own abilities." Gathering a large bundle, he noticed a mutated Enha trembling on the ground. Seeing its pathetic state only made Soon more irritated. Without another word, he delivered a powerful kick to its body. Soon prodded it with his foot, cursing, "You piece of trash." He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Where in the world do these tree things come from?" At the same time, on the 52nd floor, Son was strolling toward a teleportation gate with Theo. The boy looked up at him. "Where are you going?" "There's no path in this direction." He set Theo down, listening to the boy ramble on. "My talented old friend, didn't you come from outside the tower? I heard Dong Shich registered a waypoint on the 38th floor. So how did you get here?" Son listened, then calmly replied, "I came through Lingen." Theo gasped in horror. A Lingen. An image of a small, green sprout flashed in his mind. He frowned, questioning, "You mean a dimensional fragment fruit? That thing has a sinister aura. You can't just use it recklessly," he warned. "It wasn't made inside the Black Tower. In other words, it's illegal." Theo insisted, "We should report this to the administration." But Taejun was lost in thought, muttering, "So that's why the Lingens I created kept vanishing. The tower residents must have found them. He turned and whipped off a nearby cloth, revealing his stash. Good thing I hid these ones well. Before Theo's horrified eyes, Taejun's hands moved in a blur, yanking the cloth away. A strange plant creature suddenly materialized before them as a system window popped up. Green Lingon. Hiding behind Taejun, Theo cried out, "I've never seen a Lingon before. It looks just like a snake." Taejun put his hands on his hips, explaining, "Lingons have a short lifespan. If we don't use it now, it'll just wither away. Let's go." Hearing this, Theo jumped aside, pouting. "You want me to use that illegal item?" "Absolutely not." Seeing his refusal, Taejun pulled out 2 treats. "How about 2 churu sticks?" Theo scoffed. "You think you can bribe me with that?" "Never." But even as the words left his mouth, Taejun had already tossed the 2 churu sticks without hesitation. Acting on pure cat-like instinct, the boy lunged to catch them. He suddenly realized he was falling right into the green Lingon's giant maw and let out a terrified scream. While the boy was still screaming his lungs out, Taejun had already leaped inside. He laughed heartily as they both fell through to the other side of the portal. On the other side, on floor 38 where the Phoenix Guild had set up camp, Dong-shich suddenly heard footsteps and spun around in surprise. Seeing Taejun's towering figure, he exclaimed in shock, "Master!" The older man just grinned. "Hello, Dong-shich." Then, Dong-shich's eyes darted down. "And Theo, too," he yelled out. "When did you two meet?" "What about the fire-cursed boar? Master, did you defeat it already?" Faced with a barrage of questions, Taejun just sighed. "So many questions, Dong-shich." Then he let out a hearty laugh. "It was thanks to a sweet sunshine pumpkin. We defeated it easily. I met Theo on floor 52, we became friends, and came here together." Still, Dong-shich hesitated, glancing at Theo muttering, "Stop throwing me into plants." Dong-shich instantly understood, his jaw dropping in shock. "No way. Just how many Lingons did you use? That's a rare item, beyond even a national-grade treasure." But Taejun simply replied with complete calm. "Calm down. Dong-shich. We had more to investigate than just the boar." He then turned to Theo. "I need to ask you something. Will you answer me?" The boy's eyes widened. "What is it?" Maintaining a friendly expression, Taejun explained. "I used a few Lingons to scout from floor 40 all the way to 52. I also asked the tower residents if any other hunters had passed through." He recalled questioning a group of moles, but the answer was always the same. Taejun sighed. "They all said no one from outside the tower has come through, besides me." He looked up, staring right at a terrified Theo, his expression turning serious. "So, where is Park Sejin right now?" Theo broke into a cold sweat, stammering. "Oh no." He searched for a plausible lie, but his mind was blank. "My secret's out." The lie had been completely exposed. While Theo faced this impossible question, deep inside a cave, a vibrant field of bright red cherry tomatoes came into view. System messages began popping up non-stop. With the effect of Harvest B rank, you have successfully harvested a higher grade crop. Your farming experience has greatly increased. As he plucked another tomato, a new window appeared. Proficiency for Harvest B rank has increased significantly. With the effect of Ability Boost Level 1, Harvest Level 4 proficiency has increased by 5%. You have acquired 290 experience points. Sejun gazed at the fresh cherry tomato in delight. A B-rank cherry tomato. He marveled, "I actually got a B-rank miracle tomato just by leveling up my harvesting skill." He mumbled cheerfully. "With a bit more effort, I'll be harvesting at least C-rank tomatoes soon." Behind him, a team of rabbits busily dragged baskets as the white rabbit shouted, "Mister, the last one is done." Sejun immediately grabbed the basket of tomatoes and stood. "All right, I'm coming." But as he turned to leave, something strange caught his eye. Sejun peered into the darkness behind the vibrant tomato plants. An image of a shivering, corrupted creature flashed through his mind. He frowned. Can those things grow inside a cave? He cautiously stepped forward, scanning his surroundings. Nothing seemed out of place. But then, he noticed a small pile of ash. He touched it. It was completely cold. The campfire? It's out. It had never gone out since he first lit it. "I didn't notice because I was outside." Just then, Sejun's eyes caught a glimpse of something beneath the ash. "There are some small pieces here. I should relight it." But as he reached for it, he realized it wasn't wood. He quickly brushed the ashes away. And there, in the middle of the soot, was a tiny, perfect sprout. He watched in awe as its fresh green leaves trembled. Sejun raised an eyebrow. "A sprout? From under the ashes?" Just as he spoke the words, a tiny voice echoed inside his mind. "Master, you finally noticed me." The voice made Sejun jump back, yelling, "What? A voice inside my head? It's a pleasure to meet you, Master." The voice was accompanied by the pitter-patter of tiny feet, as a minuscule spirit appeared right beside the sprout. "I have waited for this day, beneath the earth. My name is Lame. The tiny girl smiled brightly. I am the apple seed you planted here, Master Sejun. Sejun's jaw dropped as he stared, unable to look away. He finally gasped out. So, you're a plant? Sejun's mind raced. Are you the sprout? The one they were searching for? The tiny lame twirled with joy. Yes, Master. It's wonderful to finally be able to speak with you. This is the happiest I've been since I gained consciousness. But then, a question popped into his head. Lame. Did you say your name is Lame? That name doesn't sound like an apple tree at all. And your appearance, he mused. How can a plant even talk? Seeing his doubt, she quickly explained, it's because I'm a crimson flame apple tree. I'm projecting my consciousness directly into your mind with magic. And I chose this appearance because I wanted to look pretty for you. As she said this, a worried look crossed Lame's face. Master, do you not like it? Seeing her suddenly look so dejected, Sejun panicked. No, I like it. You're actually adorable. Our Lame is just so cute. Then he quickly changed the topic. Are you really a blazing red apple tree? As the small sprout nodded, Soon asked. And you mentioned magic. You're one incredible tree, aren't you? Finishing his thought, he bit his lip, recalling the memory. Was the apple I just ate something special too? Lame replied shyly, No, Master. I'm not that amazing. She then began her story. As a seed, I felt an intense heat and had to root myself to survive. I just kept digging deeper and deeper, with no end in sight. I didn't know where my roots would lead. My roots seemed to stretch endlessly, along with a tiny spirit. Then, the ground above cracked, revealing a small hole. Curious, Lame peeked through the hole to investigate the world. The first thing she saw was a clear, cool stream. Lame continued brightly, I found a cool spring and used it to soothe the heat, but in the darkness her voice suddenly fell. Lame recalled the intense light. I waited for the day. I'd see the sun and become a seedling, she said, content. And now I've met Master Soon. I have no regrets. Hearing this, Soon replied sheepishly, So, I forgot I planted a seed here and built a campfire right on top of you. I feel so bad. Lame quickly argued, No, it's okay. Because of that, I grew stronger. I can even use magic now. She then cast her magic, sparking a flame atop the sapling. Soon's jaw dropped in shock. My gosh, you can control fire? Seeing his reaction, Lame answered proudly, Of course, I'm a blazing red apple tree, after all. Soon clapped in amazement. A tree, normally weak to fire, can control it. Incredible. That proud, round face made him think. So adorable. Lame clenched her tiny fists. This is all I can do now. But I'll grow stronger to help you, Master. Seeing her cute form, Soon couldn't resist. I'm so proud of you. Yes, that's right, our little Lame, he said, gently stroking the sprout. You must have been through a lot underground. Now that you're out, don't push yourself so hard. Soon smiled. Just focus on growing up strong and healthy. You'll get sick if you overwork. Lame hugged her head, laughing. Okay. She whined playfully. Pat my head more. Of course, Soon agreed. All right, I'll pat your head just like you want. She thought blissfully. This is the best day of my apple tree life. I'm so glad I can be spoiled by my master. Lame thought back to how her roots reach the sea of infinity. Then I can hide some of my roots a bit longer. She turned, her voice suddenly mysterious. This is our secret. Meanwhile, on the 39th floor, the Phoenix Guild was camped. Guildmaster Taehyun grilled Theo. Where is Soon now? Seeing Theo's evasive behavior, Dongshik grew suspicious. He recalled Theo's bold claim. Sir Soon saved me on the 40th floor. Speaking his mind, Dongshik hesitantly began. Theo once said he met Soon on the 40th floor. The boy looked flustered. I can't say. Taehyun was confused. The guildmaster frowned, explaining, Right now, Soon has the world's attention. On his home world, Earth. I don't know how you tower dwellers live, but to us outsiders he's incredibly important. He then returned to the point. What floor is he on? How is he doing? Does he need help? And why won't he leave the tower? As head of Korea's Hunter Association, I demand an answer. Realizing his tone, Taehyun bowed. Can't you be more forthcoming? Theo, I'm begging you. Theo stammered, completely flustered. Finally, he pulled out a paper, then, sign this. Theo stated grimly, You will keep our discussion secret. Han Taehyun will only speak the truth and will sacrifice his life if he breaks this vow. Then I'll tell you. Deal. Taehyun agreed instantly, making Dongshik step in. Sir. But before he could finish, the master ordered, Dongshik, what are you waiting for? You're signing this too. Of course, the three entered a private tent to sign. The contract already bore Theo's signature. Taehyun and Dongshik carefully added theirs. All right, it's done. Just then, a notification window appeared before Dongshik. Taehyun confidently declared. I, Han Taehyun, swear on my hunter's honor to only speak the truth to Theo and to keep secret all I hear. He then patted Dong-shik's shoulder, speaking for him. Taehyun got straight to the point. Now, tell me where Soon is. Though the contract was signed, Theo spoke reluctantly. The truth is, Sir Soon isn't on the 40th floor. Dong-shik gasped in shock. What? The boy replied, his voice laced with mystery. Because that's what Sir Soon told me to say. Dong-shik stammered, then, where is he? Theo couldn't give details. I can only say this, he said, pointing up. Sir Soon is up high, a place no human can reach alone. And he can't come down. The boy finished his explanation. Hearing this, both Taehyun and his student were completely stunned. After their meeting, they waved goodbye to Theo. Once the boy was gone, Dong-shik spoke hesitantly. Sir, can that be true? The master asked calmly. What do you mean? Dong-shik elaborated. You know that even the strongest hunter can't clear certain floors alone, right? Dong-shik added, and he's growing plants there? It's absurd. I guess he's on the 60th floor, but what if he's trapped there by monsters? Taehyun replied calmly. Everything he said is likely true, but Dong-shik was incredulous. What? The master frowned, then explained. The description for the sweet sun pumpkin says it absorbs sunlight from the very highest point of the tower. You know this, don't you? Dong-shik didn't deny it. Yes, I know, but before he could finish, Tae interrupted. Then where do you think the tower's peak is? Hearing this, Dong-shik froze. Could it be true? Regardless of the reason, Tan decided without hesitation. He gazed skyward, whispering, I believe Elder Z-Run is on the 99th floor. High above, on that same floor, Zijo felt an itch. Someone was talking about him. Scratching his ear, he raised a brow. Is someone talking about me? The scene shifts to Theo's home, Gana Village, at the Solid Stone Palace, home to Yel's family, the wealthiest in town. In his study, Yel spoke sternly to Eisen, who was messing around in the corner. The war with the Red Locust on floor 67 is dragging on. They're predicting a food shortage, much like the Great Famine from decades ago. He continued with a frown. That's why food prices in Ghana have doubled, even tripled. It's becoming a massive headache. With so little intel, we can't know what's happening inside the tower. That boy, but a flirtatious purr cut him off, making Yel's brow furrow in anger. He slammed the table. Are you even listening to me? Eisen shot back arrogantly. Father, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Of course, I'm listening. But what's the big deal? Our family is rich. The cat purred softly in agreement. Oh, darling, I'm so scared. Eisen completely ignored his father, turning back to the girl. My poor little kitten was frightened. Yel finally erupted with rage. Are you going to waste your life away? If you don't head to the trade district right now, I will disown you. The next moment, Eisen was thrown out of the house to Yel's angry roar. Disown you. Still, Eisen cursed furiously under his breath. That damn old man. He thinks I can't handle a simple task? I'm Eisen. What's so hard about buying some stupid food? Grabbing the money pouch, Eisen stormed off with his cronies, unaware of Kazam lurking behind a wall. We'll just get this over with. Follow me. Then, as if struck by an idea, a sly grin spread across his face. Moments later, at the bustling food market on floor 75, Eisen tried to buy meat for 1 tower coin, but the merchant just shook his head. The fish stall was even worse. A single fish cost a staggering 4 coins. After a full lap with nothing to show for it, Eisen exploded. What is going on? Why is everything so expensive? Depp whispered his name. Master Eisen, I heard merchants are hoarding food because of the war. That must be why prices have shot up. Eisen just snorted in disgust. Those damn merchants. A plan quickly formed. We'll bypass the middlemen and buy directly from the farms for cheap. Why didn't I think of this before? Eisen turned to his men and commanded, We're going to the Merchants Guild. I'm becoming a traveling merchant. Depp exclaimed in shock. A traveling merchant? Eisen declared confidently, You'll be traveling merchants too, and I'll be your sponsor. We'll stockpile mountains of food, too. 3 times this amount. That'll make the old man eat his words. The more he spoke, the brighter his future seemed. 1,000 tower gold? I'll turn it into 10,000. My business skills will earn it all back. When the famine hits, we will emerge as saviors. The legend of Ghana, Eisen and company. Just then, Kazam approached with a greeting. Hello there, fellow felines. He stepped closer, offering a polite introduction. I am Kazam, a traveling merchant. Are you gentlemen perhaps looking to do the same? Eisen didn't bother hiding his intentions. That's right. What's it to you? Seizing the opening, Kazam made his pitch. I have an excellent product. Perhaps you'd like to use it to turn a profit? Eisen's brow furrowed. An excellent product? Kazam's smile was pure cunning. Indeed. Items from outside the tower. Ever heard of them? Rare treasures you can't find anywhere else. Just then, from across the market, a familiar voice called out, "Got the spices and the blankets are bought." Theo chuckled. Z-Run had asked for more. "Ah, and a few more crates of nails, please." List in hand, the boy mumbled. "All right, next up is." Just then, Theo's gaze landed on a weapons stall. He leaned in, mesmerized. "What is this? How much does this one cost?" As Theo asked the shopkeeper, a mocking voice cut in from behind. "Well, well, who is this?" Ozen sneered. "Isn't it Theo? The runaway from Ghana village?" Recognizing the voice, Theo spun around. "Ozen, what are you doing here?" Then he spotted the merchant's badge on Ozen's chest and his eyes widened in shock. You're a traveling merchant?" Ozen replied smugly. "That's right, thanks to the help of a very kind goblin." He leaned in close, whispering, "I heard some stupid cat made a fortune out here, so I thought I'd give it a shot myself. But how are you an intermediate merchant already?" That was fast. Ozen's eyes narrowed. "How much have you made? Selling things from outside the tower?" Realization dawned on Theo. He yelled, "You bought from Kazam, didn't you?" "Ozen, you're a jerk, but he's pure evil. Give me the goods, I'll deal with him." Seeing Theo's extreme reaction, Ozen scowled. "What's this all about? I've heard the whole story." "You, ungrateful snake." He raised a brow accusingly. "Kazam helped you, but you wanted his exclusive goods, so you lied and called him a scammer to the gate administration, didn't you?" Theo's anger flared with every word. "What? That's not true. He's the one who's tricking you." But Ozen just clicked his tongue with disdain. "There's a limit to how greedy one person can be. Tisk, you should really learn your place." Then he suddenly yelled, "Keep playing your cheap games, just like when you confessed to that low-class anchovy Maine." At her name, Theo froze, then sighed. Is Maine okay?" Ozen brushed it off. "Who knows, don't care." But a new voice cut in from behind. "The day you left, Maine dumped Ozen, saying he wasn't worthy of her." A nerve was struck. Ozen's face flushed with rage. "She didn't dump me," he shrieked. "I dumped her." Theo gave a placating smile. "Maine was always fickle. Don't worry about it." Ozen angrily slapped his hand away. "Who needs your pity?" He then declared, "We're going to the 99th floor to sell outside items to the Bull Demon King. I hear he loves foreign goods, so this is our chance to make the tower's strongest player our ally." Theo could only stare wide-eyed as the man's excitement grew. "With his support, my talent will make me a legendary merchant, a dream you can't even imagine. Let's go." Watching the three fools leave, Theo simply said, "Have a nice trip." Once they were gone, the little guy let out a laugh. Theo whispered, "See you on the 99th floor." Meanwhile, the 99th floor was under siege by the corrupted NQN, his mother, and Zijun were already waiting. Behind them stood a fortress built from their fallen foes. Gazing down at the swarm, he muttered, "So they're all targeting this place?" Zijun raised his soup bowl and said softly, "All of you, your time is up." Then all three of them quickly drank the soup. A system window immediately appeared. "You have consumed red locust soup. Strength has increased by 7.1 for 30 minutes. You will not feel hungry for 3 hours." Zijun savored the taste and said, "My thanks, second-generation poison bee." He then shouted, "Let's go. Time to show them what we've got." Ku-En and his mother roared, filled with excitement. Zijun's group charged into the massive horde of corrupted N. He and the Black Rabbit split up, carving different paths of destruction. Just then, a giant monster lunged right at Zijun. Before he could dodge, it swung its massive tree branch arm forward. The close range left Zijun no time to react. He could only watch as the branch hurtled toward him. In that critical moment, Theo leaped in, delivering a flurry of scratches. "Be careful!" The little guy roared in fury. "Unforgivable!" Theo's cry struck fear into the giant N. With lightning speed, he tore its massive body to shreds. Seconds later, Theo landed amidst the creature's remains. Only then did Zijun step forward, calling his name. Theo didn't wait, demanding, "Master, what are these things?" Zijun grimly explained, "They appeared right after you left. They have the ability to corrupt plants. And in the cave, there's an apple tree named Lame." The more he heard, the more confused Theo became. "What are you talking about?" A small N suddenly lunged, startling him, but Theo instantly batted the creature away. Standing back to back, Zijun said, "We'll deal with these things first and talk later." The little guy took a fighting stance and replied, "Right." As Zijun braced himself, Theo suddenly began rummaging through a bag. "Something. I brought this, it might help. Take it." Zijun frowned and turned back, asking, "What is this?" He turned to see Theo offering an item with a grin. The creature said confidently, "Use this to warm up." By its shape, he already had an idea of what it was. Color returned to Zijun's face, and he immediately shouted, "Icon, Island, respond now. I'm here." Zijun quickly handed the item over to be teleported to the tower. On the other side, upon receiving the item, Island created a sphere that enveloped the axe. The system pinged. The tower manager is using the appraisal skill on the axe. Back with Zijun, the system chimed again. You have completed the quest. As the words appeared, the cherry tomato in his hand vanished. In its place was the newly appraised axe from Island. A new message appeared. Quest reward, appraised axe. You have received the throwing axe of the great warrior Uka. Holding the axe, Zijun broke into a confident grin. A named item, he murmured, reading the item's info panel. The throwing axe of the great warrior Uka. The system window appeared. The throwing axe of the great warrior Uka increases strength and throwing range. The blade is coated in mineral powder, maintaining its sharpness for a long time. This was followed by a list of conditions and skills. Admiring it, Zijun wondered, the throwing axe of the great warrior Uka, but how do I use its skill? Just then, a monster snatched the black rabbit. Its cry immediately caught his attention. Black rabbit! Zijun roared, raising the axe. With a grunt, he hurled it at the end, cursing. Let's give this a try. The axe flew like a comet, piercing dozens of smaller ends before striking the corrupted branch, instantly splitting it in two. The black rabbit used the chance to leap to safety. At the same time, a system window appeared. You have struck the wood grain. Landlord experience increased by 1.5 points. Cleave level 1 has been activated, and the cleave was successful. The axe, lodged dead center, caused the end to crack apart. Then, before the black rabbit's amazed eyes, the creature split in half. The sound was so massive that Qn and his mother turned to look from afar. Staring at the scene, the mother bear gasped in shock. Zijun split that tree with a single blow. Qn was even more excited. Father is amazing. He confidently raised a fist. Father is no longer a weakling who has to run. The joy seemed to grant Qn newfound strength. He punched monsters away while shouting, Father is strong enough to protect himself now. I'm so happy. Meanwhile, Zijun stared at the carnage, stunned. He breathed in amazement. This power is terrifying. So this is the difference a named item makes. The system pinged again. You have defeated the greater branch scout of the corrupted tree. You have received 500 experience points. Zijun clenched his fist in excitement. A greater corrupted branch N split with a single hit. He picked up a struggling Theo and gave him a few kisses. This golden cat is so cute, he shouted in desperation. What are you doing? We're in a battle. Before he could finish, a large, menacing shadow loomed over them. Zijun raised his hand confidently. Return. The axe, still lodged in the tree, seemed to understand and began to stir. It pulled itself free, spun dozens of times, and flew back into Zijun's hand. He gripped the axe tightly, his eyes fixed on the monster that had been sliced in two. Seeing it defeated, the two exchanged a look of triumph. At this moment, they were no longer afraid. Zijun declared, all of you are finished. Now, I'll show you the true power of a farmer in the tower. I'll support everyone. Saying that, he charged forward. Let's go. Theo. The duo's bizarre assault struck fear into the end. A few minutes later, the massive horde had been reduced to dried husks, now being cleared by the minotaurs. After cleaning up, Nucham peered into the pit where Zijun was washing his face and shouted, Zijun, it's almost done. Let's go plow the fields. Sejun wiped his face, replying, all right, take it easy. He then collapsed, groaning, God, I'm so sore. That all-night battle left every muscle aching. With a free moment, he immediately summoned his status window. Status. His eyes widened at the number next to his name, level 25. When did that even happen? My talent stat jumped by 2, and my other stats got a huge boost. Plus, I have 7 skills now, Sejun muttered, swaying with excitement. I can't believe a normal guy like me got such an amazing status window. You did great, Sejun. Awesome job. I could just kiss myself. But then a system message popped up, sending a chill down his spine. I want one too. Sejun whipped around, but it vanished. Who's there? What did you just say? Before he could process it, another window appeared. The tower administrator says it was nothing. She states the status window appears to have glitched. Despite the official message, something felt deeply wrong. A status window can just glitch? Meanwhile, across the cave, the rabbit family was busy watering crops. With nothing to do, Theo wandered to the end of the cave and greeted a small sprout. Hello, you're the flame, right? Sejun told me about you. Lame replied, hello, Theo. As she spoke, Theo swatted at her head, his paws passing right through her. How strange. Annoyed, Lame shot a burst of fire at Theo, yelling, don't you dare touch me. The angry sprout only amazed Theo. Wow, your leaves are so weird, he exclaimed, quickly adding, sorry, I'll stop messing around. She just huffed. Theo then pulled out a fish, asking, hey, can you cook this for me? I want grilled fish, but Sejun is too busy to make it. Lame glanced at it confidently. Easy, she said, calling out, fire art. A brilliant flame shot out from the tiny sprout. In a flash, the fish in Theo's paw was perfectly cooked, leaving him stunned. Amazing, he yelled while chewing. This rookie is incredible. Flustered by the praise, Lame cleared her throat. Just then, Sejun walked over. Theo, stop bullying her, he warned. The cat replied with his mouth full. I'm not bullying her. She cooked this fish for me. Hearing this, Sejun turned to the sprout. Really? You're amazing, Lame, she replied cheerfully. It was nothing. Just then, a system notification caught his eye. Cooldown for growth promotion LV. One has ended. Sejun repeated the words, stunned. The cooldown is over? He sat down beside Lame and asked quietly, since it's ready, can I use my growth promotion skill on you? Growth promotion? She asked, shocked. Sir, you want to use something so precious on me? He nodded. Of course. You're still little. You need to grow up fast and become a strong, healthy tree. Lame bowed deeply. Then I humbly accept. Seeing her bow, Sejun smiled. Our Lame is so polite and cute. With that, he raised his hand, channeling his power into the tiny sprout. I'll just use half my power, he thought. Activate. Growth promotion. The system notified him. You have used growth promotion level 1, but 2 new lines instantly appeared. The potential of the apple tree is astounding. Using all 107 units of growth promotion on the apple tree, Sejun froze. What? All of it? A powerful force then pulled him toward the sprout. The sprout was now bathed in magical light. Sejun gritted his teeth, feeling his magic being drained completely. He frowned, seeing Lame had barely changed. After all that, she'd only grown a tiny bit. Master Sejun, I feel so full of energy, she chirped. At that moment, Sejun collapsed from exhaustion, sending the others into a panic. Master! Sejun, what's wrong? Lame asked frantically, Sir. Are you all right? Did I drain all of your power? He quickly waved a hand. I'm fine, just exhausted from fighting those corrupted Ents. My body's a little sore, but it's nothing serious. Seeing his state, the sprout made an offer. Master, then please let me help you with your fatigue. Help with my fatigue, he asked. Without a word, Lame clasped her hands, and a pure white flame erupted around her. It flowed toward him like a gentle stream. Sejun braced for the heat, but instead of burning, a wave of relief washed over his body, leaving him utterly stunned. He looked himself over, wondering, what is this? Why does my body feel so light? Has to be this white flame. Theo shouted from the side, Sejun's on fire. Is that a purification flame? Her fire is incredible. Sejun gasped as a system window appeared. The purification flame will permeate your body for 3 hours. The flame will incinerate all impurities and improve your physical condition. Lame smiled shyly at the praise. I'm so glad I could help. Sejun's curiosity was piqued. Do you have any other abilities? She nodded. I do, she said, holding up a finger. Besides the purification flame, I also have friendly flame. Sejun raised an eyebrow. Friendly flame? Lame nodded and began to explain. Friendly flame lets you control fire for a short time or even strengthen it. Stunned, Sejun pointed at himself and asked, so I could use flame abilities? That's incredible. His mind raced. This would be a game changer against the corrupted Ents. Just then, Theo pounced, demanding his attention. Sejun, stop staring at her and look at me. I have something important to tell you. The cat reported anxiously. That human, Hanjan, found out you're not on the 40th floor. For a second, the words didn't register. What? Then the gravity of the situation hit him. What? He screamed. After hearing the full story, he asked, wide-eyed, wait, isn't Hanjin the strongest hunter in all of South Korea? And he's friends with you? Theo stammered, continuing, and he found out the chairman wasn't on floor 40, but the cat smiled confidently. Don't worry, thanks to our contract, it's a secret only the 3 of us can know. It can't be revealed. That's a relief. But to think Dong Shich is Hanjin's student, he nodded to himself. Well, since my family is in Korea, befriending them could be a good thing. I could even support my family by supplying them with produce, Sejun thought, watching Theo calmly groom his fur. Even though it was accidental, selling sun, pumpkin, sweet potatoes let me build a connection with Korea's strongest hunter. A merchant's instincts never fade. As he pondered, the kid spoke up. Oh, one more thing. I need a favor from you, Seojin. He asked suspiciously. A favor? Theo continued. Remember why I became a wandering merchant? Seojin replied. Yeah, that guy Owen stole your girlfriend. The kid yelled angrily. That's right. I saw Owen at the market. He's a wandering merchant now, too. I mocked him for slandering me to the guild, which got me investigated. Theo added, now he's hauling useless junk from outside the tower to the 99th floor to meet the Bull Demon King. Seojin's eyes widened. What? For real? Theo then jumped on him, asking cutely, Can you teach him a lesson for me, please? Please? No one can resist a pouting cat. Jun cleared his throat, suddenly serious. So a group of wandering merchants is bringing goods up here? He grinned with excitement. This sounds interesting. Meanwhile, in a barren desert, cat paw prints marked the scorched earth as three felines panted in the heat. Owen scowled at the endless road ahead. Why is the 99th floor like this? There's nothing here. Mac just whined tiredly. I'm so exhausted. Then he turned to me. I'm starving. Hey, got anything to eat? Depp, completely spent, replied. How could we have food? After paying the registration fee and buying a bag, Sir Owen used the rest to buy out CAGM's stock. He even blew the rest on alcohol, so we couldn't buy any supplies for this trip. Hearing this, Mac collapsed in despair, crying, I'm going to starve to death out here. Owen scowled and snapped. What are you whining about? Just sell the goods. Can't we even make 1,000 tower gold? He declared loudly. We'll meet the Bull Demon King and ask for food and water. I came all the way to this wasteland to sell him rare items. He'll surely treat us well. How much farther? Depp quickly opened the map. According to CAGM's map, it's another 2 or 3 days on foot. Owen instantly shrieked. What? 2 or 3 more days? Mac grew even more desperate. We're doomed. Just then, a noise from the distance caught Mac and Depp's attention. A cart-pushing rabbit was pushing a cart, with another carrying a basket behind it. A cry became clearer and clearer. Selling water. Cool, refreshing water. Owen and his crew were immediately hooked. Thank goodness, there's a vendor. Give us some water. The cart-pushing rabbit smiled and stated the price each bottle is 0.5 tower gold. Owen yelled, What? Why is it so expensive? The rabbit explained calmly. Water is hard to find here. Just look around. Hearing that, the group looked around and fell silent. Owen deflated, complaining, I'm so thirsty. Mac chimed in from behind, I want to go home. Suddenly, the rabbit spoke again. Are you by any chance guests of the Bull Demon King? Owen's brow shot up at the question, What? He answered stiffly, Yes, we're on our way to sell rare items to him. The rabbit then proposed, To think you're such esteemed guests. In that case, I'll let you buy on credit. His eyes lit up as he asked, Really? Then what are we waiting for? Well, what he was handed was a piece of paper, confusing him greatly. Owen stared blankly at the document. What is this? The cart-pushing rabbit chuckled. It's a contract to guarantee your debt. The rabbit smiled sweetly. If you fail to pay within 3 days, you'll owe 10 times the amount. Owen jumped back in shock, shouting, What? Is this a scam? 10 times the amount? That's ridiculous. But the cart-pushing rabbit quickly refuted him. The 99th floor is a desolate place. We can't survive otherwise. Many people default on their debts, or you could pay with your bodies. The more he heard, the more Owen's frown deepened. He stammered, Pay with my body? Me? Owen? No way. I'll sell my goods in 3 days and pay you back. He then marched to the cart and started grabbing all the water bottles. Got it? Hey, pour all this water into the bag. Depp on the other side was also gathering their loot. A moment later, he and his 2 minions were chugging the water, waving goodbye. We're leaving. We'll be back for the money in 3 days. The cart-pushing rabbit happily munched on a carrot and replied, Of course, I wish you great success in your business. The next day, under the blazing sun, the 3 of them were still trekking across the barren desert. Mixed in with the cat prints were empty water bottles. Owen tilted back the last drops, trying to soothe his burning throat. Even after drinking everything, he wasn't satisfied. The water only made him hungrier. One day, and it's all gone. Then, Owen turned to Depp with a sinister smile. Hey, give me your remaining water bottle. The smaller cat refused in a panic. No, this is my last one. Hearing that, Owen snatched the bottle and yelled, Hand it over. Depp whimpered weakly, I was trying to save it. Just then, Mac's eyes widened as he shouted, Sir Owen. He glanced over while enjoying the cool water. Whoa, Mac frantically pointed at a shack not far away. Look, there's smoke rising over there. It looks like a restaurant. At that, Owen strode forward and sniffed the air, muttering, A restaurant? What's that smell? The scent hit him and his eyes lit up, his mouth watering uncontrollably. They let out a yell and sprinted towards the leafy shack. Grilled fish, the gray rabbit painter cheerfully greeted them. Hello, welcome to the rabbit's house. The only restaurant on the 99th floor. Without hesitation, Owen's group rushed to the counter, shouting their orders. 1 grilled fish for me, I want 1 too. I want 2. The scythe-wielding rabbit stated the price. 1 tower gold per grilled fish. The shocking number quickly sobered Owen up. What? Why so expensive? It pouted, explaining in a way that deflated the group. There are no rivers or seas here, so fish are hard to find. Then the scythe rabbit started its familiar pitch. Would you like to sign a guarantee contract? If you don't pay in 3 days, you'll owe 10 times the amount. Or, Owen screamed and snatched the contract. Pay with our bodies, right? Fine. And so, the group signed the papers while screaming for their food, much to the scythe rabbit's satisfaction. I'm broke. Give me 10. I want some too. It quickly threw plump fish onto the fire. 10 grilled fish coming right up. Under the heat, the fish cooked quickly, its delicious aroma spreading everywhere. The sight of the mountain of fragrant fish made their mouths water uncontrollably. Without another word, they dove in, devouring one fish after another. Meanwhile, the scythe rabbit was grilling 2 fragrant skewers of squid. Nearby, a white rabbit was busy preparing bean sprouts. Rio greedily took enormous bites. After conquering a mountain of food, he groaned, "Ugh, I feel so sick." While the rabbits cleared the dishes, Rio's crew was relaxing. Depp spoke up wearily, "We still have to sell our wares to the Bull Demon King." Mac nodded, "Me too." He then suggested, "Hey, Rio, can we rest for a bit? I'm so sleepy." Rio thought for a moment, then agreed. "Fine, let's take a quick nap." His eyelids were already heavy. "Just for 1 hour," he mumbled, drifting off to sleep. The entire group fell asleep, clueless that the rabbits, now finished cleaning, were standing around watching them. The scythe-wielding rabbit waved with a grin. "Sleep tight." The next morning, the sun was high in the sky. The glaring light forced a groan from the sleeping Rio. He tiredly rubbed his eyes. "So bright. Where am I?" Just then, a trembling Depp called out, Rio, we have a huge problem." A massive face, steam puffing from its nostrils, loomed over them. Rio screamed in terror. He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The group, who had come to see the Bull Demon King, was now surrounded by 3 giant minotaurs, filling them with absolute dread. Rio, trembling and crying, explained, "We're traveling merchants. Please spare us. This is our merchant badge." The creature merely glanced at it. "Follow me. I will take you to the Bull Demon King." Rio's eyes widened with joy. "You'll take us to the Bull Demon King?" Spotting a floating tower in the distance, he silently cheered, "Yes, we're so lucky." After a while, they stood before the Bull Demon King himself. The Minotaur boomed, "Are you the ones who wish to see me?" Rio, shaking uncontrollably, tried to compose himself and reply, "Yes, Lord Bull Demon King. We've traveled far to sell you extremely rare items, goods from outside the tower." Hearing this, the king's curiosity was piqued. "Goods from outside the tower, you say? I'll need an expert to appraise if your items are truly rare." Then, the Minotaur turned and said cheerfully, "Luckily, he has just arrived. Lord Black Dragon." At his call, Soon slowly walked before Rio's group. He pushed up his straw hat, a faint smile on his lips. Rio's jaw dropped in disbelief. The Black Dragon? Why is Lord Black Dragon here? Soon raised an eyebrow at the tiny cap below and spoke with immense authority. "I am the great Black Dragon, Soon. I can appraise the rarest of magical items, so do not even think of lying to me. Now, show me your wares." Rio cowered in fear, bowing his head and quickly obeying. "Yes, Lord Black Dragon." Though terrified, he was secretly overjoyed. "This is perfect. If Lord Black Dragon, ruler of the tower, favors me, then even the Bull Demon King will be nothing. I'll become the most powerful merchant in the tower." With that thought, Rio dumped a pile of junk from his bag. Soon instantly recognized them as common, everyday objects. A lint roller, nail clippers, a lighter, a stapler, and 2 items that looked like a plastic box and a pouch. Soon assessed the items. Things from Earth seemed pretty useless. He picked up the used lint roller, thinking, "This is just garbage. Where did that goblin, Kazam, even find this stuff?" Seeing him pick it up, Rio got excited. "You have a keen eye, my lord. That is a lint roller with a sticking enchantment, perfect for removing dust and fur." Hearing his sales pitch, Soon asked, "How much?" The cat rubbed his paws together and carefully stated the price. 50 tower coins, my lord." His underlings whispered amongst themselves, "Didn't he buy that from Kazam for 5 tower gold coins? Amazing." Rio dares to jack up the price in front of the Black Dragon. Seeing no reaction, Rio's confidence swelled. He silently praised himself. "Maybe I have a talent for business after all." So he smiled and asked again, "Would you like to purchase this item? It's a rare magical tool from outside the tower, very hard to find here." Soon lowered his head and let out a weary sigh. When he looked up, his terrifying gaze pierced right through Rio. "I told you, do not even think of lying to me." He knew this sly cat was lying about the price he paid that goblin. Soon read him like an open book, exposing the truth for all to see. "This item has no enchantment. It's just a roll of sticky paper for cleaning dust. It's disposable and incredibly common on Earth." Soon ripped off a sheet, crushing it in his hand. "Which means," he said angrily, "this is all garbage. There are no magical items here." Rio shrieked in shock. "What? No way. I was told it was enchanted. Lord Black Dragon, you must be mistaken. The moment the words left his mouth, Oreo slapped a paw over it. He realized his grave mistake as terror filled his eyes. The Bull Demon King's fist slammed into the ground, shattering rock and sending debris flying. The Bull Demon King's eyes blazed red as he snarled, "Are you daring to call Lord Black Dragon a liar?" Both of Oreo's cat underlings collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. Soon's face was also pale with fear, but he struggled to maintain his cool composure. He was actually on the verge of fainting. Luckily, the cats were prostrated on the ground, so they couldn't see his face. "No, my lord. Everything the Black Dragon says is true. I was deceived. Please forgive me." Lord Black Dragon. Oreo's mind raced, replaying Soon's warning. It was all true. He trembled with both fear and rage. That Kazam is a swindler. I've been duped. But saving his own skin was the top priority now. He could do nothing but tremble and beg for mercy. Unexpectedly, after just a few pleas, Soon agreed. "I will spare your lives. However, you've racked up quite a debt on your way here, haven't you?" Oreo looked up, completely stunned. "How did you know?" Soon crossed his arms. "I own a few businesses in this tower. Everything you ate and drank belonged to my shops." Oreo couldn't believe it. He'd been entangled with the Black Dragon ever since arriving on the 99th floor. Suddenly, all the rabbits appeared, including the drink seller and restaurant staff. The scythe-wielding rabbit held a paper and pen, reading aloud, "Water, food, including tips. The total is about 500 tower gold coins, plus rent and a fee for illegal waste disposal in the Badlands." The scythe rabbit quickly tallied the final number, which converts to about 100,000 bricks. Oreo asked in confusion, "What bricks?" His eyes went wide. 500 tower coins was traumatic enough, but now it was bricks. Just then, the Bull Demon King lowered his head, repeating a very familiar phrase. "If you can't pay with cash, you'll pay with your bodies." The words made his first stand on end, regretting his foolishness. He was led to the brickworks of the 99th floor. He saw the process himself. First, a wooden mold was pressed into the mud. When lifted, it revealed a perfectly shaped mud brick. This was repeated, creating stacks of 18 bricks in 2 rows for other minotaurs to carry away. Before the cats was a massive worksite, with dozens of different minotaurs all assigned clear tasks. They were all bustling, their hands and feet never stopping for a moment. In the distance, other minotaurs hauled mud for everyone. Sejun spoke coldly. "According to the contract, you must make 100,000 mud bricks." His words, plus the scene before them, made the cats' faces turn pale with horror. Ozen leaped up, screaming, "How could we possibly make that many bricks?" Sejun's voice was calm, but to them, it was a sound from the depths of hell. "Indeed, if you make them yourselves, you'll only manage about 10 a day, taking you 10,000 days. During that time, you'll still need to eat and sleep. Your debt will only grow, and you'll have to make even more bricks. An entire lifetime?" The words struck them like lightning, the image of being buried here forever, making bricks. All 3 dropped to their knees, begging Sejun, "Please, spare us. Lord Black Dragon, we'll do anything. Just spare us from making bricks." Sejun stepped closer. "All right, I'll give you a chance." Ozen seized the opportunity, eager to hear it, unknowingly starting down the path of selling his soul to capitalism. Sejun explained briefly, "My business division needs more staff. The job involves being an assistant, carrying bags, and selling goods. Simple, isn't it? You'll work as interns for my farm's business division for 10,000 days to repay your debt. I'll feed each of you 1 grilled fish every day." Hearing he could work and get paid, Ozen desperately and immediately agreed. Hearing this, Sejun quickly had the cats sign the contract while it was fresh. They kneeled at his feet, thanking him profusely, unaware they'd fallen into his trap. Ozen even felt a sense of relief, looking at Sejun with sparkling eyes. 10,000 days of work is better than a lifetime of making bricks. The job's just like being a traveling merchant, and we get free food. It was a lucky break in this situation. Ozen smugly pressed his paw print onto the contract after his 2 underlings. "Plus, we get to work under the Lord Black Dragon. Even if he's a demon, I'll do it. I'll sign the contract." "Good. The contract is complete. Welcome as official interns." As Sejun saved it to the system, the newbies asked nervously, "So, what do we do now?" Sejun replied, "The director of this business division will guide you." He glanced toward the cat's paw print, and its shadow suddenly leaped from the ground, landing lightly on his shoulder. The director of the business division was none other than Theo. His appearance startled them all into silence. Ozen jumped, unable to believe he was seeing a familiar face here, and blurted out Theo's name. His old arrogance resurfaced, forgetting Sejun's presence. He pointed at Theo and yelled, "Why is that runaway beggar Theo here?" But this Theo was different. With Sejun backing him, he feared no one. He leaped from Sejun's shoulder and smacked Ozen hard on the head. An intern dares to be rude to the director? Ozen clutched his swelling head in pain, staring at an imposing Theo who announced, Welcome, interns. I am the director of the business division and the first subordinate of the Lord Black Dragon. The little cat puffed out his chest proudly. Therefore, you must obey my every word. Seeing their dazed expressions, Theo shouted in anger. Eisen, of course, was furious and stayed silent, but the two cats behind him quickly bowed and spoke in unison. Yes, Lord Theo. Theo didn't hold back, laughing heartily. Eisen was still holding his bruised forehead, his face pale. Damn it, to think I'd meet someone even more terrifying than a demon. With his new staff, Theo led them to the cherry tomato field. Interns, this is where you'll be working. They looked at the endless field and felt their spirits sink. Theo commanded enthusiastically. We will now harvest cherry tomatoes to sell. Follow me. Eisen trudged listlessly behind, while his two lackeys just looked confused. Yes, sir. Understood. Theo led them forward with a determined stride. Sejun crossed his arms and muttered, Theo must be so proud. My life just got easier. With more hands to carry bags, selling produce will be much simpler. He looked up at the giant minotaur beside him and offered his sincere thanks. The minotaur crossed his arms and replied formally, It is nothing. Park Sejun, I received a notice from the Lord Black Dragon through my status window, ordering me to follow your commands. The Minotaur King added slowly, and you are my neighbor, so I should help you. Of course, I hope for a small gift in return. Sejun looked up and saw a line of drool slowly dripping from the corner of his mouth. He knew the king had been craving something since arriving. He pointed to the green patch as if just remembering. Oh, right. By the way, take some spring onions and a cherry tomato plant with you. Hearing this, the king rushed over without even a second glance at him. Thank you, Park Sejun. Call me again next time. Seeing the Minotaur King's joy, Sejun scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I should have brought you a gift sooner. As he was about to leave, he heard a commotion from the nearby cherry tomato field. Approaching, he realized it was Theo's angry shouting. The little cat angrily pointed at a green tomato in the brown cat's paw. Don't pick the unripe green ones. He then pointed to another cat who had clumsily ripped off the stem. Theo lectured, tearing the stem like that lowers the product's value. Can't you do anything right? Do you know nothing about cherry tomatoes? The cats were scolded so harshly they didn't dare talk back, quietly taking the abuse. Theo felt like he was working with idiots. Let me teach you how to harvest. Sit down here. Their faces fell, and even Eisen was too frustrated to speak up. Seeing Theo flex his authority on the new employees, Sejun could only chuckle. How the tables have turned. Besides, it wasn't often Theo got to be this happy, so Sejun decided to let it be. He muttered, looks like I need to be a bit stricter. The kid was lecturing the cats, who didn't dare argue back, not even the village's pampered young master. Theo grew more ecstatic, laughing toward the sky. Ha ha ha, I am invincible. A new day began. Owen gloomily picked tomatoes, his touch so gentle he seemed afraid to hurt them. Theo served the Black Dragon, and he served Theo. Forever a slave, his thoughts were shattered by a slap from an orange paw, nearly knocking him to the ground. Owen clutched his head in fury, glaring up, ready to fight. But Theo's expression was just as fierce. With hands on his hips, he yelled, Intern Owen, why are you spacing out? I said to come when I call. Stung by the pain and the shouting, Owen forgot himself. He grabbed Theo's cloak, yanking it and yelling right back at him. But he instantly let go in fear not of Theo, but of his powerful backup. The Silver Wolf chieftain loomed close, growling ominously. Seeing this, Theo postured smugly. What was that you said? You'd rebel against the distribution representative, the Black Dragon's most trusted aide? Seeing Owen's demeanor change, El-Ka turned to leave. His face stiffened, but he forced a fawning smile. No, Sir Theo. A bug was on your shoulder. I was just trying to get it off. How could I dare grab your collar? Theo didn't buy the excuse. He held his smug pose until the intern ran out of words, then turned and reminded him with a scowl. Is that right? Behave yourself, or you could face a reprimand. Owen nodded frantically, wringing his hands. Yes, of course. Theo then went to call the other two. Only then, trailing behind, did Owen let his bitter tears fall. He clenched his fists, not daring to utter another word of protest. His subordinate answered obediently. Yes, Representative Theo, we filled the backpacks with cherry tomatoes as you asked. Theo checked the system contract, nodding in satisfaction. Intern M was the fastest, and Intern Depp answered first. I'll reduce each of your contract periods by 1 day. They burst out in excitement. Really? Thank you so much. Seeing this, Owen pointed at himself, afraid he'd been forgotten. What about me? But Theo declared loudly, Intern Owen was the slowest, so his contract is extended by 1 day, completely crushing Owen's hopes. He couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Why is it always me? Just then, Zirin walked over. Is everything all right? Are we ready for deliveries? Theo replied cheerfully, Yes, let's go down. The kid mentioned the cat's luggage was old and couldn't hold very much. Zirin showed complete trust, leaving the calculations to Theo. If they do well, we'll upgrade them later. Theo then realized he hadn't asked Zirin's destination. Zirin answered with a bright smile. I'm heading to the Western Forest. It was a place Theo had never been, so he looked up, confused. The Western Forest? Zirin intended to say his farewells there, after which they would all go their separate ways. Theo had already leaped onto his neck, squishing Zirin's cheeks to face him. Will you really be okay without me? It's not dangerous? He fired off questions without waiting. Answer me, Sir Zirin. Zirin's face was distorted by Theo's grip. You don't need my explanation. Can't you see these two beside me? I'm going with Q and his mother. Your excessive worrying is a bit disrespectful to them. You know? He boasted proudly. Besides, I told you I have a secret weapon. Hearing that, Theo finally released him, his concern vanishing. It's not that I'm worried about you. Are you all going to destroy the monster trees in that forest? Chieftain El Ka suddenly spoke up. Representative Theo, you don't need to worry so much. The simple words clearly startled the kid. Theo spun around, shouting, No, it's because I'm genuinely worried. That place is dangerous. He yelled as if to hide his own desire to explore the forest. But Zirin cut him off. Hurry and get to your own work, Theo. Try to act like a professional representative. Though clearly unenthusiastic, Theo finally agreed. Fine, we'll go. He glanced back to see Owen's group asking the Silver Wolves for protection on the road. Theo knew it was time. Waving to Zirin and the bears, he called out a final warning. You have to be careful. Kiyu confidently promised, I'll protect my father, don't worry. Finally, Zirin spoke. All right then, everyone be safe. Theo waved goodbye for the group, leading his interns and the Silver Wolves below to begin their long trade mission. Once they were gone, Zirin announced cheerfully, Well then, shall we go? To the Western Forest. As they ventured deeper, the sunlight faded, shrouding the entire space in a gloomy gray. Zirin looked around in awe. The Western Forest is far more ominous than I ever imagined. These trees look like they're screaming to disappear. Even Q covered his nose, looking pale. They smell strange too. Suddenly, Mother Bear took 2 cautious steps forward, whispering, Zirin, enemies ahead. Mother Bear curled her lip, baring sharp fangs, ready to pounce at any second. A strange wind blew from deep within the woods, snaking through half-felled trees. They began to move, shambling toward the unwelcome guests, their bodies twisted into the bizarre shapes Zirin had seen earlier. But the path ahead was too dark. Zirin saw nothing. I don't see a thing. Where did Mother Bear say they were? He stepped forward for a closer look, but Mother Bear's massive paw suddenly blocked his path. It seemed only she could sense the imminent danger. Do not take another step. Just then, Zirin noticed a massive tree root lurching up from the ground. He jumped back, horrified. A sickening sound erupted as roots began twisting out of the tree fiend's hollow sockets. All at once, the tree fiend sprouted tentacles. Their roots raced towards the group. The horrifying sight gave Soon goosebumps. As they drew closer, the system finally updated. These were corrupted rotten guardian branches. Covering his mouth, Soon realized the foul stench came from them. A wave of nausea hit him hard. Mom, I don't feel so good. His face turned deathly pale. What are these things? Zombie trees? Suddenly, the nearest one shot a tendril from a hole in its body. It was disgusting, but unbelievably fast. Mother Bear decisively slammed her fist into the ground, shattering the tendril into pieces. Soon stared in awe, saved at the very last second. The zombie trees instantly switched targets. Ignoring Soon, they all launched their tendrils at Mother Bear. The tentacles were longer than he thought, instantly binding Mother Bear's neck and limbs. Soon panicked as the situation worsened. He gripped his straw hat, cursing, Damn it! Should he throw his precious straw hat? He could never part with it. Soon's hands quickly moved to the 2 weapons at his side. One was a gardening dagger, the other a sharp black axe. A small flame suddenly flickered to life above Soon's brown hair. With the flame and his powerful weapons, Soon took a ready stance. Secret weapon. Time to use the flame of harmony. Suddenly, QN's large hand pressed down on Soon's head, freezing him. Father, there's fire on your head. Tuen even tried to blow it out. Soon frantically stopped him. It's a buff from the flame. Hearing that, QN stopped, fascinated by the flame. After all, the flame of harmony could control these corrupted branches. Soon spoke, striking his weapon's metal parts together. From the small sparks, he thrust his hands forward, shouting with excitement. Awesome, it ignited. At first, just tiny specks of light, they erupted into a huge blaze midair. It formed a massive pillar of fire that shot forward, much to Soon's delight. The stream of fire flew straight to the zombie tree's roots. In the next second, the flames spread with incredible speed, engulfing the entire grove of zombie trees. Their hollow eyes twisted in agony a testament to the fire's immense power. The tentacles rapidly retracted into their sockets. Just like that, Mother Bear was successfully rescued. He watched them turn to ash in the sea of fire. Without hesitation, Soon urged Mother Bear and her son to leave quickly. Soon quickly put his hat back on, warning, "Or we'll get caught in the blaze." This was dangerous. The fire was spreading faster than expected. Mother Bear didn't ask questions. With her son and Soon on her back, she turned and ran. Behind them, the inferno was rapidly expanding. Seeing the black smoke billow towards the clouds, he tensed. Mother Bear, a little faster. Suddenly, she warned him, "Look ahead." Soon looked up, surprised. Can he use that skill again? The path out had seemed so clear, but now a horde of tree fiends blocked their escape. They swarmed together, rushing towards them. Mother Bear suddenly looked up. "Get ready, Ku-en. You can do this, right?" Ku-en frowned with determination. "Yes," he replied firmly. Soon didn't understand their plan, but the enemy was too close. He immediately struck his two weapons together. He yelled, "Ignite! Flame of harmony!" What was happening? He repeated the action several times until he finally made a spark. Just as the spark flew, a thud from behind caught Soon's attention. Ku-en had already launched off Mother Bear's back, soaring towards the flame. As he closed the distance, Ku-en powerfully slapped the flame. The fire compressed, then shot out like a hose toward the zombie trees, causing a massive explosion. That single slap multiplied its power tenfold. Black smoke rose dozens of meters high. The wind howled as it ripped through the distant trees. The commotion was so huge, even the Minotaur tribe at the portal noticed. Startled, they turned to look toward the blaze. The rising black smoke was now clearly visible. The shocked Minotaur king stood and asked his subordinate, "What's happening?" But no one had an answer. The rabbits in Soon's field were frozen, staring at the pillar of smoke. Father Rabbit guessed what it was. That is the smoke from the flame of harmony. Master Soon has used the power of that fire magic. "Hey, everyone!" Soon's exhausted voice made them all turn around. From his white shoes to his gray pants, he was covered in soot. He smiled at them. "We're back." His entire body bore traces of the fierce fire. Mother Bear's red fur was in a similar state. Only Ku-en, now in his small form, trotted over to his rabbit friends. The moment he returned, Soon chugged a bottle of water. After cleaning up, he recounted the story. "I really thought I was a goner. Thankfully, we had that flame. We managed to evade the monsters and escape." The flame spoke cheerfully. "I'm so glad I could help, Master Soon." Just then, Father Rabbit scolded him. "That was reckless. You actually thought about burning down the entire western forest." Soon gave a wry smile. "The monsters attacking every night was a problem. I wanted to test the flame's power, but I didn't expect this." He yawned tiredly, thinking to himself, "There won't be any raids for a while, right? I think I can finally get a good night's sleep." Suddenly, the system announced a skill level up. Beekeeping had reached level 4, but he had no idea why his beekeeping skill had increased. Just then, 3 poisonous queen bees flew over. Soon asked, "What just happened?" One spoke first. "Please instruct us on which flowers to harvest for honey jelly." Soon asked with interest, "What's that? A level up bonus?" The queen bee nodded eagerly. "Yes, it's a delicious jelly that can enhance everyone's abilities." Soon's jaw dropped in amazement. "What? It's that good?" Meanwhile, at Eisen's residence, she was washing up. Eisen reached for a cup of soup. Soaking in the tub, she took a casual sip. She held her cheeks and sighed. "A hot bath and red locust cherry tomato soup. This is the best." She glanced at her wings and wondered, "My body feels so much lighter today. Did I grow a little?" "My wings seem bigger too." Eisenhan propped her chin on her hand, sighing. "It's faster than before, but still not enough. If only this dragon heart would strengthen faster." She swished her tail, murmuring, "Then I could finally leave this restricted area and soar through the moonlit sky." At that thought, Izahan blushed, imagining it. "Sejun would be so surprised to see me in my transformed state." She stared blankly at the glowing crystal orb. Izahan suddenly remembered her appointment with the apple tree. She rushed out of the bath, grabbing a towel. "Oh, right, I promised to test the friendly flame ability today. Let's go check it out." Suddenly, a searing pain shot through Izahan's body. She lost her balance and collapsed. Izahan clutched her chest, groaning in agony. "My body hurts so much. What's wrong with my dragon heart?" She struggled to whisper, "Help me." She reached for the crystal orb, calling for Sejun. Izahan's vision blurred, her strength failed, and she passed out. The crystal on the table began to glow. The system panel announced that Izahan's life was in danger. It immediately notified the last person she had called. Sejun's image appeared inside the orb. At that moment, he was smiling. The bees, led by their queen, were busy collecting honey. She and the other bees all held nectar in their hands. They began compressing the honey into small, square blocks. The rabbit watched the queen bee work with fascination. A status window showed Sejun's beekeeping skill info. He pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Honey gummies." Sejun stroked his chin, wondering, how will this enhance a talent? He pictured himself carefully crafting pottery as he explained. Normally, just awakening a talent is a difficult feat for the average hunter, not to mention training and raising its level. Sejun wiped the sweat from his brow. He silently gazed at the pot he had made. Sejun knew that for those with ordinary talents like him, becoming a true master required enduring countless trials. Behind him, shelves were lined with pottery. Sejun believed it wasn't something achievable through effort alone. He crossed his arms with a troubled look. But you can enhance a talent just by eating this? The tower truly is a wondrous world. Kuen hugged a honey jar and asked excitedly, "What's for eating?" The queen bee flew to Sejun with a few gummies, announcing, "The honey gummies are finished." He looked up at her and asked cheerfully, "Really?" The queen bee dropped the candies from her hands into Sejun's hat. He exclaimed with joy, "There are so many." Seeing this, Kuen started drooling and said, "Dad, it smells so sweet. I want to eat one." The queen bee continued dropping candies into Sejun's hat. He moved his hat, making a request. "Not yet, Kuen. Go call your rabbit brothers. We'll eat together." Kuen pointed at him and said, "Okay, I'm going. Don't eat them without me." Sejun picked up a candy, while she flew beside him and said, "I'll make more." Sejun grew curious. "Let's see the status window for these honey gummies." The status window displayed the candy's information. Sejun was amazed. "What? It enhances magic-related talents? It must be because they're made from magic cherry tomatoes." Sejun sighed in disappointment. "I don't have any magic-related talents. What a waste. If I made gummies from other flowers, could I enhance different talents?" Qn had gathered the other rabbits. He waved happily at his father. "I've brought everyone here." The rabbits lined up neatly. Sejun stood and announced, "One for each of you." After handing them out, Sejun sat down again, holding a candy with curiosity. "I'm so excited. I wonder what it tastes like." Qn sat beside him, holding a gummy. The black rabbit put his paws on his hips and asked, "I get to eat this tiny little piece?" Qn held out his hand to Sejun. "Dad, can I have one more?" Sejun tilted his head and replied, "No, we have to save some for Izahan." After speaking, Sejun looked at the candy again, thinking that Izahan must love magic cherry tomatoes, so she would definitely like these gummies too. He stood up and called out to her, "Izahan, can you hear me?" A status window appeared, making Sejun call out in joy. He was shocked when he saw it announce she was dying. "What?" Sejun shouted. "Izahan is dying?" He saw the system issue a quest to save her, with her awakening as the reward. It even let him choose an item to save her. Sejun froze and asked, "What's a dragon's heart? Why is it out of control?" The black rabbit beside him grew anxious. "Is Lady Izahan going to die?" Kuen's voice piped up, "Dad, what's wrong? Is Lady Izahan sick?" The system explained Izahan's dragon heart was out of control because it absorbed too much of her magic. Sejun ran his hands through his hair, asking, "The dragon's heart absorbed too much magic? Its absorption rate exceeded its limit?" He realized with horror, his face turning pale. Could it be? Because of the food I gave her? He sank onto a rock, still murmuring, "No." Kuen worriedly approached Sejun. "Dad, snap out of it." The surrounding rabbits also shouted, telling him to calm down. He dropped to his knees, yelling in frustration, "Status window, what do I do? How do I save Izahan?" The system prompted Sejun to choose an item, revealing he had something that could help. Sejun's eyes lit up as he looked at the leftover gummies in his hat. Then Sejun saw Qn offering his own gummy to him. The other rabbits held up their candies and said, "Our portions too." With his serious face, he continued, "They're for Lady Izahan." Sejun held up the hat full of candies and yelled, "Status window." The gummies slowly floated into the air. The system announced that the quest was complete. The system dropped all the candies into Izahan's mouth. She unconsciously swallowed them all. A faint yellow light enveloped Izahan's body. The status window showed the honey gummies had successfully strengthened the dragon's heart. Sejun's face appeared in the orb with a question. "Izahan, are you okay?" He saw the status window state that Izahan's dragon heart would not go out of control for a short while. Sejun stared blankly and repeated, "For now?" The status window reminded Sejun that Izahan needed further strengthening to prevent another crisis. A weight lifted from his chest, and he sat down on the rock. Holding the hat, he thought, so she's safe for now. Qn approached him asking, "Is she okay?" Sejun patted his head. The dragon heart petrified under a clear sky as Qn's voice spoke up. "There has to be a way to fix this, right?" Elsewhere in space, a sparkling crystal appeared. A sudden flash of light made an Tan turn. The crystal displayed a message, an emergency log from the Black Tower. Kaiser's voice cut through the air. "The emergency system. Did Island collapse? Beside him, and Tan was even more anxious. Father, did Island request aid? My gate never activated. Kaiser replied calmly, mine didn't either. When Island is in danger, if she calls our names, an emergency gate is supposed to open. He explained in a low tone that Island always calls for him, and he would go to the tower's management area to stop her seizure. If she calls another name, the gate remains shut for security reasons. Kaiser reached for the crystal. Damn it. If the log was sent, the seizure is over. Countless data panels materialized before them, and Tan touched one to check. He let out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness, she's safe. Despite losing control, Island's physical condition had vastly improved. The mana flow to her dragon heart was stable, and Tan turned happily to Kaiser. Father, but by then, rage had already consumed him. Kaiser growled. The last name called was Sejin, and Tan's eyes widened in horror. This is bad. He quickly tried to reason with Kaiser. Father, perhaps he was the one who helped Island. What matters is that she's well. We need to find a way to open the gate now. But he had completely lost control, his feet shifting back into dragon claws. Kaiser roared in fury. She called for Sejun, not me. Who is he? Who dares steal my granddaughter's heart? And Tan panicked, completely helpless. Kaiser's voice was ice. I will not forgive you, Sejun. Standing beside him, he yelled, Father, don't bring disgrace to our family. A distant green dragon watched and made a comment. There he goes again. A nearby blue dragon replied, that old man loses it whenever his granddaughter is mentioned. It shook its head. Such a doting grandpa. The green dragon chuckled at that. But then, a shadow appeared behind a wall, its eyes widening. The Black Tower, this is a perfect opportunity. Island lay unconscious on the ground. After eating the candies, her pain had vanished. Suddenly, her brow furrowed with a soft groan. Island shot up, gasping in utter shock. What was that? I'm still alive? And my dragon heart? Her heart was beating normally again. Confused, she murmured, it's stable. What happened? Then, her eyes landed on the crystal ball. She touched it, and notifications flooded her vision. Item used. Honey Jelly Gummy, Tower Farmer Sejun has completed the quest. She realized she'd called Sejun's name, transferring the quest to him. She gave a wry, embarrassed smile. How did he stabilize my dragon heart? She recalled the Honey Jelly Gummy item. So, his beekeeping skill must have leveled up, creating something new. Too bad she was unconscious and missed the flavor, but it can strengthen talents exactly what Island desperately needed. She cleared her throat, declaring, Island Jitani is a great black dragon. When we receive help, we must repay it with honor. That is the Jitani way. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes, proud of her own cleverness. Eyeing a pile of gold, she said, so, I must give a return gift. She rummaged for ages. The magic sword Apophis, Gay Bolg, the holy sword Excalibur, but nothing suited Sejun. He's a farmer, not a swordsman. After a moment, holding up a sword shaped like a fruit fork, she sighed helplessly. There's nothing here worth giving. She crossed her arms, deep in thought. There must be something for Sejun. A tower farmer. What do they need? Suddenly, her eyes widened in awe. Before her stood a giant black dragon statue, an ancestor of her race. Looking at it, Island mumbled, this should work. A wide grin spread across her face. Sejun will definitely love this. Meanwhile, Sejun's fields were flourishing, stretching out as far as the eye could see. It was the midday break, and everyone, including Sejun, was fast asleep in the wooden house. He slept soundly until a system alert jolted him awake. The tower manager is grateful you saved her life. Hearing from Island at last, he shot up in bed. Island, are you okay? The system reported she was much better, making Sejun sigh in relief. Thank goodness. That quest helped me understand why you love those cherry tomatoes so much. It seems my crops were putting a strain on your dragon heart. You must have been suffering a lot, haven't you? But Island quickly corrected him. It wasn't his fault. The seizure happens every 10 years. In fact, her next one was already overdue. Perhaps his crops had helped her dragon heart recover, delaying the episode. Hearing this, a massive weight was lifted from Sejun's shoulders. Hearing you say that is a huge relief. I really thought it was my fault. Sejun then offered her another bag of honey jelly gummies. The poison bees had just made another batch. It seems these are very good for your dragon heart, but this time, Island refused the gift. She insisted that she would be the one repaying him for saving her. Her serious tone was so unusual it surprised him. A new quest appeared. Shout Island's name to the sky. The reward was something huge and amazing, and she absolutely would not take no for an answer. He was a little suspicious. Island added that he should go to the empty yard first, because it might be dangerous. Kuan immediately chimed in, Dad, you can't doubt Sister Island. So Sejun obeyed, finding a wide open space. He took a deep breath, and with all his might yelled, Iceland. The sound echoed back from the distance. He scratched his chin, wondering aloud, was that enough? Just then, the system announced, quest complete. Sejun would receive a fountain marking Island's 100th birthday. Before he could even wonder what that meant, a giant shadow fell over him from above. Stunned, Sejun and the kids looked up. They were so terrified they couldn't even manage a single scream. A second later, a colossal dragon statue landed perfectly in the clearing. Terrified it would crush them, they all turned and fled for their lives. Model. Stumbling back, Sejun gasped in disbelief. What is this? A giant statue? The statue's base was massive, like a colossal fountain. Suddenly, a sound came from its mouth, and a stream of clear water poured out. So this was Eisen's fountain gift. Sejun's face paled as he stammered, what an amazing and huge reward. A status window appeared. Eisen explained he no longer needed to waste time watering his crops. He realized she was right. The fields were too big for the rabbits' watering cans now. No more trips to the cave. Thank you so much. But seeing the hidden item info, he asked, why are these other skills just question marks? Eisen didn't know either. What about controlling the water? He asked. She replied, it's a permanent item, and the controller was sent with it. Check the fountain's status window. Eisen's gift was full of surprises. He reached out his hand. Great, let me try it out. Suddenly, something like a game controller with dragon wings appeared, startling Sejun. The item info popped up. It was a magic controller for the fountain, able to freely direct the water spray and even move the statue. Holding the controller, Sejun could only marvel. What in the world is this? It looks like a game controller. For a statue? He pressed a button and the dragon statue immediately twitched. The statue's head turned right, amazing him and the kids. They'd never seen such a cool item. It was addicting. He yelled excitedly, this is awesome. It's like controlling a game character. Ku-in asked curiously, Dad, what are you doing? I want to try. Sejun made the dragon statue step off its base, one hand on its hip, the other pointing to the sky. The kids all copied the pose. The statue moved again, performing a smooth dance. The kids joyfully danced along. Then, Sejun made the statue lunge, scaring them. A startled Qn slapped the dragon statue in anger, but he accidentally broke one of its horns, leaving both of them speechless. Realizing he'd just broken his new gift, Sejun panicked. Oh no, I'm so dead. Just then, Eisen's crystal ball began to glow brightly. She approached it cautiously. A danger warning? What's going on? Sejun got her message and quickly posed with the statue to hide the broken horn. The kids anxiously helped cover for him. Nothing's wrong. The statue is just so cool. Sejun quickly changed the subject. Eisen, are you hungry? Want some fruit? He offered her a basket. Eisen, completely unaware, happily ate. I'm glad you like it, Sejun. He breathed a sigh of relief and had the dragon statue start watering the fields. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor, the wolf pack was clearing the aftermath of the red locust attack. Elka's playful son wanted to gather more locust corpses. Elka agreed, telling him not to wander too far. Elka's wife asked worriedly, Honey, is it really okay to bring the children to such a dangerous place? Elka explained softly, I know you're worried, but it's safe while the locusts are inactive from eating the sword green onions. They're just simple insects. We know their attack patterns. We only collect them while the lizardmen are replacing the wilted onions. That's what's most important. The lizardmen will protect us no matter what, Elka reassured his wife, placing a hand on her shoulder. So please don't worry. Just then, Elka's son found a perfectly intact, plump locust corpse. He cheerfully turned to show his parents. Look, a red locust. He didn't realize the one in his hand was still alive. Behind him, the sky turned red. Thousands of locusts were swarming toward the boy. Elka and his wife watched in horror, completely helpless. They were too far away to reach their son in time. The boy finally saw the danger, but there was no escaping the savage swarm. Suddenly, a sharp blade flashed from nowhere. With a single basic slash, the entire swarm was instantly torn to shreds. Thankfully, a large lizardman warrior appeared in time, snatching Elka's son from the jaws of death. Eyeing the swarm warily, he yelled at the terrified, crying boy, run now. The locust attack pattern had changed. A massive whirlwind of tens of thousands of them now threatened to engulf the entire 67th floor. Eisen flew through the night sky. Sejun looked up admiringly. She's so beautiful. This is the 9th blue moon, isn't it? He then turned to Mother Bear and asked if she was okay. She replied that with Eisen's power and the blue moon's effect gone, she was fine. Mother Bear then praised Eisen's incredible power. Sejun agreed, that's a relief. Should we wait for the blue moon to infuse the crops? Just then, the husband rabbit ran up. Some of the crops are already turning blue. Hearing this, Sejun put on his straw hat and said, then let's harvest. They all headed out to the garden. He gently picked up a blue moon cherry tomato. Wow, there are so many tomatoes, Sejun commented. A rabbit shouted that the blue moon's energy was starting to affect the corn. Surprised, Sejun stood up. I guess it's time to harvest that too. Sejun walked over to the corn patch. This is it? He approached the stalk and happily noted, I got 2 cobs. Dung can't eat cherry tomatoes, so I'll give her these. At that moment, a system message appeared. Eisen was tired after her patrol. Sejun looked up. You worked hard, Eisen. You should get some rest. Holding up the corn, he said, I have 2 blue moon cobs. You should eat these instead of tomatoes. Eisen immediately accepted them. Thank you. Model. She was heading to sleep. He cheerfully wished her good night. Sejun decided to keep harvesting when a corn cob glowing with red light caught his eye. Stunned, Sejun reached out. He grabbed the glowing corn and plucked it from its stalk. A system window appeared. He had harvested an explosive stamina corn. His experience points shot up, and the item's stats materialized. The system also stated no one else could grow this corn. His achievements and reputation grew. Suddenly, Sejun broke into a cold sweat, shouting in disbelief. Explosive stamina corn makes hair grow after consumption. He fell to his knees, clutching the corn. This tower, he thought, was the absolute best. Just then, QN walked over, asking what he was up to. Sejun took off his hat and asked, What do you think of my hair? QN bluntly replied, Not cool. Sejun leaped to his feet. He declared they'd expand the field to focus on this new corn. Calm down, QN said dryly. That won't make you any cooler. Sejun picked off a few kernels. We'll use these for seeds, he said. He cheerfully guessed they would pop and expand when heated. But how do you cook it? Sejun wondered if he should ask Lame. Suddenly, he gasped in surprise. Lame's voice chirped, I'm growing bigger. Sejun, still stunned, asked, Is the blue moon making you grow so fast? That's right, Lame replied happily. And now, I feel so powerful. Lame added she learned 3 new skills. Really? What are they? He asked eagerly. She smiled. Protective flame. Sejun repeated the name confused. A blue flame then shot out from the cherry tomato plant. It flew over and enveloped him. It looks like a willow. The wisp, Sejun gasped in awe. It wasn't hot at all. A system alert confirmed it would protect him for 3 hours. Lame declared confidently. This flame will keep you safe. Sejun smiled. You're so reliable. I'll take good care of this flame. He then leaned down and asked. Besides you, Lame, who else can heat up this corn? We have this new crop, explosive stamina corn. It pops when it gets hot, but I don't know how to cook it. She smiled gently. When you want to eat it, cook it without removing the husk. Lame instructed him to wrap the corn and tie it up tightly. She raised her hand. Hold it just like that. The protective flame will keep you safe. As she spoke, a flame shot from the plant to the corn in his hand. Instantly, the stamina corn swelled up. Sejun yelled in shock. It's as big as a ball. Open it gently, Lame advised. He followed her advice, slowly peeling back the husk. His eyes lit up with joy. Amazing! It's popcorn. Sejun excitedly asked QN for salt. Right here, it replied. He grabbed the salt shaker and sprinkled some on the popcorn. Taking a big handful, he tossed it in his mouth. This is delicious, he exclaimed. QN and the other rabbits agreed. Sejun patted QN's head. Your fur is getting softer. And you have more hair now, it replied. Sejun asked helplessly, Who taught you to say that? Suddenly, a loud crash startled him. Sejun looked up, shouting, What was that? Didn't Isul put all the monsters to sleep? Mother Bear roared from above, Sejun, get out here now. He was completely bewildered. Outside, a horde of monsters was approaching, including 2 types of corrupted beasts. An army, swarming like angry ants, was marching right toward them. Sejun couldn't believe it, just when they thought they could rest, and during the blue moon. He then roared to his companions. It looks like we have to handle this ourselves. Prepare for battle. Suddenly, the pitcher plant monsters all spat something from their mouths. The sticky goo flew right at Sejun, knocking the torch out of his hand. He grumbled, This stuff is so sticky. The scythe-wielding rabbit grimaced. Just then, a cloud of purple smoke appeared, making Sejun jump in alarm. Instantly, the black rabbit dashed forward, kicking him hard in the stomach. Don't touch that smoke, it yelled. What is it? Sejun asked, confused. It's poison. The poison flower monsters kept spewing clouds of purple smoke. Sejun scoffed. They're attacking all at once. How disgusting. At that moment, QN shouted, Look! A giant, corrupted tree monster appeared. It advanced with its army, step by step. Sejun yelled in disbelief, What is that thing? Can it absorb the blue moon's light? Seeing this, Mother Bear spoke gravely. This one will be difficult to fight. Sejun stood frozen. You're right, we can't possibly win. Is this the end, he thought? I worked so hard to get this far. Below him, 2 rabbits held hands. Suddenly, a new voice spoke out. I shall lend you my aid. Sejun whipped his head around the statue, and Tan introduced himself. I am the great black dragon, and Isul's father. Everyone stared in utter disbelief. Sejun stammered, Isul's father? But the statue? And Tan explained, this statue is imbued with ancient golem magic. It was meant to activate if Isul was in danger. He continued, for some reason, the transfer gate failed to open. Right now, we cannot enter the Black Tower, so we have no authority here. And Tan continued, fortunately, the statue was teleported and activated on the 99th floor. That's why we can still send signals and control it from outside the tower. And Tan said, after investigating, I confirmed you are the one who saved Isul. Thank you. Sejun waved his hands nervously. It was nothing. I just did what anyone would do. And Tan looked at him. You must be concerned as well. The Black Tower is being mismanaged. That is why I wish to ask for your assistance. Sejun stared blankly. My assistance? You will take Isol's place as the tower's administrator, he declared. Sejun's jaw dropped in shock. Sejun panicked. But I'm just a farmer. I don't have any special powers, and I can't even leave the 99th floor. He added, I can't even handle those things. Just then, the monsters charged forward. The black rabbit yelled, they're getting closer. And Tan glanced at Sejun. You can handle this. He added, we will help you, so do not worry. Sejun stared at Tan, confused. The statue then looked up to the sky. Suddenly, the statue's face changed. It bellowed, I am Kaiser, Isul's grandfather. The booming voice startled everyone. It's all your fault, he grumbled, that I can't see Isul. Kaiser wanted to punish him, but something was holding him back. Sweating, Sejun looked up at the statue. Hello, sir, he stammered. I don't really understand. Apologies for the trouble, Care smirked, finding him surprisingly polite. Lifting his head, he declared, we'll save the details for later. Care faced the monsters, declaring, first, we'll deal with them. A powerful gust blasted soon as Care shot straight into the sky. He then looked down upon the horde. In a low growl, Care asked, want to give it a try? As he spoke, his wings flared with a brilliant light. An azure sphere of energy formed in his mouth before he unleashed it upon the monsters. The orb's power instantly obliterated the creatures. Meanwhile, Island remained deep in slumber, murmuring Soon's name as she slept. Back with Soon, Care's attack had carved out a massive crater. They stared in stunned silence. Soon gasped in disbelief. An entire mountain just vanished. So this is the power of a dragon. As Soon wondered, Care called down from the sky, telling him to check the crater for a useful item. Soon's eyes widened in surprise. As they neared the crater, the rabbits decided to wait above while he and Quen descended into the pit. Suddenly, Quen pointed. Something's glowing over there. They approached and found a glowing blue seed. Is this what Care meant? Soon wondered. As he picked it up, a system window appeared with its information. It was the seed of the corrupted tree, and its stats immediately followed. Soon stared in absolute shock. Care landed beside him abruptly. Eat it. Consuming that seed will grant you a small boost in power. If you leave it, Care continued, another monster will spawn from it. So, eat it now. Soon grimaced, staring at the seed in his hand. Soon looked up. This looks difficult to eat raw. He then asked, can I cook it? Care froze, stunned. You know how to cook? Of course, Soon replied. Care asked what ingredients he had. Rummaging through his bag, Soon replied, just a few cherry tomatoes. Care demanded, let me see them. Soon obediently handed them over. So, what now? Care shoved the tomatoes into the golem's mouth, explaining it had an item teleportation device inside. So, when the golem swallows these, they'll be teleported directly to me. With that, the golem's mouth snapped shut, consuming them. Moments later, the cherry tomatoes materialized before Care. Here they are, he muttered, inspecting them. So this is what saved Island's life? Elsewhere, and Tan stood before a glowing monolith, searching for information. He stared at an image, murmuring to himself, red locusts, and Tan considered this. Monsters and humans are eating these locusts. When on earth did they get in here? No, that's not right, he corrected himself. Their bodies reached the 99th floor, so they've been here a while. He found it strange that Soon cooked and ate them. We don't need to intervene. This solves the tower monster's food shortage. Plus, the edible items with various effects had also improved Island's condition. And Tan stroked his chin, deep in thought. The tower's own produce, is it? To think he'd managed the tower for so long without knowing. Soon had become Island's greatest hope. I must investigate this further. Just then, Care burst in, and Tan turned to him. Why would you do that? You must maintain the dignity of the family head. But Care just grinned excitedly. Look at this. And Tan recognized it. This is the crop item Soon gave to Island. He frowned. You got this through the golem, didn't you? Is something wrong? He asked with alarm. Care's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "It's absolutely delicious." And Tan just tilted his head in confusion. Back outside, Soon was calling for Care. "What's going on?" he wondered aloud. The golem took the tomatoes but gave no response. He turned to the black rabbit and Quen. "Let's go." When they didn't move, he walked over. "What is it?" Seeing Quen rooted to the spot, he sighed. So stubborn. Just then, Quen turned, calling out happily. It pointed to a huge branch. "Shouldn't I keep this?" It was the corrupted branch of the fallen tree. Quen explained it wanted a weapon, just like the black rabbit. Suen glanced at it. "It's far too big to carry home." Hearing this, Quen looked crestfallen. It turned back to the branch, stroking it sadly. "What a shame. I already gave it a name." But then, an idea sparked in Quen's mind. Oblivious, Soon told the black rabbit they'd find Quen a weapon at home. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted behind them, and he whipped his head around. He saw Quen channeling magic into the branch and screamed, "No, don't." But before he could finish, Quen had already shrunk the giant weapon. Soon's jaw dropped in astonishment. Quen looked up at him proudly. "See? It's small now." A system message appeared. "Weapon hardness has been enhanced." Soon and the black rabbit screamed in unison. "Tower trap log." Still dazed, Soon told Quen, "That's great. You've got a new weapon friend." The next morning, new weapon in hand, Quen immediately challenged the black rabbit. Not backing down, the rabbit yelled back, "Bring it on." The two instantly began to spar. Watching them, Soon mused, "Looks like they're having fun." Just then, Elka called his name from behind. "We've brought back the red locusts," Elka reported. Soon scratched his head. "Good work." Then he asked, "Weren't you with the main group?" "I went to the mage tower to see Iona," Elka replied. Surprised, Soon asked, "Did something happen on floor 67? Elka hesitated for a moment. "While we were gathering on the 67th floor," Elka continued, "the locusts changed their attack pattern. We were caught in a surprise attack." Soon cried out in shock. He immediately checked Elka's face for injuries. "Are the other wolves okay?" "Thanks to the lizardmen and mercenaries," Elka said, "we all made it out safely." Elka explained, "The red locusts relentlessly charged the sword scallions. Their bodies piled up so high they eventually neutralized the plant's defenses. Luckily, we took down so many that we don't think they reached the portal." Elka added, "But just in case, we reported it to the mage tower and requested support. For now, things are stable." Soon paused. Good. But he crossed his arms, still worried. "Is everyone stationed there all right?" He couldn't shake his anxiety. At the Gravity Mage Tower, Elka had worriedly asked the receptionist, "Is Iona out?" The receptionist promised to pass on the message. Elke asked when Iona would return. They had business on the 67th floor. The receptionist hesitated, saying she was too busy to know. Elka pressed on, asking Iona's destination. The receptionist guessed, perhaps Jan Village. Elke glanced at Elka, breaking into a nervous sweat. Elka added that it's Theo's hometown. At that moment, Theo was happily skipping and singing. He waved, shouting for the interns to keep up. Just then, a frantic Ozen rushed over, telling them to wait. But he tripped right over Iona, landing with a thud. Ozen yelled in pain, "Why did you trip me?" Iona shot back indignantly that Ozen had tripped all on his own. Still fuming, he snarled, "You little rat, are you asking for a beating?" Iona's eyes blazed with fury. "Did you just call me a rat?" Suddenly, Theo yelled, "Ozen, get moving." He then approached, asking Iona. She looked up, surprised to see him there. Ozen, sweating bullets, asked if Theo knew her. Theo replied that their relationship was intimate. "That's completely misleading." Iona shouted. Theo asked what happened, and Iona said Ozen ran into her. Before she could finish, Ozen dropped to his knees, begging forgiveness for not watching his step. Ozen kept bowing his head, calling himself disrespectful and pleading for mercy. Theo sighed that Ozen was a bit dim and asked Iona to forgive him. She agreed. Ozen looked up, overjoyed, and thanked her. Theo then asked where she was headed. She said Jan Village, to meet someone. He told her that was his hometown. Iona appeared genuinely surprised. She then invited Theo to come along with her. Theo crossed his arms, thinking it over. Suddenly, Ozen lunged forward, yelling for Theo to visit Jan Village. He claimed to have an urgent message for his father and begged for help. Theo pushed his hand away, refusing. He was busy selling things on the 38th floor. So Ozen offered a bribe, 1,000 tower gold coins if he came. After all, his family was rich. Ozen kept pushing, asking why Theo wouldn't use this chance to show everyone how successful he'd become. He was sure Mazen would regret seeing him now. Hearing this, Theo slowly nodded. He then looked at Iona and announced he would go too. Beside them, Ozen cheered enthusiastically. Iona asked who Mazen was. Theo just waved it off. Inside, he thought, a chance to show them my success? Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Meanwhile, Ozen eyed Theo with a sly grin, thinking his easy days were officially over. He continued thinking. Once Theo reached Jan village, he would be forced to kneel. Nearby, Ayanna was still bothered about Mazin. Then Theo asked if this was her first time visiting. She replied that it was. He said it was a beautiful and peaceful place. He then added that she was going to love it. The scene shifts to a sign, "Welcome to Jan village." But the sight that greeted them was horrifying, a landscape of complete and utter ruin. Theo stared in disbelief, wondering how this happened. Everyone looked like they were starving. He turned to Ozen, demanding to know what was going on. Ozen just claimed he had no idea. Suddenly, the clatter of a falling bowl made Ozen turn. A woman stared in shock. "Ozen, is that you?" He gasped in response, "Mom." Ozen rushed to her, shouting, "Why are you so thin? Where are my siblings?" Just then, his brother cried out, "Ozen, where have you been?" "Do you know how hard we looked for you?" Ozen asked what happened. Through sobs, his brother explained frog-like monsters in Genka Lake had stopped all fishing, cutting off their food supply. The boy added that the villagers had tried to fight them off, but were lucky to escape with their lives. On top of that, food prices from outside had soared, so the cat tribe was starving. Theo spoke up, "Frogs, they appear sometimes, but they're easy to catch." Ozen's brother trembled, saying it wasn't one or two, but thousands of them. Theo was utterly stunned by the news. The boy said mercenaries came weeks ago, but the number of frogs only grew. Ayanna asked where the mercenaries were now. Ozen's mother said they were at his father's villa. Theo then poured out a bag of piña, telling her to eat. The catfolk gathered around as he told her to share it and care for her family. Theo announced this was an intern benefit, but desertion would extend their contracts. Hearing this, they all thanked him in unison. After that, Theo turned around. "All right, now let's head to Ozen's house." But the boy had already vanished without a sound. Ayanna calmly stated that Ozen had disappeared. Theo's jaw just hung open in shock. He grabbed his head and screamed that Ozen ran away. She coolly told him to calm down and follow. Meanwhile, Ozen was flying down the road. He ran, yelling that Theo was a fool to think he'd stay his subordinate. Once he reached home, he'd have a plan. Just then, a massive figure charged directly at Ozen. He let out a terrified shriek and collapsed to the ground. Elka glared down, roaring, "Why aren't you with Theo? Did you desert him?" Ozen cowered and stammered that no, he just had some business at home. He continued to interrogate Ozen about Theo's location. "Tell me now, or I'll tear you to shreds." At that moment, Hegel approached Elka, saying, "I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that." With pure instinct, he dodged the man's snapping jaws. Elka yelled in shock, "A black wolf." The man shielded Ozen with a devious smirk. As they stood off, two of Elka's men ran up, announcing, "Leader Elka, we found Lady Iona." Then they noticed the tense atmosphere. Staring at the man before them, they gasped, "Huh? A black wolf? What's a black wolf doing here?" The black wolf had the same question. "That's what I'd like to know. What business does the white wolf tribe have here?" Seeing a potential ally, Ozen begged, "I don't know you, but these white wolves are trying to kill me. Please, you have to save me." The black wolf immediately agreed, much to the cat's surprise. "Go. I was sent to escort you." Overjoyed, Ozen scrambled away. "Thank you." Elka became enraged watching his prey escape his grasp. "Move it, black wolf. We have a score to settle with that cat." But the black wolf stood firm before the three. "I can't. He's the son of the villa's master, to whom our leader owes a great debt. We were given orders to retrieve him." Elka's patience was gone. He gritted his teeth, giving one last warning, "Move, or don't blame us for what comes next." The black wolf just sneered, rising slowly. Fine, just try me." He arrogantly declared that the Black Wolf clan's power was on a level far beyond them. The wolf roared, "My name is Hap. I am the right hand of Lord Hegelo, leader of the Black Wolf clan. I could easily crush the three of you without breaking a sweat." But before he could finish, his entire body erupted in flames. The Black Wolf was charred even blacker. Smoke poured from his mouth as he collapsed, stunning the trio. Elka turned to face the person he had been searching for. Ino explained, "I acted because something felt deeply suspicious." Theo also stepped forward, praising them. "Well done. Inoa, Elka, Elki. Elid is in trouble." Elka was shocked by their appearance. "What are you doing here? Weren't you heading to the 99th floor? We came for Lady Inoa. Something happened on floor 67, and they said she was in Gan village. But I never expected you to be with them." Inoa listened intently to Elka's report. "Is something unusual happening on floor 67B? No, let's put that aside. Something more important has come up." Theo, finally remembering his mission, asked frantically, "That's right, Elka. Have you seen a cat named Ozen anywhere?" Elka glanced at the unconscious black wolf. "We saw that cat fleeing and tried to catch him, but this wolf got in our way." Inoa sensed their trail and pointed. Follow this path. It leads to a villa in Gannet village. At the Yat villa, Hegel waited patiently for Ozen's return. I can't wait any longer, his father grumbled. Hap is late. Hegel quickly explained, I sent him to get Ozen after hearing he returned with suspicious people. He tried to convince Ozen's father to wait just a little longer. Suddenly, Ozen ran in, shouting excitedly, Father! Ozen's father rushed over to check on his son. Ozen, what took you so long? Where is Hap? Didn't you see him on the way? After confirming his son was safe, he asked, And where's the food? Did you come back empty-handed? Hearing this, Ozen burst into tears and threw himself into his father's arms. When I got to the guild, an elf conspired with Theo to trick me, and I lost all my money. Ozen's father couldn't believe it and demanded clarification. What? You're talking about Theo, that innocent golden cat? Your childhood friend? Why would a kind kid like that ever scam you? Ozen couldn't believe his father was defending him. He angrily recounted what Theo had done. As Ozen spoke, his rage grew, claiming someone else was giving him orders. A man who calls himself the Black Dragon, but has no horns or wings. And he tricked the rabbit tribe into working for him with threats and lies. Suddenly, a loud noise from behind startled them both. Hegel clenched his fist and questioned Ozen. You're not lying, are you? He couldn't contain his fury. Impersonating the great Black Dragon is a crime worse than death. Ozen immediately affirmed his story. Yes, I'm not lying. He really called himself the Black Dragon. Outwardly, he feigned shock, but inside, he was overjoyed. The Black Wolf leader, known for revering the great Black Dragon. I don't know why he's here, but this is perfect. I can use this to my advantage. With that thought, he dropped to his knees in a pitiful display. Lord Hegel, please, you must destroy that wicked Theo. For impersonating the Black Dragon and committing these vile acts, they must be punished. Without hesitation, Hegel agreed. Very well. Lead the way. I will go myself and pass judgment. As Ozen celebrated his plan, a servant rushed in. Lord Yat, you have visitors. Ozen turned to his father. Perfect timing, they're here. I'll meet them first. But before that, you have that thing in the warehouse, right? Ozen asked slyly. What do you mean? Don't tell me. Ozen gave a sinister smile. What else could it be? The very thing I need is here. Outside, the group of 5 was still trying to call Ozen out. Theo said sadly, No one's answering. Not a single cat has come to greet us. Elka's patience had run out. He told the others, Let's just break down the door. Theo immediately objected. We can't do that. It's incredibly rude. Elka scoffed in response. Showing courtesy to a coward who ran away? That's ridiculous. While the 3 were deciding what to do, the door slowly creaked open. Ozen spoke with arrogance. I'm surprised you followed me all the way here. I'm impressed. Welcome to my villa. Theo was quick to correct him. To be precise, isn't this your father's villa? Ozen snapped back angrily. It will be mine eventually, you fool. He scowled, warning Theo. You treated me like a slave, didn't you? You won't be able to do that here. Unfazed by the threat, Theo kindly reminded him. You're still an intern under contract. Contracts within the tower are absolute. If you don't comply, you'll face severe punishment. He pulled out the contract. If you don't come here right now, the term will be extended by another 30 days. Ozen screamed in panic. What? No way. After calming down, he asked Theo, Can I see the contract again? Theo simply told him, Just pull up your status window and look. Feeling humiliated, Ozen's fur stood on end. I want to compare them to see if they're identical and check for any errors. With that, he slowly approached Theo, reaching out his hand. It will only take a moment. Theo, without any suspicion, agreed. All right. Once he was close enough, Ozen uncapped a strange vial he'd hidden in his pocket. Elka's sharp ears caught the faint sound, and he lunged forward to stop Ozen. Save Theo, but it was too late. With a wicked grin, Ozen flung the vial's contents toward him. Take this. Theo was frozen in fear, but a shield of leaves materialized, blocking the strange liquid. Ozen stumbled back in terror, shocked that Theo had a protective shield. Theo demanded an answer. Why did you try to pour that on me? As Ozen looked on in horror, Elka charged forward, sending him flying. He tumbled several times before slamming into the stairs. Ozen gritted his teeth and stood up. A failure. Inoa had appeared beside him at some point. She picked up the vial, telling everyone, This is a contract nullification potion. She explained its effect. When poured on another's status window, the contract instantly appears and can be cancelled. So you'd carry such a precious thing with you? What a complete waste. At Iona's words, Elka and Theo burned with rage, ready to attack Ozen. Cornered, Ozen made a desperate move. He grabbed Iona's collar, warning the others not to take another step. He would use Iona as a hostage to cancel his contract. Theo tried to reason with him. Ozen, what do you think you're doing? Let Iona go now. Why isn't this protective shield vanishing? I can't get out. Elka gritted her teeth. I thought you knew you would die if you dared touch Lady Iona. Ozen showed no fear, only defiance. Don't move. You really think I wouldn't dare do it? I wouldn't try this without a plan, would I? He then turned to the door and screamed, Now! Lord Hegel, please dispose of these scoundrels. Theo and Elka were stunned by his words. They braced for an attack, but absolute silence followed. Nothing happened. Panic started to show on Ozen's face. He called out again, Lord Hegel, why aren't you coming out? Iona then asked him calmly, You wanted Hegel to attack us. Enraged by the shame, Ozen yelled, Shut your mouth. But suddenly, his entire body froze in place. Iona stepped down gently, saying, I have cast a paralysis spell on you. She informed him, You will be unable to move for a while. Iona was disgusted by Ozen's pitiful ignorance. Did you think I was weak just because I appear small? You have made a grave mistake. She revealed her true self. I am the Grand Mage Iona, head of the Mage Association. Iona angrily aimed her staff at Ozen. I trust you understand the price for underestimating me and betraying Theo. Ozen was terrified by what he just heard. A Grand Mage? He couldn't believe it. That bastard Theo, he actually knows people like this? Theo, watching from afar, remarked casually, It's actually warmer in here than I thought. Flashing back, Ozen had been screaming into the building. Why isn't he appearing? Lord Hegel, you must punish these insects. The man being called was standing by the window, witnessing everything. He cursed under his breath. Damn that miserable cat. Israel anxiously urged him. Hey Hegel, my son is calling. Aren't you going out? He couldn't hear any more of it. Hegel's face was pale with fear. Didn't you say I just had to punish the cat impersonating the black dragon? Then why is Iona here? A murderous aura blazed from Hegel as he stared at Ozen. That bastard Ozen. He tricked me. Iona called into the building. Hegel, are you there? I can feel your presence. Come out now. Instantly, a black shadow darted out. Hegel quickly appeared right in front of Iona. Elka was shocked by his sudden appearance. Hegel, the leader of the wolves. Theo saw her surprise and curiously asked, You know him? Elka explained, He's a high-ranking freelance mercenary, very famous in our world. But why is he here? What is his relationship with Iona? Hegel bowed his head, showing his deep respect. Greetings, Lady Iona. She replied, It's been a long time, Hegel. Iona didn't waste time. She frowned and pointed to Ozen. Explain this situation to me. According to that black cat, you were planning to deal with me. Did Ozen hire you? Hearing this, Hegel panicked and explained, Impossible. I had no idea you were here. He completely deceived me. Elka started connecting the dots from their talk. Iona hired Hegel, but didn't you say we would meet the mercenary in Granier Village? Israel then rushed out in a panic. Oh my, Grand Mage. Your Grace, why did you come to this desolate place? Iona turned and asked, And who are you? He immediately introduced himself. I am Ozen's father. He then spun around to scold his son. You fool, what in the world have you done? I will teach you a lesson. Iona couldn't stand his racket and froze him in place just like his son. You are both too loud. Stay still there until I am finished. She turned her strict gaze back to Hegel. Hegel, on my way here, I heard the story of this village. It seems you have failed in your mission for me. Hegel could only admit his failure. Yes, I failed to destroy the Frox. Theo interrupted their conversation. Are you talking about the Frox rampaging in Lake Genka? Iona frowned and recounted. Not long ago, I sensed an anomaly in the tower. I discovered a dimensional energy leak that was concentrating at the center of Lake Genka. The cause was the abnormal spawning of the Frock Queen's eggs. If this continues, all aquatic life on the 50th floor will become extinct, so I had to intervene. She turned to the four of them. The Mage's Tower is busy with a problem on floor 6B, so I assigned this task to Hegel. Iona was furious at Hegel's incompetence. He tried to explain. When we arrived, thousands of Frocks had already hatched. We tried our best to fix it, but their numbers were too great, and we couldn't fight underwater forever. Hearing his explanation only made Iona angrier. You still dare to make excuses? She raised her voice, reprimanding Hegel. The initial mission was just to sneak into the underwater cave and destroy the eggs, a relatively easy task, yet you failed, causing this entire village to suffer. Hegel quietly replied, I arrived on the exact day you instructed, but by that point, the eggs had already hatched. Iona scolded his inability to adapt as she began to float into the air. She summoned immense power to punish him. You know that excuses are a crime in themselves, don't you? She gritted her teeth and said, Now, receive your punishment. Iona didn't forget the father and son standing motionless there, nor the ungrateful cats. The immense power radiating from Iona terrified everyone. Elka shouted to Theo in a panic, With that much energy, even we won't be safe. Theo pounded the shield, screaming at Iona. Iona, stop it. Iona, can't you hear what I'm saying? He struck the shield desperately when a crack suddenly appeared. Ayanna was about to unleash her immense power, turning everything into a sea of fire, when a nimble figure suddenly burst into motion. That figure used Elka as a launch pad as Theo lunged toward Ayanna. She finally regained her senses, but then Theo suddenly slipped. He desperately tried to grab onto Iona's staff, and panic filled both their eyes. Iona told Theo, "You're a cat. It's okay if you fall from here." Theo desperately warned her, "This isn't safe. Her power could drag everyone into danger." He pleaded with all his might, "Ayanna, are you really going to abandon me?" Ayanna paused for a moment before answering firmly, "No." To her, Theo was far too important. He was a subordinate of the great Lord Black Dragon. With a snap of her fingers, the immense power began to dissipate. The crowd stared, completely stunned. Hegel watched the scene, his jaw hanging open. Ayanna's magic, an unstoppable force when she was enraged, had been neutralized. Just like that, she and Theo landed safely on the ground. From a distance, Hegel watched Theo with a conflicted gaze. Was that ordinary golden cat really the Lord Black Dragon's subordinate? Elka and his men approached, admiring Theo's incredible bravery. "That was amazing, Lord Theo. You used my head as a springboard." Theo replied humbly, "Without you, Elka, I never would have reached Iona." He breathed a sigh of relief, announcing to everyone, "I almost lost that 1,000 tower gold from Eisen." Ayanna asked in surprise, "You stopped me just for that money?" He glanced at the trembling father and son and explained, "Not just for that. We need compensation for them defying their superiors and attempting to flee. That man is incredibly wealthy. He's sure to have countless treasures, like a potion to dissolve contracts." After his analysis, he turned to Ayanna with a playful grin. "So, what do you say? Let's go plunder his treasury as punishment for his crimes." She couldn't help but laugh at his charming audacity. All right, the two strode confidently into the building, leaving the terrified father and son behind. Upon entering the mansion, everyone's jaws dropped at the sheer luxury. They looked around in awe. "There's so much," Theo commanded. "Elka, gather everything. We'll sell it all in the merchant village." "Yes, sir." Ozen could only watch helplessly as they carted away his gold. Ayanna gasped in amazement. "This is unbelievable." Her eyes widened at the library, which was filled with countless rare volumes. "How are there so many rare magic tomes?" Ozen scratched his head. "I collect old books. Please, take whatever you'd like." Ayanna tried her best to maintain her composure. "If you are offering these valuable items, then we graciously accept." But faced with such temptation, she couldn't resist exploring. The first edition of Basic Magic. "Oh my, I absolutely have to take this." Nearby, Theo was admiring a necklace. "This looks expensive." Suddenly, Hegel approached him politely. "Sir, do you have a moment?" Startled Theo replied, "Are you speaking to me?" Hegel hesitated for a second. "Lord Theo." Then he knelt and pleaded, "Please allow us black wolves to become your subordinates." Theo was completely shocked by the request. "Why are you suddenly saying this?" Meanwhile, on the 99th floor's management space, Eisen stretched after a quality nap, feeling utterly refreshed. "Ah, what a great sleep. I feel so invigorated." Eisen summoned her crystal orb, her curiosity piqued. "I wonder what Sejun is up to." The orb flickered to life, immediately flooded with messages. A system alert popped up. Unread notifications exceed 1,000. "Please clear your inbox." Isel clicked her tongue. "Tesk, this is what happens after just one day." Annoyed, she deleted the entire message log. After clearing it out, Isel eagerly activated the viewing screen. The orb displayed a vast field. She guessed the dragon's heart must have recovered a bit, widening the screen's view. Isel scanned the landscape, searching for Sejun. Although she couldn't find him, she saw a sight that melted her little heart. "What in the world is that? Haha, look at Quang shaking that branch, so cute." But then Isel noticed something was off. "Wait a minute, that's Quang totally absorbed in playing." A notification arrived. He looked at the screen and asked caringly, "Isel, did you sleep well?" The screen relayed Isel's thoughts. "Tower manager, what is that strange branch in Quang's hand?" He replied, "It's a branch from a corrupted tree that absorbed the blue moon's energy." Hearing this, Isel frowned. "A corrupted tree that absorbed the blue moon's energy? Has that already appeared?" "That must be a tough opponent for the monsters on the 99th floor, he explained with excitement. "Thanks to the statue you gave me, I met your grandpa and great-grandpa." The grandpa from the statue just zipped up into the sky, then boom, boom. It shot out these incredible beams of light and wiped out all the corrupted trees. Isel was skeptical at first, then it hit her. "My grandpa, back with Hegel," he was explaining. "Since ancient times, our tribe has revered Lord Black Dragon. To become his subordinate is our greatest honor." With that, he knelt again, pleading for Theo to accept his vow. Theo considered it for a moment, then gave a firm refusal. "I decline." Hegel was stunned into silence. Theo stepped closer, his voice low. "Didn't you fail your mission and enrage Ayanna? It seems you're not very competent. I have no need for inept subordinates. Hegel immediately shot back. I have no excuse, but didn't you just accept Eisen as your subordinate? Theo's reply was simple and direct. Eisen is rich. He is useful to me. Then he turned to Elka. Are you done? Yes, sir. Good. Take it to the village and share it with the cats. Seeing Theo about to leave, Hegel called out in a panic. Theo turned back and calmly informed him. I'll be staying for a few days. During that time, find something that I like. He then added with a grin, if I am satisfied, I will accept all of you as my subordinates. Hegel was absolutely ecstatic. He thanked Theo profusely, vowing, we will not let you down. Elsewhere, Sejun had found a peculiar green seed. He examined it closely before reaching a conclusion. It's giving off a faint glow, and looks like it would give you a stomach ache. He then turned to ask for Lamia's opinion. The young girl approached, sharing her assessment. This seed from the corrupted tree. It radiates a dark aura. An idea struck Sejun. Could the flame of purification cleanse this seed? Lamia thought it was a brilliant idea. If they could purify and plant the seed, they could grow an ent that wasn't corrupted. Master, a wonderful idea. Let me try. After they agreed, Sejun placed the seed in a pot. He asked Lamia, is this right? The little girl nodded. Yes, that's perfect. With that, Lamia summoned her flame, and the seed was instantly set ablaze. Enhanced seed of a corrupted ent. Purification rate, 1%. Sejun said with delight, it's working. If we continue purifying it, we might succeed. Lamia beamed, happy she could be of use to her master. Sejun then asked her, but how long will it take to purify? Can you use more of the purification flame? Lame quickly replied, my energy will recover in a few days. Then I can use the cleansing flame again. He smiled, praising her. Our Lame is so reliable. Suddenly, a notification window popped up. After reading it, Soon announced, it's time for the seed shop to open. The system informed him his level was normal. 4 types of seeds would be displayed at random. At his current level, he could buy as many as he wanted, up to 5 gold tower coins. The system then displayed 4 types of seeds. Soon stared at the prices in total shock. Huh? Why have the prices skyrocketed? 100 radish seeds used to be 0.1 gold tower coins. Now they're 1 whole coin. That's 10 times higher. Hearing this, Phi guessed it must be because of the 67th floor. Soon finally remembered. The floor where the war with the red locusts is? Phi nervously recounted. When my red scarf kingdom was devastated by the red locusts, the 67th floor was our largest granary. When the tower's food supply was cut, a terrible famine occurred. He guessed that residents who survived that famine began hoarding food after hearing about the new war, and Git, the landlord on the 55th floor, had profited from that crisis. He definitely won't miss this opportunity. He's plotting to drive the food prices even higher. Phi was deeply worried for his kingdom. Soon pondered, that's right, you mentioned this before. Combined with the news from the wolf pack, it seems this war won't end easily. He thought of his own meager food supply and sighed, my spring onion sword alone isn't enough. I have to find another way. But soon remembered his main task was to choose seeds. He analyzed them one by one. Black beans were difficult to use, radishes were boring, and pumpkins were the same. Then soon decided, onions, it is. The system immediately flashed a series of notifications. You have purchased 500 onion seeds. 5 gold tower coins have been deducted from your seed bank account. You've received 50 seed shop loyalty points. Total seed shop loyalty points are 106. Thank you for using the seed shop. You can access the level 2 shop again in 30 days. Soon grinned at the seed pouch in his hand. He turned to Lame, saying, onions can remove gamey flavors and add sweetness, so they're perfect for many dishes. They'll definitely be useful. The little girl beamed, even though I can't eat. It sounds delicious just hearing about it. At that moment, the status window appeared, and Soon immediately called out to Ian, Bat, I'm also a small creature, but the outside world is too beautiful to waste a life in darkness. You can eat fresh fruits and vegetables, not rotten ones like this. Hearing this, Bat blushed, its mouth watering at the thought. Fresh fruit? Z-Run chimed in, if you like fruit, you should try my cherry tomatoes. They're very sweet. He stood, let's stop talking and go eat. Just step outside. But Bat was still terrified. But I'm still so scared. In response, Ayana offered her hand. If you're scared, take my hand. I will protect you. Bat stared at Ayana's hand before taking it, letting the rotten apple fall. Ayana then gently led it outside, following Z-Run's steps. As the sunlight hit its face, it shielded its eyes. When it finally opened them, it was utterly speechless with wonder. Gazing at the bright blue sky, it whispered, It's so bright. Iona asked gently, Are you okay? Bat looked up. It smells different. Z-Run smiled. The breeze feels nice, right? Theo, however, was still pinching his nose. Oh no, the smell is even worse out here. This is beyond what I can tolerate. Bat then asked Z-Run, what should I do now? He thought for a moment. I have a lot of questions for you about that prison and about yourself. But first, we have to do something very important. As Theo and Owen clung to his legs, holding their noses, Z-Run grinned. Let's get you a bath and a meal. He then introduced the newcomer to the other animals. But Bat's foul stench only attracted flies, as the white rabbits kept their distance. As the sun climbed higher, Hagel got a bath from the mother red bear, and the white rabbits splashed happily in their own tub. Z-Run, Owen, and Bat soaked in a large barrel, enjoying the warmth. Nearby, other animals were eating when a squinty-eyed rabbit brought them drinks. Surprised, Z-Run gave a cup to both Owen and Bat. Bat took a sip, and its eyes lit up as if it had tasted heaven for the first time. A moment later, they all shared a laugh at a rabbit with a soot-covered face. Bat was absolutely delighted. Meanwhile, Ayana rested peacefully on Theo's stomach. While two slept soundly, the black rabbit gently led Pew Pew away. Sunlight bathed the land as they finished washing up. Soon, Ayana stood outside, gazing at the fields. Inside, Theo stretched after a short nap. Kuin cleaned and Fante, while Bat and the rabbits ate fruit. Looking in, Sue noted how well the newcomer was adapting, but Iona's mind was on something else entirely. Lord Soon, what about its space prison? She looked up, adding that the place was far too dark. He then pulled out the key to summon the pocket dimension. At his word, the prison's door materialized before them. Seeing it, he wondered, can I really summon this from anywhere? Ayana confirmed it. The prison now belongs to you, Lord Soon. You can open it from any location. Hearing this, Soon stroked his chin and thought, then I'll clean it and use it as a warehouse. It would be much handier than a simple inventory pouch. Ayana suddenly proposed, if you don't mind, may I upgrade it for you? She smiled, explaining its old magic meant the space could be expanded. While cleaning, I can also install lights, build shelves, and even add some interior decorations. Soon beamed, patting her head. Ayona, you're incredible. A truly great mage. Blushing from the praise, she pulled her hood down to hide her face. So cute. Lord Soon is such a kind dragon. Then Ayana stepped inside, announcing, I'll close the door for a bit to start the upgrade. See you later, Lord Soon. Closing the door, she summoned a light orb. Still blushing, she thought, he is so humble, treating everyone with kindness. His genuine joy over basic magic made me act spoiled. That's the heart of a truly great person. Then Iona floated into the air, summoning a golden spell. All right, for Lord Soon's sake, let's begin this remodel. Outside, vast fields stretched toward the distant mountains. Black Rabbit and Pew Pew ate carrots under a tree. He sighed, I'm so full. He turned to her. Is it to your liking, princess? She smiled happily. It's been so long. This is 100 times better than the carrots from my kingdom. But Pew Pew's expression darkened. While I was escaping the system and training, so many of my people had to suffer. You never forgot the pride of our people, growing these forgotten plants. I feel ashamed of myself. Black Rabbit immediately stood up. No, princess, you needed to grow stronger to fight the system and protect us all. His words made Pew Pew smile thankfully. But she grew serious again. Still, my father turned his back on his people to live like royalty. As the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, I must be the one to bear that responsibility. Pew Pew looked to the sky. No matter what the cost, Black Rabbit watched her intently. I was born on the 99th floor. I don't really know the Red Ribbon Kingdom. I only feel what everyone misses through the stories from my parents and the other rabbits. Black Rabbit's next words surprised her. The place that you miss, princess. He looked to the sun, adding, my instincts tell me. I want to return. I want to reclaim our beautiful Red Ribbon Kingdom. His heartfelt words moved Pew Pew deeply. So, princess, he continued, I hope you will always lead us with a radiant smile. Black Rabbit knelt on one knee. Here, I am called Black Rabbit, but my real name is Bayok. I heard warrior rabbits can become knights who protect the kingdom. He held out his hand to her. I want to reclaim our kingdom from the system and bring you happiness. Princess Pew Pew, will you allow me, Bayok, to become your knight? She placed her hand on his and accepted. She held it for a moment, thinking, my own knight. Suddenly, Ku-en appeared. What are you two doing? Black Rabbit jumped back, startled. Ah, Ku-en, when did you get here? While the princess was flustered, Ku-en calmly replied, you're just now noticing? And Fante hopped around shouting, protect the princess, become a knight. Ku-en turned serious, we need to go. Everyone's looking for you too. Behind him, Fante added, a pack of cats, a pack of wolves. Ku-en pushed Fante's head down. Before we beat the system, the 67th floor might be lost. Enthante kept yelling, "Danger! Grasshopper danger!" At this, Black Rabbit and Pew Pew were stunned. The four of them rushed back. Seeing them, Soon called out, "Just in time." Seeing the cat and wolf tribes resting, Black Rabbit asked, "I just took a break. Why is everyone in such a rush?" Nearby, Eki asked, "Where is Iona?" Soon explained she was working on something else. "If it's about magic, Pew Pew is here." Eki immediately began his report. "As I told Lord Soon, the grasshoppers on floor 67 are now purple and spraying poison. It's withering the blade scallions beyond saving." Pew Pew grew worried. "That's faster than we expected." Eki continued, sweating. "Luckily, the detoxiscallions seem to be effective. We can use them instead of the blade's scallions, so it's a blessing in disguise." Soon gave orders. "Theo, fill half the cat pouches with both types of scallions. Rabbits, pack food into the other half." Just then, a white rabbit brought Soon his gear. Holstering a blade, he asked, "Is the tower clear?" She scanned the system. "I'm checking now. It seems clear so far." Soon, a blue notification window appeared. "It's a quest." I gasped in shock. Soon stared at it with suspicion. The system announced an intermediate manager quest: prevent the extinction of gem frogs on the tower's 67th floor. Soon's jaw dropped. "The grasshopper floor? The tower manager has appointed you," it read. "Teleporting in 30 seconds. Subordinates may join." Soon muttered, "It's time to choose." Suddenly, A's voice was grim. "Soon, this time, I don't think I can help you at all." It felt like that time all over again, completely helpless. "But this time will be entirely different." She asked with a worried look. "Those locusts were a trial outside the tower. Even though my dragon's heart is stronger, I can't summon powerful monsters to the 99th floor. Will it be okay?" Z-Run narrowed his eyes to reassure her. "Island, remember what I said? This world isn't like the one that was destroyed. Because I'm here, with the reliable assets I've cultivated," he declared with a confident thump to his chest. "So don't worry. Just trust in Z-Run, the farmer." Suddenly, Theo appeared with the cats. "Sir Z-Run, we've brought everything." QN excitedly spun his staff. "Dad, I'm fully charged. I can unleash as much power as you need." Nearby, B shouted, "Sir XZ-Run, my magic is at your disposal." Hearing this, though Den rushed to say, "If the princess goes, I'm going too." Seeing their determination, XZ-Run grinned. The system then confirmed, designation complete. With Theo on his shoulders, X-Run yelled, "All right, let's move out," to floor 67. The system announced their transfer to the Navia swamp, and in a flash, they were gone. The group materialized mid-air, plunging right into a murky green swamp. As they floated to the surface, Z-Run eyed the strange water below. Z-Run shot up, yelling, "What is this? Sludge water." He scanned the gloomy forest. A swamp in the middle of a jungle? Theo, now on his head, shouted, "Sir XZ-Run, move carefully or I'll fall." Z-Run looked around grimly. "There's no cover. We're completely exposed." Theo nervously suggested, "Let's get out of the water first." At the same time, though Den helped Pew Pew, asking, "Princess, are you all right?" Then, she spotted a purple locust on a tree. A cold sweat formed as she called out to Z-Run, who turned in confusion. His face instantly went pale, his jaw dropping in horror. On the trees before them, a massive horde of purple locusts stared back with killer eyes. Then, they took flight, forming a living tornado over the group. Kuen immediately grew to his combat size as a system message appeared. "Find and eliminate the cause threatening the jewel frogs with extinction." Z-Run shouted, "The cause. It's obviously these things." Instantly, weapons were drawn. Z-Run commanded, "All right, time to face them head on. Let's go," as he and Theo charged forward. For the tower, and that's all for this video. That was a summary of the story's latest events. If you have any thoughts, please leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more exciting videos.